Do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over? Keep me waiting, keep me guessing. I know you can blow my mind. I'm clear-headed, so upgraded. Every moment feels like I'm high. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Yeah. I walked through hell, got out of breath. Then I found you must be God's sign. Nothing goes bad under your spell. Kinda feels like I'll never die. If you keep me waiting, I'm not moving, I'm here. Keep me waiting. I got trust in you, dear. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Your love kept me up all night. Your love kept me up all night. Your love keeps me up all night. Your love kept me up all night. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head.
Good afternoon. Look at that. Just gone 12 and ready to go. What's up, folks? Hopefully having a good day. Happy Friday. Weekend is upon you. You know what that means? That means drink. It's not alcohol. Maybe later. I don't know. Depending on what we do for community games, I might need alcohol just to tolerate and get through. We'll have to see. But yes, weekend is almost upon us. Little reminder straight away, I will be casting on Sunday. Means I get to chill on Saturday. But my chill time hasn't arrived yet. We've still got so many series that went uncasted. And although we can't really fix the issue around a lot of the first round matches, we've done a bloody good job of covering most of them here. In fact, I'd done the count and it was 16 series. We've cast 16 series across 3 days. The goal is to make it 20 by the end of the day, if not 21. And we've got a few in mind for this. So Wham vs Anatan is in there, but I think we can only cast the one game. But we can do Recon vs Numidan. Shout out to Camian coming in with a gifted sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Absolute legend. We've got Recon vs Numidan, Anatan vs Zertan, Avali vs Zertan, and Dumi vs Numidan. We're going to be kicking off with Anatan vs Zertan, which I think is going to be a very close series. I'd say these two are very similarly matched. I can see either one taking it. We do have a draft. And that's kind of interesting, actually. So HRE coming out. HRE is the final pick, right? This has now been fixed by Cal. Shout out to Cal who fixed this all up. It now goes outwards with pick spans. So in to out. So HRE was the final pick. Juju on the other side surviving that long for Anatan. I do believe we have got some Holy Island. When I see a draft like this, I am almost certain. Okay, I'd be wrong. Really weird draft then. Anatan choosing to get the Japanese and the Juji. I mean, it kind of makes sense, Japanese to block the Delhi, but the Juji choice is definitely an ambitious one. Yeah, a little bit weird, actually. That draft screams we are playing a water map, but there is no water map, is the weird part. So, yeah, a little bit funky from them. We'll aim to, like I said, do probably 4 series at least. And then after we break for food, when I come back, we'll see if we can actually have enough people to do some community games to see in the weekend. That would be cool. I've just been quickly glancing through the mod section before we hop into game, because I want to double check ahead of time whether there's any new crafting mods I need to check out. Doesn't look like it. It's been a little bit of a slow month on new mods coming out. I do believe Rasselbot fixed some of the issues we have with crashing, but there might still be 1 or 2 for the meat grinder mod. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully it'll work well, because that did kind of ruin it last time. But get sub finally goes black screen. What are you talking about, Willis? I don't know what's going on with your game, but I don't know what's going on with your PC, but it sounds like you need to download more RAM. So we are going to start off with Anochad. So I believe it should be 3D exclamation mark Anatan. I'm not sure why the 3D client uses an exclamation mark instead of an underscore. I've never really asked that, but yeah, just thought about that. It's kind of weird. So most orgs will do either an underscore or a dot, not an exclamation mark. Well, typically you're looking at dots. Practically most will use dots. So yeah, I haven't really seen many that use exclamation marks before. Kind of intriguing. So, how about this for intriguing? It's going to be a kickoff on Coastal Cliffs, which is interesting because Anatan has 2 options there. Delhi has been decent. I think Juji are underplayed there. I think Juji are really formidable. But Zertan is opening strong, going in with an Iabid pick here. I think your timings are very aggressive as Iabids here, and there's no threat, which is a little bit worrisome. Anytime you stand a chance against Iabids, you either need to be faster in the castle, which is difficult for practically any civ in the game right now compared to them, and you need to, alternatively, the other way you go is you need to basically be able to attack, right? You need to be able to delay them, you need to be able to force investments. Usually doesn't really do that. They can try shooting new spam. That actually, I feel like that might be the best bet for Anatan if he wants to make this work, is just trying to dent the enemy base before they get online in castle. If they reach castle, it's going to feel pretty much over, I'd say. But, you know what? Let's get ready. I've got the first series ready. We're not lagging or anything, are we? I thought I had a little bit of lag, but I think we're good. All right, fantastic. So let's get into it. I do love how the game really has to emphasize Tang Dynasty has begun. Like, yes, thank you. That is literally the beginning of the game. I would expect you to be in Tang Dynasty. All right, let's get to it. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We are here to cast all the series that did not get covered and to fix up our day with a bright start. We've got a close one, a tight one between two absolute upcoming chads. In the blue, starting off on the south side, in this series, we've got 3D Clan's very own Anatan on the Zhuji's legacy. And to the north, it is going to be none other than my Insanities. Zertan in the red, starting us off as the Ibids. When I say these two are closely matched, I think everyone would agree at this point. Zertan has definitely been in the rafters for a while, waiting to come out. Anatan, on the other hand, has been on a blitzer the last year, just rising in the ranks. And now I think a lot of people put respect on the name. Now, this is interesting, actually, because these picks, Zhuji versus Ibids, I rate both of these quite highly for Coastal Cliffs. Coastal Cliffs, which is basically Avali's creation. It is 2/3 of your standard Dry Arabia type spawn. Little reminder, folks, we've been uploading these series as a full set, so the videos are going to be fairly long. Be sure to see through to the end. I can guarantee you, if they're getting uploaded on the YouTube side, they have some bangers in them. We're basically casting live on Twitch 5 series on average a day, but only, I think, 2 are getting uploaded per day. So that should really show you that we're kind of like weeding out the crap and getting the good up. But this is an interesting one to start off. Like, Zhuji versus Ibids. I was just saying live on stream, Ibids should be fairly favored here unless Zhuji goes aggro, because the issue with Zhuji is you're either all in on aggro or all in on greed. You don't really float the boat very well between. And that means that your opponent can optimize around that. If he sees you going archer ranges, you know, drop a few outposts. If not, it's just the most greedy tech up possible. And another thing about the greed you get here with the Ibids, you're definitely going to be greedy on your opening in Feudal Age. When you're up against a Civ like Zhuji, camels don't make much sense, right? Because the reality is Zhuji can easily get their hands on 1 or 2 Chiganu, and camels will get shredded by that. So we're likely going to be looking at a growth eco wing here from Zertan. He is greedily gathering on these berries, though, which I always hate to see. This is just wasteful. You should be spreading out or moving off around 40 food to make sure you've got a little bit of breathing room. Hasn't done that. Looking at the sheep haul, pretty decent. Gets his hands on 11 compared to the 10, and I think they have now basically split the map, so all sheep more or less have been yoinked. Meditation Garden on the way. Not great. This is maybe one of the negatives, is sometimes the spawns on Coastal Cliffs aren't desirable for good meditation gardens. I think you probably would have been better served going for the one over here, where you could have got the gold, the food, and some wood. This basically is just going to get gold. You could have even actually went for one to the south side, down here, which would have been glorious, which would have got you some trickle of stone to eventually get into a second TC. Not the worst of ideas around like 15 minutes in this matchup, because both sides typically in this matchup should be looking to get castle and then going back for their eco afterwards. Growth wing on the way, and well played. Okay, Zertan, dude. I feel like I'm going to be one of those villains as I hear you like to play dangerously. Dun, dun, dun. 9 food. Zertan really was min-maxing that to make sure he got the drop-off as quickly as possible. I do like this. I'm glad to see Zertan doing this. I've said that this will be the meta at the highest level once people figure it out, once people get used to it, because the reality is it is safer to spread out your people on berries early on, but it is so much better to gather these starting berries to the minimum first. The reason is that it's less walk time for your villagers who do not have wheelbarrow. Albeit gives you a much quicker tech timing, right? Like, you're going to save yourself an extra 5-10 seconds when you're able to click that Feudal Age. It might not sound like a lot, but for a Civ that is all about its Castle Age timing, it is the world. Wow. Look at the difference it's going to make here. Pretty much neck and neck, right? 20 seconds out. It looks like Anatan's going to have a 15-second advantage. Gold gathering on the front has me a bit worried here, actually. I think Anatan is going to have to blink first and go towards an outpost drop. About 7.5, 8 minutes. He can basically wait until he sees the tech up complete, right? But the issue is if you don't now go out until stone, you're not going to have the hand cannon slits to defend against lances. I think Anatan has a big problem here. We mentioned that he had to go on the aggro, and I think I stand by that statement. Only now it's your only option. If you're not able to all-in your opponent before he's in castle and has lances out, this game is essentially going to feel over for Zhuji. So, archery range is added in. Does feel rough when you go for the Medigarden, but you don't go for the the Jiangnan Tower, which allows you to spam a little bit quicker. It gives you a better surge timing. But the reality of what we're looking at here is a situation where Anatan was better off building the meditation garden right next to his gold, where he was going to be anyway, right? So that's why we saw this Prio. And it's going to give him a little bit of spam potential here. He does have to supervise, and this always sucks, because right now what it means is you're missing out on that additional wood drop-off, which could have allowed a Jiangnan booster. Villager is moving in, though, and this outpost is going to be important. Zertan, he actually started 2 outposts and cancelled them both. Okay. Anno, what is his plan? Oh my god, wait, is he going for the wood? No, there's no way you go for the wood line here. That's way too risky. I think Anatan is just a case of he's keeping the villager out of the way while he waits for his wood to be dropped off, because, of course, he was building additional infrastructure and spamming out Chuganu. So, for Chuganu are at least going to be spotted here. Villager should be coming back now. Anatan, he seems to have mistimed this. I'm shocked by the fact that he dropped a Rax instead of just going for the outpost. I mean, I kind of see where he's coming from, but the reality is, like, your opponent hadn't started building out of it yet. He doesn't know that, though, right? Like, he has to react as if there's already horsemen being pumped the moment the stable was being half constructed, right? Like, obviously, you know, it takes a bit longer to come out, but you have to give that level of respect because of the amount of time it takes Spearman to cross the map. So it's going to be moving. Zertan is going to be idled off the gold, and it looks like Anatan is going to be able to force his opponent to be present in Feudal Age. This is box number 1 ticked. If you want to beat the Ibids, this is one of the better ways of doing it. You just force them to play your game at your age. And I would say Zhuji are all about age 2. For the Chinese, it's about how late in the game you can go. For Zhuji, I think it's more focused on Feudal and early Castle. The Civ doesn't really thrive when they go Imp Plus. Outpost is going to go up on double gold here. No stone, though. Keep that in mind. It means you're not going to get any hand cannon slits coming in. It means a few horsemen could easily dive this and cause you great pain. Spearman count isn't too bad. Chuganu count looking okay. Behind this, remember that there's no extra resources really coming in for Anno. He's just getting a little bit of gold trickle, right? 50 gold and 1 wood. Ooh, a minute. It's not a grand meditation garden that's going to make a huge difference, which is why I like that instead, Anatan is now starting to play out onto these pocketed resources. And in fact, I mentioned hand cannon slits. They are on their way to solve for that. They're also looking to go around the back here. Scout, wait. Oh, Anno, no. Buddy. Oh, okay, that's not good. He actually had the blocker. He had the point where he could have arrived, but unfortunately, he clicked past it. Anatan did not notice the wall going up. Now the counteroffensive Zertan. This is the value of Horsemen, right, in this matchup, is when your opponent has a comp that can't dive your base, what do you do with the Horsemen? You scale them, but in the meantime, you go and kick the crap out of your opponent's economy. Great read here. So villagers are going to be pushed back for playing that pocket resource. Might even find himself a Billy kill. Nicely done there. Might end up losing a Horseman for it. Pretty much dead at this stage, right? Has got 6 HP remaining. But it's worth it for the idle time and the fact you've now got an even bigger eco lead, right? Like, you should have already been 3 ahead. Weirdly enough, they're now only 3 ahead, so that means certain skipped production by the looks of it. I'm not sure what happened there. Remember, Growth Wing gives you 3 villages upon tech up. So numbers don't make sense. Certain skipped for something. I'm just not sure what. Huh. Oh, sorry, he lost the workout. That's why. I'm an idiot. Okay, that makes more sense. There was a little bit of idle time there, though, right? You saw Anatan's going to 30 before Zertan's going to go to, like, 32. So there's definitely been a little bit of idle time somewhere for Zertan. Unfortunate. It's kind of nitpicky. It's like the difference of 4 or 5 seconds, and also your Civ does have the gathering rate booster, right? Compared to the Chinese, usually in this situation, that will only have, what, 2 Imperial officials? Okay, he actually does have the 3rd. But that's the deceptive part, right? Is that those are boosting your eco, but at this stage in the game, they're kind of a cost, they're a burden, not a positive. Because if you have so little villagers, but you have all these Imperial officials supervising, you know, you just lost an extra 45 resources per minute to gain a 20% extra drop-off. But on top of that, while doing it, you've paid a pretty ludicrous 150. As this feudal age goes on, these IOs start to feel a little bit better of an investment, but for now, it definitely feels annoying, especially when you're trying to do things like this, playing pocket resources. Horseman moving in. This is a brilliant raid right now. He's completely ignoring what Anatan is doing. Villagers getting struck down. Archers have now arrived, and Anatan, he needs to bring the entire army home. Okay, so we have got a very interesting game out of Zertan here. I call it the discount Abbasid build, right? Where you play prolonged feudal, but it's very smart in this game. It's the only way you realistically can play. And what makes it so genius is his approach to it. He's ignored the problem entirely. Anasand, with the approach he took with his outpost drop, failed to really set up a perimeter that kept his opponent in. And it's cost him dearly. I do love that I just watched a horseman die to a wolf. But the problem now for Zhuji here is Anno, like, his only way out is to scale mass Chiganu, but he needs to be fast about it. And the other problem is the edge that he was going to have is gone, right? Undermesh is in, Steeled Arrow is on the way. This really big power spike for the Chiganu around 10 minutes has now passed. The next power spike comes around like 18 to 20 minutes when you and if you have enough Chiganu. And remember, usually when we see the all-in Chiganu spam, it's a little bit cleaner, there's some harassment being done, there's some pressure, and there's also a much better meditation garden than 51 resources a minute. So it's definitely going to be a problem. Love that finally Anno's going to add in the outpost. I'm a bit shocked he didn't do this sooner, and if I'm not mistaken, Anno's starting to give way. He's going for a TC. Oh my god. He thinks that Zertan's rushing Castle Age, which in fairness, Zertan did just re-access the gold. It's possible. But I think if you're Zertan, there's an opportunity to end the game now. Horsemen are going to bait out the spears. Archers just need to take him down before the Horsemen recommit here. Anno, with only 4 spearmen left, this is looking a little bit bleak. Outpost is at least going to go up, and Zertan will start to back away. I think after a fight like this, when you see the Chiganu mass getting this big, this is the point where if you're Zertan, your goal is to go towards castle. If you're Anatan, you just need to keep forcing this. Meat grinder it. But the worrisome part to me is when I see someone spending this much resource into wood and stone to go for a TC, I get worried. Because now you're allowing Zertan to be unshackled. You're allowing him to reach his win condition, right? I think Anatan's thought process here is that he's seen so many horsemen and archers, he thinks that this is just going to be an all-in. So if Zertan is going to spam horsemen and archers, Zertan's saying, okay, you know, if Zertan's going to do that, Anatan's basically saying, okay, I can defend my base in choke points with Mass Chiganu. You can't kill me like this. But Anno, to me, this feels like a misread on the situation. I think he believes he has a lot more time than he actually does in this game. Gathering on the way on the berries, but also no supervision here, right? So no grand eco to speak of. Zertan, meanwhile, on the other side, is on his way up with the logistics wing. So this is going to be a very powerful spike timer. And Zertan, in the meantime, is just going to start spamming more archers. I don't expect to see additional horsemen here. Zertan now is looking at this and going, okay, this is a Castle Age game. Horsemen would count your Chiganu, but mass archers is just better. It's a unit that I will upgrade. It's a unit I can afford long term. And it's also a unit that can just build the counter to these Chiganu, right? The Manjaniques in the field. So big problem here for Anno if he doesn't start to aggro. Instead, it looks like he's starting to macro. He's heading towards castle as well. In this matchup, who would I favor in castle? I think Ayyubids have a very powerful spike that's hard to ignore. The good news for Anatan is that he's at least getting this tech up a bit cheaper, right? With the Shaolin Monastery with the Tang Dynasty effect, getting 15% off. But argument the other way is we're halfway through on logistics wing being done. The food requirements for these initial Shaolin monks is pretty high. The movement speed is not great. 3 dervishes coming out with logistics means Zertan realistically could easily grab 3, if not 4 relics on this map. Anatan needs to make a grab for this central relics ASAP, but he might feel a little bit paranoid. Like if you have Anatan's vision, your mindset is probably, okay, I have a slow-moving army. He could still be scaling more horsemen or more archers. I don't really want to run out blind to multiple locations. So he's going to have to take a more one-at-a-time approach to this, right? Move out for 1 relic, secure it, bring it back. Move out for another, secure it, bring it back. Zertan, meanwhile, has gone for a little wrap around with the horseman. This is actually really crafty by Zertan. He's trying to buy time for his opening play, right? Because he's still not in Castle Age. So he's looking for targets around the back that would force the Chiganu home. Unfortunately for Zertan, Anatan has nothing exposed on the south side. Now, we'll see an approach towards the base. Zertan, upgrade complete. He's got the level 2 Golden Age, which means he unlocks his tech ups in 40 seconds, not a minute. So doesn't have to hold for long here. Gulums have been queued up. I like this. Gulums, a pretty smart choice. Lancers, Spearman can count you, right? Gulums, nothing's really going to count you. You know, you move quicker than the Chiganu. If you go in a rush in towards the Sultan's Mamluks, you run these guys down. And this dive coming in from Anatan, it's a throwaway of the Chiganu. I just hope he's got enough eco behind this to get more out. I mean, he's definitely losing the army here. This is rough. The way Zertan played this line formation and a back away, Outpost drew a lot of fire here. And now the backstab comes in from the Horseman. Anno's army has been cleared up. He only has 1 monk behind this. He's got double TC, but he's now only 3 eco ahead. And remember, Zerton has these 3 dervishes to now yoink all of the more dangerously located ranks. Oh man, and Zerton's going to push this as well. Undermesh level 2 is coming in. I imagine we'll be looking quickly at Mamluks after this. Sultan's Mamluks is huge for this comp. Ghulams plus Archers, 100% your army uses this buff, and he uses it incredibly well. Zerton is basically going to dive on top of the Chiganu. A little bit overly ambitious. I don't feel like he should have been getting this close, but it's fine. He's just camping the relic, right? He wants to know if Anatan is coming for them yet. And we can see Anatan, weirdly enough, where the hell is his monk? Oh my god, he was too slow. So he'll at least get this one. Maybe. I'm doubtful. He's not, guys. I don't think he's getting any relics in this game. Ghulams are going to have to back away. Archer's going to keep peppering it though. So we'll... Oh, mistake made there by Zerton. But he does at least kill the monk. And now Anatan finally has some quality to his army. He just had to take it from the other side. No flame, no flame. It's just, this is a very bad situation for Anno. We're approaching the eclipse, like the peak of Ibid power, right? When these relics get grabbed. And Anatan, his time is starting to pass a little. I still feel like Zhuji's best in Feudal Age. They do have some recovery points later on in the game, but it requires a very big economy in a game where he doesn't have great food access. In fact, all of his food resources are forward spawning, right? That was kind of the common pattern for a lot of this. You tend to get it forward spawns. Unfortunately, Zerton was the one who got lucky in this game, right? He got a retracted deer. Meanwhile, Anatan only got berries that are less desirable. He can at least move back there now, but this idle time is going to sting. Taxman also going down. Ghulams will make quick work of the Pass Guard and Spearman alike. And Anatan, his army's pretty much gone. I think this is the point where the game gets a little bit untenable. Eco's going to start being hemorrhaged. Behind this, Zerton now has 2 choices. He either all-ins because he knows he can end the game, or he goes back and TC booms himself. I think it's going to be an all-in. The Ghulam count is already looking very healthy, up at 10. Sultan's Mamluks is now on the way, and once that's in, these archers will easily dispatch the crossbow mass. The fact that he's adding in lancers as well just shows you how confident Zerton is about ending the game now. And we're also seeing a camp now towards the sacred sites. Little did he know, if he actually moved out, he could have gotten the 5th relic here. Anatan, oh, I think he just selected all army. And yeah, this is exactly what you don't want to see when your back's up against the wall. Jiangnan Ta from Anatan, this is him saying, okay, I can't actually come out onto the map now with what you've done, so my recovery mechanism is to set up farms. He's already hoarding over 1,000 wood for that exact process, but it leaves him very weak in the meantime. And Zerton, when he walks into this base and sees no army from Anatan, he's a smart cookie. He's going to go, okay, this is you just trying to go for your entire boom up, and I'm not going to allow it. GG gets called. Game 1 will be a very convincing win for Zerton here. Kind of unfortunate a little bit on the spawn for Anatan. I think there's some elements there that made him much more exposed. The double gold spawn forward meant you just didn't really have a play long term. If you're wondering why would Anno wait for that push in there to GG, it is all about the gold. Once that gold is gone, tax is not going to be good enough to get you back into the game with siege, with crossbows, with pass guards. So pretty logical GG. But spawn aside, I just think Zerton played this really well. The tempered aggression and feudal, he didn't overextend, he didn't overinvest, he got just enough together to pin Anatan down and make sure that the Zhuji weren't able to be strong at what is probably one of the most scary points in the game, actually. I'd say that they are truly a force to be reckoned with, right? Once they get to that age, like it's the type of thing that can just immediately decide games. So let's update this. Zhuji has been picked, Ayabids has most definitely been picked. We're going to be hopping into game number 2 here. And it looks like we are going to be going to Frisian Marshes. So Frisian Marshes, with the remaining picks, let me update the UI because I don't know why it's done that. There we go. With the remaining picks, we're likely looking at either HRE or Mongols would be the most logical for certain. And on the other side, Anatan's, I'm expecting on this map, you're going to be looking towards either Chinese or Japanese. Delhi doesn't really make a lot of sense when you're in Frisian Marshes. It's only a double sacred site. But I can confirm this is a weird one. Zerton picked the Abbasids, and I'm a little bit perplexed as to why. With the other options you have, HRE and Mongols, I can only think that the HRE he didn't want to go for because he was scared of maybe like an outpost rush or a Barbican rush, which is understandable with China being in the pit. And I guess also, like, the other issue is HRE versus Japanese is a lot tighter than you'd think. To me, the way I view it is I think, like, if you go into the Imperial Age, Japanese win there because their meat grinder is pretty good, and the Samurai Vodachi plus the extra melee tech are better. But we don't have to worry about that. Instead, we're going to be focused on this. We hop into Game 2. It is indeed going to be a Chinese versus Abbasid matchup, and I'm still a little bit flummoxed by this. I wouldn't really rate Abbasids highly in Frizzy Marshes. I remember there were a few players experimenting with it. The biggest thing that I remember coming to mind that I was like strategizing when I was arcing out the possibilities was the idea of playing into trade. Trade win can be very smart here, especially against the Civ like the Chinese. The question is whether it's even going to get deep enough for us to consider both sides being greedy. Because if this is anything but a military wing from Zertan, Anatan has an opening to go and Barbican drop you. And we've seen these Barbican drops end these games immediately. Like, we've seen, I think Poppy Paw is the most prolific person for it right now. He loves just dropping these defensive landmarks in the enemy base. Opening Sheep Hall looks great right now for Anatan. That's to be expected. Typically, you're not going to get more than the Chinese on a map like Frisian Marshes. On any map, really. The issue is this unit that they have, the Tang Dynasty gives 25% extra vision to it, right? So they see you first, and they can then pivot the scouting line to cover more ground than you. It looks like Zertan is finding a pretty quirky value point here, though. Something you have to realize is, like, Anatan, he didn't do anything funky like going out onto the fish straight away, which I think is a negative here because it leaves you a lot weaker. I'm starting to realize what Zertan's thought process was here. Now, I believe Zertan actually anticipated the Chinese pick, and the reason why he picked Abbasids is because out of all the remaining civs, it was the one that could take away the most food on this map. Remember, the Abbasids don't need to come back with their sheep straight away. They can just go on the berries. They don't have to exhaust this finite source underneath their TC. For Anatan, even with the advantages the Chinese have, you still have to come home first compared to the Abbasids. We'll at least be able to yoink some sheep from his opponent's side here. One negative I'm not a big fan of here is, like, Zertan had this opportunity to take all the sheep from the south side and make this a 2/3 split. Instead, he decided to scout the enemy base, and if I'm not mistaken, this is because he wanted to know where he'd be targeting for a military wing, which we should get confirmation of in a second here. Last bit of food should be dropped off, and it has to be military wing, right? No, he's actually going to do it. Okay, so this is one of those situations where you're like, I'm right, but you kind of don't want to be right because there are some caveats with this play. It does leave you very vulnerable. You also have this issue of Anatan is literally now scouting it. So Anatan, he's been playing the game long enough, Abbasids has been in the game long enough that he'll know exactly what this means. Because it's a trade wing, Anno's probably going to prep some aggro here, right? Imperial Academy already in the way. That's going to unlock much quicker. I'm expecting to see Archer spam come out. Could even add in some spears. Actually, to be honest with you, on maps like this, with so much Sheep Hall, Horseman makes a lot of sense. Oh, dude, I love that he's doing it, and at the same time I don't because of the way that the scouting went in the end. Like, Zertan had a golden opportunity to take a lot of food away. He still can, actually. In fairness, the south side never got scouted by Anno, which is surprising. Oh, wow. Actually, credit to him. I thought Zertan actually shoe here. Maybe he didn't. Because if he showed here, surely Anatan should be going south side. Instead, he's just walking home. There's no way. He should have seen it. Like, I'm thinking this out. The scout should have definitely been visible here. So it's kind of weird to me that Anatan hasn't gone south side to take more sheep away. Neither of them are going here, actually. It's kind of wild because this area's probably got about, I'd say, 8 more sheep. Maybe more in it. I might be wrong, though. Maybe they done the maths. Okay, actually, these guys are geniuses. I think there's, like, maybe 4 or 5 sheep left down here. So the majority's already been taken. Okay, so let's try and dive in the mind of Anatan and what he's thinking now that he's seen this. Anatan has seen that this trade. Trade is not going to be quick to escalate. He has multiple options at his disposal. He can either try to deny it here by going likely into stable play. Alternatively, he can look to go into a fast castle timing and go for pass guard. I don't mind the fast castle idea. I actually think the Chinese are very good at striking that on this map. They just have so much sheep to work with, right? Like, you've got 23 sheep here. That is 5,750 food. That gives you your food requirements for Castle Age 4.5 times over. So you definitely have enough to get a pass guard spam going. But for now, it looks like they're going to drop the Barbican, so we might have an eco race on our hands. Wolves joining in on these traders is not helpful. I know even getting extra sheep from the area, so arriving down here has actually worked out to his benefit. Behind this, Zertin is going for the archery range. So, oh, you cheeky. He's going camel archers. Oh, that is very interesting. I was not anticipating this. By the way, remember, Zertin hasn't seen the trade post yet. So if you're wondering why he's not getting paid for this, it's because he hasn't started a rally point. Oh my god. I know, he stuck a villager. No wonder he's going for a Barbican song. Oh, come on, dude. This is brutal. Anatand, this is the perfect read. Zertin didn't go for melee units. He went for camel archers, a very expensive unit, a very slow to produce unit, and most importantly, a unit that would have to attack a wall 1,250 times to kill it. Trader. Wait, Zertin. Oh, buddy. He thought he was blocking it, right? So he's at least going to get the one drop-off twice of 18th and 74th, right? But this is a one-off. Like, you're not getting it again. The walls are basically up at this stage. Well played by Anatan to not just do these wall pieces one by one to deny the most equity. Zertin, I'm pretty sure there is no way in at all. Yeah, he's locked out. And behind this, Anno's going to gather stone now, right? Yeah, dude, this is great. Anatan, his brain's just blinking right now. He's like, okay, yeah, this is easy now. I'm just going to go for second TC on the fish, and I'm going to start spamming horsemen because why not? I've got an insane amount of sheep. I can afford to do that. Really crafty read here, and because he's up against camel archers, he's going to have the counter to it, right? A horseman is the perfect answer. It blocks trade, it blocks camel archers, and realistically, if your opponent was playing into archer spears, he'd be screwed already by that wall in, because that wall in would prevent him from being able to trade across map. Walls are not going to be fully complete, but guys, this is still going to take 300 hits to kill. In the meantime, you're likely to lose all your traders, right? So Horseman already hunting. Scout is already revealing some of this. TC drop feels imminent. I love that Anatan isn't rushing this. He's aware that Zertin has a very potent point ahead of him, right? This is still the Abbasid economy. They have a 15% gathering rate kicking in a second. They have still got a little bit of trade going on. So Anatan's showing a lot of respect. He's saying, okay, I could rush the second TC, but it would give you map control. And that's the worst thing I can do, because if I'm doing a TC race versus trade, especially Abbasid trade, I'm going to lose that as the game goes on. So Anatan's choice to temper aggression here, instead of going for full greed, is 100% the right call. These snipes are important, by the way. If Zertin loses both camel archers before his horseman arrives, he can't take a fight, right? If they have even numbers and this camel archer is still alive, that camel on ease means you can win with your horseman. Unfortunately, Zertin has quite the pickle here. Formation shuffle also killing me even quicker. Camel gone, and that is an expensive loss twice over now. 360 resources down the drain. You did kill a villager for it, but it's Song Dynasty, right? Anatan is not going to care about this. In the meantime, horsemen are already blocking out the trade to the right side. And the villager gets sniped as well. Dude, Anatan is outplaying here. He's doing everything right. His read, his rotations, even without the extra range from Tang Dynasty, he's seeing everything he needs to do here. Zertin, hard stuck right now. Like, he can't afford to trade cross-map, not when he's up against Mass Horsemen. Anatan now in a position where the TC is online, it is on its way up. He did over-gather a little bit there, got a little bit too gluttonous towards the end, but that's fine, right? Like, you know, with the position he's in, having an extra 104 floating stone isn't the biggest of deals. You could argue there's better optimizations, but I think right now, he has to be feeling on top of the world. Horsemen are not going to be able to stop off that trader. Villager is now on the way again. Zertin is trying to block a trade raid here, which is a very ambitious idea. I'm not the biggest fan of it. If there was a point in the game where you could do it, it would be now, right? Like right now, Zertin is probably expecting a second TC, so he's saying, okay, if Anatan's going second TC, that means he's not building more horsemen. I can see he's not building more horsemen, right? He's been attacking with the same four this entire time. So, while I have a little bit of breathing room, right, before this game gets completely out of control and out of my grips, I'm going to move out and start to funnel the way that Anatan can come in. Doing an entire wall of the map isn't exactly the most realistic of goals at this stage for Zertin, but minimizing the raid routes is a good idea because his horseman can then mirror out what his opponent is doing. Ano now booming that lead. Fishing is crazy, by the way. Remember, this is a 1 food gathering rate. It's the best that you can get with villages. It's going to accelerate him at a ridiculous pace here. And he can choose to do whatever he wants to with that. He can choose to hang around and just mass more horsemen to outmass Zertan, or he could look into going towards Castle Age. Both are very doable in this type of format. At the moment, you're not really seeing it as food. You're not seeing him stockpile because you have to remember that right now he's spending a lot of food on villages, right? It's 400 resources a minute to produce them. So it does have a ramp-up point. Spear's now in the way, though. And dude, is he legit just going to try to cut him down with mass spears? He is. And Zertan may have been baited by this, right? Because he didn't consider adding in archers. He had the camel archers and then never used the archery rangers again. So finally he's going to start queuing them up. But there's going to be an opportunity to shut down the trade for the second time for Anatan. Spears trickling out. A little bit problematic. Definitely not the best way to fight. But more are at least on the way. Behind this Anno, I think you just go Castle. Man, I think Castle Age and then you're done, right? There's no way that Zertan can match that timing. It's going to take him 1 minute and 45 seconds once he clicks the button. On top of that, food for him is going to run out sooner, right? Like he's got 11 sheep left over. You've got 16. You've got shoreline fish secure with your Barbican. Your opponent doesn't have that luxury. Spears attacking basically everything that they can't kill so far. Not the best of micro from Anno. He's flowing a lot of gold right now, so this suggests we are definitely looking at a Castle Age play into some tech unlocks. And I'm a really big fan of it. I think Anatan has played this correctly. Zertan's issue is he's now invested in so many horsemen, so much feudal force that's about to lose all its value. And what's worse still is the fact that it looks like he's adding in archers, which is going to make this even worse for him. Oh, man. Blacksmiths as well shows you some kind of renewed priority into this timing of the game. Meanwhile, on the other side, Blacksmith has been dropped, but with triple racks at the ready, Anno tech up should kick off very soon. And this is the Chinese, so the only thing going through Anatan's mind right now is tech ups unlocking in 25 seconds for me. I have Imperial Officials for supervision on the racks. I could spam out 10 to 15 Palace Guard before Zertan is up. Horsemen are at least going to raid in, but Spin will be able to easily block that out. It's just insane when you see 24 villagers out here. Zertan realizes how dicey this is about to get. He has at least walled himself in or is on the way to doing so. He has also got Military Wing triggered and on the way in 1 minute and 15 seconds. But the Palace Guard is going to be a problem unless he can complete that wall quick enough. Speaking of things that get completed quick, Clock Tower done. So here we go. Moment of truth. Anatan immediately prioritizes the Palace Guard. He can even add in the Lancers. He could even supervise for this, but instead you're noticing it's going to be the prio onto the Palace Guard. Makes a lot more sense here. Lancers going to be countered by Spears. Palace Guard get countered by nothing. So now that he knows this age up has happened, now that he remembers what map he's on, realistically, his mindset has got to be crossbows or bust, right? He's got to try and buy enough time to get crossbows together to hold. These walls are going to be paramount. If he cannot get them up quick enough, he will not stop the flood, and he will die to it. In fact, he needs to pull more villages. Oh my god, I think he was trying to there, but now it's going to be a little bit too late. So Anatan is going to keep the map open here. Chasing the army back now. Hasn't got Yuan Dynasty right. We're not moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, the Palace Guard, but the numbers feel like they're escalating at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Already up to 10 and scaling further. Lancers also being added in is really smart. Even if you go to crossbows as Zertan, the issue with Lancers is how do you mirror their movements when you've got trade to defend? You can't. So the issue is if Zertan cannot get a rewall, if he cannot get some sort of defensive layering along this map, the floodgates are going to remain open. They're going to be a problem. Villager getting struck down there before the wall can be complete. Anno now moving in. Horseman already hitting the trade on the backside here. Zertan, another issue. It's not just about the trade, it's about the food as well. He's on shoreline fishing. Palace Guard could shut this out. No textiles either. Zertan, this game, it's starting to worry me, man. I think he's got zero map control at this stage. And when you're playing trade, that's unacceptable. Zertan just being chased away off the food. At home, what has he really got here? I think he's got about maybe 4 sheep left over. Yep, 4 exactly. So minimum lifeline here. Anatan, meanwhile, has how many? He's still got 7, not to mention the extra shoreline fish he's playing onto. Shoreline fish that you no longer can. Dude, what a sick execution by Antan. If this had been your typical greedy TC play, I think Zertan would have been content with this. The trade would have been set up, the defenses would have been in time. But Anno's read, understanding what this game was going to be, was pitch perfect. The extra food also went the extra mile. It just shows you why these type of civs are coveted on Frizzy Marshes. The ability to spam out a mass men-at-arm strat at the beginning of Castle is paramount here. That's why Anatan right now looks poised to take the dub in game number 2 and get us to a third. Walls being broken through at multiple locations now. He's at least re-walled to the north side, but Palace Guard have been patrolling through there, so it's not 100% safe. Behind this, we've also now got Antan playing for Relics. And the trade count, if I had to put a guesstimate on it, I'd say about 7, maybe? Okay, 10. It's going to be at 7, actually make it 6 after this. Actually make it 5. We're just counting down at this point. This is brutal. Zertan, here's the other issue. If all your traders now been killed, the only other thing these raiders can target is your villages. He's going to head into the wood line. He's also going to probably head back over towards the fish soon. Zertan, I think this is done. Like, at this stage, you just don't have the income to mount a defense, right? Your gold income is pitiful. Your food income is pitiful. Your opponent is still over triple in both of those departments compared to you. And you just don't have the adequate answers anymore, right? Like, you've got no spearmen to deal with these lances. You've got Palace Guard flooding in, and you've only got 8 crossbows. This is just a brutal execution by Anatan. Oh, man. So refreshing to see the Chinese played this way. Like, typically when we watch Chinese on this map, it's either Barbican Rush Cheese or it's Song Dynasty TC Boom. But Anatan, understanding the power of trade, found a perfect alternative method that we just don't really see that often out of the Chinese. But mark my words, I think we're going to see a rise of this type of strategy. The Palace Guard spam, if you have enough food to justify, is an incredibly powerful point in the game. I still remember Krakeny being one of the first people to go for those fast castle Palace Guard spams about a year ago. And it seems like it's starting to catch on more and more. So, 2 games down. Means 1 more to go. Remember, the remaining picks are HRE or Mongols to Zertan, and Anatan still has the Delhi and the Japanese. I feel like, with it being a coin flip of what Anno could pick, HRE is probably a better bet than Mongols. I think Mongols are going to struggle to shut down the Japanese quick enough. I think also if it's going to be the alternative of Delhi pick, then your game is already over. Speaking of games that are over, this should be the moment where Zertan accepts it. He's a smart cookie. He's looking for that kind of 1% back in. He has got Abbasid trade wing strategies that he could try to reboom into. But now that you've been completely suffocated, it's time to say farewell to Frizzy Marshes. And what is the final map then? The final map we'd be heading to, it's going to be Dry Arabia. Okay, so Dry Arabia, there's no way it's HRE. It has to be Mongols. The question mark is whether Anatan is going to pick the Delhi that feels like almost a default win, or if he's at least going to keep it spicy with the Japanese. We're going to find out in a sec. Game 2 complete. We're even up 1-1 apiece. Let me just mark those civs as used. So Abbasid is gone, Chinese is gone, and I just checked, we'll be getting into game in a second, we're actually going to have a Japanese-Mongol matchup. Very interesting, actually, because I think that is a better opportunity to get a win for Zertan than if it had been Delhi. It's a little bit of a punt, actually, because it's interesting. Had this been a Delhi versus HRE game, HRE can still win, actually. You just have to scale into farm, scale into mass meta arms, infill age, and then when you get about 40 of them, you either just win the fight there, or you tech up and win the game immediately. Instead, the fact that both of them read the other way, I'd say it makes it a little bit tighter of a matchup. I am still going to lean slightly in favor of the Japanese because I've watched a decent amount of Japanese recently, and the reality of what happens in, especially this matchup, Mongols will punt for an outpost rush, but that outpost rush isn't exactly the most secure because a lot of the time what Japanese players are going to do is they're just going to rush an outpost forward of their gold and then upgrade of arrow slits after gathering a little bit of gold and getting stone as a result and hitting feudal age. The one interesting detail to me is whether Anatan is going to risk a Kura storehouse. I think he's going to do it. He'll just do it in a retracted position up against the tree line, so there's not many farms that can be burnt down. Let's find out, though. It's time for game number 3. Anatan, spawning on the south side, will be playing as the Japanese to round out this series, and Zertan Pedal to the metal, my friend. Nothing but bloodshed required. He's playing the Mongols. Okay, so straight away, 5 villagers out onto the wood, chopping it up. This is one nice thing, by the way. Ever since they added the Gur for the Mongols, which of course came in a long time ago, I think it really did benefit with this Civ because now it gives you an ability to get the initial wood much quicker for your racks play. And then you can just shift to the next tree, right? After you've spent the 150 to get the racks, you can shift the Gur over to the additional tree and then move on from there. Obviously, most of the time it doesn't matter because you have got the wood line here. But let's say on the off chance you got like a crazy gold, stone, and food spawn you want to utilize instead, this would give you that flexibility. South side this, let's check Anatan spawn. Looks like you did get retracted berries. That's really good. Gold. Okay, yeah, so this is really nice. Outpost already going up here. It looks a little bit weird, right? Like, why is Anatan dropping an outpost on the north side of the gold when the south side's susceptible to hits? The reason is quite simply, by placing this outpost, Anatan guarantees that Zertan can't run by this tree line to reach the gold. He has to wrap around the trees, which basically buys you an extra 10-15 seconds. Anna already gathering a decent amount of gold, right? 2 villagers here. He's going to get the second outpost set up. And yeah, dude, this is exactly what I want to see out of him. Anatan, he's a smart cookie. This guy has more games in Japan than most players on the ladder right now, actually. It seems to be like one of his most cozy civs. I've seen some very creative builds out of Anatan, actually. Things like, for example, the stone opener into Daimyo Rush, where you go Uma Bannerman to bait your opponent to build spears, and then you just rush castle with Onobukisha. He was the person who came up with that strategy. He was the first one regularly doing it, at least cleanly. So this double outpost play is just going to basically block out everything. The only negative is it would have been nice if you set up an outpost here to block a rotation, but if you've done that, remember, Dark Age outpost can't have arrow slits, so you wouldn't have any defenses. But other side of this, Zertan. Oh, wow. Okay, in fairness to him, this is actually the correct call, right? Like, this is one of those things where if you walked across the map right now, if you were Zertan and you ran across the map with, like, a few spearmen and spot this, you'd be like, oh, crap. I'm now X resources down. Like, at that stage, you'd probably be, like, what, bare minimum, you'd be 300 resources down. He spent 200 resources to counter me. GG. This instead keeps hope for Zertan. And on this map, like, considering starting point, we could be looking at maybe a Silver Tree trade route halfway across the map. So yeah, Zertan with his pasture opening, his thought process is, I need to go wider to take more sheep away. Unfortunately, I don't think he took enough. No, it's 12 sheep. I do like Zertan's opener, though. Like, by going for pasture, some people might think it's weird, but the reason why you go pasture is because you want your Khan to stay out for longer. So the thought process simply was, if I can take enough food away, I know Anatan's going to go for a fast castle build, but if he goes for a fast castle build, but he has no sheep, I have an opportunity to shut him out. Unfortunately, now, I'm not sure that's going to be the case. And also the negative of whenever you don't try to outpost rush your opponent, and Anatan is quick to realize this, Anno says, okay, if I'm not getting an outpost rush, I'm going to drop a Kura Storehouse. Normally this would be a risk because of the farms, but if his opponent is going to be opening with a pasture, and he's just getting confirmation of what's happening here, which is there's no aggro at all, then the Kura Storehouse like this makes a lot of sense. I do think it might have been better pulled one further back just to be safe with the initial farm spawns here to make sure that they are in range of the TC. But these will still be in range, just on the edge, right? So like Spears and Keshik could realistically burn it down, but you would still be diving a TC to do so. Oy, oy, oy. Deerstone on the other side from Zertan. Wow. Wait, is he going for a second TC? Oh my god, he's going 2 TC. This is a very out-of-the-box approach by Zertan. I'm not sure how I feel about 2 TC versus fast castle Japanese. Because Japan gets a lot of value out of that fast castle timing, right? And you're not going to have much to defend with. The Deerstone at least makes it feasible because the extra movement speed means you can kite these Mount Samurai quite easily. You can chase with Spearmen quite easily. But we are now looking at a game where Anatan is basically getting everything he wants. The question now is, like, does Zertan feel he's getting everything he wants out of this? Also, I think that has been scouted, right? He knows about the Deerstone. It doesn't look like Anatan went deep enough to see how many people were on the tree line. He might have scouted it, got a glimpse on the north side. You might already have an instinct that your opponent is doing something greedy when you see a pasture opening, but you know, when you don't see any units coming out into the mid-map in the next 2 minutes, you have full confirmation of what this is. And the thing about that that's very important is in 2 minutes, Anatan's going to be ready to tech up, right? that's scary, because if he's ready to tech up in 2 minutes, it means Anatan, knowing that you're playing a greedy style, can then say, okay, instead of me going for Mount Samurai that's more about raiding, you don't have an army, I'm just going to build Onabagisha and end the game quicker. Let's see which way he wants to go on this. Anno having a little bit of wood together. Realistically, he could look to go for an early cav play, get a few horsemen, poke your opponent, but I just don't think it's worth it. It's nice to have a Rax in prep if you're up against Keshiks, but that will lock you into a potential style of play, right? Like, if you've got the Rax drop, likely you're going to be dropping the Floating Gate Yoshira there. Now, the question is going to be, Anatan, does he see this Falcon and is he going to wait for it to dissipate? It's a good idea to wait until you make any move, and it looks like he has done exactly that. I love that. So that's a really cool detail. Anatan, he pulls the villages across once he has Tawara and Takazaiku, plus the Falcon is ran out. It means that this Khan can't come round and just slowly tickle you down. You are having some issues on your farms though, right? Like, you're taking 3 damage per shot here. So, and the sad reality is, like, this is, in a way, kind of revealing what you're really doing. Like, when you see a Khan like this, and no army here at 6.5 minutes, it's very obvious, and the scout just confirmed it. So, Zertan on 2 TC. A bloody lot of stone to work with here. The question now is, what is Zertan's play? He's going to be moving out for the deer, right? But one thing that I'm not a big fan of is the fact that he doesn't have superior mobility. He wasn't on gold, right? So this is a very long time to wheel out. This is going to mean he's going to miss out on, what, 2 villages, maybe 2.5, before he unpacks. Oh, okay, no, he's going double production. Okay, that's better then. Still a little bit of out of time, a little bit unfortunate, but at least it's not all the way to the deer. So instead, we are looking at double villager product. But I'm still struggling to get away from the idea that this is way too greedy from Zertan. It's Fast Castle Japan, right? Like, you have to show a layer of respect to that. And also, your food hasn't now been secured because you've set up the TC here. You haven't locked in the deer. There's a very high probability that when you move this TC away, when you try to actually secure the deer with it, you'll get body blocked by Mount Samurai. Because I do believe now this is going to be Mount Samurai. Floating Gate on the way. Anno hasn't added in the production building yet. Honestly, I could see either Stables or Rax working really well here. Another kind of concerning factor is you're not contesting Japan on the map, and you're also, as a result, not contesting the relics, right? There's a lot of value for Anno to get out of this. I imagine Anatan, in this situation, has to be feeling very content about the state of the game. If you guys are once again wondering why if Zertan wants to play this, why does he go for this instead of HRE? I think it's because of the fact that had it been Delhi, even though HRE are meant to win that matchup, we've seen a few players doing it at the highest level. Delhi players are still finding a way to paddle HRE before they can get online. And if this had been HRE versus Japanese, I just think Japan actually hard counters at HRE. The opening in Castle Age is just going to be Mount Samurai versus your Knights, and then follow-up's going to be into Onimusha, which counters all your men-at-arms, right? And even when you get into the hyper late game, Heavy Maces plus two-handed seems great until you realize that with an extra melee tech level and Bannerman or a plus Odachi, the Samurai are just as good as HRE. And speaking of that, it is going to be Samurai. So it looks like instead of going for the raid approach, Anatan is going for the jugular. Yeah, this is essentially a kill order coming out from Anno. When he drops a Rax like this and starts producing Samurai, this is him saying this will either kill you in one hit, or it's just going to be an Onabagisha switch afterwards that does the finishing detail. But these Samurai, against double TC, Zertan doesn't have Blacksmiths, right? He's going for triple Outpost drop. Had this been Onabagisha, had this been Mountain Samurai, these defenses would have been good enough. But against Mass Samurai, he's going to have a problem. I know, scouts out as well. And Zertan has a very big problem here. It's not just the impeding force coming his way, it's the lack of sheep. He only has 7 sheep to work with. Even if he can get Castle Age, he doesn't really have enough food to begin a meat grinder. Meanwhile, Anno on the other side of this, still got 9 sheep left over. He's still got half the berries, and he has got all those farms being added in for free. Not to mention the Daimyo effect. So even more efficient here. Samurai should start stacking up. Another negative of Zertan's choice here, Zertan, he's probably realizing this right now. He's like, oh, damn it. I went for the villager production, so now I don't have double production to get a defense force together. Even if I can get my tech up, I don't actually have an ability to spam out a lot of crossbows, which means Zerton now has to get more wood after getting it all for these outposts to now build additional archery ranges. Anno's patience is on point here. So Anno right now, what he's thinking is, I want to wait for him to start the tech up. When he starts that tech up, I'm going to dive him. Love that he's also prepping Odachi. The cool thing about waiting as well is by the time he dives, Wedge Rivets is going to be there. So these TCs are only going to tickle. Losing basically 25% of their damage output. Actually, more than that, right? Like from the add-on, like it's going to be you doing 1 damage with the garrison shots, and then the arrow slits are going to do 4 damage. It's pretty rough. And oh, wait, what? I think this might be GG. In fairness to Zerton, he doesn't have an army to use Kurotai, but you need Kurotai to buff every single crossbow you get. This is bad. This is... I don't know how you even access gold in this game. Oh, man, dude. This... 2 TC into step readout is not the way. I mean, it's the way to lose. Outpost already being taken down. More samurai on the way from Anatan here. Melee tech upgrades also coming in to make sure you can dispatch the enemies quicker. And Zerton, right now, the food is also a problem. He's... Where's your food? Oh my dear God, he's fully garrisoned. These samurai are not dying quick enough either. Step readout is going to pack up and look to move somewhere. He's moving out to the berries, but there's already 1 samurai heading over that way. Fortunately for Zerton, it is going to be drawn back by the villagers on the tree line. The second outpost down here, that second TC does not hit very hard. And this is where all of the production is right now. First crossbowman only just got queued up. Anatan, if he starts to see crossbowman, he'll just switch into Onabagisha. He can afford that. But the time being, he still has this window with the samurai. First crossbow comes out and immediately goes down. Odachi just immediately countering him out here. I don't know what Zerton's meant to do with this. Like right now, his mindset is, okay, if I just survive long enough, this is going to stop, right? Like there's only so much spam you can do. It's similar to the Men-at-Arms plays, the Mass Palace Guard. It's the same logic, but it's not the same logic. It's the Japanese with berries, with ability to play pocket resources, which is what Anatan is doing phenomenally well here. And also those free farms that got added in that allows this to keep on pumping. Count is at 10. Crossbow count is a grand total of 1. And credit to him, he has at least got the ranged upgrade? No, he hasn't. He hasn't even got that. So these outposts going down means his TC is not going to be able to defend this area. It means that when the crossbowmen come out, they should be dying. The only upside, right, is that the Yam allows you to move away. But remember, folks, this is just wave number 1. What Anatan is now waiting for, he's saying, okay, he's got crossbows. I'm going to keep letting him do this. We're going to keep pumping samurai for now. When he has 15 to 20 crossbows, if he can get 15 to 20 crossbows, that's when I start pumping on the Bagisha. This is the crazy thing, is despite the fact that Zerton has still got a 10 eco lead, you have to realize that about 20 economy at any given stage for the last, 2 minutes has been idled out. So Anatan has been ahead. And he kind of needed to be, right? Like, you've been throwing away a lot of samurai with these dives, but it's proving to be worth it. Zerton, trying to rush up new outposts. He still can't access gold, for the love of God. He has 1 extra crossbowman in queue. I actually think this is only going to be samurai. If we can just keep killing these villagers, Zerton can never get the counter together. Oh my God. Villagers going to try to rush up a new outpost. Samurai just sticking to the target though. And behind this, relics will be secured. Sacred sites are already being secured. Anatan's trying to force Zerton to come out. Oh, this is just vicious, man. Zerton's gluttonous mistake may have been not getting blacksmiths and getting the ranged upgrades. I like the outpost play. I think it could have been very good here, but the lack of the +1 actually has added up. If you think about how close these samurai were to being pushed back, and you think about the fact that Zerton had, 25 in outposts, he had 22 in TCs. So he had 42 villagers. That's an extra 42 damage every 2 seconds. That's a hell of a lot of firepower. well, 42 damage because you got the base fire. Let's say it's like a mid-ground. 42 extra damage every 3 seconds. That's a hell of a lot of damage. That's almost a third of a Samurai's health. If I had to highlight one thing that I would have changed for Zern to give him a better chance, it would be that. And now it's starting to feel a little bit too late, right? Like the gold income is pathetic. He's only got 34 gold in reserve. He's got 2 gold a minute income. Anatan, the meat grinder is going to start to slow down temporarily here, but like upsides are everywhere, right? Like you can always just switch Onibagisha. You're still going to have issues countering Onibagisha because what is your counter to that, right? It's going to be archers or it's going to be men-at-arms. Gold for one and wood that you're just not gathering for the other. Oh my god. And well, guess who's been waiting? Anatan. He dropped a Shinto Shrine on the forward. He still has these sitting here. So this is a 5 relic game. A 5 relic game, 3 sacred sites. And now a 12 eco lead. If you're wondering why is Zerton not just calling a game that's already over, the reality is he's hoping that he can just get a defense together and that Anatan's going to run out of resources. He's also praying that he can get a win in this series because considering some of the strong performers in each of these groups, players like Zerton and Anatan are still the mid-packers that you think you can get wins against, right? Like, right now, both of them are in critical need of points to try and make it to the playoffs. A reminder that there are 10 people in your group and only 4 will make it through to the playoffs phase. So every series matters. So if Zerton feels like there's a 1% chance, a 1% odd of turning this around, he's going to try and strike. Unfortunately, he may have just struck too deep. Oh, no! Well, the Onibagisha are about to be upgraded, folks. And funnily enough, you don't have Yam to start a step away anymore. So that's just going to be dead crossbowmen. Right now, that's Zerton's entire army. Yam is at least going to allow him to run away a little bit here. And it looks like Sprune outposts have come in. So well played. Zerton has found a little bit of breathing room. But the issue now isn't about, okay, how do you survive in your base? The issue now is how do you get out of your base? 7.5 minutes away from a Sacred Site win for Anatan. All right, so let's go into the minus Zerton and figure out, like, where's his comeback mechanism here? He's seen that he's up against Onibagisha. He knows that he's up against Samurai. It has to be crossbow mass and mass men-at-arms, but it needs to be fast. And right now, Zerton is probably considering taking risks onto deer locations because he doesn't have the type of food income that allows him to spam men-at-arms. He also has been sitting here so long that the Uvu has expired, so they're no longer getting the double production gains. I don't think they want it anymore. Zerton's likely to just use all this stone to build Springwood emplacements. The problem is Anatan has reached that critical point, right? The Yoroshiros have been dropped in pretty much everything they need to be. I think he has one more somewhere I can't see. Wait, what did he do with the final Yoroshiro? I like how he still hasn't picked up the final relic that he left at home. So we've got Rax, we've got Forge, we got Rax, and don't tell me he sent a Shinto out with a Yoroshiro. I think he might have. Oops. Yeah, so we're missing a Yoroshiro here. It just doesn't matter, though. At this point, he has a ludicrous 10 Rax's worth of production, and he's flexing it. Onibagisha are in. And Zerton, any thoughts of recovery just went out of the window. Zerton, very smart player, is like, okay, how do I recover this? And his brain is only responding pain. Pain. He's like, brain work, we need a way out of this. Pain! Onibagisha mass just too big. This is it. Zerton cannot hold this many units back. Villagers also being idled up. They're going to turn around the Shiv. So this is the desperation play of a man just trying to hold on to a series that has already gone past him. GG gets called. Anatan will punish the greed. Well played, actually. The time in that, the non-stop samurai pump and then pulling the trigger when it mattered most. Loved his execution in the series. And love to see Anatan showing this type of performance, especially considering earlier on in the group stage he was able to yoink a 2-0 off of a player like Wham. It keeps hopes alive that we can maybe see a new face in those playoffs. I think Anatan has definitely been one of those. Louis and Anatan are two of the players that, you know, people probably wouldn't put in the top 8, but wouldn't be surprised if they make it out of the groups either. We'll just have to keep an eye on it and see how they do on weekend number 2. Oh, I forgot to respond. Did someone say something to me earlier on? I think they did. Oh, hey, Dave. Thank you, buddy. Just dropping by to say you're legitimately the best broadcaster in the game. Your analysis is currently a cut above the rest. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate the support. Appreciate the kind words. All right, so Bugatti's win to round out our day. And let me update my roster of games. So we've done Anatan versus Zert, and we'll move that to the done. I think next up, do we maybe go for Dumu versus Numadon? Maybe? Actually, let's do... If I can get my hands on it, maybe Recon versus Numadon would be good. Let me check Recon's data. We might be able to do Recon versus Numadon. I said I wasn't going to watch too much of Recon from the weekend because he was ill, but we'll at least do like 1 or 2 series. Let me also apply a name to the recording we just watched, so we'll place it as... I'm trying to think what the most interesting part in that series was. Because we had... Oh, yeah. I'll have to think of a name for that one. See if there's like something interesting, specific to highlight. Anyway, so Zone Anatan done. Let me just check Recon's data. We are looking for the Numadon series. There it is. Okay, yeah, we'll do Recon versus Numadon. Let me just... I've updated the title. Let me just actually get the draft. Why do you keep calling me KD, Arcleave? You mean KP? More info on the tournament you can find here, buddy. Killer Dove. Yo, stop exposing my cousin like that. Alright, so... Let's find the Recon versus Numadon series. And let me... update the overlay. And boom! Alright, we have no draft. I need to turn the heating off. Yeah, it's like I wasn't even sure you were talking to me for a second. Because I even looked down at the keyboard, I was like, D and P are really far apart. At least in this part of the internet they are. Ayo! Okay, that was naughty me. So, Recon versus Numadon. Interesting. Draft-wise, Roos also is obviously going out. Jean Dark Pro by both. Delhi banned by Numadon into a final pick Delhi. Very smart. One thing I'm not liking about Recon's draft is, unless he can force like a Coastal Cliffs English Delhi matchup, doesn't really have the best answers to Delhi. Abbas's can be kind of a surprising one. Shocked that he didn't go for the Japanese. Japanese is like the easiest tick and a win. Dry Arabia, Lipany, and Cliffside, though, I legit don't think he has an answer to Delhi. Maybe like Byzantines could be a shock and awe surpriser. But instead, game 1 is actually going to be Mongols versus Delhi. I don't like Mongols here. It's a Civ that has to play aggressive against a Civ that actually is like the top tier playing aggro Civ at the moment. And I'm trying to think, like... I really don't like Dry Arabia for Mongols anymore. I think it's terrible unless you have a counter in mind. The RNG of the trade post is the biggest problem. Because if you can't get good trade, then you don't actually have an answer to the Delhi. And even if you're able to trade, you need to be able to defend breadth, right? Otherwise, Ghazi Raiders shut you down. To me, this is a matchup where it just turns into Ghazi Spear versus Archer Keshiks, but the issue becomes one of mobility, right? Like, the Delhi player can leave the Spearman at home to defend while the Ghazi raid. And that means that the Keshiks need to mirror what the Ghazi are doing. They can't just raid themselves. So, yeah, this is a matchup that, to me, the tempo gets set by the Delhi. But we can find out. Let's get ready for the games. All right, well, welcome back to the AoE4 action. It's time for the Elite Classic 2 group stage. We're casting a series that went uncasted, criminally so, in fact. It's Recon versus Numidan, and this promises to be a close series between the two. Numidan, a very talented upcoming player, has had his name shined upon by the greats of the game back in the Road to Wololo. Didn't really master much, but gotta say, since the expansion, they have been looking promising. Issue: are they able to execute? Do they have that killer instinct to say, this game is done and I am the one who has won? We're here to find out. They might have an easy prey, an easy target though, because Recon on the other side, unfortunately, has not been feeling well. While the first weekend of the main event was going on, he was reported to be quite ill. So he hasn't been playing at full performance. In fact, up to this point, I believe he hasn't really accrued many points. Let me just double check. Yeah, Recon, before this series, it's a complete stomping. He's taken 1 game across 4 series and no series overall. So he is sitting at the absolute bottom of his group, something that people would not have anticipated coming into this. You know, Recon, they would have seen him coming ahead of Numidan, CSO, Cat, but with the way that this group stage has been going, with him not being at full form, he's looking ripe for elimination. Let's see if he can maybe at least complete the weekend with something hopeful, some sort of inspirational element to move in. Because I feel like if you lose this series, you will not make playoffs at all. Just a reminder to people, in this format that they're running for the group stage for the Elite Classic 2, only 4 players will make it out of each group. The groups consist of 10 people. So this is a vicious phase of the tournament. You will be saying farewell to a lot of people quite quickly. Numidan, on the other hand, has definitely had his own issues. I think Numidan, we saw him take a few games here or there, not looking too bad. But realistically, the big fundamental issue with Numidan, and it's going to be something that's going to block him from getting anywhere deep in those playoffs if he can't fix it, is he's been missing that instinct to end a game. And I think every time we watch Numidan, we see this clearly, right? Where he chooses the safer, eco-greedy option. That's a strategy that would have worked back in 2022. But Age of Empires 4 in 2024 has become more about punishing these moments in the game where there's an opportunity to win. Well, with the way that the top 16 have been performing, they have been taking those opportunities as soon as they arrive. Let's see if Numidan can learn from that. Tower Victory is on the way. Delhi will be looking to set the pace here, and Recon, no. This is not threatening enough. This outpost is going to take too long to go up. By the time it goes up, Numidan's going to have gathered enough gold to have 3 scholars, which basically is all you need with this build. This is part of why I don't like Mongols against Delhi. Like, you don't really get value out of outpost rushing them compared to other civs unless you do it insanely early. Like, the villager already has to be here before the spears arrive, and that's way too risky. He even gets seen walking here. Numidan will get idled off the gold, but like that should be... Is that enough for a second scholar? Maybe not. Okay. But the scholar now gets pulled, right? And now you just sit here healing. Shivs are going to be pulled out. Spearmen are going to be scared away. And this should just be easy gathering to finish this off for Numidan. 4 villagers now on the gold means he'll get enough for at least 1 scholar. You can survive the game as Delhi with 2 scholars. 3 scholars is definitely most beneficial, but 2 is doable. Outpost only half complete as well. Numu could easily just chase away this villager right now. Like, this is the other reason why you legit just can't do these outpost rushes against the Delhi, is the scholar makes it impossible for you to fight. And villagers, they are just going to go for this. So if you're thinking this is a waste of time by Numidan, it's not. Think about this. This cost 100 wood. You also idled 45 resources for 2 minutes to do this. Recon has lost more resources out of this compared to Numidan. Outpost gone. And that is just going to be a fat L for Recon. He's going to try again, but at this stage, Numidan's getting a second scholar. He could easily just dive this again. He could easily just focus on ignoring it, to be honest with you. Behind this, Deerstone is at least on the way. I like that Recon didn't hang around too long, but Numidan's already aged up, right? He could already be dropping in archery range for all that Recon knows, which is why this is quite the punt, because if 3 villagers rushed in archery range, Archer would come out quick enough to contest. Nimu, what? I don't know what he's doing with the scholars. Like, is he misclicking here? Because he should be garrison for the Sanctity. All right, he's waiting for the archery range, so that's fine. I think it would be better to just control group one of these scholars, put them both inside the moss to get the quicker unlock of Sanctity, and then control group one of the scholars out when the archery range is complete. So not exactly what I call optimal. He's at least using them to heal off the damage done to a lot of his villagers. And yeah, this... I think if you want to make this play against the Delhi, literally any other resource but gold makes more sense. You go for the berries, you go for the wood, it's a GG. Like, imagine this game right now if Recon had dropped an outpost right here. How different would it be? How different would it look? No berry access, no wood access, easily for Numidan. Sets him back, right? Puts you ahead, allows you to play Keshix and dominate the game. But instead, you now just have this awkward situation where this outpost, it's info, but it's not info situated in a position that really matters, right? Like, your opponent can still dodge giving info by just walking to the west side. The archer, I like that choice. Just one archer to open up with, to start with here, right? The whole goal is to stop your opponent from being able to burn down the mining camp. Because the worst thing that could happen here now is, like, you've put Recon in the hole for a pretty big investment, right? The idle time on that villager is, like, going to be 4 minutes almost by the time they get home. And then there's the 200 wood because they lost one of the outposts and this one had to be built. And then they had to build in the spearmen, they had to build the racks as well. Like, they've spent a lot on this play. What you don't want to now do is give Recon an out where, oh, I'll get 50 resources here. Oh, I'll get 50 resources there. You just want to make him feel like he's wasted his efforts. Okay, so moving forward into Feudal Age. Recon is going to go for the 1-1-1 build. Pretty logical here. We're probably going to see the same over timeout in Numidan. One of the downsides of what Recon's doing here by going for the 1-1-1 build is you don't have trade, so your bandwidth isn't big, right? You can't stretch yourself. And you are now going to be up against double production from Numu, which means that he can actually ramp an army quicker than you can. Yes, you do have the stone to get you a little bit of double production, but it's incredibly limited when you're adding in Keshix, right? Like, raw number count is not going to be that high for you. In fact, by the time you have 2 Keshix, your opponent's going to have 4 Ghazi, which is a pretty decent matchup for the Delhi. Recon now also playing pocketed resources. Did he really run out of sheep already? I hope not. I hope he's just trying to make it last longer because when you're up against Ghazi, it's very difficult to stick on the map. In fact, speaking of those Ghazi, they might even get their hands on the Khan. Will be a peel away. Not worth it just to get rid of this free damage unit. And Yam is there, right? It's like very big benefit on the defense. The good news because of that is that Recon now having Yam can defend. The downside and why Mongols usually struggle in this matchup is that Yam doesn't really serve you when your opponent doesn't have to come in your base. They just have to present mid-map. And if you're presenting mid-map, Yam isn't there at all. That does mean that, you know, raids to hit the eco line, not something the Ghazi are going to do too early on until they build a big lead. But the reality is the Delhi don't need to hit your economy to be ahead, right? They just need to grab the sacred sites. Recon, weirdly enough, it looks like he made a mistake. Did he move the TC for quite a bit? I feel like it wasn't that much of a distance, right? So maybe there was a little bit of idle time outside the TC deploying where he just wasn't producing villages. Because Numu is, what, a whole villager ahead? Yeah. That's good, actually, for Numidan, because it means he can go back for textiles against Keshix, and it's going to make it very difficult for Recon to find targets. Wolves are now going up around sacred sites. This is pretty surgical for Numu. Recon, I do like that he went for the 1-1-1, but Numidan is matching that pace, and also already has the blacksmith dropped. One of the pain points of going into Keshix with this Civ without trade is that you end up in a situation where you can't actually afford to get your hands on the blacksmith tech quickly. And I just realized the overlay went down. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's very weird. I'm going to have to talk to Cal about that. There we go. So the way these two are posturing, by the time they're going to fight, blacksmith techs are going to be in, because Numidan went double blacksmith, which is really smart here, actually. Like, really, really smart. You won't be able to find the fight before those upgrades come in, and if Recon tries to take the fight after they come in, it's just going to be a complete loss. So it's really important that Recon doesn't overextend. I do love this with the Deerstone. He moved it to the ford, so he has a bit more mobility to the north and south side coming through. It's also on the edge of where he wants to fight, right? So, like, if he can force Numidan to commit into him, he can then start a step into the aura to try and take a win. Instead, Recon, we talked about this timing. 30 seconds until Undermesh is there. If he's going to strike, it has to be right now. If he delays himself out here at all, it's going to be a loss. Recon instead backs away. So Undermesh is on the way for him, but it's going to be later than his opponent. Not to mention the fact that Stilldower is also already on the way. Numidan about to have a very potent timing when he shifts towards this third Sacred Site. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't bother to go for the south side Sacred Site. The spawn has been quite biased with 2 tight to the north side, and the third one really far off. You can easily play this map on 2 Sacred Sites and feel comfortable. By the way, that's another reason why you didn't see trade coming out from Recon. The long trade that you could access would have went between the 2 Sacred Sites. This is already a hot spot for fighting. You don't want to draw more attention to it by trading. So, what is Recon's thought process here? Like, where's his win condition? I think he's just looking to kind of outmass and then wait for the split. He's waiting for that moment when Numidan stations troops in 2 different locations. But I don't think Numidan's going to be that silly about it, right? Like, he's set up the walls. He can now move for the South Sacred Site very comfortably because this wall burn-through rate is not going to be quick for Recon with just, 10 Keshiks and 4 spears. It's not exactly a killer move. That being said, Numidan is going for that split now. Ghazi wrapping insanely wide here to dodge vision. Recon, he looks a gift horse in the mouth here. That was probably the best opportunity he was going to get to strike, but because he can't see the Ghazi, Recon is paranoid. He's about to be in trouble. Ghazi riding in. Recon will react just in the nick of time there before he would have got pinched. One villager could be chased down here. I don't like the fact that Numidan's going after that. It's just worth pulling away at this stage. He went for a strike. It whiffed. Don't lose health extra on these units. Nimue. What's the response going to be? Because I feel like realistically you should be playing towards the third Sacred Site now. It's a very good time to do that. Now that you've bulked these Keshiks down chasing you, they're playing towards this area where you can move the spears, right? Looks like he is going to get the Sacred Site without even needing to bring the army down here. So well played by Numidan. That's impressive. The fact that he was able to stretch the map in a way that Recon couldn't play it. Big goal flap. And now the movement in. These archers, although there's a lot more for the Mongols, remember they are better for the Delhi. 20% increased attack speed. 2 villagers immediately get struck down. And only cost him what? Maybe 2 archers on the exit? Not bad. Recon is at least going to try to chase this a bit. Ghazi are going to look for the charge in. That's going to force the Keshiks to commit, so Spearman can now come in afterwards. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. Recon has to make his stand here, but Numidan has to be feeling good about this. Spearman can't quite reach the Keshiks. The Ghazi are body blocking against the main line of archers, but Numidan is losing a lot of that firepower here. Keshiks kept alive. Recon, a decent fight, but might not be good enough. Reinforcements come through. The Spearmen have lasted a little bit too long. And Numidan, despite what looked like a dicey mid-fight there, he manages to recover it. Archer count has been sniped down. Recon with only a handful left. The Keshiks may be able to stabilize temporarily, but now it's just spears and counted. And behind this, remember, Numidan is floating an insane amount of gold, right? He's got 3 Sacred Sites just churning the machine, making it operate, making it run. Also, in this game, like, yes, the archers, they are having their damage reduced, but this is not your typical heavy cavalry. Keshik are a lot more squishy, so when the numbers get small, these units tend to feel a little bit underwhelming compared to French Knights, right? Because they can easily get sniped down before they're able to gap close and heal. So Recon, he does hold on, but not in good shape here. Numidan has heavily reduced your ability to now access those Sacred Sites. He's also got the ability to now play onto flank resources because your Keshik count isn't big enough to raid. And now, Numidan couldn't be more happy about this, right? Like, he's dispatched most of your army. He had to throw away the Ghazi, sure. He's going to add in some more, but all this means is a higher quantity of his fielded force is now being buffed by 20% on their attack speed, right? Before, when you had all those Ghazi, a decent chunk of your army wasn't benefiting from that. But now, as you shift more towards spears, more towards archers, you're just playing more into what is the quality unit for the Delhi. Also, the units that use all of the blacksmith techs better, right? Like the ranged upgrades, the melee tech upgrades. These are the units that see more increase, and it's an insane increase if you think about it compared to the Ghazi. Like Ghazi having much lower base damage, but then these guys having a much better attack speed. Keshik's trying to go on a raid. Recon still hasn't decapped those Sacred Sites, though. And the Ghazi count is scaling, right? So Numidan is going to have answers. Nice sniff out here. Recon checking on the deer. Might be able to find some villages. There is textiles, though, so it makes it very difficult to get a kill, especially when formations shuffle like that. Sometimes I wonder, what is this game that I cast? I mean, can we just talk about that villager movement speed? That's absurd. I've been a very big believer for quite a while now that villager formation crap should just stop. Like, you shouldn't get a speed booster when you rally units like that. It's absurd that some of these villagers were moving at easily, I'd say, like 1.5 movement speed to try and get into formation again. Numidan now on his way into Castle Age. And Recon, like, so this is the awkward issue, like, when you face Delhi. And I know Recon's going to be feeling it. Like, when you face it off against Delhi, and you lose a fight like he did, right? Or like, we could say it was kind of a draw, but I'd say he lost more in that fight. Your brain goes, okay, I'm now behind. Against the Delhi, that means one of two things. It's either going to be a double down on Feudal Age or it's going to be Castle Age. Recon had the right read here, that it was going to be Castle Age, and he tried to find a raid opportunity. But because these Sacred Sites have remained capped, Numidan has had a phenomenal ability to keep pumping units while affording this tech up. I think this was maybe the biggest negative for Recon is because he wasn't able to field aggression before 2 Sacred Sites got locked in, he put himself at a humongous disadvantage. Numidan in this game had to realize that. I imagine his thought process was, meat grind it now, just keep trading. And the beautiful thing is you can keep trading for several minutes in that Feudal Age before the rates become terrible in that marketplace, right? All the while getting 450 gold a minute. Skull's getting sniped. Sorry, 125 gold a minute. Per Sacred Site. So it's going to be a backup. Recon, now he's saying, I need to go. There is no other time in the game. I cannot think about Castle Age. I have my premium Feudal Age Knights. I have mass of Archer count against my opponent. And he's playing Delhi. He can't get an upgrade quickly. So what Numidan is going to have to do here is sacrifice the arm to save the body, right? Like, throw away some troops, buy time for the men-at-arms to come out so you can win. Relic coming out. Weird position there, Numidan. I'm not sure what the hell that was. Clash is underway, though. Warlord is going to be activated. Keshik's actually running over to the side. And actually a surprisingly good fight here from Numidan. A decent number of Keshik were brought down. Archer count isn't looking that healthy. He's clearing the way for the premium units. Men-at-arms are coming in. Lancers have been queued up. They will be coming through soon. And Recon diving into the base. This is problematic. He needs to find eco kills as well. Killing the army is not enough on its own. Men-at-arms have finally arrived. Lancers as well. And this is the point where the Keshiks will not be able to easily contest. Numbers are shrinking fast. And Recon, if he can't find a way of flowing into the eco in the next minute, then this is going to start to fall apart. Keshik count on the forward is only 5 now. I think this is the point. Recon, if he had all 10 here, different game. But now, with just 5 Keshik left over, make that 4. He has to reset. And guys, this is buying vital time. This is allowing Numidan to now get into those critical knights and those men-at-arms. You get your hands on, you know, half the count of Keshiks in form of Lancer, you'll have a win there. Darcy also been keeping back some of the reinforcements. Now the question is, can Recon tech up? Is that the way out for him here? I don't believe so. In this situation now, if you try to fall back for a tech up, by the time you reach up with this type of income, Numidan's going to have at least 10 Lancers. He's going to have probably 20 men-at-arms, right? Like, that's a scary point. The way that you could play this if you're Recon is you play more feudal and you just play flanks. You need to stop your opponent from getting food access, and I think Recon's aware of that. The problem is he needs to go north right now. That deer stack is what's going to allow Numidan to potentially get back in this game. I say back in this game as if he's not in a decent position right now. Things could get dicey, right, if he loses food access, but decent fight going on here. Low HP Keshiks are being prioritized, and the count is not looking healthy. Only 6 left over. The Lancers a bit too tanky. Men-at-arms clearing up the archers. The eco was not raided in time. And it looks like that is going to be a full pushback. Recon has got a lot of archers left to work with, but the Keshik count has been absolutely dismantled. Sacred Sites also still not being decapped. This is the point where Recon needs to consider adding in more spears, but if you're adding in spears, that's less resources going to Keshiks. That means no raids, right? It means that Numidan does get away with this greedy point in the game, where he's exposed on the flanks but not guarding it. I'm wondering, where does he go for resources next? It's going to be a keep drop. This is very early, actually. No village fortresses for another 4 minutes. I'm a bit surprised Numidan prioritized this. Feels like the type of thing that could have hurt his game. I think what Numidan was worried about is the fact that if he wasn't able to hold with the army, he needed a strong point defense in his base. Otherwise, you would have been prioritizing more food and more wood to get more units out. The weird part to me is how much wood he's got and the fact that he hasn't added in either farms or added in archers. We should be seeing a farm transition soon, though. I mean, there's no other reason to build into this much wood, right? The funny part is if he did actually just spam archers the moment this veterancy is complete, he'd win the game. Like, based on that unit. So I think Numidan, and this is classic Numidan, this is exactly what I was talking about the way he plays. Numidan right now, instead of thinking, how do I now win the game straight away? He's like, okay, how do I get to a point where this game is not losable? That's his focus. It sounds like the same thing, but it's really not. One is focused on how you just beat your opponent. The other is how you don't get beaten. And the fact that Numidan is gathering this much wood but not investing in the army is telling you that his focus is on setting up an infinite scaling economy that can't be shut down permanently. Raiders going to come on the backside. Those details might give Recon hope. Food has been gathered. Gold is on the way. But men-at-arms are starting to reach the base. Numidan, wait, where are the Lancers? Okay. Alright, Lancers finally arriving. They'll keep the Keshiks at bay. It's getting a little bit discombobulated from Numidan. I think part of this is to Recon's credit, but this is also on the fact that Numidan has just spent all this wood. It doesn't matter, though. Recon finally calls GG. Numidan was setting up that late game economy. Crazy to think that this game was still in a weird way in contention. I think this is kind of like a learning lesson. It's like even when Numidan wins, you see what I'm talking about, where against, you know, compared to some of these other players that we cast a lot, the killer instinct moment is a little bit more hesitant, I want to say, compared to those players. Like, that game, to me, should have been over about a minute and a half ago. But because he wasn't putting everything into army, there was hope for Recon. But can't take it away from him. It is still a win. Numidan gets on the board first, puts himself on match point in this series. But we've still got at least one more game. And we've still got some interesting draft dynamics now, right? Because from a pick ban perspective, let me just update this. We have now removed the Mongols and the Delhi. So you've got English, which can be pretty decent against Chinese if you can get that matchup. They also function decently against Ibids. I just feel like the builds we've been seeing from Ibids, you know, it's not as much Ibids as English. I think if you're playing English against Ibids on Coastal Cliffs, which I imagine got drafted here, you just need to be very aggressive. If you're very aggressive, the Ibids can't match up to that. If this is going to turn into like eventually HRE versus Byzantines, that one is an interesting one to me. I think Byzantines has some very good aggressive timings there. So Recon should have a bite back opportunity there. But game 2, okay, so it's Lipany Cliffside, sorry. So no Coastal Cliffs, which is kind of surprising. That means that Cliffside is where you're going to see English coming out for Recon. You either pick English or you pick Byzantines there. Numidan is going to be saving Ibids or HRE for that map. And that means on Lipany, we're going to be getting a Chinese Abbasid showdown. That's interesting. This is a matchup that can just turn into a full greed mode. I'm not sure if that's the way it's going to be played, though. I know that the Abbasid has been leaning into more of an aggro style play, and also Recon specifically is more of an aggressive player at the moment. He's even very fixated on this idea of Dark Age rushes when it's feasible. Just to answer people, there is no EGC TV today. EGC TV happens on Saturday, Sundays. You can catch all of the games being covered that were not cast on the main channel here on my channel, twitch.tv/KillerPigeon. Every weekday, bar Wednesday typically, will be live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. But it's time to get live with the games. Let's hop into another one. Get a point on the board because Numidan was able to strike early here. Let's see if he can strike fast. Game number 2 is going to be Recon on the Abbasid Dynasty. And Numidan is going to the Chinese. So, interesting matchup. I'm actually going to hit the 2 times the speed because if there's any matchup that's not going to have any sort of bloodshed in the other game, this is going to be the one. You're going to be looking at a feudal time here. For the Abbasids, it's all about military wing and blocking a second TC. Numidan likely is going to be going Song. The way that Numidan plays very much supports this idea of greed. I don't think I've seen Numidan once play Chinese in an aggressive fashion, like Fast Castle, Palace Guard, Flood, or All in Feudal. He's always about defend, defend, defend. I think that plays to Abbas's advantage, though. The play into military wing, the fact that you can deny your opponent critical resources and then still go for a eco greed yourself is pretty effective. I don't think this is the type of map that you're going to see trade on. It just doesn't feel great because it's not full length. It's also a case of eco wing is a bit too greedy. You could argue it's decent here, but if you go eco wing, you're going to allow Numidan to get the deer, to get the berries, to get whatever he wants. And I think that's not what you want to be doing to the Chinese. The Chinese cannot afford the farm transition that is usually do so easily. So denying them resources is very, very worth. Recon, what was that scout rotation? I'm a little bit confused here. That was a terrible scout rotation. Recon should know that when you play as the bastards, I mean, what? Okay. Two things. One, he didn't go berries, which is so weird for a bastards, right? That is incredibly odd. Two, he's doing trade wing. So we saw a game like this earlier, a Bastard versus Chinese, and on that game, the Chinese got enough food to just rush Castle Age and spam Palace Guard, right? I'm wondering if we see similar here. And the question is Recon going to try and field some aggression to counter that, right? Is he going to try to block his opponent? Let's see what Numidan wants to do. Imperial Academy does come first. That's just natural. That's always going to be the case. The weird part is, like, you know, if this is military wing, you'd be being punished right now. Like, I think at the highest level, a lot of the time in this matchup, you're probably going to be inclined to build Barbican first if you want to secure resources. If you think you've got enough sheep and berries to stay in your base, that's when you just always go Imperial Academy. And in fairness to him, how many have we got? We got 13. Yeah, so he's got enough to stay here. For those wondering, why is Recon doing greed choice? Why is he going trade wing, not military wing? It fits with the flow, right? Like, we usually see... the best way to describe this is if you look at Bastard mirrors. In a Bastard mirror, trade wing beats eco wing beats military wing beats trade wing. So thinking of what those things are, you can apply the similar logic when you're up against different civs. If you're up against a civ that is doing the eco wing, which is what Chinese do, right? They build multiple TCs, they eco boom on land, then going trade is superior because it allows you to get a better income at a faster point. But you need to set up in the corner here. Yeah, double marketplace on the way. He is not going to let up. He's going full-fledged. Other side of it, Numidan is going to try to contest. So Stables has been dropped. Ambitious. Because you still need to secure your TC location. Like, realistically, Recon could be adding in units of his own. Funnily enough, it's just going to be a play into the racks, though. I expected Stables from him, plus archery range, right? Just get the unease plus horseman and mirror your opponent. But I guess he doesn't want to contest the Chinese economy. The 20% extra food drop-off is quite substantial at this stage of the game. And you don't even have Golden Age level 1 yet, right? So you don't have the 15% offset that. All right, what do you think, guys? One's if you favor Bastards here. Two's if you favor Chinese. I would typically lean towards the Abbasids. And I think Numidan's playstyle leans me there harder. One thing that I like to see is that he's identified he can't just greed this out. He understands the process. So this Horseman plays Numidan saying, okay, I know it's trade wing, and I know that that's better than what Song TC can do. I'm still going to be going for Song TC, but I'm going to make this little tithe investment into a few Horsemen to shut you out. And I love the outpost detail here. There is a backup option for Recon, but it's not one you want to play into. This is very open ground with a stealth forest and small tree lines. So this was your most valuable trade post location. Spearman, I actually haven't the time wasted. Wow, okay, so Numidan's got to be very happy with the state of this game then. One dangerous thing about this outpost is if you rely on it too heavily, it's just going to fail you. Recon is scaling into the cheapest, most efficient torching unit in the game. The Spearman. Spearmen are incredibly good at just denting these type of defenses. Actually, I guess you could argue the cheapest, most efficient unit is Scouts, right? But Spearmen come in second place. They're incredibly efficient for their cost to just get extra torches. So unless Numidan wants to invest in a fortified outpost here, this isn't going to stand the test of time. TC at home. Hand cannon slits on the way, so he's not going for fortification. I really hope he's going to keep gathering here. It'd be a really big mistake to not get your hands on fortification. I actually think fortification should have came first. Like, Recon could easily be at double rack spam point right now, for all you know. And if he was, this would just be over. So fortification is going to be queued up. Traders are going to see it. So now he knows about the outpost, and that should be a beeline straight towards it. Okay, so this is big. You just need to go in. You need to burn down this outpost ASAP, and then you're A-okay. The Horseman could make this scary, but the Horseman count has been hurt. Funnily enough, Recon is just going to prioritize dealing with the closer outpost first. Keep in mind, if he can not immediately clear this up, it's not the end of the world for him. He can still just build a ram right next to this, right? You get siege engineering by default. Here we go. That's why ram's on the way. Horseman, in the meantime, are going to try to be a little bit annoying. You can get one or two traders here, but once this ram goes up, Numidon's play doesn't make sense now, right? Like, this is why you needed a second unit comp. I think if Numidon had prioritized going for extra aggro first before switching into greed, he'd be ahead right now. But because of this choice he's made, Recon is better off now. Yeah, it's weird to me that you're in this situation. You know, you haven't even got Song Dynasty yet. You haven't dropped your Barbican. Building a Barbican here might have been a little bit dicey. But you could have turned it into a Barbican play, right? If you built like the Barbican here, pulled the boar in, that might have worked a lot better. And then you could maybe make like a proxy base here, which I think is so underrated in this situation. Instead, now Recon is going to Clown Car, and the Ram's going to move in. You really cannot contest this. Spearman instantly come out. The aggro was a little bit slow to activate there, so Spearman didn't get the stab in, but this outpost is most definitely going down. Luckily, no stone has been permanently invested there yet. And no, that's not true. The cheapest, most efficient unit is not the Gremlins, because Gremlins aren't real. They don't have a soul. Glad I could help you with that. Thank you very much. Spearman going to come out. Does get one of the Cav units. Oh, wait. He hangs around as well. Okay, so he almost gets the ram, but he needs a final hit. And he doesn't have anything left to do it with. Okay. Numidon got outplayed on that. Recon, they were playing a game of cat and mouse there. Felt like cat and moose though, because in this situation, Recon was the moose. It was whack-a-mole. But instead of playing whack-a-mole, Recon literally just sat outside the ram until his opponent came out again. That's why he cleared that up. If he played that cheeky little shenanigan game of clown carring, he would have lost to the garrison effect of the Chinese. But because he chose to just stand there and sacrifice an extra spear, he gets the dub. And he keeps his trade online. And now, Mass Spear Horsemen are on the way towards Numidon's base. Barbican is at least going to go up. He is going to have some food. But this game now looks pretty shaky. Recon, at this stage, has to be thinking, okay, now I boom up. I just get Castle Age, right? I just keep greeting. I build a little bit of force to see what my opponent is doing. If I don't see an army that scares me, I'm free to go castle. With the amount of gold and the surplus food that comes in on the side, it's very doable. Remember, he's got his hands on the Spice Roads, right? Oh, sorry, not Spice Roads. He's got the 25% of the other tech. So this trade is quite decent. It's not crazy on the gold, but because of the secondary resource, it makes up the difference, right? It makes it to a point that it's a pretty decent trade. And Numidon, I think he's going to try for castle as well, right? He can get there first, but his economy is going to be weaker upon arrival. The walls are going up as well, so like he's not going to have this ability to raid anymore. I think Numidon, the correct call genuinely is to go Castle Age after this type of play. Numidon doesn't see what we see, but he can anticipate it, right? He saw the walls going up earlier. He lost control of the neutral trade post. He just spotted the wall on the north side. There's no way that you're going to break through these efficiently. What Numidon might be looking to do is thread the needle, right? Find that point between where Recon is starting a tech up and where he doesn't have it, right? At that point, Recon is just sitting on 1,800 resources that do nothing. If you can find that window, Chuganu could work. It just kind of feels like the harder way to play to me. Lillywing now on the way. Numidon, how do you... I mean, he's going to keep the gap open. But the Chuganu count is not that scary, folks. Like, let's be totally real about this. It's single digits. And Recon, he could spam more horsemen. He could just headbutt this fight right now. In fact, the horsemen are wrapping around the bat. Great micro here, Recon. Going to cut off the retreat. And right now, Numenor is trickling troops out. He doesn't even have Steeled Arrow yet. Undermesh is already in the way. Phalanx as well. Body blocks come in, and the wall is going to be complete. Sick read there by Recon. Perfectly timed assault before the troops would have got in. Numenor now, I mean, dude, I'm going to say it again, it's Castle Age. Because you're about to try and do an all-in Chuganu spam against the Civ that you can't do it against. The moment this tech up completes in 40 seconds, Recon can start building a Mangonel wherever you are. He can build it just behind this wall. So this whole idea of just standing here with Chuganu and sniping the trade doesn't work either. This is unplayable the way Numenon's approaching it. And Recon will be aware of it. Like, his thought process right now is, you know, once the trade is fully operational like this, it's kind of like autopilot mode. We just turn it into a meat grinder. If I had to kind of guesstimate what Numenon's thoughts are, I think Numenon just doesn't believe he's got enough food to go towards Castle Age. Like, he could get there, but then what would he do with it, right? Like, he has berry patches and that's it. He doesn't have this access to the deer, the double berry in the north, right? So he's going to run out of steam first, especially considering that Recon has just got all this extra food coming in off the trade. Tech up complete. 6 Lancers immediately queued up. 4 Guillims as well. Outpost is definitely not going up. A bold attempt. So wall's going to be broke through. Numenor at this stage has to be a little bit scared because he doesn't see what's out there yet. He can anticipate the comp he's up against. He can anticipate potentially Mangonel, but he doesn't have any info right now. This is a blind play into what your opponent is doing. The only upside is Chuganu can immediately start sniping because there's a lot of traders. Funnily enough, getting armored caravans here would be phenomenal. The Chuganu would do free damage per attack. Instead, Recon just going to start to back up. Isn't interested in upgrading the spin, and that should be a really telling sign to Numenor. If the upgrade was queued, it would have been in already, so he knows what's coming next. It's going to be Lance, it's going to be Guillims, and they have arrived. Chuganu are going to try to snipe out as much of the trade as possible, but Horsemen are moving in. A-clicks are not doing it anymore for Numenor. He may have hit down some of the trade, but he did not hit enough. It's still going to be over 20 traders operational. Yeah, this is looking bust right now. Numenor is holding a lot of wood, a lot of gold. His food is just being reinvested a bit too much into army. The tech up can be triggered soon, but the question mark is what happens next. He did hit the trade pretty hard, but now with over 10 Lancers already out for Recon, a military academy coming in already, guess whose turn it is to lose economy? Great choice by Recon, actually. Like, mass Lancers on this scale, Guillims would have been too slow, but these Lancers are going to be the GG condition. Numu just trying to hold out. Wolves going up to cover his tech up. Astronomical Clock Tower is on the way, but so much of his base is not walled in. So much of his economy is about to be exposed. Tech up complete, and that should be confirmation to go for Recon. He's just wiped out the army. It doesn't get much worse than this, right? Numenor loses the army while teching up right outside of his base. He's now heavily outnumbered. He's trying to go into Nest of Bees, but against this many Lancers? Oh my god, dude. When was the last time you saw a Basset spam this many Lancers? He's essentially playing them like they're Ivids. Recon's just been watching all the Ivids in pubs at the moment. He's like, oh yeah, hey, this strategy looks pretty strong. How can I replicate this with a Basset? Well, Bad's looking anything but in this game. Spin upgrades on the way, but he only has a grand total of 2. Numenor, this should be the point where he starts to realize the game is done. Like, the run through is coming in, right? The Barbican has literally just been destroyed by torch damage. You do not have a big enough army to hold. He has at least got textile. No textiles. So I was going to say maybe he could try to frontline in a choke point, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to be good enough here. Once this wall breaks, Flood Point is going to begin. Recon even now blocking out all food sources, so this is a starvation tactic. Numenor basically has berries left and nothing else. He'll try to stage 1 fight, right? Like, he's got wood and gold. He should realistically be pumping as many Nest of Bees as possible, because if he's ever going to hope to turn this, it's going to be off the back of, like, 4 Nest of Bees. Problem is that takes a very long time to build, and I don't think you've got that time. That would take over 2 minutes. Ride comes in. Nest of Bees is going to be able to claw it back. The front line's not going to last long, and that is only a single stinger right now. Lance is wrapping around from all sides, and it looks like Recon is going to strike back and get us to a game number 3. It's been a while since we've seen a Bassett trade work. But Recon shows us just how powerful it can be when you just use it up against a greedy Civ. GG called. Second goes to the Brit, and it means we are going to get a sweet, luscious third in this series. So let me just update the draft. We've just had Chinese and Abbasids. Final picks, either English or Byzantines. On the other side, HRE or Iobids. This is going to be an English Iobid game, isn't it? We said it was going to be Cliffside. It's a short map. English is really good on this map. I think Byzantines can work quite well as well, but if you're looking for like the aggression in the first 10 minutes, English just hits a bit harder and a bit faster. One thing I will highlight is I've watched a decent amount of Recon playing on Cliffside. I've sat with him and dissected some of his replays, scrims he's had against Marine Lord. There is a kind of key misunderstanding sometimes around the timings and the rotations for him on that map. I'm hoping that he has addressed that problem. Otherwise, this could be a very easy win for the Iobids. Another key thing to remember, Numidan, if he goes into Mastersmith's play, Iobids have the capacity to fight back, bite back against the English, and they do so very aggressively. So we're going to have to see if Numidan wants to go that way. It could also just be a backspawn gold into a fast castle build. I think if Numidan does get a retracted gold option here, Recon is in trouble, because the English, even on a short map, can struggle to wrap around to the back of the enemy base, especially when your opponent only cares about fast castle. Let's find out what he cares about. Let's hop into the final game of this series. 1-1 apiece. Let's kick it off. Going on the 2-time speeder here. Recon, the first question I got in my mind, are we getting a Rax opener? No. If we were going to get it, it would have already happened. It's a bit of a gamble to go for a men-at-arms spam, but actually it could have worked out on this particular map. Unfortunately, now you have this issue where Numidan does have the double retracted gold spawns. I don't like this for the English. This is really rough. Trying to block out both these spots isn't really feasible. Also, there's some nice little interception points. Like, for example, if Numidan just kind of walls here and here, if he gets that space, you don't have an easy wrap onto the gold at all. You have to go all the way right. So we have to keep an eye out for that. It could actually be Recon's undoing. I already highlighted that he's been having some issues against these turtly civs with English on this map. I still personally think Cliffside is S tier for English. I think they are one of the best civs in the game at playing this map. We're just going to have to see if Recon can find a way of making them work. All right, 1s if you think we're getting Master Smiths. 2 if you think we are not. Is it finally going to happen? Is it finally time? And funnily enough, is a player going to remember to actually drop a Blacksmiths if they get it? Because I think that's one of the biggest things I've noticed is even when players get the Master Smiths upgrade for Iobids, they forget to drop a Blacksmiths the entire age. Drum roll. It's Growthwing. Of course, it's got to be Greed. Okay, that's an opportunity for Recon then. That's really, really important. The worst thing that can happen to you when you're playing English here is Master Smiths. Because Master Smiths means that your opponent will actually have all the tech upgrades ahead of you. And this early English longbow pull, it's all about timing. It's all about having your premium unit out with your blacksmith upgrades to guarantee practically no unit can fight you. For example, if you get 10 lombos and get blacksmith steeled arrows, and your opponent starts spamming horsemen, you can destroy horsemen one by one, like before they even touch you. It's a very, very powerful tool. So, tech ups. Let's hit the 2-time speed here since we're not getting any aggro in the Dark Age. Sheep haul looks pretty damn good for Numidan. 13 sheep. He's already gone on the forward spawn berries. Okay, this is ambitious. Numidan is playing loose on the berries to make sure Growthwing's more worth it. That's very bold for a guy who shouldn't be getting his hands on berries, considering they spawned on the north side, closest to the English base. And the English, they are going to get the full comp going. Rax plus the archery range being set up. And just to recap what Master Smith does, Master Smith basically gives you the blacksmith upgrades of that age for free, but you need to build a blacksmith. You also need to make sure you have the previous tech. So for example, if you get it in Feudal Age, you will get all the level 1 upgrades straight away as soon as you build a blacksmith. If, however, you, for example, get Master Smiths in Castle Age, it works very differently. There, what it does is basically, in Castle Age, if you drop a blacksmith, you need to research the level 1 upgrades to get the level 2s for free. It's really dumb. I don't like the way that this works outside of Feudal right now. I think anywhere but Feudal it's bad. So the fact that we aren't seeing it in Feudal Age means we're probably looking at Advancement Wing here. Numidan is adding in the stable, so we're going to see some aggro. However, with Spears already on the way, capabilities are going to be limited. Numenor, of course, does have an eco lead. A big part of why Growth Wing just seems to be the go-to, either Growth Wing or Military Wing, right, is Military Wing blocks your opponent from plays like TC, so greedy civs get punished. Growth Wing allows you to be just so much more eco-efficient. You just saw what happened. At the point in the game where you get 3 extra villages, that equates a 15% increase in your economy. That's the power. 3 villages does not sound like a lot until you remember we're getting at a stage in the game where your eco count is incredibly small. Alright, so wraparound. Gold has been scouted. Unfortunately, yep, Recon just realized, and he done the worst thing possible. He needs to rally back. This is buying critical time. He's going to lose a trickle of troops if he's not careful. Luckily for him, Numidan actually hasn't pulled the archers forward yet. Otherwise, this would start to snowball already. You have to be so careful with that. It's crazy to me because Recon scouted the entire area. He should know which gold his opponent is operating on. It's almost like he was paranoid about the berries. Can we just talk about the berries on this map, by the way? Numidan got the most ridiculous spawn I've seen in a long time. He has options all around his base close by to gather critical resources. Recon already adding in farms. Yeah, this is tough, man. The moment that Numidan added in Horsemen, Recon couldn't play pocket resources, so he's actually a lot weaker now. This is so tricky, man. Like, you play in a way as if you're going to be up against Fast Castle, and then you're into full feudal, and then you have to adapt for full feudal, and all of a sudden you find yourself behind, right? Like, you don't want to be going to berries here. Farms are better, sure. But ideally, what an English player wants to end this game is deer. You could realistically access to them with a short wall here. It just feels like you'd be playing quite blind. Like, we can see everything. We know that it would be mostly safe, but for him, for all he knows, Numidan has been scaling mass horsemen. We've seen a lot of Ibid players at the moment adding in up to 10 horses, 20 archers. So Recon's thought process right now is, I need to play this as if he has a bigger army. Unfortunately for Recon, that means backing up all the way to your base. And that is something that Numidan can leverage now, because if he chooses to target his Castle Age timing, there's nothing you can do to stop it. The reason why you go farms instead of berries is like the berries can last a very long time. With this setup, you only pay 37 wood and you get a better gathering rate. Remember, it's 20% better. These farms are already a better gathering rate than berries are. 0.66 versus 0.75. But on top of that, you're now adding an extra 0.15 to it, right? So this farm has the gathering rate of boar. It's pretty good. That's why English players rush towards farms instead of berries. It's just a very easy transition that pays off very quickly. Horseman Archer's moving in. Recon. Oh, no. Oh, he does at least get inside in time. Okay, so Blacksmith's on the way. He should have enough for a drop-off to get Steeled Arrow. This is really important. Steeled Arrow needs to be a push-out opportunity. One thing that scares me a bit is the fact that Recon's going Men-at-Arms. Knowing that you're against the Ibids, knowing that Castle Age is a potential play, I can't think of a worse unit to rely on here. Oh, dude, and it is going to be Castle Age. Advancement Wing's going to be triggered soon. I think Recon now has a very big problem. So Recon is likely to see this tech up happen, and his only realistic option with the spawn that Numidan got is to try and tech up himself. So keep an eye out for this. The moment Numidan's tech up completes in 1 minute and 30 seconds, Recon's entire army is going to pull back home, and he's going to try to go castle himself. But that's going to give a lot over to Numidan. For a start, you haven't got many spears to defend against Camel Lancers, and you're also going to be forfeiting all relics on the map. This is what the Ibids want. This is exactly what they need to win games. You're also now going to be playing it blind. Horseman able to get the final stab in, so Scout's gone. And by the way, like, to the Master Smith's debate, one, I do think Master Smith needs to be buffed. It shouldn't require Blacksmith drop. But the reason why you're not seeing Master Smiths here, even though he played Feudal, is this isn't long Feudal. If Numidan was planning to play this Feudal Age for several more minutes, it would make sense, right? But because Castle Age is still your goal, I think as long as Castle Age is always the goal of the Ibids, Growth Wing will win out over Master Smiths. Because it gives you your greed. Another way of thinking about it as well is like you're adding 3 extra villagers in that will give you 45 resources each, right? So like that's you paying for blacksmith tech every 1.3 minutes, 1.4 minutes. Look how deep we are into the game already. Although it takes time to unlock, like the only reason why Master Smiths makes sense, and it's why I think we've seen a few players trying Castle instead, is you have an army, you want them to immediately upgrade. But of course, Master Smiths doesn't work in Castle Plus because you need the tech upgrades first for it to even unlock. It just doesn't hit. So here we go. Tech up complete. Recon. He's actually going to try to attack. Oh, God. Oh, no. He's got 5-minute arms, 5 spears. This is way too slow. I thought he'd try to back up, except that this game looks grim and tech up, but instead Recon is saying, okay, I can't play this game from behind, which makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you've built this much army, it's all about to be discounted. So you need to find a fight now. Unfortunately, Numinon, with the triple racks drop, double stables, and Sultan's Mamluks on the way, he's going to have what he needs when it's time to fight. Recon trying to move quicker to force this timing. The Golem count already at 5. Camel Lancer count about to be at 3. By the time they fight, Wedge Rivet shouldn't be there, but it should be halfway through the engagement. I think Numinon is playing this phenomenally well, incredibly patient about it. He's just giving Recon the room to hang himself here, right? Like, Recon is now out of position. An English player around the back like this never feels content. It just shows you how desperate Recon is right now. That he has to go all the way around the back like this. Gulems move in. And he's standing his ground right now. But the Gulems, now with the buff damage coming through, they're going to start to tear this fight apart. Recon about to lose the army, and it looks like he's going to lose the game. There's no comeback now. He's not even halfway towards Castle Age. His army is going to get cleared up by the remaining Gulems. And that is going to be the end of the series. So Recon, unfortunately, was not able to find the blocker on that gold, unable to stop Numinon from reaching his true win condition. And as feels so typical, Ibex will make it a very easy and cheesy, I hit Castle Age and you're gone. Yeah, tough one. I think Recon would have been better served just trying to go Castle here. It's still like a 5% comeback odds. Like, it's very, very heavily against you when you have to make that play either way. And I know that Recon doesn't want to play the low percentile. He wanted to go for the Gambit. But, once again, another kind of crazy thing to me is Recon, he never rotated left side throughout all this. He tried once with the trickle of troops and then backed away. That was your quick way in. That was the way to access gold. But, at this stage, I don't think it would have made enough of a difference. There was enough gold to preserve. Numinon basically hoarded it up like Smeagol. And yeah, this game truly is over. The deer being sniped there as well. He doesn't even get the full wall in. So Recon, reluctant to call GG, but he has to realize writing's on the wall. The reason Recon isn't calling GG right now is he understands the kind of player Numinon is, because Recon's been that type of player as well. And he was expecting Numinon to not try and kill. Remember when I said that I want Numinon to find that killer instinct? I still think there's a big question mark based on his performances, but this right here is a good sign. This is the type of move you make after a win in your base like that. This is the type of move you make to end the game now instead of prolonging it another 10 minutes. He's not even looking to add in dervishes. He's just looking to Golem spam to a win. And the win will be his. GG gets called. Numinon getting some vital points on the board. But the biggest shocker of what we're seeing is with this loss, Recon feels all but guaranteed to miss out on the playoffs. 5 loss series. Not a single win. Oof. And still has, 4 left over to play. So it'd take, a miracle. It's the terrible position to be in. Where you find yourself now as Recon, it's that classic, your own fate is not in your own hands, right? It relies on the outcome of other people's series. That's exactly what you never want as a pro player. So, I'm not expecting to see Recon in playoffs. It's just really unfortunate. These things kind of happen. Him ending up ill on the opening weekend is a pretty big downer, considering he played 5 series on the first weekend, right? And he's going to be playing 4 in the next. So, unfortunate, but these things happen. What is the counter to Fast Castle Ibex? Yeah, you hit them feudal. So you have 2 approaches. You're if you're greedy but faster, you do something to throw them off their timing. If you're aggressively oriented like the English, you attack. That spawn was a really shirty spawn for Recon. There wasn't great options to raid. Back spawn gold is usually a death sentence. But I think when he split and went right and left, instead of using the scout to check right and going left instead, that kind of screwed his game really hard. The horseman play was really nice. I think what would have helped is if Recon had built the racks mid-map instead of building it at home, and then taken that villager and built an outpost afterwards as well. So then he would have had attack speed aura. That might have been the edge that he was missing there. Fast castle Shushi can get to castle faster than Ibids. Sure, but what happens there is like, you know, what do you do with that, right? Because like what happens is if you're fast casting in Shushi, then your opponent builds horsemen and raids you. We saw that earlier with Anatan versus Zertan. Like the way you play that is you literally just like the Ibid's goal. The only reason they feel aggro you is if you can out tech them. They do it so you don't out tech them. I actually think that the military wing reinforcement for one is way too powerful against certain civs because it blocks greedy plays. And then the growth wing flexibility, like something has to change with those two landmark choices. They're just too strong. It sounds like they're not strong, right? 3 villagers or a camel every 2 minutes, but it actually is too strong. Your opponent has to react and it puts them behind. Especially when your goal is still always fast castle afterwards. Okay, so let's see. What have we got left over? We could do Avali versus Zertan. I think we save Dimmu versus Numidan for a little bit later. We can do Avali versus Zertan. My biggest gripe, yeah, so like, yeah, the monks is a big problem. And if you're fast castling, you need to go Shaolin Monastery to make it worthwhile. Because it's a high value point at that stage in the game to get your hands on those relics. Let me pull up the draft, because I just said we're doing Avali versus Zertan here. Where are they? I think they were Group B, right? Yes, they are. There they are. That's actually nice. I had Avali messaging me asking, like, did you cover some of my series? I want to know if I need to check through. I was like, yep. And told him we're doing Zertan Avali today. I think Zertan Avali is one of the series he wanted to have reviewed and wanted, like, you know, a detailed breakdown on. And yes, just to confirm for people, this weekend is going to be Tournament Play 2. So we will see the group stage resolved this weekend, actually. So Sunday will be the final games of the group stage. And then next weekend will be the playoffs. The way the playoffs are going to work is that you are going to have the round of 8 and the round of 6 played on the first weekend. And then the final weekend is going to be the semi-finals, finals, and of course the third place match. I will be present for Sunday of this weekend. I will also be present for the entirety of finals weekend. Shuri can match or even beat their castle, but what happens afterwards when Camel Lancers? Exactly, that's the thing. Like, and the thing that I think is kind of crazy with Camel Lancers is they seem trash in a prolonged game, but they're really good at the start because, unlike Knights by comparison, they have an easier time one-hitting like villagers. They also have more vision, right? Camel Lancers have a higher vision range than standard Knights, so you aren't shackled to a scout. It means you can split your Camel Lancers up more widely and dodge threats while finding exposed points. Yeah, just really powerful. Okay, so we've got Zertan versus Avali. Let me grab Zertan's data. Dude, my tooth is really weird. It feels really weird at the moment. I think I chipped it while flossing, which is weird. I didn't even know that was really that possible. I've got like a hygienist appointment next week. I'm hoping they'll be able to have a little quick assessment while doing the hygienist stuff because my dentist appointment isn't until like June, because getting dentist appointments in the UK is terrible unless you want to do an emergency appointment, which costs a lot. What are you flossing with, steel wire? Oh, yeah, I know, right? I mean, I don't know. It pulled something out. I can't see any damage, which is why I haven't like booked it as an emergency. I'm just going to go for the appointment on Wednesday. It might have just been that it was like, it's going to sound nasty to say, but, you know, like scale or whatever, right? But it was like, you know, calcium buildup because it was like, it looked like a part of a tooth. And I was like, oh. I'm hoping it was just calcium build up. Because the biggest pain is like, if not, it's one of my front... Well, it's... that one. It's third out from center. Which, okay, I can't remember. It's weird because, like, basically... There's a very weird process where I think... If I'm not mistaken, your front four are covered by, like, the NHS for proper cosmetic level fixtures. So, like, for example, if you have a chipped tooth, you need a filling, it'll be a white filling. But outside those, I think it's either outside the front four or front six. If you want, like, a white filling, for example, because I had to have a white filling when I chipped one of my tooth, I had to pay for it. And that's where things get pricey in the UK. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so let me find this Zertan Avli series. Where the bloody hell is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. This draft's kind of funky as well. Otto's not being banned is weird, man. He did at least get Japanese Delhi, which is really good. What's weird to me is the fact that he banned Chinese to get the final Chinese pick. And I don't think they drafted, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't draft... Okay, they did. They drafted Holy Island. That makes sense then. That's quite the bold pun coming out of Avali. But he secured HRE in Chinese. So Zertan has English or Juji, which isn't bad, to be honest with you. I still think China's better than Juji for Holy Island, though. Especially with the Imperial Academy, it's just so much more efficient to get into your tax band. Is there a reason why I'm not using Cal's caster stuff? What caster stuff? You mean like the replay system and everything? Because that's going to take time to set up. Because I need to set up a 2PC setup again to do that. Because a certain caster had to be a pain in the arse and raise the standard. So yeah, I have to actually find time to integrate all that. And I done a 7-hour stream yesterday, and we're probably going to be doing a 7 or 8 hour stream again today. So understandably, I have not had time to set that stuff up. Yeah, fudge you, Cal. It's kind of weird that no one ever created an automated system for that, actually. I'm wondering, like, I feel like that's... So I'm just thinking about this because, like, Dota 2, for example, has got, like, an automated system. It's not great, but it is there. I'm wondering if in the future games are going to implement something like that by default into them, where you can show 2, like, cameras at once. It wouldn't surprise me. Why are you so handsome? Because you forgot to put your glasses on, mate. AO4 has nothing? Yeah. Why you gotta... Dude, we were happy with nothing, Cal. Why you gotta, like, raise our expectations? Huh? Now we want everything. Piece of crap. We were happy with our sticks and our basic loaves of bread. Now we're going to want things like healthcare. Wait, did the UI just go... Dude, what does that? I don't understand what does that. I'm just quickly checking something, because I don't know what forces the UI to go down. Sometimes the UI just goes down. And I don't know what causes it. No, so the villager icon, it comes back. Sometimes, it's almost like when I alt-tab out a game, it sometimes pulls it down. No, Farman, this isn't just the last few days. I've had this for weeks. Because, like, if it's this, it comes back, right? But sometimes it just disappears entirely. We had it, like, the other series, it just pulled down for no reason. And I don't... Like, it's something to do with alt-tabbing out, from what I can tell. It's very, very weird. All right, let's get ready to go, though. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Competitive Age of Empires for action. It's time for more Elite Classic 2 group stage action. Two closely matched players. Zertan of My Insanity going up against Avali. Best of 3, and oh my, well, isn't this a sweet, sweet buff for Avali? We're kicking off on his own creation, actually, because we're on Coastal Cliffs to open this series. Delhi versus Jeanne d'Arc. Oh, man, dude. This draft is crazy, by the way. There's a lot of interesting things going on here. For a start, Ottomans did make it through. We have got an Ottoman pick, can confirm that. Jeanne d'Arc, as you can see, made it through. We've also got Delhi and Japanese making it through. Avali has got some dominant picks for Holy Island, which we'll be seeing later. He's got HRE Chinese or Japanese compared to Zertan, who's stuck with either the English or the Juji. But the fact that Ottomans is there is an interesting hostage holder later on in this series. A lot of people right now, whenever we've been having these series where Ottomans get let through, their first thought is like, why do you not open with Ottomans to put yourself a match point? It's because you want to hold your opponent hostage. If you have the auto threat, you can remove their stronger civs and then get it when it's going to be most potent. This is removing a strong civ and countering it for Zertan, though. This is a really good matchup. Delhi versus Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc heavily counters Delhi. It's so difficult to fight into Jeanne, and it's so difficult to avoid her on a map like Coastal Cliffs. Avali's own creation is being used against him here because Delhi, they don't have as much eco to gain on a map like this with only 2 sacred sites. And they also lack the ability to avoid Jeanne when the map is so short. So definitely a matchup that would favor Jeanne. We'll have to see if Avali has something creative to get him out of a sticky situation. Opening should be pretty predictable here. We should be seeing Tower Victory versus School of Cavalry. Avali will likely be opening with the Rax. Whenever you're up against Jeanne or French, or even Rus, actually, you need to go for the Rax drop quite often, because otherwise you can't raid trade. Like, if you send raiders in and they send knights in, knights will easily pick your villagers. You won't find the same easy kills on the other side. So TOV at the back. School of Cavalry coming out, and it is going to be a 2-person builder, so Zertan should be like 1 or 2 small structures away from getting level 2. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to rush an archery range. They haven't got enough people on wood right now for that, but they are scaling to that point. So we'll either be seeing a mill dropped on the ford into a boar kill, or we'll be seeing a play into archers quite quick. I really love the idea of just pulling villagers to go into the boar early on here with spawns like this, by the way. Mill drop next to the berries and the boar, and then you just take it. It's pretty desirable. Actually, oh, correction. He has already got this up on the backside. So wheelbarrow is accessible, but Zertan has chosen not to go for it. So I guess we're going to be looking. There we go. He just mismacroed. He's going to be going for it. So School of Cavalry afterwards. How does Avali address this? Because Avali will be fully aware of the Jeanne d'Arc versus Delhi conundrum. I'm wondering if opening the series, he was expecting Zertan to pick English. I still think English is favored there. They can actually shut the Delhi down quite effectively if they get the short route and get an outpost up. But there's a window with Ghazi where you can block that at least. This matchup is a lot more difficult, so I do kind of feel like Avali got tricked on the opener. Tech up complete. Santi has been queued up. First knight is already on the way. House being built. We should be very close to level 2. Zertan probably has to just complete the lumber camp, and that should be enough XP to kick her up. And we're probably looking at Women at Arms here. Actually, I feel like Archer works quite well, to be honest with you, against Delhi. Like, yes, you're going to be up against Ghazi, but Ghazi can snipe either form. It's just the Archer counters the opening of spears that you should be seeing out of the Delhi. Weirdly enough, Avali's not going for that spearman opening. He's going for the stables. That has me a bit worried. It is going to be Women at Arms coming. Knights are already in the way. I'm really not a big fan of opening with Ghazi, especially when you feel delayed on your timing, right? Like, you haven't been pumping Ghazi yet. You're only starting now. You've got double production, which is good, right? So 26 seconds to match the pace, 29 seconds on the other side, right? Like, it's 1 knight to every 2 Ghazi. But you're already behind by quite a margin here. Zertan on the move. 2 knights in the field. Only 1 Ghazi so far. Blacksmith also going to be dropped quite early here by Avali. Zertan can start to force fights in the production line. Jeanne isn't here yet. She's taking the boar. Sometimes I feel like players make this boar play unnecessarily. Like, this is actually a window where Zertan would probably be better served just going into the base. But credit to him, he still has Knight Mass. He's going to get the extra troops in. And at that stage, Avali is now just a mile behind. This is exactly why you see Spears as an opener. At this stage, Avali's probably kind of face-palming, realizing the mistake, and now going back into Rax, right? Like, this timing is just too aggressive. And it looks like we are going to get a play onto the deer. Oh, that's a sick wall. I love that from Zertan. So he has to make this reaction. This is Zertan saying, okay, so we're both playing cavalry. It simply becomes a case of who can access what. If we're talking about diving the base, I will always win. My knights are better. But I've gone for a pocket eco, so there's a risk associated with that. I can easily block the risk, though. Look at this wall in. There's no real option now for Avali. He has at least got Spearman at home to defend, but guess what? Zertan's coming back for the pincher. Zertan. Villagers are going to be raided. Slow reaction coming out from blue here. So Villager is going to get struck down. First blood is drawn. Well played by Avali there. Needs to be careful with the retreat here. He's about to run straight towards Zertan. So we'll begin to peel back. So he does get an eco kill, but the reality is he's taken decent damage to the Ghazi. Knight count is getting pretty scary, right? And this is where Zertan's likely to be dropping archer range. I wouldn't even mind seeing double archer range. It's pretty good, especially if you then rush a blacksmith behind it. He definitely has the food income to do that now, considering he's playing onto the deer. He's more optimal with his food gathering, so he can afford more people on wood. Instead, dude, he's just going to mass cav him. Okay, this just got very interesting. Zertan. Dude, this is so classic Zertan. So, for anyone who hasn't watched Zertan before, I'm just getting a flashback to a game versus Divine DFB, where Divine built like 4 TC English with White Tower. And Zertan's reaction was to just build 60+ knights and go Imperial. If there was any player in this tournament that would just do knights only, this is the guy. Like, this is the guy who plays like everyone who's been in their classic gold lobbies with just knights only. Avali on the other side of this, though, he's going for pro scouts. Okay. I actually think Zertan beats this. Dude, no way. So the problem now for Avali is if this was just like archers, it'd be a bit too slow to block deer, right? But it's knights only. His spearman count isn't bad, but his Ghazi are problematic. Investing all this extra food in the scouts instead of extra Ghazi means that Jean can just tank all the spears and then let the knight cycle in afterwards. Oh my god, dude, Avali. If this was against French, I'd really rate this play quite highly. I don't think you can do this against Jean, specifically because of the woman at arms. Like, the ability to just beat back all these spears is the problem right now. The pro scouts is complete. You're now stuck with 5 of these scouts, and dude, no way. Are you kidding me? He tried for the backside. He'll at least find some deer over here, but he cannot yoink away this cluster that's been walled in. Oh, man. That has to make the pro scouts feel just so cursed right now. The value denial here is fantastic from Zertan. And now he can look to just exploit the fact that he has more raw military power. Ghazi getting heavily dented. You know, I'd actually love to see Zertan just consider adding in a Rax here to just keep a few spears at home. But it looks like it's just going to be the archery range knights. Love the short wall here. Prolongs the wraparound for Avali. Makes it much harder for him to get in. You can't, Avali, you can't take that home with you, buddy. Poor Avali, his Roos gets banned in a series. He's like, I must play like I'm Roos. 5 scouts. Oh, wow. He's actually moving to try and open up the way to the deer. The backstab here could very easily just wipe your army. Cut the reinforcements. Love this from Zertan. Ghazi at least try to waste his time. Repair could come in here, by the way. He can delay this. Instead, it's going to be a move out, so Zertan is going to shift out the south side. Knights not interested in contesting mass spears yet, understandable. Ghazi are looking to snipe in on Jean, but that's going to be a mistake. Cleave comes in. Heavy loss there. 22 XP just freely given over. Expensive unit losses. Jean. The weird part to me, by the way, is why does she get 11? Okay, I just want to say 11. Maybe I'm blind. Yeah, it's meant to be 14. That's why I was shaking my head wildly there. So quite a lot of XP already. Spear count is looking abysmal. Dude, this is the worst way to fight for Avali. He's getting torn anew right now. It said 14? Okay, I'm just bad at reading. I don't feel like Avali's winning with this play, weirdly enough. Like, military mass is very big, but these little trades, this chip damage adds up quite a bit. The boar, I think both of them did get sniped by Jean, right? On top of that, you've just been feeding over 14 XP units. This is exactly why Delhi lose to Jean so much, is their reliance on Ghazi just gets counted hard. And now with archers coming in, this mass spear play is going to come in too late. Wall wasn't broken in the end, so it was just a wasted effort. It was just you idling your army and feeding XP across. The only upside right now for Avali is he's going to have the tech upgrades. Oh. Bro. Wait, no, what? He went Steel Arrow first instead of Undermesh. I mean, did Avali misclick? He must have misclicked. There's no way you would want to have fitted leverworks before you have Undermesh. That makes no sense. Like, ranged upgrades are the highest value thing for practically every feudal engagement. There's very few civs that want melee techs instead, right? Like, maybe in a Japanese matchup, because they don't build their range units often. But, like, this matchup, both of these civs build archers, right? So, like, I kind of get Steeled Arrow with this transition timing coming in, but now 80% plus of your army is not benefiting from the defense that would be so valuable here. I mean, this is good for Zertan as well, because Blacksmith is only coming through now. It doesn't matter that it's late, because Undermesh isn't there. And he's going to get the melee tech for free, gives him a little bit extra chip damage, and then he can rush into Steeled Arrow. This is brutal. Undermesh is still, what, 2 minutes away? Yeah, 2.5 minutes away. Night Charge going to come in. A lot of Spearmen here. Keep in mind those Spearmen can disappear quite quickly when Jean's involved in this, though. And we are now 12.5 minutes in. One bad fight is all it's going to take for level 3 Jean. Especially with this many Ghazi. Oh my god! And that's exactly the fight he needed! Wow. 3 more Ghazi going down. And you can cut this, right? With the reinforcements, the health bars are looking good. Avali, I feel like he's just been misplaying on the mid-map here. Like, most of his issues have come around the same area. The Ghazi, just so many getting thrown away, and nothing's being gained. Zertan has played this very well, sure, but you know, if Zertan's going to play so wide and not come back to defend his eco, just go for his eco. Don't kind of dance around the issue. You've got so many spears. This should have been the point where you can strike your opponent. Instead, now, with the Ghazi number being hit as they are, with the fact that you've got Jeanne d'Arc to worry about, I think there's going to be more damage done in return. Scouts also just a liability. Not the best of tanks. And Avali, uh-oh. Well, luckily Jean isn't here. And the Ghazi can at least win this fight, but this is not what you want to be clashing with. Avali does have a military lead. He just doesn't have critical mass of archers together. And Undermesh is still a minute away, right? Steeled Arrow is going to come in sooner. Yep, 22 seconds out. And Zertan, we're getting closer, right? 14 minutes. He should have level 3 at this pace at about 16.5 minutes. Flash comes in, Knight's going to commit, and there it is, it's even quicker, level 3 at 14 minutes! And Archer Fire's focused on her. Divine Restoration gets pumped, Jean's Champions get summoned, this is it. Avali, he had exactly what he needed. Archer mass not big enough, Ghazi at least going to finally arrive to try and assist here, but it's Knights versus Archers and Ghazi, only a few Spearmen left over in this fight. The Cleave's now walloping this. Jeanne d'Arc should at least get sniped. No way. No freaking way. 4 HP. Zertan gets away with it. And now this looks over. Avali, most of his army isn't just archers. Knight count is still at 15 for Zertan. I cannot believe he kept that many knights alive and got away on that small of a sliver of HP. And that was a mistake by Avali, by the way. There was an opportunity to start a step and snipe. He just didn't take it. That would have at least given him a bit of breathing room, an opportunity to recover this now. But with Jean still alive, the rate at which he heals in level 3, and the fact that you're still up against 14 of these knights that all have chivalry, this game should be unrecoverable for Avali now. Avali at this stage, right, what's going through his brain is, okay, I am back up against the wall. The game is pretty much like against me. The one way I can get back in is hitting economy. I've got a few Ghazi left over. His villagers do not have textiles still. He's still relying on food a lot. He's gone for a very heavy comp of knights that drains you quite fast, which means he's playing onto pocketed resources. So Avali is going to try to strike in. He's going to start to cut reinforcements as well. Because the problem is Zertan is now going to strike in return. Oh man, this is about to be brutal. Jean de Cleave. Baiting all the aggro again, wrapping around the backside. Is at least going to go down, but it's just irrelevant. Spear count now down to 6. Zerton with 10 plus knights remaining, even a few champions still in the mixer. Avali is about to get idled up. TC's already fully garrisoned. Zerton is at least going to temporarily reset here, sure, but this is brutal. Avali at this stage doesn't really have the substantial army to deal with this. Zerton, it definitely wasn't ideal. That was possibly one of the worst micro moments I've seen from him all game. Running the Jean around the Spearman twice, probably not the best way to survive this. I don't expect a buyback. I think that's the worst thing you do here. I am just expecting more Knight Pump, though. And if Avali can't win a fight now, he hasn't got any more strengths coming out, right? If you guys are wondering why does Delhi look so weak here, you always have to remember that we are now 17 minutes into the game, and they haven't got a single sliver of gold trickle from Sacred Sites. Like, they haven't captured it once. Consecration's also proving problematic here. I think this is just the crazy thing about Jeanne d'Arc. Like, everyone was so focused on this idea of you don't get extra villagers, so bad Civ, but you know, the reality is that Consecration, the savings it's getting you, per stables, you're saving, what, 35 resources? The default gathering rate of a villager is 45, right? So you're almost getting a villager worth of gatherings savings if you're only producing 1 knight a minute. If you're producing 2, it's outright better than a feudal age villager is worth. It's kind of crazy how strong that is. Funnily enough, he still hasn't got a single eco upgrade. I don't know what happened there, despite the fact it's cheap of this Civ. So I will say that this game hasn't been exactly like clean from Zerton in that element, but the way he's played the fights, I think has been ways outplayed Avali. Zerton, Jeanne d'Arc's going to be back soon. Outpost also being denied. And the wood line is not looking great. Avali is going to have to take a fight soon. Who the hell would ever consecrate a keep over a stable? Cal, get out of my chat. You know that ain't true. That's delusion. You've been playing too much Age of Mythology, my friend. Myrmidons might be OP, but nobody is using John's champions out the keeps. Sadly. I really wish it was the case, but I don't know. I think it's just like not valuable enough of a unit. Like, you need too many keeps to scale it, right? Like, I wish it was a more feasible strategy. Jeanne now moving in. And this time, the same mistakes are not going to be made. There's barely any spearmen left already. The Divine Restoration coming through. Avali making his last stand here. Jeanne, what is going on with Jeanne here? The champions are out. This has to be it, surely. Zerton has gone like the most difficult way about winning this game. But I think he's there now. Champions are lasting a long time. Villagers are also now being forced to commit to the fights. There's no way Avali wins this. Like, so here's the thing. Avali's holding. He should not be holding, by the way. But Zerton, the stupidity of this point in the game is like every fight is just more XP towards level 4. And Avali now has food issues because the last of the berries are being exhausted. He's at least dragging the deer home. The outpost coming up means it's going to be splitsies. Jeanne has just been... Has she been brought back? I think he did. Okay, has he had enough? Like, so here's the thing. This is what I was waiting for. The buyback is the problem now because you only have 5 spearmen now. I'm not going to lie. Zerton has like microed a bit like a goldfish in these fights. I think he got overconfident about his position in this game. And he's just... I think he just got sent in chat. He has just been running knights into spears. But now there are no spears to run your knights into. And these villagers right now. Jeanne's here. Get used to it. Because this time she's not leaving. The cleaves that are going to come out here, the villagers have those shivs out. Avali, I mean, this is the sad, depressing way to lose a game, right? Like, I think Avali played these fights really well, but this is the oppressive nature of Jeanne in this matchup. Once that level 3 comes in, there is so much wiggle room for mistakes to be made against the Delhi. And Zerton made a critical mistake with Jeanne twice, and it still was irrelevant. Gets him the win. Game 1 will go to Jeanne de la Dunk. But now, we have to look deeper in the draft. because this is where things get a little bit more interesting. Holy Island is in rotation. This would be a very good time for Avali to choose it and to try and force the English pick to be committed here. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, map 3 was Mongolian Heights. I don't rate Zhuji there, which means you're going to be stuck with Ottomans if it goes that deep. So looking at game 2, let me update the overlay because Jeanne d'Arc and Delhi got used. And it looks like, if I check game number 2, Japanese would make a lot of sense here for Avali. Even against the English, actually, I think Japanese is really good. So let me have a look. He does English Chinese. That's really surprising, actually. Actually, no, it's not. I said Mongolian Heights is the third. That makes perfect sense for Avali, actually. He's going to save Japanese for Mongolian Heights, which is better than HRE there. Yeah, I quite like this approach. Zern came out strong. Game number 2, English versus Chinese. I think the English can win that, right? Like, you just have to be very aggressive on the opening. The opening is going to be everything here. So let me just tick these boxes and we'll get ready. All right, let me know what you think, guys. We're ready for game number 2, English versus Chinese. Put your numbers in the chat for who you think is going to win it. 1s if Avali's got it, 2s if it's Zern. Make your bold predictions before you know the outcome here. It's time for Holy Island. Zern, English to the west. Avali, Chinese to the east. Villager already now being pulled. Okay, so this is I actually love this. This is really cool about playing Chinese. Did you see what he done there, guys? This is why Chinese is still pretty desirable on this map. Better than Zhuji, actually. It's one of many reasons, but this is definitely an important detail. That Tang Dynasty meant that he could scout along the shoreline to see where the fish were. And now it means he's going to get the dock next to the congested shoreline fish. Well, deep water fish that are near the shoreline. Meanwhile, look at Zern on the other side. He has to punt, and his punt is wrong. The shoreline fish... okay, keep on that now. The deep water fish are further away. That's a very interesting detail that I think people maybe kind of forgot about the Chinese. Like, now with Zhuji coming out, a lot of people are choosing Zhuji over Chinese, mainly because of the resource spawn. Like, for example, if Avali was Zhuji here, that would be 50 gold, 25 stone, and 48 food, right? An insanely good meditation garden. But does it really outshine the value of having the best dot placement in the early game? Not entirely convinced. I also think the lack of flexibility on unit comps in Field Age hurts you. Imperial Academy has also been buffed to the point that I would put them ahead of Zhuji now. Like, before that change, where Imperial Academy did not get you a 30% discount on the IOs, I think Zhuji was slightly better. But between the scouting now and also the buff to the taxman cost, Chinese feels a little bit better. So no opening of men-at-arms makes a lot of sense here, right? Like, realistically, sure, you could maybe block out the Chinese, but even if you block them out, all they'll do is build more fishing boats in the meantime, and then they'll just tax off the lumber camp. So you don't really stop them, per se. We should be seeing an Imperial Official coming out now. In fact, it's already been queued up. Need it for the wood spam, right? And then the other side of this, certain... How are his resources looking? Ford spawning gold is a little bit dangerous. Has got some options left to right. This type of spawn can favor English a little bit, actually. When you get the wood line spawn close to your opponent, it means any slow-moving ranged units tend to hit harder. Longbows are chief amongst them. So if Zern could find a way to just get a small group of longbows together, he could easily ruin Avali's day early on in this game. I'm going to hit the 2 times to keep it on it here. I'm not expecting any aggro play until probably 2 minutes into fuel. The question mark is whether one of them is going to try to open up on land or if we're just fully focused on sea. Both sides have their own perks, right? For the Chinese, they build 20% faster. For the English, they pay 10% less. On top of that, they eventually get into Admiralty. And Admiralty is usually what's made English seem like an unbeatable civ. But you have to remember, it's a very expensive tech to get early. You have to scale first. 500 resources, that's basically 1.5 strings. Not something you can afford to have missing when you're both playing full into water. Fishing boat count looking better already for Avali. Double dock set up ahead of his opponent. Dude, this is scary, actually. Like, the way that this is spawned out, this is a lot better now for Avali. Zerton still has this awkwardly placed dock. He doesn't have a second here that's going to be better. And he has got additional shoreline, deep water fish. I keep saying shoreline today. Deep water fish over on this side. They both did get the loose 2 spawns towards the central island, so that's at least balanced. But I think this opener, positioning was everything. And You know, even if the English had brought their scout over, they wouldn't have been able to see past the initial fish. So they wouldn't have known about this little triangle type effect, for example, that Avali scouted. Love the walls as well. Barbican coming out. Okay, that is a really interesting choice. Avali, often going this instead of Imperial Academy would feel sad and bad, but the reason I quite like it here is now Avali doesn't actually have to worry about land at all. Barbican defends one side, Palisade blocks the other, Lombos can't do anything, and if Zertan plays into them, it's just going to be a valueless play for him. Gold is at least going to be problematic to a certain extent, so you might need to consider an outpost, but your primary resource on the wood is good, and also you can at least get a trickle of gold off the lumber camp on its own. Third dock now being added in. Second coming in from Zertan. He's so far behind on production now. So it looks like most people felt Avali had the edge here. I'm not too surprised. Like I think Chinese versus English, if you're not looking to do some early aggro plays, you get quite disarmed. Because the issue is that Chinese at the beginning of Feudal Age, their ramp up on water is just better. Long Feudal, it's different, right? Once you kind of both reach cap, that's where you have to remember the quality the English have. Like, for example, drop an outpost here, get that aura, get Admiralty. Big thumbs up. An interesting detail coming out from Zertan, though. Going for extended lines. I quite like it. I think you're not going to match the amount of fishing boats your opponent has out. So this allows you to need less, and it frees up production to build into military vessels. Speaking of which, his timing is oddly better than Avali's. Avali seemed a little bit slow on the pump there. Springwell finally comes out, but Zertan at least finds a fishing boat and some idle time for it. Lombo is on the way. Only one of them, though. No outpost coming out from Avali. It's kind of awkward now, because if you need to set up outpost to defend this, you're going to need a double outpost. One longbow isn't going to force you off immediately or quickly here. In fact, Avali is already prepping for a land. Dude, did he do this to bait Zertan? Because if so, that's bloody creative. Horseman's coming out, so Zertan's going to discover the hard way what he's up against. Has started to prep spin behind this, but it almost feels like Zertan didn't want to heavily invest into land force because he was worried that he couldn't get in with the Barbican the wall here, right? So Avali on a delay now plays into bulk Horseman to try and spread and go wide. And now he's going to try to deny the gold of Zertan. That's a very creative approach. Very important as well, because this matchup, like very quickly, what we see in the mid game on Holy Island, it becomes about gold control, because whoever can access more gold can spam more demo ships. And demo ships is fundamentally how you win water on Holy Island. There's no debate about that. It's the true detail that defines it. Fishing count's still better though, right? 12 to 15. No extended lines though, so I'd argue they are actually neck and neck, because you get 20% more efficiency, and there's only a free ship difference. But with 12, remember, like you're at, you have to add in an extra 2.4 fishing boats. So they're pretty much neck and neck, of course, with the one upside being that Avali's swarm's a little bit more desirable for the deep water fish. So knocking again on land. Can he actually see into that tree line? He should be able to, unless Avali screwed up. And looks like he didn't screw the pooch here. So well played with the way that he's kept these two trees up here. Blocks entire vision and now allows him to lean towards the Barbican. A Barbican that will fully defend you against Lombos on the left side. Yeah, to me, this is like the worst thing to be hitting. You need to be hitting the gold. And now that you're not there, the outpost is going to go up, so you're going to be too late. So Avali essentially has everything he needs to defend on land. You might even see him now pull the Horseman to hit the economy of Zertan, because Zertan is playing a little bit more loose, right? His gold, his wood, none of it is insulated. You haven't got outposts here, you haven't got walls. So right now, what I'm seeing from Zertan is like what I'd call fake posturing, really. Like you see an army, but the army doesn't realistically do much. He could try to burn through the walls. However, Avali realistically could just rush up an outpost here to shut you down. Double outpost on the way. Remember, this is China. They build fast. And the problem with this now is when you dive, if these spearmen get picked, Horsemen finish you off, right? Funnily enough, Avali is actually macroing up for Castle Age. C also looking good. Forces Zertan to commit into demo ship spam. Horsemen do hit the gold as well. Weird pathing there from Zertan's villagers means that one is at least going to get cut down. I always hate when I got the scout in the mixer like this because he body blocks Horseman and doesn't do damage. But still, it's idle, it's damage done. Break through on the wall in the meantime. Avali is going to get the outpost up. We'll look to garrison both. 1 or 2 villages are going to go down, but all these defenses, Zertan diving this. Unlike Avali, Zertan's going to lose his army for it. Does at least move in, finds himself a few picks, so good micro there to make it 3 extra worker kills. But on C, I'm getting a bit worried now. Demos. Avali? Oh, he needs to hit back. That's expensive. You need to force Zertan to double down. If you want to get away with this greedy play now into Castle Age, you need to kind of make your opponent feel like he needs to add more. Avali. Whew, look at that food. I feel like Song would have been worth going back for here, right? Like, you've only got 1 taxman, but you're gathering a lot of gold. I want to see him essentially, like, it's going to sound weird, but I essentially want to see him get both of his tech ups. I want to see both the Castle Age as well as Song Dynasty locked in. The reason is that now, because you're going into Castle Age, there's a lot more strain onto gold because you want to produce Lancers, right? So if you want to produce Lancers, but you still need to get all your upgrades to have the advantage of water, you need to get your hands on Spiraled ships, you're going to need the taxmen. You're going to need the extra tax generation. You're also going to need the cheaper Imperial Official price. So I'm hoping that's what we're going to see here from Avali. For the time being, with all this extra food, they're putting it to work, adding in additional horsemen. Demos showing here, Zertan cannot take that fight. If anyone feels like Avali's throwing the game right now because he's trying for this tech up, I disagree. This is 100% the right call. Avali's mindset is, if I hang around in Feudal too long, my opponent is going to get Admiralty. Once he has Admiralty, I lose. I just can't win that fight. That's how the English win water so often. So the correct approach to dealing with English is to get out of their strong point as fast as possible. Whether you're talking about land or sea, both of those points for the English are potent in Feudal. The Chinese, that castle unlock is really where they can become their own civ. Clock tower now on the way. Avali, this should be a rush into Springle Cruise. Springle Cruise is basically going to be your version of Admiralty. So even if Zertan has it, he won't have an advantage now. Another big thing to remember is that we get into the extra health. Armored Hulls is kind of nutty. Doesn't sound like a lot, right? 20% more health. But with this many ships, it most definitely is. So tech up complete. And Zertan has to fight now. Like, the moment he heard that go off, notice he turned around. He can't back away. He needs to find a way in. He needs to find punishment. Demos aren't wasting his time, though. Second one coming around the side. Zertan not looking. That's a big one. Heavy wallop. 2 go down. Third gets struck low enough. And Avali should now have enough to hold here. 3 more demos on the way. Spiral count getting a little bit too low. And Zertan only now queuing up Admiralty means he doesn't have that big edge he was looking for. Shows you that Avali made the right call. Now Zertan says, okay, I need to waste your time. I need to burn you out a little here. He's overburdening himself on the wood, way too much in reserve. He doesn't have enough gold. He's not going to be Castle Age anytime too soon, and that's a problem. So what does he need to do? He needs to oppress. He needs to pressure Avali to keep him back from this strong point of Palace Guard. I really don't like the way Zertan's playing as a Eco, though. He's trying to fix it now, right? 18 villages across. This should have been happening a bit sooner. It's way too much wood being held onto. It's almost like Zertan is prepping to lose water. When I see someone gather 1,500 wood and not spend, I think what Zertan's saying to us is, yo, I cannot win this battle on war anymore. Like, it's going to turn into a loss eventually because I'm going to have to pull resources for land. So instead, I'm going to prep myself for a mass farm transition. Demos coming in. Ooh, that was not great micro by Avali. Yeah, you've got to split these more. Like, if you really want to be a master of water, you've got to get 3 different little avenues going in a fight with demos when you got that many. And then wiggle one of them regularly to distract. Still, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, right? You're still stronger here with the armored hulls. And Zertan, oh my god, he's having to go white tower. This is rough. This is exactly what you don't want to have to do. Palace Guard also arriving north side. He is at least going to secure a 4k gold, but wood is a predicament. Good thing he's got 1,500 in reserve, because he might not touch another tree for the rest of this game. I guess you could say he needs a peace treaty from Avali. Hey, I'm going to see myself out. I'm sorry. Palace Guard at least going to lose to mass crap tier units right now. So Zertan is at least going to have a small aggro force still at the back of the base, but Avali can spam a few pass guard to address this. Still no Imperial Academy. I'm just really shocked by this. I think Avali, it would have been worth it at this stage. He's also stockpiling a crazy amount of wood. Demonstrating out. I don't know, man. These fights just don't look very good for Zertan. He basically just has an army of archer ships left over against an army of Strong ships. So this is just going to be a heavy dent, a heavy loss. And Zertan now really doesn't have the eco to flex both land and sea, right? But with the Palace Guard, he has to react in both locations. It's making him weaker in both as a result. Avali moving in. It's keeping an archer ship alive. That's important because there is still a demo coming out. Avali now just having that critical mass to snipe down. This is still a fight where there's no armored hulls either. Remember, Zertan, he has got some gold gathering, but he needs that for crossbows and demos, which means he doesn't have the extra health to bite back. Demos just wrapping around. Archer ship's extra range is definitely helping here, right? The 7.5 tile. Demo is going to look for a hit in. Avali, not ideal on the micro there, so some heavy damage done, but he has started to hit the fishing. We're now talking about 21 fishing boats versus 10. An insane lead here now for Avali. Well played. Sick micro at the end there. Demo trade out on the flank, but I mean, all I'm seeing is Zertan with mass scallies. I don't like it. Mr. Zoinkston over here, not feeling great. Palace Guard also not noticed in the wood line. Bro. No. Guys, come on. Not like this. Oh my god, he finally realizes the short bows are going to be good enough. But that was several kills, right? We witnessed, was it 2 or 3? There must have been more than that, though. And Mortar is still turning into a loss. Zertan pinned up against the embankment now. Only has archer ships to defend with, and there's enough Springles here to clear him up. Yeah, and he doesn't have the Steeled Arrow level 2, right? So it's not like he's got this extra burst of damage coming out against Clump. He's just losing everything. So this is going to be a rout on sea. And then we're talking about land eco being non-existent for Zertan. He spent all that wood that he'd saved up. Not a penny of it went into farms. Ay. Demo's gradually just clearing up these docks. I mean, Avali, he doesn't even need to invest that much into water to now control it. This is a little bit overkill on the Springle count, but he wants to guarantee there's no comeback here. Demo is a rough hit there. Avali. Okay, so here's my problem of going mass war junks here. I'd rather see you just queue up 5 demos and send them. If your goal now is to sweep the docks, Springles is kind of a harder way of doing this when you don't have archer ships to defend. So it does mean he keeps a little bit of his economy alive. We've got, what, 6 fishing boats left over. Not great. New dock being added in. He can't afford to fully lose water, but realistically, if Avali just makes that pivot, gets 1 or 2 galley ships, goes into mass demos himself, he will be able to win this. Still no Imperial Academy. I'm not sure how I feel about the lack of Imperial Academy. You've at least got extra gold coming elsewhere now with the relics. I guess like the logic is you choose Imperial Academy or Monastery. And if you have map control, Monastery is just better, right? And in fairness, I think they've got 2 taxmen now. So, yeah, once you've got 2 taxmen, the value play in Imperial Academy starts to evaporate a bit. He's going back for it now. It's still a good thing to have, right? It's still extra taxation in the area. It's still cheaper taxmen. But now you're saving like 100 resources while spending 500. You are, however, getting more villages over time. Ooh, dock block. Didn't go up. He needs to hope he doesn't get spotted on that stone, actually. And, well, guys, we've been in Castle Age a few minutes. Armored Hulls is only now coming through. Zertan is so gold-starved. And, you know, if I'm Zertan right now, I'm worrying that I'm just addressing each previous issue when a new one comes in. I need to find a way of getting ahead, but the window's closing quickly, right? Like, you don't have land scaling. You're about to lose water. So Zertan's whole thought process is everything now goes into Navy. I'm going to take some damage on land. My crossbows can't react everywhere, but if I lose water, the game is over. Problem is, it's looking like he's about to lose it. Springle's able to just man the sails and move away. And second wave's on the way. We've got some demos being added in. We've got mass pass guard, which could easily pivot towards the shoreline. I'm hoping that's what we're going to see out of Avali. Realistically, you just deny these docks, and the game is over. That's all you need to do. And that issue on the wood line is becoming something that Zertan can't stick his head in the sand on much longer, right? He's got about 2,000, 3,000 wood here. In a never-ending Navy battle, that's actually not a lot of wood in the grand scheme of things. We have now finally got those demos we want from Avali. It's not mass demos, but it's enough to clear up this fleet. Certainly his last legs. Avali now on with Song activated. You just drop a TC, right? Like, you either drop a TC or a keep. A keep drop would be sick here to deny the remaining wood, and it would give you a staging point. A TC just gives you full escalation and a transition point. Eva's quite durable. Like, Avali at this point, nothing feels too greedy, right? Demo ship trades coming in. New archer ships are going to arrive, so we'll minimize the damage being done here. And enough left over to clean up the fleet. So Zertan is going to lose the backbone of the army again. This is going to be a castle drop, probably right here between the tree line and the sacred site. And then, because you have water control, realistically, you could force a sacred site timer here, actually. It's quite... I wonder if that's Avali's goal. It's more gold, and it also forces Zertan to come out onto the map. Speaking of gold, 5 relic game now. Where did this really go wrong for Zertan? I think he just kind of misplayed the water a little bit. His read on what his opponent was doing, not ideal here. Like, the longbow spin and push came on the wrong side. Going for the wood instead of the gold, I think, was his biggest mistake. If he was able to block out that gold, we have a very different game here, where Avali is basically winning because the Palace Guard raids now, right? Like, that wouldn't have come online if you were able to get more longbows up here. Even the idea of, like, siege engineering isn't too crazy to me, just to get through those defenses. I think, like, more than anything, we're seeing just how brutal the Chinese can be. This is more to the credit of Avali and his understanding that playing long feudal is the biggest mistake you can make against English with Chinese. The timing on Castle Age was everything in this game. Getting away from that Admiralty sticking point put him ahead. In so many ways, both on land and at sea. Zertan, I try to ignore his land situation. He's got 9 crossbows against 26 Palace Guard. There's also 4 Nesta Bees. They haven't started attacking yet. When they do, it's going to be a very quick GG. Zertan needs to somehow find the wood and gold now to add in Springolds. Easier said than done. Palace Guard are at least going to be scared away, so well played by Zertan, actually just securing his wood on the back. Docks are being added in again. It's kind of weird to me just how quickly this would have been over with more demos from Avali. Like, if I had to give one big, like, tip, like, how to improve his gameplay here, if you look back at Lucifron and Vortex's games, the thing that always ends up just quickly snowballing water for them is the moment they take a Navy fight win and push forward, they convert it into mass demo spam. Demos that answer the Springwood reaction, they answer the docks as well, right? Like, it's a 2-for-1 special. And when you're playing Chinese, you definitely have the eco to do that. I mean, right now, you're sitting on 3,000 plus gold. And wood is fun as well. Like, you can afford to have one dock non-stop spamming demos out every 14 seconds. Avali got so much gold on this map. I mean, I think he's overkill on the gold. I'd actually love to just see more wood now being gathered. But why not, right? Like, if you've got the resources. Guys, he's going Imperial Age. Like, this is it, man. Zertan should probably just not burn himself out on this game longer. He has a grand total of 14 land units against Imperial Age Palace Guard incoming. And they come fast, remember. Like, now, also, with this type of eco-scaling, the thing that Zertan's going to be aware of is, like, okay, if I don't do something in the next 30 seconds, it's going to be Yuan Dynasty as well. If it's Yuan Dynasty, these Palace Guard will kill me. Mass demos come from Zertan. The beacon of light in the darkness for him is one hope of recovering this. A demo hit comes in, but it's an over-detonation. Clears up a decent amount of the fleet. I don't think that's going to be good enough, folks. Avali behind this. The fishing's still going to continue. Yes, there is a military lead right now for Zertan, but with only one archer ship, this is where demo ships could just turn it about. Man, this is brutal. Second TC as well. Dude, Avali... He's that kid who's got the first experience in the candy shop. They're like, what one can I have, Papa? He's like, anything you want. I want one of everything. Like, whoa, son, that's how you get diabetes. Not in this game. Okay, that was greedy. Avali could have actually hit 5 ships there. He waited too long. He's done it again. Finally detonates. But this is the be-all, end-all, right? Like, Palace Guard upgrade should be coming in soon. Second TC is at least there from Zertan. I feel like Avali would have to make 3 very big mistakes now to start to lose this game. I mean, mistake number 1 is definitely the way he's microed on water. Like, this should not be getting this deep right now. He's mismacroed as well. So he may have some problems on his food gains. But what's happening on land is incredibly impressive. Double Bombard is already out hitting into the White Tower. Even if you start to lose the water now, the issue for Zertan is he doesn't actually have a good answer to Bombards. And he doesn't have an answer to this. Oh my dear God, it's Zertan, we need more gold. Oh God, he doesn't have gold. Zertan, we need more gold. Rush it. The Bao-Chuan is actually going to clear this all up. Oh dear God. Demo's going to come out. Avali, I'm not going to lie. I do feel like he got a little bit complacent as this game went on water. Like, you know, definitely not the cleanest approach, but a win's a win, right? I think it's important to take these notes on board because it's going to matter a lot if you want to try to beat the likes of like a Lucifron, a Beastie, those type of people in Holy Island. But, you know, if he can fix that detail, he's looking like a fierce competitor on Holy Island. Now, the more important part is he's a fierce competitor on land. Zertan. Eco's going to get hit. Gold is everything for him right now. 2 landmarks already down. The Bombards are unanswered. And unfortunately, Zertan's answer is apparently to go into early Men-at-Arms. They're only now getting Castle Age upgrades. Meanwhile, Avali has finally queued it up. Battle hardened and elite status on the way. This is it. There's simply no coming back now. Men-at-Arms is going to try to dive in, but he knows it's too late. The moment he sees the 4 Nest of Bees, we are getting that game free. Whew. So, 2 civs left over. Mongolian Heights. You've got Zhuji or Ottomans versus Japanese or HRE. I don't actually think you can play Zhuji into Japanese. HRE versus Zhuji, maybe you have a shot there, but it's still kind of tough because you have to crack his base before castle. Your best bet is to go Ottomans, right? But Ottomans versus Japan, I'm not going to hold my breath. I think, like, Ottomans, we call them Oppomans. We say they're a very powerful civ. Sure, granted. But it's Mongolian Heights. It's fishing. It's Japanese. You're going to have to fish as well to match. What are you going to do against Shinobi? I think this is, like, one of the toughest ways the Ottomans have to face Japanese. Because if you're going to go for the opening military school play, you can't do anything, right? The Shinobi will kill your spears. So Ottomans need to rush Feudal Age. They can't even go for water. What worries me is if the Japanese do something similar, you're never going to get docks up. Let's find out. Time for the deciding game. We're going to hop into game number 3. 1-1. Comes down to this. Mongolian Heights. The Oppomans up against a civ that's been looking OP itself on water hybrid maps. And it is indeed going to be an immediate move out for a dock. Avali, seeing the value in it. And Zertan can't really respond to it to aggress. Oh my God, he is. He's going to go for it. He's going for the racks. I understand the logic. I understand the play. But the scary part to me is although you may deny a dock away from Avali, what's going to happen here is he's just going to quickly macro up for feudal afterwards, right? And that's a problem because if Avali rushes into that Shinobi spam, Shinobi destroys Spearman. It's not even close. I do think that like Avali has played this a bit too gluttonously. We've been seeing a lot of Japanese at the moment on Mongolian Heights. I think like their best performances are when they just rush towards Feudal Age because your opponent doesn't actually have a clean reaction to it, right? We're going to hit it 2 times there to see this reaction coming out for Zertan. Because the Spearmen are eventually going to be able to burn this down. Avali, I think the reason why he went for this play anyway is because it definitely forces Zertan to do this. And also, the reaction is like, you've spent 150 wood, your opponent has spent 100 wood. Then think about what they're spending as a follow-up. Each of these Spearmen cost 20 wood. These fishing boats only cost 45 wood. But they're actually giving you food back, right? So it's like, you're actually paying for the dock investment while your opponent is now building into something that you counter. And, oh my God, Zertan's actually going to go fishing. Okay, this is the thing I didn't want to see him do. I like this Spearman play, but fishing is what worries me. Because now you're delaying your own tech up timing heavily. You've invested racks, you've invested in docks, you're investing in fishing at full price. And although you're eventually going to take this fishing away from Avali, what he's getting in return is a humongous advantage on water hybrid maps. Before it was like, oh my god, Zert's hacking, Spearman attack speed. We're on 2x speed just for the early game here. Because we're getting to the point that really matters. Coca Township's on the way. Docks should be going down. But arguably this has paid for itself, right? Like these fishing boats have dropped off, I think, twice now. That's going to be 160 food between those two. And the fishing boats didn't cost much. So it's a decent investment for Avali. Especially for what he gets in return. And he would have scoured that wall. That wall would only mean one thing. Like, realistically, there's only one reason why Zertan would wall like that. And it's because he's going for fishing himself. So, dock removed at least. Love that he's already setting up to gather the food as if he's coming back. Because you know he will be. First Shinobi on the way. And Zertan, his own tech up hasn't even started yet. He has 5 Spearmen. They're Dark Age. A Shinobi can actually beat 3 Spearmen that are in Dark Age quite easily. And with Micro, you can beat more. And the problem right now is that Zertan has split his Spearmen up to prevent Avali from getting back on the sea, but that's simply not going to work here. Scout doesn't see the Villager. Even if it did, what are you going to do against this? Shinobi in with the Sabotage. And Zertan, I love that he's getting creative. It's going to be a Sultani trade network. Unfortunately, I still see the big issue with this landmark being the fact that because you can't pack it up and move it to a corner like a Silver Tree, it feels trash. You just don't get maximum distance trade. And do you really want to spend time now, at this stage in the game, pulling a villager to build in the corner? I doubt it. Shinobi. Should be able to force this now, though. Zertan is not going to get another boat out. Double Shinobi is all you need to permanently sabotage your building. Looks like he actually might allow another fishing boat to come out, but that's a whoop-de-doo, right? It's not a military building, so as long as there's no military buildings, it kind of feels like you're giving Avali, giving Zertan rather the rope to screw himself over here, right? Like, it's actually better that he keeps building more fishing boats. Avali. Oh, miss Micro there. Yeah, really big mistake. Not showing a lot of respect. He needs to back up with the Shunshin cooldown Shinobi. Otherwise, he will lose fights like that. Yeah. I also think Avali's doing that classic move too much, not attack enough that we see with a lot of the new civs, right? We see it a lot with Gilded Archers and the Order of the Dragon. Same thing happens with the Shinobi. With Shinobi, you don't want to move them as much. If they're able to stand still and attack, it's much better. The whole logic is, like, up against spears, you want them to surround you as you stab, 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 and then you Shunshin away as you get injured. So tech up complete, dock now being dropped. Drop below at half HP, that is. Shunshin away. Avali, wait, Avali? Buddy, calm down. Arch chips in. Okay, this is it, dude. This is where you lose water. Another dock also coming north side from Avali, so it looks like he's trying to get a bit more greedy. That makes sense. Avali, when given an opportunity, will be a greedy mother ducker. We know this. And Yuumi now here. I mean, dude, I don't even think the Yuumi were necessary, but one nice thing is, like, if this Sultani trade network is going to be used for active trade, you now have the Yuumi to block that out. I think Zertan was looking for a fast castle build here, by the way. Maybe fast Imperial, even. Like, get a little bit of fishing while you can. Boost the Sultani trade network so you have passive gold. And then just condense for food. But I don't think he has the food for that on land. No, he has 13 sheep. That doesn't feel like a good Imperial Age build for me. Not without Madrasa. New dock on the way. Zertan will be able to get this up, right? He'll be able to block this one as well. So he'll get his own dock up. He'll stop Avali's. Avali, I think the timing was a bit greedy here. I'm still not convinced by the Yuumi idea compared to having more Shinobi. Like, if you think about what that cost you, you spend 150 wood, and then you've queued up 4 of these archers, so you spent 260 there, right? That's 410. That could have been 3 extra Shinobi. 3 extra Shinobi would have dominated the entire river and forced the archer transition. Instead, now you've built into Yuumi, and your opponent can now react with Sipahi, which will solve the problem. As much as I love to see Yuumi, I just think, like, in this game, it is maybe an overreaction. One dock is at least down, other one's still being sabotaged. Now, if Avali can get enough of these Yuumi together, Sipahi will not be the answer for certain, because he has not gone in for the undermesh at all. Another interesting thing, actually, if Avali now just uses all this food to pump Shinobi plus Yumi, he's very strong. He's adding in Horseman. I don't think that's necessary, per se. You're actually pretty good with just Shinobi, but his worry is, like, Ottomans, they have very efficient archers, right? The meta attack speed guarantees that. So Yumi are getting struck first. Notice he's trying to get rid of the archers so that Shinobi can do whatever they want. Sipahi is going to chase in, and Shinobi should be going down here, so pricey loss there for Avali. We'll try to Shinshin away, but the archer shot does follow. And now we have got Dao coming out, but nice read there with a spring ship first by Avali. It's going to keep getting pushed back. I wonder if Horseman would have made more sense. Horseman plus more Shinobi for Avali over the Shinobi. Shinobi trying to block this dock out, not going to be able to do so. In fact, he even gets sniped down going in for the sabotage. Okay, this game just got wild. Avali, like, usually at this stage, it's pretty autopilot for the Japanese, but Zern found the perfect timing here. He gets the second dock up. He gets the boats out to now defend this. He's got demos coming to clear up the dock on the other side of this. Arislitz is not necessarily going to contest that. Villager might be able to, but Avali is going to get caught by the demo, not killed straight away. Demo now coming out, but this ain't going to feel great. Avali, he does at least have fishing, right? Like, before anyone's like, yes, Oppermans, OP nerf them. Zerton, although he's doing a phenomenal job of getting back in this game, he now needs to answer the issue of economy, because that's where he's still struggling a little. He has found 2 worker kills. He doesn't have any passive production. This is the most cursed-looking Ottoman game you could ever imagine. He's built trade network, and he doesn't have any blacksmiths, any military schools whatsoever. But that's about to change. Zerton, with this breathing room, should be looking to now get that passive production going. Now trying to contest. The issue is you need to start clearing out these docks. Both players have played into Naval Arislitz. Second dock is coming behind from Avali. He has also got the push, the pincer on both sides here. So, like, realistically, although Zerton has found a way of striking back, he is a bit susceptible to just being completely swept off water now from north and south. Still is getting good trades for the time being. Horsemen are going to keep moving in. I like that he's still got Shinobi in here. The Shinobi is actually your killer. Sabotage also coming through, so Zerton actually is going to lose out on water now. Yeah, this is crazy, actually. I'm impressed with the Horsemen and how they're holding back the Sipahi. I think the key detail here was 1 or 2 Shinobi just coming through and stabbing from behind. They have incredibly high damage versus melee. The retreat, a little bit less ideal out of Avali, though. Archer ship also just baying a lot of fire. I'm trying to think of a way out now for Zerton. Because this game is looking pretty ugly right now. Like, you've got the passive production now coming in, but you've just lost water. Right? Final dock's going down. Your opponent is sitting here with 11 fishing boats. They're shoreline fish, sure, but it's still a lot of extra food. And you've been throwing away a lot of Sipahi, which are not cheap in this game. We've even tried to pull out more villagers to get back on. So here we go, full secure. Now there's going to be an attempt south side, but Avali read it perfectly here. Villager is not going to get that dock up. Instead, it's going to be going into an early grave. Okay, this is sick, actually. Avali, like, some question marks at certain points here. I don't think, like, the Yumi choice was the cleanest way to go with the timing. I think he let up on the Shinobi a bit too early. But he's recovered it, right? Like, he's got full control now. Walls can go up. Horseman was definitely an interesting play, but the reason why I think Avali went Horseman over, say, Onabagisha, which I think performed quite well here, 1 was the Archer Mass, 2, it was the fact that he needed a mobile unit, and Horsemen are a lot more mobile than Onabagisha. So it allowed him to go up and down the river much quicker. So Zerton is going to try for a repull to the south side to get back on, but the problem is the Archer ship is coming down. Pretty heavily injured Archer ship, but considering the lack of archers from Zerton, he doesn't really have a solution. And instead, Avali is now going to go up into Castle Age. This is it. This is exactly what he was looking for. Control water, then use your overwhelming eco lead to just flood in Castle. And folks, I think we are going to be looking at Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai makes a lot of sense here. It gives you that widespread again. You could actually realistically just go straight into Onabagisha here. I think like either or works. Funnily enough, he's queuing up Onabagisha, so I guess we're going for the GG play. Kind of makes sense, right? Like, I think Mounted Samurai, better bang for buck, but realistically, you've got good enough economy with Shoreline Fish to just get 60 Onabagisha and end. Zertan is going to have a hard time holding this. Flowing so much wood and stone. Dude, was he planning a second TC? It kind of looks like it, right? It would make sense as well because he doesn't have fishing anymore. Yeah, it's a second TC. And he needs the deer. Remember, he doesn't have Madrasa, so he can't play in his base for castle. He needs to come out. This is getting ugly. Yuumi? Oh, you can pull this. You can actually just go for the villagers now. If he sees this and just dives over, these Yuumi could clear up a bunch. They basically two-hit the villagers. Unfortunately, it looks like Avali's a bit distracted. Raid did come in at home, so he wasn't paying attention. Onabagisha will defend this. Onabagisha are actually really good against Sipahi. The cost efficiency means they trade quite well, and they have the movement speed to mirror and match them, right? Melee techs, I think, have been lacking here. Not even a single level so far, which is why this Onabagisha will get cleared up. But considering they took out, what was that? 2 almost 3 Sipahi, totally worthwhile. Second wave will do the rest. Avali does need to gather some gold. The weakness of the Onabagisha spam here is he doesn't have enough to even upgrade them right now. Outpost rush now coming on towards the riverside from Zertan. This feels like the desperate play of a dying man here in this game. I like Zertan's idea though, like he just can't contest this food with water himself, it's just too slow. But because Avali chose to go for Castle Age, it means that Avali doesn't have a standing army right now, right? So take out as much of the food eco as possible before retreating away and trying for your own castle timing. Because the end goal of this for Zertan, his mindset right now is slow down Avali's escalation to Onabagisha, tech up and get a big army together. You don't want to be trying to scale mass archers now into mass Castle Age Onabagisha. The biggest problem by playing an age behind up against the Japanese that's a problem is Japanese are always 1 melee tech ahead. If you're an age behind, you're always 2 melee techs behind. And that means it's +2 extra damage, right? That's a big part of why this whole Onabagisha spam is so powerful on this map. If you crack castle first, that's a +2 damage on a very fast attacking unit that you have, that your opponent can't mirror or match. And also, the timing typically comes in when you get enough stone for Daimyo. Add the Bannerman in, and all of a sudden you've got a very big problem for whoever's defending on the other side. Zertan. Remember, Imperial Armory should be being dropped now. So here we go. His opportunity to try and recover this, but it's going to be tough. Avali, 20 on the Onabagisha. A lot more should be coming soon, though. Relics also now being gathered by the 3 Shintos that have been spawning. His shrine was dropped oddly early. I think that was like a little bit weird. He just wanted to not be distracted by that detail when he moved forward. But he dropped this when the raids came at the back, when he just completed his tech up, right? It wasn't optimal. But he didn't want to spam more ships. He didn't want to spam more Yuumi, right? So he had all this extra wood. Might as well just throw it away. Avali, trying for the walls. Yeah, this is another reason why the Onabagisha timing is so disgustingly powerful. Is when you spam Onabagisha like this, you have a lot of torches, so walls don't last very long. So if you're looking for Avali's mentality in this game right now, it's confidence. He's not hesitating. He's not feeling like he's about to get countered. Mangoes aren't going to come out quick enough this tech timing, right? Mehmed Imperial Armory takes too long. So these walls aren't going to open up. It's just a matter of getting the Onabagisha together. He needs to also get that Bannerman. Like, we are now at 420 stone and no Daimyo. If I could highlight one big mistake from Avali, it's that. Yes, a Bannerman slows you down, but realistically, with your position on the map, it's not about speed. It's about the power of the punch. You position for a main engagement. You have the Onabagisha for that. So Bannerman should be your #1 priority. Onabagisha raids are getting cleared up. I hope he stops doing this. Like, I know it's scary, but your goal right now is just get 50 Onabagisha and take the main fight. Zertan won't have enough troops at that point, right? He just spent so much of his limited food on a tech up. He's mainly locked into passive production, and then the Sipahi, if he needs to spam them, they cost an arm and a leg, right? And they're not even a good unit up against Onabagisha. Avali, Daimyo just came in. So Katana Bannerman should be on the way. Love the fact he's stealing relics here. There's actually an opportunity to make this a 5-relic game. 6 is a bit ambitious, but it's also painful because Zertan is playing into the mosque. And I believe that did get scouted when those Onabagisha came back here, right? It might have got glimpsed. Oh no. Actually snuck in. Wall is going to go up. Sipahi can lose this fight, by the way. Like, this is pretty vicious. With the +2 melee tech, I mean, you just don't have any melee armor here. Oh, man. And he's on the attack speed instead of the melee armor. That's a big error. So this is interesting, right? Like, on a land map, actually, like, interesting detail for you guys. Ottomans are heavily favored against Japanese because of this armor toggle here. +2 melee armor screws over the Onibagisha timing. But it's the food difference here that's allowing Avali to flex and look strong in a Civ matchup that is meant to be against him. Let me get that back on. Don't know what happened there. So this is rough. Onibagisha moving in the secondary TC. Sapahi having to fight. And dude, I can't believe this. And man, if he just toggled, if he just pressed one button, it's W for the win. Instead, he's getting absolutely annihilated here. Eco Massacre. Zertan, he's lost control of this game now. This is wave number 1. The Onibagisha are already spreading out into the base. They find the free mango. And Zertan, now with a ragtag group of defenders, doesn't have the mass to hold back what's coming. Avli just straining himself, right? Wave after wave coming in, though. 40+ Onibagisha. Tough game here, man. Like, and I can't emphasize this enough. Like, Zertan's choice to go into Ottomans was smart, but I think the leverage of the meta was the biggest error here. If I had to highlight one area for improvement, it's learning to use this melee armor. It's a game breaker. +2 armor completely offsets the power of Onibagisha. They do no damage. They tickle like kittens. But he didn't use it once in these engagements at a critical point. And now the damage really is done, right? We're talking about a 30 eco lead. Wave after wave incoming. And your military count is at 11. It's just, even if that was 11 knights right now, with the fact you're not using melee armor, with the fact you don't even have the full melee armor upgrades, you'd still die to Onibagisha. It's crazy how much of a difference it makes. Oh, 2 creepies. And Relic Call in the end is going to end up being, what, a 4-2 split? Remember, Mongolian Heights spawns with 6 relics to make it fair, so each player's side has 3. Samurai coming in after this as well. Dude, this is tough. I mean, Avali, I guess he's getting a little bit paranoid that Onibagisha, they're doing damage, but they're not forcing like this permanent sit there that kills Zertan. But adding Samurai in is going to give you this bulk with a chunky front line that allows you to just stay here indefinitely. Avali moving in again though, and Zertan not moving away! Okay, that's it. Throw in the towel, call it, mate. This goose is officially cooked. Raid on the side. He only just noticed the goal. GG's going to get called. Avali showing you that although this matchup may be Opperman on land, the sea is the home of the Japanese. Oof. Dude. It's so interesting the difference that land versus sea makes. Like, I'm not even over-exaggerating when I say that is like almost a default win for Ottomans. Ottomans absolutely destroy the Japanese on land. It's just the melee armor. Like, if you think about what you want to do when you're playing as the Japanese, pretty much all your good choices revolve around melee. Because, like, here's the thing: if you go for, and you know what? I'm wondering if that is why we saw Yuumi instead of Horseman earlier, or why we saw Yuumi instead of like Onibagisha or Samurai. I think maybe Avali was trying to be big brain about it, and he was worried about the meta toggle. The meta toggle is still pretty good. Like, this is why overall the Ottomans are really good against the Japanese, because in Feudal Age, if they go Yuumi, getting +1 ranged armor is actually a huge deal because Yuumi do no damage. And then the melee tech, getting +2 means that, you know, Horseman, Bannerman, Aura Effect, long-term Feudal is offset. Onibagisha just don't hit very hard whatsoever. You know, even the Samurai feel underwhelming until you're in Castle Age. So, like, you know, there's a lot of boxes ticked. So what does that leave you with if you're playing Japanese? The main thing it leaves you with is the idea of going into Onimusha. But Onimusha suck due to the fact Janissary exist, right? So, like, I do believe that Ottomans, like, if you have even grounds, if there's not water, Ottomans should be taking those games 9 times out of 10. But you can see just how much difference Koga Township's viability makes. So, another series marked off. So, Avali versus Zertan done. So, we've done what? Anatan versus Zertan, Avali versus Zertan, Recon versus Numidan. Let me just quickly name that one. Are we having com games today? Goal is to try to. We have to have enough people for those. That's always the catch. You know, it's why I always say to people, regardless of whether you come for com games or competitive games, I'd say be here for both. Because we can't do community games if there aren't enough people. And we end up doing more like comp games. So we'll see later on if we have enough people. But that'll be after I've eaten is the goal there. So, approx at what time? It's hard to say, like maybe in 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Once again, though, like it depends on whether there's enough people here. I'll probably eat around 5, and then like after I come back. So usually you're looking at like 5:45 to 6-ish my time. And it's 3:30 now. So next up, we are going to look at... I think what we'll do now is we'll do the Dumu versus Numidan series. I'm going to munch on a biscuit or two. Let me put music on while I set these details up. So apparently the Dumu versus Numidan series is pretty damn good. Kind of surprised it didn't get cast. So we'll look to fix that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run 90 seconds of ads while I set this up so that we shouldn't have too many interruptions when we're in game, okay? So hit the ads now. Interesting. Delhi first pick, Japanese last pick. I actually think Numidan got a really good draft at the end there. English Marlins on opening is pretty good. What maps did they get? Rocky Canyon, Coastal Cliffs, Holy Island. Oh, I really like Numidan's draft. I think you got a really good draft here. English is going to be good for Coastal Cliffs. Japanese should be able to win against Delhi quite easy peasy. Let me put a poll up. Alright, let me load the games while I keep munching. I'm just basically stockpiling on carbs because I know these two, and this could very easily be a long series. Alright, I was getting a bit worried for a set there because I thought there'd been too many games played. Luckily, Dumu's data has saved us. We can watch all 3 games. Hog. So game 1's going to be Rocky Canyon. How do you guys vote on the poll? Interesting. So someone thought Dimmu won. I'm not convinced. Holy Island. Did I say Holy Island was in there? I'm pretty sure I did. I actually think that Numidon won the draft. Japanese. I don't know, actually. So, the Japanese pick should win against the Delhi. English is your backup option now to play on water. You're kind of stuck with it. And HRE should be able to win there. But then it's a case of, like, how does Malians perform against Chinese? How does Mongols perform against Jean? I guess maybe Jean should be the difference maker. Maybe. But, like, if we're talking Coastal Cliffs, which they did draft, English should be able to beat any of those civs. Even Jean on a short map. There's this new micro on AoE 2 going Rams Archers. You go in and out of the Ram to avoid Archers. Is that possible in AoE 4? Yep. There's already a bunch of players doing it. So, if you caught our games of Crackety doing it with Chuganu, it's disgusting, actually. I actually have already coined a phrase for it. I coined it literally at Rollerlol 2 years ago when we rarely saw it. It's called clown carring. It's an appropriate name for it. Basically, you just keep in-outing, in-outing, in-outing. And your opponent can't do anything about it. It's so ridiculous. Very powerful. The best person doing it, as we get ready for this game, the best person I've watched doing clown carring is easily B. B is the best clown carer in the game right now. There's a few other players that will do it as well, but he's the one who's been doing it the most. What you do is you control group your units to different keybinds inside the RAM. And that means that you can ungarrison only the unit that counters what's coming. So what you do is you put, like, 10 Chuganu, 6 Spearmen, something like that. And basically when Horsemen come in, you pull the Spearmen out. When anything else comes in, you pull the Chuganu out. Clown carring, yep. That's exactly what I call it. Alright. So, I just realized we were done 3 series, so it'd be a 4th today. Pog, 20 series cast across 4 days. Look at us. Alright, so let me just check. Overlays, all good. I don't know why it kept disappearing before. Let's get ready to roll. Did I update the title? I did. We have got Dimmu versus Numidon. Have I been doing 40 hours this week? I don't think I've done 40 hours this week. I'm trying to think. We've done, like, maybe 21. We'll probably end up doing like 29 or 30 hours in total this week, which is usually where we sit. I mean, putting 160 hours a month in, it's quite a lot, actually, especially considering we're still not making money out of it. So, yeah, very committed. All right, let's get ready to go. Oh, God, dude. I have to wait to unpause the game because someone's Steam just popped up in notification. God damn it. All right, this is going to be a fun one. One and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We're here for a series between Dimmu and Numidon. And this is going to be a fun one, actually. Dimmu whipping out the Delhi up against Numidon, the Japanese. Gotta say, check the draft between these two. I actually feel like Numidon got a pretty damn good draft. They're going to be playing on Holy Island, Coastal Cliffs, and here on Rocky Canyon. The draft was as follows. Numidon was able to open with the Malians, English, Mongols, and Japanese. Dimmu's reaction was Delhi, Chinese, HRE, and Jeanne d'Arc. This opening matchup, although it takes the Japanese away as a strong tool for Holy Island for Numidon, I think this is a very oppressive matchup for the Delhi. So far, it's been something that no player has had a clean answer to, actually. The Delhi versus Japanese on the ladder. Last time I checked, it's like a 67, 68% win rate. In fact, I'm going to double check it today to see if it's changed at all. So Delhi versus Japanese, 70% win rate for the Japanese. The fast castle timing, the unlocked unit types are just too oppressive for a civ like the Delhi to deal with. And you have to remember that Delhi is not a civ designed to dive the enemy base. It's a civ designed to basically chip away at your opponent and then force them to come out with sacred sites. 10 minutes is far too long to wait against the Japanese. That's why it doesn't work. What's interesting is that in an attempt to solve the Japanese threat, what a lot of Delhi players have been doing is optimizing for Castle Age builds. And I'm wondering if one of the players that actually had the best execution of that build so far is going to do it. Dimmu, if he goes Dome of Faith, we might be looking at a House of Learning build, which is an interesting approach I've noticed a few players going towards to try and solve for this fast castle issue. Going to find out soon. Going to stick on the 2x speed. Kura Storehouse is on the way from Numidan on the backside. Spawn looks pretty exposed on the goal, but it's nothing that setting an outpost or two up cannot solve for. So don't worry about this as a threat. And it is indeed going to be the fast castle build. Dimmu going for the Dome of Faith. Okay. I'm going to be totally real with you, fully transparent. I've watched high-level players do this. I've watched practically none of them succeed. The only player I've seen succeed with this build has been Dimmu. I've cast a lot of Japanese games, quite a few Delhi ones. The fact that he's the only player who has managed to make it work is why I'm not giving up the hope they can find a way. But realistically, I think this comes down more to how Numidan is going to execute, because when I've seen the high-level players play the Japanese, it seems like no matter what you do with this Delhi build, it can't hit. Step one is going to be making sure you've got enough food for what you need to do once you arrive in the tech up. 13 sheep is a good start, already on the berries. 10 on the other side for Numidan. Of course, the free farms are now going to start pumping. Farmhouse is being dropped. Already set up one of these, but no Tawara coming in. So Numidan is just looking for a naked fast castle. Interesting part to me is Numidan building the outpost already, even though he should have scouted in to see if there was any sort of tower victory play. Considering his position on the map as well, it's kind of neglectful to me that Numidan hasn't actually checked for what his opponent is doing. You could be saving yourself 100 wood. Doesn't sound like a lot. Actually kind of is at this stage in the game. Especially if it's a race towards Castle Age. Tawara is on the way, so we should be seeing a pull of the villagers across on the berries. As soon as Tawara completes, you are basically gathering from berries quicker than you would from sheep. So it's very optimal for these fast castle builds. I'm wondering if Dimmu done this intentionally as well. Like, this is the interesting thing to think about. With the draft, you could have picked Delhi on Coastal Cliffs, but I think they can lose to English. I think it's a skill-based matchup there, but it's still a bit risky. This, to me, feels like Dimmu anticipating the Japanese and having some success against this with this build, hoping it's going to work for him. I'll have to see Numidan actually opening with Horsemen. This already feels a bit weird. Is he going to play Prolonged Feudal? This is one of the builds that actually, like, if I say it's weird, but this is one of the builds that can work. The reason it feels a bit weird is you haven't been given too much of a reason yet. Yes, there's some Ghazi coming, but not enough to dive and deny you, right? So you don't need to rush in this play. The reason why this play can be good, by the way, is the longer that the Feudal Age goes on, if you get into the Daimyo and you get Bannerman, actually these Horsemen hit almost as hard as Ghazi. And when you consider that Horsemen attack more frequently than the Ghazi, it turns into a win for the Japanese army. So let's see how deep both of these players want to go in this. Because I feel like this is kind of a who's going to blink first, right? Like, your goal realistically on both sides is to hit Castle Age, but you want to try to force your opponent to waste more time in Feudal. Sanchi is at least on the way. Other reason why Numidan wants to play in the Horseman, this is a perfect way of denying those sacred sites. Love this read as well. Heading around to the safe sacred site, anticipating that Dimmu is going to send a scholar out there first. Good game sense on it. Other side of it, Ghazi are not a big enough number yet to dive this outpost and idle it out. So it turns out Numidan, this outpost choice was totally justified. Well played by him on that. Dimmu. Well, he's going to play this different. Actually goes for the closer sacred site in the center to his army. That's actually a pretty smart read. It means that his Ghazi can be stationed for attack still without him having to go wide flank. It's interesting the difference these small differences make. It's like what we're seeing right now is big brain versus bigger brain making other brain look small, right? Like, it's kind of like Numidan. He had the right idea. This is the safe sacred site. But why would Dimmu do that when he can easily take the center one with the better units right now? It's going to be a split, which is a bit greedy, but if Dimmu could at least get a lock, this would have been worth it. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to actually get it in time. Block does come in. Raid on the other side, Ghazi are going to idle out the gold. Scout is apparently feeling a little bit heroic. TC is going to be dove. Not a big deal here. And this is without Undermesh, by the way. Undermesh is coming through soon, in 50 seconds. This could actually be a big deal for Dimmu. Numidan, he needs to either get home or do something similar. Oh, wow, dude. I can't believe this. He misread it. Numidan went full greed. If you're going to go full greed, you can't do what you just done there, right? Like, you have to hit the economy to force a reaction. Hitting a Scholar's not going to do that against a Dome of Faith build. Dumu, that's a fantastic hit. He idles out the gold long enough that Numidan can't just crack that castle quickly. He forces more horsemen to come out. And behind this, now, it's going to be 2 Sacred Sites, a third soon to be locked in. And horseman numbers are heavily limited for Numidan. And this is what Dumu needed, right? Now he's switching to Spearman. Pretty decent answer considering you see the stables play. It's going to be Castle Age into probably more cavalry. Also, this gives you an ability to lock in these Sacred Sites. If this is a cavalry play, Numidan won't be able to decap once the walls go up. Love that little detail from Dumu as well. Just optimizing the Ghazi, pulling over the injured ones to heal. Floating Gate is now on the way. Racks being dropped, so Numidan actually going for a full switch. I think we're getting into Onibagisha, folks. I like it. This is actually really smart. He's anticipating what his opponent's done. He built Horseman first, he forced the reaction. One of the strongest things about the Japanese when they do these type of feudal openings is the way you force your opponent to react. Once they react, you have this very big spike to counter, and that's what Numidan is aiming for. I remember we used to see similar out of Anatan's Japanese build, where he would build a stables opening, he'd rush his daimyo, he'd get an Uma Bannerman, and that would force his opponent to build spears. Once he's built spears, what do? You go Castle Age, you drop a Rax, and you spam Onibagisha or Samurai. This is a similar idea. It hits the same element. It ticks the same box. Tech up almost complete. Dumu, meanwhile, has got 3 Sacred Sites now locked in, but the decaps are going to start coming through here. Needs to hit this gold, needs to idle it up, right? Because Numidan, even if it's Onibagisha, although it's cheaper than Samurai, you need to spam a lot of them. So you need quite a bit of gold. So tech up there. And Dumu, this is where he's starting to stockpile a bit, right? Like, this is exactly the timing he was looking for. I've seen him do this build. He's ticking the correct boxes, right? Like, he's not completely blind rushing it. He's getting enough to stay aggressive on the field to guarantee the gold lock-in. And he's looking gradually towards that castle. We should be seeing a House of Learning coming in the next minute. Flash comes in the meantime. Onibagisha not upgraded yet. Numidan doesn't have enough gold for this. This could prove a problem. Ghazi idling out that gold as well. Spearman standing their ground. Remember, they have got a better attack speed, so although it's still a favorable fight for Onibagisha, it's not as top dog as you'd like, especially considering that you still don't have the full upgrades. Ghazi are just going to throw themselves away, so this is a full coverage. Dumu has padded himself for the castle build. It's on the way. House of Learning should be the optimal choice. And boom, there you go. 15 workers working on it. And this is where the game gets interesting, because at this point, Numidan's solution should just be to keep spamming Onibagisha. But the gold idle time has actually added up if you think about it. He still hasn't upgraded them to Castle Age variants. He's only got 10 of them. The idle time on the gold from the early raid with the Ghazi forced him in the outpost and then that follow-up raid there has slowed him down. And behind this, we have been talking about a game where Dumu has been having at least 2 Sacred Sites at any given point. Adds up to a lot of gold trickle. And also, the idea of the Dome of Faith build that's very impactful. No relics have been grabbed yet by Numidan. Dumu has 10 scholars. Would you like to guess what he's about to do next? I think you know. Scholars already moving out. Oh my, dude, he's taking them all away. So this is the key detail that I was looking for. And this is how the Delhi build works. It's the 5 scholar relic pool. If you can tick this box, Numidan is going to suffer in the gold department. He can keep up on food, sure, right? You've got Kura Storehouse, you've got berries to play on, you've also got the Yoroshiros you can drop into houses to help. But forged Yoroshiros don't really cover your gold cost here. It handcuffs you heavily. And the timing could not be worse. Numidan kept in his base so long, he's not going to get a single relic. Oh, that is brutal, dude. This is like the only way the Delhi have been able to beat the Japanese in the last few weeks. No other build has worked. And if Numidan cannot start intercepting these scholars right now, he's going to be starved. Well, I'll just scare this away. Looks like maybe 1 relic can be blocked out, but the rest are already looking sorted. Lancer spam also coming out as a problem for Numidan. He's adding in spears now, but on a heavy delay. Scholar's at least going to get down. So 1 relic at least goes his way. But guys, it's still a 4 relic versus 1 situation. Lancers. Funnily enough, I actually got the ranged upgrade, so no melee upgrades coming in yet. That's finally about to complete in just a second. Remember, this is a lot of scholars, so the research speeds are really quick. Nice. Are just going to raid onto the gold. He can even shift across onto the Shinto next. I think that might be exactly what he wants to do here. Instead, he chases for the food. Numidan, this is a lot of his food income as well, remember. He has got the level 2 wheelbarrow, so has an insanely quick gathering rate out here. So idling out in that area is pretty critical. And interesting enough, Dumu now adding in the crossbows. Unnecessary. I'm a little bit surprised by this, but he's paranoid about this building. Remember, the rats can build Onobugisha, spears, and samurais, so you take a lot of boxers with just one production building. 7 worker kills now, Dumu. 7 ahead, playing on Deer as well. Oh, dude, this is such a vicious build, man. I'm not overreacting. I'm not overemphasizing when I say this is the one way that you can actually beat the Japanese as Delhi. And now, Numidan at this stage, his full process is, okay, I just need to get enough spearmen together to defend. And then I need to send Onobugisha across the map. Because the issue he's suffering with right now is he's dancing to his opponent's tune. The reason why the Japanese fast castle build is so powerful is the pace it sets. It feels like you're being suffocated on the map, right? Because Mount Samurai usually mirror you out, they block you out. Mass Onobugisha flood the map, all your pocket ecos fail. That's why it crushes so many sips. But the way that Dumu has played this, controlling the map at an early point before the Japanese can, and using that to get everything off the map that matters, means now Numidan has a critical issue. He can't reach critical mass. And even these spearmen he's building to defend with, the Lancer count is already mirroring your count. This is not a great position to find yourself in. Remember, the Japanese spears only become good once you have the Bannerman. They only become great once you have Nagayari up in Imperial Age. So right now, you just feel like a normie stiff of spears. Lancer's just banging him around. And arms have now arrived. And that's going to be charging the gold. Numidan has at least got 900 gold in reserve, but I'm more worried about his food right now. This is looking a bit grim. He's going to have to go wider. And that whole idea that I talked about, where, like, you know, the Japanese spread wide and shut down all your pocket ecos, Dumu now realizes that's going to play the other way. For now, it's Lancers to dive the main base, but after this, when the numbers get a bit too thin, what do you do with those Lancers? You spread out. You look on the flanks. You look for these berry patches. But now, though, finding maximum impact underneath the TC. Textiles at least minimize the losses a little bit, but we're now talking about an 11 eco lead for Dumu. Dumu, who, by the way, very crafty little nugget, he went in for the textiles before raids even came, aware of the possibility. Love that detail. And that is going to be it. GG gets called. The Delhi, 70% favored in favor of the Japanese. Delhi are expected to lose this matchup, almost guaranteed at the highest level of play, but Dumu shows you the one way they won't. An unexpected victory for Dumu to open this series. We now mark Japanese as well as Delhi off the list, and I am a little bit concerned. That should have been a clean, easy GG, right, for the Japanese. The reason why that build usually doesn't work for the Delhi is because what the Japanese player does is he plays a prolonged feudal where his units aren't discounted. His units aren't worse. His units are just as good because there's no Tower Victory, right? If you think about it, if you don't have Tower Victory, your strength isn't really in feudal age as the Delhi. But the mistake made there by Numidan is that he went a bit too greedy. He triggered the idea of Castle Age in his brain a bit too quick. He didn't realize that the pressure was going to keep mounting. And I think also he let that idea of the scaling scholar count get in his head. That really screwed the pooch for him. I still think that this matchup should be practically impossible, but I've got to give it to Dumu, and it kind of alleviates Numidan of a little bit of the blame. Dumu is beyond crafty when it comes to this build. He's like one of the best executors of the fast castle build I've seen. Flat out, like hand on a Bible. I don't think I've seen many people do it better than him. But now this leads to a very sticky situation. A very awkward situation for Numidan. His draft is very strong for the first 2 games. It gets weaker afterwards. I don't like his draft the deeper we go. I think the way he drafted was very creative for a 2-0 victory. But now we are going to be looking at, by the looks of it, it's going to be, is this Lipany? It's showing as an unregistered map. Let me ID it. Coastal Cliffs. Okay, Coastal Cliffs game 2. Dumu is going to go for his Chinese. We know he loves those Chinese. Numidan picks the Malians. I think Numidan could have went English, but the issue with going English, and this is where he was kind of handcuffed, is by going English, you wouldn't have had them for Holy Island. This is still a matchup that I think favors the Malians, though. If this turns into an eco boom, you're just more aggressive on your timings. And this is a map that is quite claustrophobic. It doesn't leave many places to hide. And also, this map is designed to punish greedy civs. Now, I know you're about to say Malians are greedy, but the way they do it isn't TC-oriented, and that's a key detail because look at these stone spawns. Far away from the base. It's not really something ideal to aim for. We hop into game number 2, where Dumu has picked the Chinese, Numidan on the Malians. Now, China can work. I see them as a mid-tier civ on Coastal Cliffs. The idea is if your opponent tries to play into aggro, you Barbican the front deer, and you're safe. But this is a greed race, and it's a greed race of a different design. One that actually favors the civ that isn't building TCs. Numidan, it's all about cattle ranch spam. And you don't have many great reactions as the Chinese to this. You can try to build Chiganu after going Song, but that's a slow timing, and you're also building Chiganu into Javs. You can try going Mass Horseman, but that's also going to be Donzo's defending choke points. So, realistically, this is likely to turn into a Castlades race. And I'm a bit worried for Dumu if that's the case. Sofa's kind of dismantle everything you're going to do if you want to be an offensive player, so your only option left is crossbows. We'll see what Dumu has in mind, though. We're going to speed up 2 times until we're in Feudal Age on both sides. Might even be Castle Age if there's going to be no aggro units. And scouting is going to be very important here. Opening play is going to be really good for Dumu. He should get more sheep off the map due to the extra scouting range. But what matters afterwards is what you see. These players need to sniff out what each of them is going to do, because if Numidan sees no production buildings into aggro, it means he can double his mill production and just go full into ranches. On the flip side, for Dumu, if he sees his opponent is going to go full mill and have no pressure, it might be to his benefit to try and attack. Nice push away. I love that detail. Numidan, he's anticipating the Barbican. And oh my god, dude, it's going to be an aggro Barbican! Okay. Dumu, I must tip my hat. I'm impressed. Like, I was wondering where the hell it was. Oh, yes. We might actually have a 2-0 on our hands here. Look at the Barbican placement. He denies 3 golds with 1 Barbican. Which means, as the Malians, you literally have 1 gold on your side remaining. This one kind of is there in the mid-map, but he's just not accessible. And now Dumu is going to move in to burn it out. Of course, how could I forget the most classic plays? I feel like I've spent so long watching Chinese players just go eco boom, I forgot that this was even on the menu. Great move by Dumu. But Numidan, with that wide gold, does at least have a recovery plan. So, Dumu, I love step 1 in this plan. I want step 2 to be more aggro. If this is Barbican and Jill, that's when I get worried. If this is non-stop aggression, deny him resources, block him out. That's when you can get a quick 2-0 GG. Oh, what a decisive move by Dumu. Now, keep in mind this was without Wheelbarrow, right? So it was a lot of idle time to walk across the map like that. So he did mess out in that regards. But at the same time, Numidan has some eco issues. He's not even able to set up the new pit mine yet. And right now, his only gold income is 75 a minute. So looking a bit ugly for that. Funnily enough, even with that detail in mind, it looks like we might be getting Javs. I'd assume Archers here. Archers is kind of cost efficient. You need to get your tech unlocks, right? And with limited gold, Javs is quite expensive. But funnily enough, it is actually going to be a Jav. Scout on the way. Dumu now knows about this. And he's going to pull 2 villagers for an outpost rush. Oh, I'm so used to watching these greedy type games by Dumu with the Chinese, but this is something else entirely. This is just Cheesathon right now, going back to his release AoE 4-state days. It makes sense. I mean, like, you don't want to play this eco matchup. We already highlighted why. It's absolutely tragic. So, Dumu, his mindset is, okay, like, if I have to start producing units, this game is kind of over. If I have to start going TC boom, this game is over. What I need to do is deny him equity on the map. Unfortunately, the Javelin timing by Numidan is on point. Outpost is going to get denied. Village is going to go down. And that means that Dumu has now missed the mark with this play. Oh my god, and no wheelbarrow might be the biggest stinger of all. With the amount of food and wood that he's floating, realistically, he could have had wheelbarrow much earlier. Might have been the difference between getting that outpost up and getting it down. Right? Like, I think actually that was the thing that was missing here. Dumu now has to pack up and move home. Every villager has to leave the base. So Barbican outpost on the north side is still going to be a ticked box. That's still equity taken away from Numidan. But now, with access to the south side pit mine, his game doesn't flatline. Dumu is now having to make the cursed choice to go into that TC build we talked about. The question you've got to ask, though, is did he get enough of this? Did he do enough damage to Numidan for it to be worthwhile? I'm a little bit reluctant to say yes. For a start, in this type of game, that type of play, the follow-up is to drop a good TC on like a deer stack, because you need that extra surge in eco. This is going to be a condensed TC build by Dumu. It's something that he'll be like, okay, I know I have to do this. I don't like that I have to do this, but I accept it. And in fairness, I'd say if any player on the Chinese is comfortable with the idea of condensed 2 TC, it's Dumu. I think even in games where he has the opportunity to play pocket resources, he more so than anyone else will make this choice to keep the TC at home. Imperial Academy now on the way, so we are going to activate the Song Dynasty. Already has 2 taxmen, so still getting some value off the discount. And Numu, is he going to try to get aggro with this? It's an interesting idea, but I feel like you have to defend the pit mine. It's the #1 priority, right? Outpost is at least coming out. Love that he's playing Deer. This is actually really cool. You need to take risks on the map now. You're up against a Civ that tried to play aggro with buildings, which tells you they're not playing aggro of units. And if they're not playing aggro of units, they're going to be greedy. How do you beat that? Play the map. Right? That's the way the game is designed. Berries are not as good as deer. Deer are not as good as boar. These deer and boar tend to be located further out in more exposed areas. Love that he's even getting survival techniques. Okay, so Numidan. Probably just looking for enough troops to defend here. I don't think you want to all in your opponent. Even if they are going to go multi-TC Song Dynasty now, that takes a long time to come online. A lot longer than it would take for your cattle ranch to get fully operational. Yeah, I like the outlook of this game for Numidan. I think Ben was really close to making this a 2-0 if he just got this outpost up. At that stage, the delay means you can play 2TC very comfortably. This just feels like, although you're going to get a slice of what you want, your opponent also is getting what they need. He's even going to get a pit mine in the center. The bloody confidence on this guy. And for good reason, right? When you go 2TC Song, you don't actually have enough food income to afford to produce military units as well. Like, that's just a reality of the build, right? If you try to, you're just going to miss out on production in your TCs. That second TC hasn't even been dropped yet. I imagine he wanted the deer stack, but like we said, it's way too late now. So it's probably going to be, what, down here? Okay, yeah, down here, south side. So condensed TC approach. Jabs can still raid this tree line, by the way. This is not safe at all. In fact, they're going to look to poke now, so quick to pull away. Taxman almost gets sniped there. Love the idea, the killer instinct that I've been talking about for Numidan. This is the detail I want to see. This guy, especially in the first 10 minutes, I think is what's impressed me in a lot of his high-level pub games. He's very relentless. It's the mid-late game where I think he's missing that killer instinct. So what I like to see is that he's playing aggressive early on and applying pressure. In fact, this is looking like a Farimba build, which is wild when you consider that he had no gold access at the start of this game. That's crazy. I mean, he hasn't built a single ranch. This is 100% Farimba play. I'm impressed, man. Like, I think the idea of this going 25, 30 minutes would have had me doubting Numidan's capabilities. I think that's where he falls apart as a player against the best players in the game. It's almost like he just doesn't have enough practice with these late game scenarios to have that killer instinct I talked about. But the first 15 minutes is something he's too aware of. And Farimba, confirmed, it's on the way. 17 villages rushing it up. Horsemen are not going to scout this. They're only going to idle the eco out a little bit. Numidan, well, he has got 2 pit mines already, right? He's not going to have the third, but he does have access to relics. That's a potential play here. Remember, this is Dry Arabia Slimfast, which means everything that remains is smushed close together. That does include all these relics. What would his reaction be when this happens? I wonder, like, I could just imagine him being like, oh, cool, blimey, that was a quick Fulani. Like, do you anticipate Farimba here? It's 11 minutes in, after your opponent has had to play the map like this. Dumu's a smart cookie. He might have, like, an instinctual feel that this is going to be a Farimba play. But he doesn't have confirmation. So you have to balance it in a way that you're still getting your own eco-scaling while acting and building an army as if Farimba is on the way. So let's talk about negatives of this play from Numidan, because there is a really big one. If Dumu is able to catch up into Castle Age, his comp will start to win out. You can play Palace Guard a little bit more confidently. Musafadi can still be annoying, but I feel like Sofa is the really big threat factor against Chinese. If you're playing slow-moving units and they're playing Turtle, they can just hold choke points from Nesta Bs. So I think for Numidan, he needs to start extracting value, and this is a good start. Jazz moving in. The Chuganu answer is not a good one. That is a nightmare to have to react with. You don't have the movement speed to gap close, and also these units do get bonus damage against you, so pretty dicey. Horseman at least being added in. Numidan has now got the upgrade into veterancy. This is where he could easily start sniping these guys down. With the amount of damage these guys have, they'll insta-kill any Chuganu. Weirdly enough, it just keeps backing away. Yeah, a little bit surprised, actually. I think Numidan is showing a bit too much respect here. Killer Instinct logic, right? Like, yes, there are going to be horsemen coming, but you have reinforcing Donzos. You probably shouldn't be this scared. Javelin counter is about to get a lot more spooky. 5 more added in. I wonder if we'll see Military Academy in a rush. He's gathering an insane amount of gold, and he's going towards the Imams. So we'll likely see him grab 4 relics and then queue up Military Academy afterwards. That's a really big deal when you play Farimba. That timing matters because it increases your surge potential. But for now, he's ticking the boxes required, right? Numi behind this has got 1 Rax, 1 archery range. That means he got all the tech upgrades efficiently. And we should be looking at Steeled Arrow soon. Undermesh level 2 also on the way, so these Chuganu are going to merely tickle. Dumu's still not ready for an age up either. So Dumu's logic is basically hold until probably about 70-75 eco, and then use the remaining food and gold to go up. He has still got the berries on the backside. He has still got the berries to try to sneak to the east. But outside that, food is becoming heavily limited. The worst thing you could have to do here, the last thing you want to have to do, is go into a farm transition before castle. That would be the killer, because this is reaching a point, this army, this comp is getting strong enough that it can dive past the TC. Oh my god, it is going to be the granary. He doesn't feel like he's got enough food. I get where he's coming from, but this just does not feel great. Flash begins. Donzo's moving in, and the horseman already dead. Jav's going to start sniping this down. Level 2 ranged armor is not in yet. Sure, most of the Donzos are gone, but the problem is Dumu, in a game where you're out of food, you're going to need a lot more food, buddy. And Numidan, now you just line formation this, right? Like, I think he's being a little bit overly kitey. If you just line formation, keep the Donzos back, all the Chuganu are going to die here. Obviously, ranged armor is coming in a sec. Donzos are just soaking. Numidan is confident that he's just got the win. He doesn't even feel the need to start step this. Full pressure coming in. Oh my god. And even if it's just javelins left over, remember that, like, Dumu, he doesn't have the food for horsemen. Even if he did, they would die to this many javelins. And this is it. I mean, Numidan, unless he pulls back, this is a win. And it gets cool. GG. Game 2 will be strike back from the Malians. Great play by Numidan to recover a game that looked practically dead on arrival for him. That Barbican drop was such a genius move by Dumu. It almost secured him the 2-0 victory, but instead we are going to be going the different distance here. We've got one more game. It is going to be either English or Mongols coming out for Numidan. On the other side, HRE or Jeanne d'Arc. I think you just Jeanne. I 100% think you just Jeanne here. This is the thing I highlighted about the way they drafted, is Numidan was very good for a quick 2-0 with his draft. I really liked his draft for that. This is why I expected English in Game 2. But Game 3... Oh, sorry, no, wait. It's Game 3 is Holy Islands, right? No, so HRE. Okay, yeah. HRE English. Surge points, right? HRE come in a bit stronger at the beginning of Feudal Age. English need long feudal. So I think a really key detail to who's going to win this one comes down to the timing on which both players can find Castle Age. If Dumu can be castle by 20 minutes, relics are on the table, right? All of a sudden you're able to play into your men at arms that are one of your strongest points, the heavy maces. You have a lot of solutions for the English. If this turns into a grinder on the sea, that's where Numidan is going to be favored. You know what? Let's find out. Numinon, able to strike back, able to get us to a game 3. It comes down to this. The wonderful return of Holy Island. 2 times speed to open this up. Dumu on the left side, spawning in the purple, is going to be the HRE. I guess, like, Byzantine HRE coloring, confusing. Always weird when someone's not playing yellow with this Civ. On the other side, Numinon in the red as the English. So, Numinon, no opening into a Rax play. Not really too surprised here. I think the gathering rate with the Prelate healing, it makes it impossible to shut down the gold. You just don't want to do this. It also sacrifices your own pawn timing. Both of them have gone for a Dox at practically the same time. Looks like actually Numinon got a slightly better spawn here with positioning, right? He's got 2 deep water fish quite close by. Dumus are a little bit looser, but nothing too drastic. I'd say overall this spawn is fairly balanced. There are a few more maybe exposed fish for Dumu, but they're tightly clustered, which means they're more easily defendable. Numinon. And just to recap for people, Coastal Cliffs, you can't access the fish. That's why fish was not a factor in game number 2. Coastal Cliffs fish are scenic. They can't be touched. So this is interesting, actually, because realistically, HRE should be able to get to a second dock quicker if you choose the full spam, due to the fact that you have a 40% buff gathering rate. That only really holds true once you get to age 2, though. Right now, you have to remember, at this stage, your Prelate is already incapable of buffing your entire economy. So the discount rate that you get as the English actually kind of adds up. Saving 10% on each ship produced adds up the longer you're both in Dark Age. So I'm expecting Dumu to look to move on the gold soon. In fact, he's already doing that. And we should be going towards Feudal Age in probably the next minute. Numinon would love to hang around longer. I think of these 2 civs, it works a lot better if you just play long Dark Age as English, but you know you don't have an option to here, right? You have to be on your way up. Council coming in. Online, will we get the Arca Chapel soon? It'll be on the gold and the wood, so a juicy one. Might even position it right here on the wood to extend the line. One interesting detail is going to be the opportunity to go for the longbows. I got to say, actually, one really important detail in this game was the gold spawn. That gold spawn was so lucky for Dumu. It's more vulnerable if it's on the forward, because if you have your gold here or here, English longbows can punish you, right? But a gold spawn on the back, much more difficult for Numinon to do anything about now. He does at least still have a target in the open field, but realistically, the reality is this is going to take an extra 8-10 seconds at least to get here with longbows. It gives more time for Dumu to react. And it's more likely you're going to be scouted moving in as well. So Arkan on the way up. Fishing count. Looking neck and neck, but not for long. We mentioned this whole idea that Dumu has more wood income. He's going to use that to build more docks sooner. Second one's already up. And interesting, the fishing boat coming out idle. He's like, wait, where are my fish? Deeper, my friend. Deep seas we head for. Arkan. A lot slower, actually. Numidon's timing was a little bit skewed there. Savings of the fish, right? Like, so we've got 8 fishing boats. You're saving 8 wood each time, so 64 less wood. Doesn't sound like a lot, but kind of matters. Prelate buff rate does still make it better for the HRE, but this is where it's going to get insane. Now, you're going to be buffing 20 of your villagers. In fact, every single on-land villager should be buffed, right? Because the only things you need is wood and gold. Love the racks opening here from Dumu. I would prefer the idea of archers. I think with the extra wood, you can afford to do that. Actually, kind of funny thing, if you're able to ever get towards marching drills on land, HRE archers destroy English longbows because they can dictate when you fight. Nice micro there. Love that. Numinon body blocks the fishing boat, keeps it away from safety. So nice little first blood struck there. Second dock now on the way from Numinon. Dumu really needs an outpost here, actually. This is going to be a problem. Men-at-Arms will at least be able to push this away, but a slight delay, right? So you might end up idling up your gold a little bit, as 2 longbows is quite problematic. Especially if you don't move quick enough. Dumu is just about going to get away with it, right? Nope. Nice pick there. And now you can hit the wood line, so a lot of idle time here, all because the timings didn't align. Men-at-Arms are finally here, so this is the point where Numinon should just have to back away. And it's now going to be a blacksmith, so marching drill should be on the way. Dude, he's actually committing to mass men-at-arms. Okay, that's kind of wild. I didn't expect more than 1 rack's worth. I thought it was just going to be, you know, mirror out the longbows, force them back. Instead, looks like we're going to be having a spam going on here. This is an opportunity now for Numidan. Because he's seeing all these men at arms, this is probably the best time he's got to try and strike on C. It's still difficult because you are facing off against a 40% buff rate, which you can't match. So like, if there's any Civ that could strain themselves between men at arms on land and C aggro right now, it would be the HRE. Nice little delay. Love that, actually. Numidan, he sent the scout in to tank the charge of the men at arms so they couldn't gap close on the archers. And Undermesh now on the way. No marching drills just yet. Seaside is a little bit problematic here. Dumu has got a single demo on the way. But archer ships already wrapping wide, looking onto the fishing. In fact, they should be camping this. Dumu sees what it's up against. Dumu, nice micro there. A little bit goldfish in the end. Will actually detonate, and it looks like somehow Numidan, although his micro is a bit questionable, he outlasts Dumu here. So well played, able to push this back, and the second sprint coming out is a problem here. Numidan, a little bit weird on the micro. Will still somehow get a bit of it, but that should have been a sprint going down, so mistakes made there. Looks like he was distracted elsewhere. Nice detonation coming in from Dumu. Pressure still being mounting up for Numidan here. Double demo going in. Springall brought low, but not low enough. Clutch heals from the fishing boats. Keeps Dumu alive here. And now he looks to strike on land. Long bows, short bows, just trying to defend. But remember that Undermesh is in, so these early men arms a decent amount more chunky. And a lot of auto time now return. Now this is critical. If you can keep this up for, say, a minute, Numidan, although he's winning right now, won't have the gathering to keep the production up on water. Dude, these clutch heals. Expensive, though. Keeps the Springall alive, costs him 3 fishing boats to do so. That should be enough to now send Numidan packing. Woodline, in the meantime, is going to shift to the north side. No wheelbarrow means that's very expensive for Numidan. So, Dumu, very scrappy game between the two right now. Dumu's probably looking back at that one. He's like, okay, this game looks like it's almost over. I'm out. But then he hits the woodline like that. That's where you breathe a sigh of relief, right? That's where it's like, okay, Numidan has bled as well. But now you look at this game, Numidan's probably looking going, okay, I did get idled out, but I have better fishing than you now, right? And we're also now playing a longer fuel age. I'm the English. Admiralty favors me the longer this goes on. It favors HRE less, actually. HRE is all about the first 10 to 15 minutes of feudal age. Because in that window, they get this buff rate with the Archon. Afterwards, that dissipates. You lose that benefit, right? The initial gold is already down 1.5k. The wood line is already thinning quicker than Dumu's wonderful bald head. It's not great the longer this happens, which is why it's important that Dumu uses the next few minutes wisely to either get out of feudal age or get into Numidan's economy. He has got a wonderful bald head. Dumu owns the baldness, and I love it. I don't think I could rock bald. Bald is all about confidence right now. You know, that's House making his comeback. Numidan, nice little strike there. Good trade. Dumu, able to hold on, but not really much fishing to show for it, right? Another demo goes down. Dude, I think Numidan is kind of just outplaying on water a little here. I mean, not even a little. This is just really well played by Numidan. I'm impressed. I don't think it's been clean from him all points, right? We saw some questionable demo ship usages, but once he got this lead, he held on to it like a rabid dog. Dumu is definitely struggling because of it. More demos are at least on the way. Land aggro needs to ramp up here. No marching drills yet. Dumu is going to dive past the TC. This is really cool. This is something you can do on water maps because what happens is the villagers aren't near the TC, so the English town center is not that threatening. But once again, idle time. Numidan's going to have to move through the gate and set up the lumber camp. That's coming at a price. Dumu's landlocked, man. I think he's lost water. And if you lose water on Holy Island, you better have a backup plan, a strong one at that. Otherwise, you've definitely lost the game. This is looking fantastic right now for Numidan. The men-at-arms have definitely been annoying, sure, but like he has his own MAA coming, and they're just as good as the HRE ones. And Lombo count with the attack speed aura is good enough that these MAA are going to get cleared up. Wow. What an impressive game out of Numidan. I mean, this is looking pretty heavily favored towards him now. I'd say like 65, 70% at this stage, right? Like you need to clear up the docks to guarantee it, but that's now happening. Demos are coming in. He's even going to find extra value. Is it me, or has Numenor just been on point with the demos every time? It looks like he is going to get cleared up in the end because defender advantage, but still, it's all fishing gone. And on the other side of this, Numenor has got plenty of fishing left, right? He's got 10 fishing boats in total versus none. Dimu needs something, though. It looks like he's actually going to bring the fishing back out. So he's got 2 left over. He kept Garrison aside. If he could somehow reboom fishing, I'd be very impressed here. He is insulating himself. I love that he's actually accepted villagers on land need to work food. For a start, you're just like completely dry. And for another thing, if you want to win this, you have to keep the men-at-arms spam going. You could transition into archers. I actually really like archers with marching drills. I think they just destroy the English. The problem in this game is if some wolves go up, palisades, like they'll just instantly cancel you and your game's over, right? So men-at-arms still gives you a little bit of flexibility with that. Numenor once again on his way back. The Grand Fleet of Benny Boy is not looking grand today, I've got to say. So let's put ourselves in the minds of Dimu here. Game definitely looking rough. You've still got to worry about the fishing eco, and you know you've got a limited lifeline on the Arkan Chapel before it runs out. He's going to try to chip away at the land situation, I think. He's building just enough navy to keep his opponent contested, but his real goal here is to get men-at-arms together to flood the land. Because realistically, your recovery arc here as the HRE, the reason why you dominate water is because of how good your land eco is. So the idea of actually pivoting away from water onto land isn't terrible if you think about it. The Arkan Chapel is going to be the keystone to your strategy of recovery here. If you can edge out a very big eco lead on land, one that equals the amount of fishing going on for Numenor, it means you've drawn the game back to even. At that stage, you can kind of abandon fishing and not care about it and just play full land. But it does mean in the meantime, you have to keep scrapping like this for another 5-6 minutes until the men-at-arms actually find their licks. 12 MAA now moving in. This could be big if he's quick about it, but it's tough. He's going to have to catch Numenor distracted. Demo ship from the back. Oh, Dimu, no! He selected all Navy. That would have been such a sick backstab there. Unfortunately, select all Navy was not his friend in that one. Still, we have got 3 demos remaining. This should be enough to hold on. And Numenor, the greedy mother ducker, he's going for the tech up. This might be Numenor's way back in the game. Dimu's way in the back of the game, rather. Dimu, right now, like if he just dives this, if he sees this, Numenor has problems. Village is being targeted. Overtime going to be achieved here, and they're going to lead him straight towards the King's Palace. He needs to pull them away from that. Numenor seeking shelter inside the TC. Dimu going to keep diving. He sees it. He knows. Numenor caught with his hand in the cookie jar. A filthy little Smeagol might die tonight. Numenor now has to just flood away from this back towards the tree line. A lot of idle time achieved here, and Dimu behind this is now ready for Castle Age. I mean, dude, this is it. This is the recovery arc he was looking for. Right now, Dimu, the mistake that's being made by Numenor, he's not trying to remove this threat on sea entirely. Fishing is still happening here. It's extra eco. He can't dive due to the arrow slits. He's going to try now, though. Men-at-arms are at least being swept up here. King's Palace is going to be complete soon. Dimu still waiting on that little bit of gold to be dropped off. But fair to say, he found some damage here, some necessary damage to remain in this game. Tech up complete. Dimu, this should be the cancel of some demos, surely. Numenor should not be able to dive into the docks with arrow slits on both. You just need to get towards Castle Age now because this is now a race for relics. Ship's getting sniped down. Sprung ship just about staying alive. Demo is getting dodged out, but now Numenor, too much damage done there. He cannot dive again. So Dimu doesn't need more ships right now. He just needs an age up. Age up should be coming in soon. Last of the gold being dropped off. Where is he? Wow, he's gathering gold all the way out here. So Regnitz being plopped in the middle of nowhere, but this is because he just needs the relics as quickly as possible. And this puts him between 3. Numenor, the thing I'd love to see on the other side, yeah, Monastery straight away into the Monks. You need to contest this. This game is now going to be defined by relics. If you can block 3 relics away from Dimu, you are a mile ahead. If he gets more, you're in trouble because you still have not cleared up the fishing. He's back at it again. Dimu's like a cockroach in this game, and I love it. Like, the fishing just never dies. It's kept him alive for so long, and credit to him, guys, it's now got him to a very, very powerful point in his game. If this turns into a men-at-arms grind on each side, this is not a strong point for the English. You're going to have to fight mid-map. You're not going to have the attack speed aura, but your opponent is going to have +6 damage and +2. They're going to be a mile ahead on DPS compared to the armor clad that only negates the effect of the double-handed, right? Like, nothing will work against the heavy maces for you here. And Arms just wasting the army's time. Meanwhile, Prelate's on the move. Here we go. 2 Prelates already, 3rd one on the way, so this could easily be a 4-relic game. He needs to be quick about this, though. I don't know where the 2nd Prelate is. He's still in the Arkin. Okay, so he doesn't think he can afford to pull him away from that. But 2 of the mid-map relics very much seem grabbable here. Numidan at least trying to contest in the center, but I imagine Dimu's not going to be too greedy about this, right? Oh, wow, he goes to the safe relic first. I thought he'd try to play for the right side one. Obviously, we have God Vision. He doesn't. So Dimu's mindset right now is, I actually need the gold. I'm running out of safe gold. Playing these flank goals is risky. I just need the guaranteed relic to guarantee I can build units. And what a punt as well. I can't believe he got what I'd say was the most risky relic first. And, oh my god, dude, he's going for the docks, right? No, it has to be Outpost. The docks play is kind of weird. People don't do it very often. Usually it only feels great with mass galleys and, like, Carracks. I think Springles are a bit weird because of the way that you kind of start a step away a lot in the fights. Other 2 relics are being guarded. Numidan returning his 2nd. So 2-2 split right now. It's going to come down to the final relic. Horsemen are scaling, though, and it's got to be said, actually, Numidan doesn't have a great answer to that. This gold gathering is nuts. The locations he's doing this in, it's crazy. Demo hits! Okay, this is it. Dimu's off water. Now, he has got farms coming in, but not quickly. He's got a few fishing going on at the backside and shoreline fish. Not ideal. His army is moving out, and it will grab the relic first. Okay. Love the chase down on the Monk to guarantee there's no return. So 3 relic game. Dimu, he gets what he needs. This is still an uphill battle now because you are up against fishing. You don't really have access yourself. You have been getting outplayed on water. I think it's fair to say, right? Like, Numidan's execution here, while not completely flawless, has been very, very impressive. But you are the HRE. You do have a little bit of extra buffed up wood gathering still going on. And he's using it to now get into these farms. Farms that will have devoutness, which means he's going to be even more efficient with this. The other side of it, Numidan has started adding farms himself, but not a lot of them. Horsemen moving past the army. Oh no, the classic issue. No textiles either, so some villager losses are going to be occurred. And Horsemen can just kite you. Like, the problem right now is Numidan, he didn't fully wall himself in. He doesn't have spears yet, so no great solution to this Horseman flood. Cost some idle time. If the goal gets spotted, he might actually have big problems. That's out on an open field. Instead, it's just going to be a game of Benny Hills here. Dimu has to be quite happy with the fact that he's just keeping the enemy at home. Right now, Numidan's like, okay, if I can just shut this down, I can go back on the offensive. And Dimu understands that. This isn't about winning with this raid. It's about keeping Numidan away from his strong point, which is he has fishing. He should have a lot more troops right now. And every minute that Dimu burns with Numidan's, it's going to be more of these farms getting added in. In fact, it's going to be him getting closer to the Imperial Age. We should have known. Someone said it earlier, if there's one civ that can recover in Holy Island on land, it's HRE, and we're about to see exactly why. Dimu is targeting the Imperial Age. Horseman still even finds some extra eco chip damage. Shoreline fishing has definitely helped, by the way. Like, credit to him, this has been keeping him in it. A few more troops are being built, because Dimu did lose a lot there, seeing more troops come in, but these Springald defenses are such a pain in the ass. This outpost also is not going to go up, by the way, because that Springald emplacement is going to reach. So, good luck, have fun. What a reasonable perk. 54 damage per shot. Now, the one weakness of what Dimu's done here is this isn't daisy chained in, but I think he's going to fix that. I'm expecting a Palace of Swabia maybe over here in the gold. That'll give him E-repairs in the area. And at that point, Numidan can't rush down these defenses. Demo's at least trying to finish this off. Villagers are going to pull away. And that means Doc's kept alive. Numidan has to come in again. So Doc is now gone. There is still one left over. Has got arrow slits. So fair to say Numidan, it's kind of annoying, right? Like, he's done everything right, but the arrow slits has made him waste so much time. So much investment on still taking out the C threat permanently. And it's been to Dumu's credit. His food does need to scale more. It looks like he actually played away from the idea of just going Imperial because he saw the size of the army. But we're reaching a stage now where it's very doable, right? Like, you've got good old gold access. Dumu has a record for doing this, over booming gold a lot and then just triggering it, where he'll look to just gather food all of a sudden. And then when he completes his tech up, he'll have everything he needs for all the elite upgrades. He could even think about dropping a marketplace in this game, actually. In fact, he's got it. So yeah, we might be seeing some food buying going on soon. Numidan, meanwhile, is not ready on land. 2 farm clusters. Obviously has fishing going on. That's always going to be a thing. But both of these civs suffer the same fate as the game goes on, which is fishing isn't as ideal as land, right? Like, for the English, it's about the fact that these farms make you as efficient as fishing by the time you're Castle Age. Then you go Imp Age, you get gold. On the other side, Dumu, do I really need to introduce you to the power of the HRE Archon? This thing is insane. And here it is. Pounce the Swabi now on the way. It's going to be over towards the gold. Safer than we expected, but makes sense when you consider that Numidan has an army patrolling around. And the beautiful thing about playing as the HRE with those relics, you know, everyone always talks about the weapon damage and range. I always like to highlight the sight. The sight is absurd. Look how far he sees due to this outpost here. It blocks half of the routes Numidan could take. Wait, is Numidan dude, Numidan's trying for an aggro Berkshire. What? No, it can't be, right? He's going to set up an outpost and probably a Berkshire behind this. This is so greedy. Triple outpost coming out over here for Dumu to secure the big golds. Men-at-Arms are on the way. If Numidan tries for a central Berkshire, it's not going to end well. His army is kind of scary, but the Men-at-Arms numbers are flooding, right? Military Academy is coming in. And now, tech up complete, cheaper villages, and also enough farms to afford what comes next. This is a scary point in the game for Numidan. Horseman also still raiding his farms, slowing down the food income. And he doesn't have a great answer. 2 Spitmen in here means he's going to lose a lot of eco on the back, a point in the game where you can't afford any losses. And the problem is this, the wall going down. He's finally going to fix it. Dumu, by the way, look at the strike back. He says, I'm not done on the sea yet, boyo. Double Carrack now on the way. Numidan needs to get a lot of demos out. He can actually afford it, by the way. Like, he has a lot of extra gold compared to what he needs. But it is going to make him weaker to get elite status. Okay, it's weird to look at the numbers and think this, but I genuinely think Dumu has to feel very confident about his position in this game. The thing that he's seeing, he's basically using Numidan's playstyle against him. Numidan is thinking, okay, I'm English, I can go Imperial Age, I'm very good in Imperial Age. I'm just going to turtle to get there. What Dumu is thinking is, I probably should have been dead about 10 minutes ago, but I understand the type of player Numidan is. He's not going to all-in me. He's not going to make a move unless he feels it's a guaranteed win. This is the thing I've been highlighting about Numidan. The killer instinct isn't there at these critical moments. If he can learn these mutations, if he can play into them a little bit more ideally, he will have the solution, the golden solution to these. But right now, this is you just essentially allowing Dumu a recovery arc that shouldn't have existed about 5 minutes ago. Double Carrack now moving in. Numidan, the Berkshire is going to go up in the center. Does not deny the gold, and that's important. Right now, it doesn't deny either gold, so Dumu has a long runway in this game, especially with the 3 relics on top of it. Carrack's now moving in. Numidan looking for his own counter Carracks to come out here. Even going into the Incinerary ship's increased range, but the Carracks are going to find their wallop. So Numidan is about to lose a lot of extra food in the game where he just went Imp with 3 farm clusters. Oh, man. You hate to see it. And Dumu now getting elite army tactics ready. Langsneck being added in. We officially have a problem. Double Colv also is going to be the correct play from Dumu. Just guarantees that he can move in, snipe for free, play out. guarantees his opponent also can't just try to blitz the defenses with bombards. Dimmu, the longer this game now goes, the better he feels, right? Like, yes, Men at Arms is kind of expensive on gold, but you have a lot of runway here. You're also now just securing water. Like, the Carracks is so important here because Carracks allow you to siege down the docks before Dancer can get out. Looks like demos are at least going to start coming out, so we'll have a response. The rallies are... not ideal. Wow, he actually went armored hull level 2 as well. So, Carrack and Carrack, you should win. Obviously, that one was heavily injured, though. And we have got fishing back online, folks. Actually, like, it was never offline, right? This is the same 6 fishing boats that done shoreline fish. It's actually crazy the difference they've made in this game. Closure's now coming in. Numidan about to get hit on the farms. When will he learn? When will he wool? Oh my god. Wait, has he overchopped? Oh, no. No, can't. How is... Really? You asked me, there's trees there. I don't understand how you just squeezed through there. Villager's just going to get hit. I can't believe that was an entry point. Elite Men at Arms are now in. Numidan is at least going to posture with the army, but like this is now turning into a resource game, right? And it's one that Numidan doesn't have as much of on the map. I think Numidan, knowing the type of player he is, he's once again just being like, oh yeah, no, like I have enclosures. I'm English. And he's nodding his head as he says it. And I'm nodding my head as well. And then, just like Dimmu, my response is, and what? Because it doesn't matter. The gold surge is what matters. Dimmu has all the gold on the map he needs to take fights exactly like this. 1 or 2 Langsneck mixed in, able to wipe the front line of Men at Arms. And the gold remains secured here in a game where he now has well over 10,000 gold to still play with. Berkshire is still standing true for the moment. I'm not expecting that to last for long. Langsneck now also just reaching in onto the villager line. Numidan actually losing a lot of economy here. 93 versus 118. Carracks are somehow going to miraculously stay alive. Oh, demos cannot go 1 by 1 here. Okay, that's much more like it. Yes. Oh, doesn't that just make your toes curl? 1 demo to kill 2 Carracks. We won't talk about how many died before that. It's a calming moment here. Dimmu pretty much reaching late game economy stage, right? Like the Archon Chapel. He's only at 28. He could set up more. I think like there's definitely wiggle room for additional food income here. But he's throwing a lot of surplus at the moment. I think gold's his bigger priority because adding in Langsneck, adding in Siege is probably how he's going to break this army. Meanwhile, the shot trigger choice by Numidan is kind of an awkward one here. Without Siege Works, these Culverins will destroy you. Horseman now looking to break. Oh, dude, if Numidan just had some stone walls, we'd be looking at a very different game, right? And you might be like, oh, but yeah, Ben doesn't have stone walls. But Dimmu's mind is, why would I ever need stone walls? My opponent is building Men at Arms. Like, there's no flood-through threat. If he builds Men at Arms, I'll mirror Men at Arms and I'll win that. So, like, if this was a cav-on-cav game, you'd have a very different dynamic here. It's not the case, though. 3 Culverins just basically Barrett 50 cows to kill units. Villagers caught in the gold. Wait, what? There's no way Numidan just tried that. Like, he knew about the outpost. I can't believe he just tried that. Oh, my God. And he just showed how desperate he is for gold, right? Like, he doesn't have long-term secure access to it. Berkshire already down to half HP as well. It's looking like he is going to end up losing the strongest defense. Once this Berkshire goes down, the floodgates open. The army tactics now on the way for Numidan, but they are 1 minute and 20 seconds away. I don't think he's got 1 minute and 20 seconds before this fight commences. Biology Horsemen now wrapping around the backside. Men at Arms ready to dive down the center. Culverins are sniping out the military units 1 by 1, and the Berkshire is officially dead. Fishing is all gone. He's only on land, and now the Horsemen raid in. Numidan only has 13 spears for this. And they're completely out of position. Dimmu. Rohirrim has arrived, and they are ready to reap some souls. Numidan, this is the killing blow. Gold was already a limiting issue. Food, alongside it, about to plummet as the enclosures is going to shut down. And this army is just getting picked apart. Men at Arms trading out. Culverins have been sniping him down bit by bit. This is just unsustainable now for Numadon. Dimu moving in. The short bows get pulled out, and that is Numadon now losing even more economy. I mean, textiles all you want here, right? But these guys hit for 16 per stab. And it's quite the stab you've taken. Down to 80 economy. Dimu now about 120. A rough game. A game that looked like it should have been over at 15 minutes, but Dimu trusted in the power of the HRE. He trusted in the slow but methodical approach of Numadon to find this unsuspected turnaround. This clutch recovery to make for an amazing closer to this series. Now it's undeniable. Numadon out of gold. Out of time, really. And Dimu fully fledged and ready to rock and roll. Crazy game. I think Numadon, like, I hope he reviews these games in prep for the second weekend. I think it's looking very difficult for him to make playoffs, but wins equal more money, $25 per win in each series. On top of that, bit better placement, bit better money. I think the biggest lesson is that killing blow, that killing instinct needs to come through, but Numadon, hesitation may have killed him, allowing Dimu with a weaker economy to set the pace, set him up for a destruction. What an amazing recovery, though. Big shout out to Dimu. Love to see this. Benny Boy, I think he needed the points because he had a few split series. So after this series, just to recap what happened on the first weekend, Dimu is in 5th place, 3 wins, 2 losses overall, but it means he's still in contention. If he has a good performance on the second weekend, he could still make an appearance at playoffs. Remember, only the top 4 will make that playoffs bracket from each group. I look forward to seeing it all there. Oh, man. That was brutal. Yeah, rough one, the way that ended for Numu. Thank you, Arcleave. So, let's see. Is food ready yet? I don't know if food is ready. One second, I need to send a quick message as well. Whoa! What is up, Psychred? Thank you very much for the gifted subs. 10 gifted subs. You're an absolute legend. Appreciate the support, buddy. Give me a sec, guys. I just need to quickly send a message. We might have time to do the final game between Wham and Anatan before I have to go and eat. Let me just quickly check. All right. Absolute legend. Dude, you guys are incredible. Appreciate the support. So, I don't think food is ready yet, which means we can actually do one more game before I go eat. I'm not going to end the stream after I eat, by the way. The goal is we're going to come back and we're going to look to do some community games if feasible. If not, we can just cast some pub games. It depends on whether we have enough people. So, there was a Wham versus Anatan series. If I recall correctly, we can't watch all their games because too many have been played. But we can watch the deciding game. So I think we'll do that. We'll watch the deciding game between Anna and Chad. Let me just quickly name this file, and then we'll get ready to go. Okay, there we go. Ooh, so, B versus Wham is also a potential decider for both. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. So, let me check. I think Anatan's data had the game still viewable. Wham's didn't. So, let me have a look. Okay, yeah. So, we can do the deciding game. Oh, well, I don't... like final game of their series. It's Anatan versus Wham. It's going to be Juji versus Japanese. on Holy Island, of course. You can probably tell by those civs. It's like, oh, of course. So Anatan versus Wham. Yeah, so Japanese is like meant to be favored here. There's one player who I've seen beat Japanese on this map, and it is in fact Anatan. I still feel like Japanese should be almost a default win on this map, though. Like, it's kind of wild that he was able to take a game. Was it from, I can't remember, was it one of the Spanish bros we watched him beat on this map versus Japanese, which is just wild, by the way. Like, that shouldn't be happening. Let's see if he can actually do it here against Wham. Maybe it's just the Bro Slayer. We'll have to find out. All right. Let's hop into game. Let me just clear the score. In fact, I'm just going to toggle score off on this one, because it's only a single game we're doing. All right, hey folks, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. We are here for game number, I think it's 2 of the Anatan Wham series. We weren't able to cast the first game. We'll see if we're able to cast the remaining games. Just too many games played, basically. The Elite Classic 2, these players have been playing, I think, 5 series across the weekend. So we just decided we're going to check out the final one. Very interesting matchup, actually. A very interesting game from what I heard. Wham! Trailing in this series. Anatan took the opener. We've got Juji versus Japanese. And this is interesting because right now I actually think the Japanese is heavily favored on Holy Island. I think they actually might be the ace up the sleeve, the easy win. Anatan has surprised me, though. We already cast one of his series. I believe it was the one against Vortex or B, where he, I think it's Vortex or Lucifer, actually, where he was able to get a win with the Juji versus Japanese. So we're here to see if he can do it again, or if it was a one-trick pony. Because to me, I still feel like this matchup leans pretty heavily towards Japanese, like 65-35. I think the efficiency on scaling into multiple docks with multiple fishing outlets, and the timing around castles and what they can do with it is a bit too aggressive. The Koka Township especially tends to put the Juji on the defensive, so I'm curious to see how Anatan is going to solve for all that. We're going to hit the 2 times on the opening here. We will switch across to villages on their respective resources so you can see what's happening. Spawn is a very interesting one, actually. Quite exposed. Woodline is on the backside, though. And it does mean that you should be able to funnel your defenses to one location. Very difficult for the Japanese to get in before Castle Age, because Shinobi can jump over to try and stab at that economy. But it comes with risks, especially with hand cannon slits shooting at you. And looking at the spawn for the Japanese, aggressive gold spawns. Like, nothing defensive here. And both of them actually have 4 gold spawns. The thing I'm looking for that's the big jackpot is something like this, though. Anatan is playing as a Juji. You're looking for a good meditation garden. They could play out onto the mid-map, build one here, and get themselves over 100 resources. Actually closer to like 150 than 100 in this little area. It's actually a big part of why Juji's been getting picked a lot by players on this map, is that the resources tend to push together. They get smushed together quite frequently. Unfortunately for Anatan, this is one of the spawns where it's a little bit worse. And what I mean by that is because it's not one of these forward spawning wood lines, the resources are a little bit spread wider. So you haven't got these absurd, you know, triple gold, double stone food spawns, right? It's still a good one, but it's not completely breaking the bank. Fishing count, already up to 5 on one side, 6 on the other. So well played, actually. Anatan staying ahead in that department is really surprising. I think Wham, he's going for the more aggressive timing here, right? Instead of optimizing to get a second dock up, he's opting for the Koka Township a bit quicker. Does position it on the defensive. I don't know why. That doesn't really feel necessary versus just pulling the people to gold, getting extra gold, and then sticking it here. It means you're going to be a little bit slow to arrive. Meditation Garden is going to be exactly where we anticipate. Love the 3 villager choice. 1 villager would have been too slow. 4 is a little bit overkill, but better safe than sorry here. He doesn't want to risk the Shinobi coming in and intercepting him. Second dock now in the way, so Wham. Looking at the Deepwater Fish, a little bit of a wider spread, but still optimal for him. I do like Anatan's spawn, though. Like, the way this has worked out, most of his Deepwater Fish is pushed behind where a fight would happen. Typically, you're going to defend here, right? For Wham, he's going to have to defend more on, like, a diagonal in reverse, which means he's basically already forfeiting more ground over. Means he could end up losing a dock easier than Anatan. All right, so tech up's complete. Koka Township bringing out the first Shinobi. We're going to slow down the game now because we are into the feudal. And, well, the food, gold, and stone exactly as we anticipated here, right? Like, for those wondering what it's going to be, we already highlighted it's going to be 50 gold, 25 stone, and then 48 food. So you end up getting, I think that would be 113 resources, something like that. Wait, is the gold not... Oh my god, no, dude. Are you kidding me? It's not... What? Oh my... Dude, that's such a bad misclick. Anatan, like, there's no reason you wouldn't go east side here. The east side would have put you in range. Good eyes there, Fatplop. That was a big whoopsie by Anatan. I mean, the gold is more valuable than the stone in this matchup as well. That's an expensive whiff. 25 gold doesn't sound like a lot, but, you know, think about it this way. It's like an extra demo every 4 minutes in the gold department. And, you know, you want to be able to have that efficiency around gold because, remember, you don't build many Imperial officials as UG. It's just not very efficient for you. You basically want to be on 2, 1 on taxation and 1 supervising wood. Slow start here. Interestingly enough, the Shinobi from Wham didn't move out 1 by 1. He actually stockpiled them up. So he got intercepted. Didn't like what he saw and backed away. Sending double Shinobi in on their own, not great here. Horseman follow-up is going to be nice, but the reality is, like, you need to move your ships in conjunction with this. You need to mirror the moves. You need to distract this fleet. Otherwise, you won't be able to deny the dock. So actually quite beneficial for Wham that Anatan is moving out towards him. Say that. I'm not sure he's going to move out for long, though. Wham's timing feels a little bit off. Yeah, fleet's being pulled now. The fleet probably needed to be pulled about 15 seconds earlier. It's scary, I guess, because like you have to remember he's 2 dock versus 2 dock, and there's usually produced quicker. So that's probably got him very hesitant. But this means that the Shinobi timing is going to completely whiff. Ship now going to contest. Bad fight for Wham. And now the Shinobi need to time this perfectly. Unfortunately, Anatan is going to see this coming, right? So she'll be able to peel back and deal with it. Archer ship will be able to keep the demo away. Spearmans can easily insta-kill these Shinobi if they turn for it. Now they're just going to keep assaulting, though. Archer ship does go down. Big mistake there, but Anatan able to now find the Shinobi before they move away. Chuginu block him out. So 2 Shinobi go down. He only blocks 1 dock. Demo's at least going to move in. We'll get a decent hit, but not good enough to outright win this. And still an expensive fight considering he lost the 3 Shinobi and paid 120 resources for the other. Wow. Well, looks like he didn't want a long fight here. He's actually going for Castle Age. That's kind of dangerous. I get what he's aiming for here. But, like, realistically, if Anatan was posturing more aggressively right now, you'd be dead, right? It's quite the gamble. I guess he feels content with the way that Anatan's played this. To me, I don't blame Wham for this read. Like, what he's seen his opponent do is his opponent has told. His opponent is not fighting. So if his opponent doesn't want to fight, what do you do with that? You build less navy, and you build more fishing, and you just go for castle. So it's actually a pretty crafty read by Wham. The only negative is if Anatan now does this. Dude, he hasn't got a blacksmith. That's the only thing that, like, makes me kind of shake my head. But the issue for Wham right now, all of his gold is ahead of his base. So if he tries for a Castle Age play, he doesn't have any gold. Oh, man. I'm trying to think if you can do this and what you do if you do it. Because Onobagishu doesn't feel great. I don't think you get it scaled quick enough. Wham's actually investing in Samurai. Okay, so he's made his choice. It's cost efficient, right? They're not spending too much. It's going to be 30 gold instead of being, 100 plus. But this is scary. This Ram's going to break it. Wham needs quite a few Samurai, and Anatan has decided it's all in on land. He's also moving the fleet in on sea. That's less relevant. I don't care about that. I actually think it's better to defend here and you just double down on Chuganu spam. Because this can actually work. Anatan, he's got the blacksmiths. He can even get Steeled Arrow to make this even better. Ram should be moving in. Could look for a clown car effect here. Not a bad idea. Floodgate is completing soon and is indeed going to be a Rax drop. A lot of Rax production here actually from Wham. For a guy who has no gold, this is bold. This is bold. This is very bold. Chuganu are going to snipe down 2 villages. Outpost is going to fall, and that is now all gold removed from Wham. He only has what he has in reserve. Has enough to get hardened. Doesn't have enough to get Castle. Oh, man. This is going to be starvation. He's already dropped the Yoshiro in the rack, so he's committed to this idea. Chuganu will actually destroy Hardened Samurai at this count. Like, you need additional gold income. So a marketplace would be a good shout here from Wham. His food is at least safe, so he can actually afford to sell food to gain gold. I think it's necessary. I know. The only thing he needs to do now is split up and... Wait, no, he doesn't. What? Okay, I can't believe this. Anatan, he didn't guard on the flank, so gold access is maintained. However, Wham, this delay is kind of stinging you, right? Anatan now on his way up with Shaolin Monastery. That felt like a little bit of a mistake by Anatan, though. I know it feels bad to split up your troops when you're against Samurai, but the Spearman could have been sent out into the flanks, and it would have been all the difference here because Wham would have been completely capped on gold. He would have had no access. Still Anno. We'll just choose the tech up. Eco is looking decent, though, right? Like, he's not hurt too much by this. He's got 23 fishing versus 13. Wham really needs to hit now with his Samurai. Otherwise, you're going to have mass crossbow production coming out. And remember, Jushi can supervise the archery range to accelerate this. This is really crafty by Anatan. I mean, it's interesting because you have to remember that Jushi are more optimal at the Chuganu timing than Chinese. So the idea of leaning into Chuganu, I really liked from him. I think this is why Anatan has been probably the player who rates Jushi the highest on Holy Island of all. I still think Japan is better, but he's convincing me of the viability of Jushi. I feel like it's still more of a skill matchup when you do Japanese versus Jushi. But Jushi are definitely strong here, especially with the way he played this. Just catching Wham's hand in the cookie jar, right? Like, I think it's a very different game if Wham had built into Horsemen and spammed them on land. That would have forced Anatan to defend, and he wouldn't be able to match Chuganu. But, you know, that's not the game we're looking at here. Completely different mutation. Now these Samurai have a hard time. Onobugisha spam is coming. But Wham doesn't have great fishing eco for this. Look at the difference. Relics also being yoinked away in the center. Shaolin Monk bringing one back. Wham, meanwhile, on his way home with the second. And the new outpost is at least going to come up for Wham. Just in time for it to be destroyed again. Possibly against this many spears. Onobugisha moving in as well. Okay, this way you have to be careful because these units pulling off, they come too fast. Right? It actually means that Anatan is getting to hit the unit that he kills faster. Yeah, Wham. That splendid formation definitely hurt him a bit. And it means that the Chuganu, the ranged Chuganu, are going to clear up the squishies. Crossbows are now arriving to deal with these Samurai. And Wham's army is not looking scary. He has to strike on T. He's making his move now. But Anatan, he's not weak. He may not have shown his fleet, but it's just as big and ugly as the one he's about to face. Ouch. Dude, that's a heavy loss for Wham on land. We have a problem now. He needs to reboom on land. He might be forced to reboom on sea. Demo's coming out. Wham! Ooh, just about able to deny it. Second wave is coming in, though. And you might notice Wham does not have a great fleet of demos himself. He has literally one sitting back here. So a failure to hit on the sea. And now he gets hit on land. Oriko losses for Wham. Falling further and further behind. Onobugisha, second wave comes out. The Samurai is mostly just ranged units you're up against now, but Crossbow and Chuganu count being what they are. Wham is in a death spiral here. Even with no blacksmith upgrades from Anatan, it doesn't matter. His quantity is high enough. It doesn't matter about quality here. Even now this Shaolin Monk's getting involved. I mean, this is crazy, right? Wham, it should be a free relic game. One of them has not been garrisoned, but it kind of feels irrelevant compared to the fishing power on the other side. Did he miss a tech? He did. So that's why Wham's fishing is looking so pathetic. He doesn't actually have the level 1 upgrade. On top of that, it's still an 8 fishing boat lead. Now, Chuganu moving in. Onobugisha at least going to try for a counterattack here. I like the Wham's thinking more in an active way. Right now, he's just been kind of dancing to the tune of Anatan, and that's definitely how you lose. But we can see Anno is now scaling towards something to try and make a definitive statement on this game, right? Rams, this is going to be an attempt to just dent the base permanently. Mangonel coming out is bold. You are up against Chuganu, and as we know, Chuganu are kind of absurd at dealing with siege. Ram, get a freebie though. Anno. Ooh, dude! How did he know? He pulled the one crossbowman that was being targeted there. That was sick. Asgard now going to scare this away. Shugini moving in. That was... Anatan is a mind reader. The fact he knew the exact unit being hit by that Mango was sick. He managed to get the Ram up, took practically no damage, and now Wham has a problem. He could lose the defenses. He could lose a lot more than that. Palsgard, Shalamunk also moving in. Target coming in under the Mangonel. Wall on the other side to scare this away. Does so. Buys vital time up against the Owner Bagisha. And the Mango still being dodged. Ano also now hitting the eco. Wham. Army at home, not looking that scary. Does finally get a good wall up, so that'll be enough to scare away Anatan. Keep him back again, but once again, it's idle time on the Foot Gold. Back Gold is at least gathering, but you're limited on how many people can operate that. And the Owner Bagisha, although they're forcing some idle time, that wall alone may have just reset them long enough that Anatan now has what he needs to defend. Oof. Love that shift as well. Drags him out south side, garrisons the forward. That means the Owner Bagisha are going to get cleared up here. So another wave fails to hit for Wham. Going back to Samurai now with Odachi, but this kind of worries me, right? Like, Ano is just going for Palsgard plus crossbows. You still need a lot of Owner Bagisha to hit through this. I'd actually argue as Owner Bagisha's your best shot here. You're also up against Yuji, so they can't get the extra movement speed on Palsgard until they're an Imp, right? An Imp should be doable if you keep the pressure up, but it's almost like Wham doesn't feel like he's got enough eco to afford mass Owner Bagisha now. Which I can kind of see where he's coming from, right? Like, the military lead is big, and he's about to lose the ships. Oh, crap. This is big. That's a huge Navy lead. And no extra health from the Japanese. He didn't get armored hulls. Oh, no. It's a 30-second wait, but a 30-second wait is going to cost you a lot. Demo's now circling around Anatan, looking for the convincing strike here. Archer ships at least able to guard against the first wave. Demos are still looking to connect, though. And pinned up against the edge of the map. Wham still doesn't have the armored hull yet. Will be at least a reset. Anatan not able to reach the soft underbelly, the rest of the economy, but he's shutting down the Navy. That is for sure. And once that's gone, Wham is going to be out of ways to combat this on land. Damn. Dude, what a timing by Anatan. This heavy delay into flooding a fleet. Always knowing he was ahead on economy. And now we see the full-fledged evolution of his plan here, right? Mass Springles is going to force a double down by Wham here. And now on land, it becomes a fight that realistically Wham can't hold. 11 Samurai, that's not enough. Not against crossbows and Palsgard. Speaking of those Palsgard, they're going to move in for food on land. Onto the wood line as well. Anatan, just being very surgical about this, right? Understanding that he's taking things away from Wham. He doesn't need to go in for this full divide push. He just needs to do it bit by bit. Peel him back like he's a banana. Mango. Oh. Those are freebies we cannot be giving over. Makes for the gate. Just about gets through. Unfortunately, that is not a very long ball. Wait, no, where are you going? No, no, wait, no, not like this. No. Well, that's one way to die. And now the demos. Second wave comes in. Where do you run from? Oh my god, there's so many demos! Well, that is it. Wham! The Grand Fleet has been erased. Anatan still exists. Fishing is about to get shut down. Wham has no food left over as it is. 15 Samurai is all you're going to have in this game. And Anatan, pretty much now in cruise mode, right? Military on land is pretty big. This type of lead should be enough to finally crush Wham on the sea. Demos can do miraculous things, but they even have their limitations. Oh my god! What? I can't believe what I just watched there. That one demo should not have found that much value. Deep demo at least coming in into Anatan's fleet, but he still has the lead. Dude, this is brutal. Wham. Barely holding on, but the fishing is not looking great for it, right? It's still, at the end of the day, 12 fishing versus 22. It's also now gold access for your opponent, and you're running shy, right? 300 left over here, 800 left over here. Wham is going to get gold stuffed. That is inevitable in this game. He needs to win a fight on land to prevent that from happening. Otherwise, this demo trade-off only ends one way, and it is not with a Japanese win. So many archer ships now. Only a few sprints left over. Looks like Anatan did lose a lot of the Grand Fleet. Demo's hitting the archer ships, most definitely not going to be ideal here, though. And he has had enough of waiting. Wham, goes out for a fight. Palace Guard basically just a tank, right? The Reinhardts, two McCrees, and the Crossbowmen are the dream. Samurai Count now just getting a little bit too low. I think, Wham, this is the point where the game is starting to just get away from him. Anatan will understand this as well. Really surgical approach to his timings on water. Love the land aggression, and now, oh my, yeah, give it to me. Give it to me! GG, Anatan with the 2-0. This guy was looking dominant on the day. I think this is the opening series for Wham as well. Apparently turned up and got burnt up. Anatan, these type of points matter a lot. Remember, only 4 people will make it out of the group stage, and Wham is one of the toughest opponents, so Anachad could be a surprise addition to our playoffs. We'll have to wait and see. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, that game made me feel a bit dirty. Oh, GG. All right, food should be ready, right? I'm hooping food is ready. Emma, food. Food. Because what we'll do now, I'll play another series while I go and eat, and when I come back, we can see if we've got enough people for community games. If not, we'll do some pub 1v1s, which is also good because it gets us prepped for the weekend, right? I don't mind. So... let me have a look at what I've got here. It's got a bunch of different series. Oh yeah, helping hands on the crawl up. Yeah, it is interesting watching him at the moment because, of course, like I've been noticing things like he clicks a lot instead of like hotkeying. I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll do once he's gotten used to that. For those who don't know who Helping Hands is, he was one of the top Company of Heroes players. So he's come across. He's looking to move into AoE 4. So let me have a look. Do you guys want an Elite Classic series, or do you guys want a 1v1 from the ladder? Choices. Emma, food's ready, right? Food should be ready. So, I think what we do... Okay, Emma's gone. I'm assuming food is ready. It is literally time for food. So I'm going to beat her with a stick if it's not ready. Didn't say that. Don't know what you're on about. We could show the Puppy Paw versus Louis series. I don't know if that's going to end up getting uploaded at this pace. Don't think I'll show the whole thing. Let me have a look. What else do we have here? We could show the BC versus L. Nah, I don't think BC versus LU. No. Let's go for the I think this will eventually get uploaded. I don't know. I need to figure it out because I'm like, we have way too many series. So like, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna show while I eat Puppy Paw versus Louis. I think we've done that at the start of the week. So probably good for a lot of people to see. And then when I get back, we'll see if we've got enough people for community games. I've got a feeling we might not, but we'll have to see. So hopefully we'll have enough to do it. But for now, I'm going to go get ready for food. And when I get back, we will see about commie games and whether it's feasible. Enjoy this game. Really good series, actually, between Louis and Puppy Paw. Some sick games. So enjoy, and I'll see
Into
you
the
all again
second
soon.
game. Let's get a point on the board here for Puppy Paw. He definitely earned it, as disgusting as he may be. And he might try to be disgusting again, because he whips out the Mongols. Meanwhile, Louis MT going for the greedy option. The one that's likely to get outpost rushed here. It's going to be the Ivids. Let's look at the spawn around them, because this is... Oh, this is an egregious spawn, dude. Gold and deer on one location. Berries are at least on the other side. If there's ever a game where you double outposts, this is the one, right? Like, double berries on one side, forward
All right,
spawn
I think we're good now.
deer and gold on the other.
That
The only
crap
thing
thing
that's
with-
safe for
Enjoy.
Louis is the stone. But this is, like, the one thing you don't want here. Puppy Paw. Is he going to go for the Rax opener? It doesn't seem like there's an alternative option here. Right? Yeah, it has to be. Rax is coming. So someone's highlighting that Ibids are good against Mongols. It's map dependent, actually. Like it's this. If there's a map in the rotation where Mongols might be okay, I think this is the one because of the resource spawn, especially this type of spawn. But typically, yes, I would heavily favor the Ibids. Like we've seen them dismantle on maps like Rocky Canyon, and Puppy Paw. Yeah, he. Is he gonna... No. Like, he's building a Rax, right? This is the thing that puzzled me at the beginning, is this TC placement. I thought, is he gonna go for double production and not go for the Rax?
All right, I'm done clicking. Enjoy.
Dude, he's actually going double villager production. So he's gonna pay full for the Spearman. That's the trade-off here, right? And you only have straggler trees, so it's not absolutely ideal. Also, his gold is over here. So, like, he's basically what? Gonna probably place the... I think he's going to place the Gert here and send woodworkers and goldworkers here, but that's a long walk. This is a very weird opening from Puppy Paw. Even if he does like the stone for double villager production, it's kind of a weird spawn with the way it's split. Good work, though. I think like the weird part to me is like the spears, right? Because the goal here is kind of crafty by Puppy Paw. He's going to try to force Louis to build an early outpost to defend. Funnily enough, this outpost attempt would be too late, though. Like, there's one spear, second one's on the way. Louis is going to have to shift off the gold. Well, he's at least ready for a tech up. He's going to deny the mining camp. And we are going to be getting the military wing reinforcement. Makes a lot of sense. The reason is, like, at this pacing, if there's going to be a villager pool, you might be tightly pressed to get it up in time. Got to see, actually. He might have done this right. Yeah, it's Louis. I'm wondering if Louis was like, oh, I have a bit more time. I don't have to, like, rush an outpost up because my opponent, like, you know, he hasn't shown 2 spears, right? So he knows it wasn't double production, maybe. But the timing on this guy coming out, like, the Desiree is a minute and a half away. Remember, this outpost only takes a minute to build, so you have a lot of wiggle room. I mean, hell, Puppy Paw could even go deeper if he wanted. This is also problematic. It's not just the deer and the gold here, it's the next gold over. I'm a bit worried that Louis doesn't actually have access to what he needs. Let's think about, like, the ways out, right? Like, you're playing Ibids. So one really big upside is you don't need to buy siege engineering. You can just build a ram. In fact, here's an interesting detail for you folks. That Desert Raider could build a ram. You're not going to build it with him because realistically you're going to want a few archers as well, I think, here. Otherwise, the Spearman will just destroy the ram, right? But you can begin building it straight away with this guy. Other side of Puppy Paw has been adding in those extra villages. It's kind of interesting, right? Because if this is like Desert Raider, you have the correct response. And if this had been Growth Wing, by the time your opponent gets Growth Wing, you would have the same amount of villages that he would then be getting, right? That's actually pretty creative. It is going to be Silver Tree, though. That's curious. I thought this might be a Deerstone game. I thought Puppy Paw was going to try to optimize around that. I feel like Silver Tree on this map is a little bit more wonky because of the positioning and the way that it's... I want to say like a little bit harder to defend, like the way your opponent can come out in this matchup with Camel Lancers. In fact, Silver Tree feels like the #1 reason why Ibids have been beating Mongols a lot of the time is that the Camel Lancer spam comes out at the perfect time to start spreading wide and shutting down trade. And going Silver Tree typically sets you up to spam Keshiks, which are just terrible against this Civ. So yeah, quite a curious choice there by Puppy Paw. Sheeple in the end. Oh my... What happened? Are you kidding me? Louis has 4 sheep. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw has 16. Now, in fairness, Louis did start on the sheep, but that's still a humongous difference. Wow. All right, Mr. Sheep Whisperer over here, pretty content in life. Outpost is up. He's going to make his way home now. Dude, that is so rough. So someone's like highlighting the sheep have been a big swing in this tournament. In a few series, right? Like, I still remember the Bee versus Beastie series that felt like the first 2 games were defined by that. Personally, my take is like, I'd love to see them just try and I know it would flip the game in a big way, but try and just figure out an entirely new way of handling sheep. So, I don't know what way that could be, because I was thinking like once upon a time you can maybe spawn a few sheep at a person's base every X minutes, like a shipment arriving, but that's got its own negatives. It just feels like in general, to me, the sheep element, the way it's been built into the game, it's very hard to now remove it. It's become a necessary component, but I don't think that's a positive, in my opinion. I think like the sheep RNG is one of the biggest frustrations that players can have about the game at the highest level. Now, you can argue that it's just like, it's a mutation, right? Like, if you get a lot, you get a little, it changes the way you play. But we've seen games where flat out, it makes a game unplayable. And if your opponent sees it, like, I think the highest level, the thing that's going to force a change with the way sheep spawn is top-level players have started to realize what the sheep advantage means, what they can do with it, right? Like, when your opponent has, like, a 75% sheep lead, we've seen games where they just turn it into a Dark Age spear spam because you have to match it, and then you lose because of it. And I think like the other issue is, you know, if the issues around the sheep spawn are only recent, they're due to some new maps. Is that an issue with like, the sheep code? Is that an issue with like the map design? Because like the negative of that then is if it's an issue with the map design, I actually think some of the new maps and their design are actually great. I do know that they've been working on like something. They've been trying to change something about the way sheep spawns. So maybe that'll just fix it. But yeah, it can be a very awkward element of the game. Kana's going to trade his life in here to keep Louis boxed in. Louis, who, by the way, still has no gold. And is trying to spam archers into archer spam. Keshik's also on the way. Is it me, or does Louis just have, like, no recourse to this? He's trying to play wide on the gold now, but timing is kind of bad, right? First Keshiks are on the way. Is that a double pump as well? No, just a solo. But Silvertree is now moving across to the corner, so we're going to start escalating to trade. And that's where the Keshik numbers are going to start bumping up. It's going to be a TC drop. Okay, so Louis, that's an interesting way to try and recover this. There's a lot of value in this corner as well, to his credit, right? He's got deer, he's got gold. I would love to see him just wall this in. It's so cheap to go for a wall in here. That's actually a really sick position. Everything else about this spawn to me is kind of rough for Louis. Because although the berries next to each other seems good, it's a negative against Mongols. But this corner spawn might save him. Archer count is still a problem, though. This is the negative, right? Like, you just chose to build a TC. Think about how many more archers that would have been. That would have been 8 more archers. That would have given you the advantage. Desert Raiders are going to be a pain in the ass at least, but one of them's going to go down. Keshik are not great at dealing with Desert Raiders, by the way. You don't want to use them to contest this. Ideally, you want to just keep a few archers at home. Berries are now being autoed out, though, and Louis, it's a good thing he did just get that TC down there. Unfortunately, that now means basically both of the things he needs have to come from this TC, right? He has to split between the gold and the deer, which means if this is going to be like some sort of fast castle build, his timing now just got a lot worse. Wall's now on the way. One rough part about this is archers can still idle the gold from here. The good news is that Puppy Paw doesn't know, right? His Khan only just respawned, so he's not going to see it for like another minute at least. The bad news is your opponent is now trading. I feel like Puppy Paw has complete monopoly on the military influence on this map right now. I love that the Desert Raiders are still trying to be active, but it's just so difficult from here. In fact, if wait, am I seeing that right? I think he just, yeah, did he not just actively produce another Desert Raider? I think he did. Those are expensive. 180 resources is not cheap at this stage of the game. Especially when your gold and food is still stretched in this corner. And speaking of that corner,
Oh, Puppy Paw knows. He's discovered it. Archer's going to move in. Might be able to get 2 villager kills. Louis does react. But now it's known, right? This is where Puppy Paw's aggression is now going to lie. So typically in this situation, you have to measure, can I fight him or can I take something else? The play for Louis is probably to drop a ram and re-secure your gold. But that's expensive right now. Like, he's kind of stretched, right? He's still behind an Archer count. So if he chooses to go for a ram, that's now going to be another 4 less archers than what you would have had. Trey's at least been found, but just a few archers here will be annoying. And yeah, this will be a burn down, man. This could be access. Gates going up. I love this. Puppy Paw peels a few archers to camp here. So now, like, Louis, his only option is to run away, right? There's going to be too many villagers in here. But with camping on the gate, that's not possible. And Louis needs to come out of the base. I really like the way that Puppy Paw is forcing Louis to fight away from his production with this move. And even if Louis now gets the eco away, he's eco-starved again, and he also has an army now away from an advantageous position. Alcé's broken. So let's see if Louis has to peel away. Outpost is going to be rushed up. Gates also being set up so he can get out of here. Puppy Paw sees the defenses. He's going to take his time about this. Behind it, it looks like the Desert Raider has been dealt with, has been pushed back. So gold is being gathered. 5 traders and scaling. Means the Puppy Paw is keeping that eco lead. No rams yet, right? I don't think we've even got a blacksmith, which is a bit surprising. Steeled Arrow will be on the way soon, though. Blacksmith now being dropped. But for now, despite the military advantage in numbers, Louis does have the extra damage, especially with the static point defenses. So Puppy Paw needs to show some respect. He's going to back away. Meanwhile, Keshik's going to find his way into the eco at home. So decent idle time there. Louis is going to have a Desert Raider to react to this, right? So the camel on knees means he probably won't even get a single villager kill. Yeah, nicely handled by Louis. I think Puppy Paw, the thing that was missing there was an earlier blacksmith transition. Like, if he had Steeled Arrow here, had the Undermesh coming in as he's fighting, he probably hangs around here. Especially when you consider, like, that's one of your biggest edges, right? You have gold and Louis doesn't. But he chose to throw that gold behind more Keshiks instead. We'll see if it pays off. The problem is, like, there's a decent number of Desert Raiders, and if they skirt the fight, like, it's very hard for you to snipe them out. But make no mistake about it, like, if Louis mispositions those Desert Raiders at all, they die so insanely fast to Mass Archer. Speaking of Mass Archers, our favors Louis right now. Mistake made there by Puppy Paw trying to rally the troops in. Does at least get in with one wave, but not able to do much damage here. Is being pushed back. So, well played by Louis. We're finally starting to see him aggro, right? That's the thing that's been missing up to this stage. He's been a bit too complacent. I love the fact that he's prioritizing Undermesh now, getting it in just as Puppy Paw gets the Steeled Arrow. About what, we're 20 seconds out? Needs to delay this fight. Nice snipe down here. A lot of damage coming on the Keshiks. They do not have the Undermesh. They get sniped pretty quickly. Those Keshiks, they're basically just tanks at this stage, right? The camel on knees means they cannot actually kill much. But the Archer Mass for Puppy Paw is pummeling here. Louis just has to retreat back home. That's now what? A 10+ Archer lead? And Louis, because he went for these Desert Raiders, he doesn't have any solution to this. This is officially becoming a problem. Oh, I'm a bit worried, actually. Louis, that was his time to try and take a fight. If he can't now get out of his base, with Undermesh coming on the other side, Puppy Paw, like, this lead is still a problem, right? And it's going to remain a, like, equal trade problem. If that happens, raw numbers don't lie, right? So I feel like maybe the best thing Louis could do, yeah, peel these Desert Raiders and try to cut reinforcements would be a solid shout. It's difficult because if it's like a group of 6 or 7 archers, you're going to trade badly, right? But if you find them trickling one by one, different matter. Louis now playing wide on the other flank. I think the deer are almost exhausted, right? Okay, no, he's actually been making them last a little bit longer than I would have expected here. A lot of gold is being munched, though. Desert Raiders are buying a lot of time here for Louis. Needs to be careful about where he runs in circles here, right? Because if you go too close to outposts, the Keshiks will gap close you. And even with the reduced damage, it will start to wear you down. So I love the way that he's just playing around the mid instead. But Puppy Paw, surely he senses this, right? Like, he's very strong right now.
Waiting around is possibly the worst thing he could do. Yeah, you got trade escalating behind, but it's also 2 TC, and your opponent is doing this kind of one-dimensional archer all in, or the defense. So I'm wondering if we maybe see a Ram investment soon, or a tech up from Puppy Paw. Desert Raiders. Go for the flash. Puppy Paw, I like that he drags that out so long that they go in range! Oh, that was sick! So that was incredible by Puppy Paw, what he just done there. He waited around in the fight long enough that Louis wasn't looking anymore, right? Because Louis is going to be looking for the first 2 seconds to see if the Keshiks pull back so he can react. When they don't pull back, he's probably checking something elsewhere on the map, and it ends up with a huge loss there for Louis. Ooh, but one of his cav going down. Wow. Now, the Archers are going to go squaring for another fight. So the Desert Raider raid threat has been removed. And now you end up in a situation where the Keshiks are a bigger threat because they don't actually have an answer anymore. Puppy Paw is going to gun down to the south side, isn't he? Have we got Siege Engineering in yet? We have. This is the moment. 1 Ram, preferably 2, and this should all be gone. Keshiks also just striking on the left side. Outposts are going to be garrisoned. Still more idle time for Louis in a game where he just took a terrible exchange. Puppy Paw. All right, hates the Khan. Ram is on the way, though. This is it. Louis, what's your way out? He went advancement wing. Is coming in shortly, so in fairness to him, he has got a lot of resource to pump here. So this is typically where Iobids get the edge over Mongols, is by going into Camel Lancers. But he's going to need to make sure he gets to the Undermesh level 2, considering the amount of archers he's up against. This amount could kind of break you. Puppy Paw. Dude, he's not going to be far behind. Oh my god. The savings coming in now. This should be Kurotai. Credit to him, his understanding on that. The timings were actually quite well read there. So Kurotai now being built up. Ram, remember, gets more damage up against the wall, so it'll break through this quickly. Puppy Paw could even think about adding in 2 more Rams if he chooses. I imagine not, though, considering that the enemy army should be on the way here, right? Like, you are overextending right now. Ram's going to start moving in. Archer Mass is on the way. Veterancy coming through soon for Louis. An opportunity to strike back is on the horizon here. He's got 5 Camel Lancers now out to play. In fact, they should be looking to play on the flanks, but I think instead they might be heading over to the main engagement. So Puppy Paw reads it right, backs up. And looks like we have got to secure the original gold. So well played by Louis. Gets a little bit of space here. Although maybe not enough. Keshiks riding in. Villager's going to get hit. Louis quick to pull away at least, but that's going to be idle time on the gold. He needs a lot of gold right now, remember. He's going into Camel Lancers. He wants to hit into Dervish as well. He probably wants to consider Ghulams also. Just all gold. Puppy Paw going to keep retreating away from this for now. Camel Lancers, of course, will always gap close you, so turning around before they strike the charge doesn't really make much sense. He's going to allow more than the catch up, right? So instead, he's going to rally the Keshiks over here, make his way home. Kurotai is really far back, though, so it's not there as a damage buffer. Instead, it's just going to be fighting full feudal into castle. Yeah, I don't like that. I think Puppy Paw, like, bringing the Kurotai forward makes a lot of sense here. That attack, damage, and healing essentially gives you, like, a Castle Age light effect before veterancies get through. Instead, it's going to run all the way back underneath the TC until he gets in range. Kurotai is finally packed up. I feel like this should have been here sooner, though. I mean, if Puppy Paw had this at the ready when he came back to the TC, you hold this fight. Instead, there's an opportunity. Louis is going to idle him out. I love that. He blocks out the Kurotai to get a good trade. But now, in a bit too deep. Lancers go down. Keshiks on the backside. Attack damage boosted up. And this is the point where Louis needs to get the hell out of here. They snipe 1 or 2 traders on the retreat, but that's going to be heavy losses. 36 archers to 25. Louis, I think he misread how deep he could go here. I mean, Puppy Paw kind of baited him in with a suboptimal Kurotai placement. He gets the Bream Room when he needs it. Veterancies are now in. Keshiks are now upgraded with the Step Lancer. This is where we're expecting Louis to go on the flanks, right? Like, this is where you play left and right, and you try to shut down the trade. And Puppy Paw's reaction should be to get Spring Order placements in on the outposts to dent that. This is cool, man. This was a very weird early game, I think, for Louis. He played incredibly well to get out of that. Like, if you think about the amount of games we've seen at that 8-minute mark, feeling like they're GG'd, right, where Mongols just block your resources, it shows you just how good the highest level player has gotten at finding ways out of those sticky situations. You know, gone are the times where a Mongol outpost rush was basically just an insta-GG. Now we're in that generation of how you claw the game back. right? Sure, Puppy Paw got an edge. But it's fair to say that Louis evened it up. Now he needs to try and take a lead, and that's going to be on the back of picking up these relics. And also needs to start looking with the Lancers. Love the Manjanique detail coming in. Puppy Paw right now does not have a solution to that. He does, however, have Siege Engineering. It just isn't the improved variety. In fact, wait, the timing might be perfect for this. Louis, oh my god, he gets caught building it! Archer's moving in, the Kurultai effect. This is big. Even with the +2 ranged armor, the Camel Lancers take a lot of damage. He just sticks on top of him. Manjanique getting some shots out, but they might not be good enough. What an insane trade from Puppy Paw. The Manjanique can hit nothing. This might just break him. Manja goes down. Crossbows have now arrived. Camel Lancer count is non-existent. And Puppy Paw finds the perfect time and the perfect way to strike. Oh my god, dude, that was so sick. Louis MT with a Desperation Manjanique a little bit too late here. What an insane read coming out from Puppy Paw. And now it's thumbs up heading towards the enemy base. No Siege Engineering improved behind this, sure, but I mean, with this amount of archers and the Kurultai power behind this, it should just be a consistent dive, a weave in and out, while he preps a better unit comp afterwards. I think that might be the most valuable throwaway of like a massive archers in Castle Age I've seen in a long time. Like, the goal of these guys was to trade out the enemy army, and he found so much value out of this, and he parks the Kurultai in the base. Dude, this is it. I just don't know how Louis meant to hold this anymore. This is just wave one. What's coming next is so much tougher. In fact, look at this. It's monsters coming over the hill. Keshiks against a lack of Lancers here. And Louis MT running out of options quick. What a timing attack by Puppy Paw. What a series by him. Dirty in game number one with that Barbican, but this is how you execute Mongols, man. The details that mattered so much. This was a really impressive game by both of these players. Game one was, we don't want to talk about it, but game two, although Louis now is on the ropes, it's the way that he finds himself there. It's just outplays, right? It's reactions, the correct reactions each phase of this game that gets Puppy Paw to the verge of victory. And I think with the army being cleared up, this should be the point where Louis is going to wave the white flag. There's not really much to hang around for anymore. It's not the end of his road here. Remember, this is a group stage, so it's a round robin. And I imagine trying to stay on this game too long is probably just going to tilt you for your later series. So awesome series coming out from Puppy Paw. Means he's on a clean... All right, welcome back. I should probably clarify quickly because I don't have to stitch these together. We just saw game one between Puppy Paw and Louis. Of course, in that game one, Louis wasn't able to get out of his base in the end. Puppy Paw able to take the win with the Mongols. I mixed up the series because I saw the Team Elephant thing, and I just looked at EL and didn't look further. Apologies for that. It's the way the match history is presented because basically we had one game at the bottom of the statistics, the other was missing. So this is the second game. You did not miss anything if you watched the first. You're like, what are you on about? What was this Chinese game that the Puppy Paw played? That was the series versus CSO. This is the Louis MT Puppy Paw series. Mongols versus Ibids was game number one. And now we hop into the second for a Jeanne d'Arc Malian game. Now, this is an interesting one, actually, because I think this is slightly Malian favored, right? Like, let me check the stats on this, but I believe it is. Let's have a look. Malians against Jeanne. 41 really? I'm a little bit surprised by that. What about the previous patch where Jeanne was even stronger? Jeanne versus Malian, 45.2. Okay. So the reason why I was kind of leaning towards Malians being slightly favored here is they're turtling, right? If you turtle, then Jeanne can't come in. She can't do damage because you just keep scaling javelins and donzos. But I imagine there's still an issue when you have to come out on the map. And in fairness, where I could see Jeanne being a little bit better in the last patch, in the more recent patch, a lot more players have been going towards Royal Institute, which gives you a very big surge point. In fairness, what that means is what you're doing with Jeanne d'Arc is you're essentially sacrificing your late game to pad your Castle Age. But you have to remember that when you're up against Malians, it's all about Castle Age, right? Like, the Imperial Age is kind of underwhelming compared to the boost they get in Castle. So you kind of balance it out there. Curious to see if that's the way Puppy wants to go. Curious to see what he's going to do if this game goes late as well, considering he is up against what I consider to be the best Jeanne d'Arc player right now, especially in the late game. Louis MT is fierce. A definite force to be reckoned with. I'm also curious to see if he's going to choose an aggro approach or a greed type approach. Typically, you lean on the aggro, right, for Jeanne d'Arc, which is why I think the Malians look like they hold quite well. The gold spawns are also pretty decent for that. Louis, he got a double back gold spawn, so he can easily just sit between these and be right next to his base when the raids come in. So I quite like the spawn for the Malians here. Other side of it, Puppy Paw, did he get much of a lick in himself? Not particularly. There's no high-value second TC placement. The D is at least retracted, and you could wall it in. But, you know, if you tried... Yeah, and he is going to be going multi-TC. There isn't really an extra layer for him to this cake. With a bit of mismacro there. Puppy Paw actually didn't have the mining camp down in time. So we are going to get multi-TC. I'm going to leave it on 2 times for the time being, because what should happen here is Louis MT, if he sees that this is 2 TC, if he scouts that detail out, he should be looking to just add in a few Donzos and not much else in a rush, which means we might get towards a second mill play quite quickly here. So 2 TCs. I mentioned there wasn't a high-value TC. You could play risky wide and go on the flank right up here. It's more likely that Puppy Paw is going to just cover his back flank and secure the deer at the back of his base. Usually you don't want to go too wide here, just in case the Malians do go for that rush up and get towards Sofa, because then you start to feel a bit stranded. In fact, I'm curious, who do chat favor here? We just saw game 1, Puppy Paw. I think his execution was good, but the reason why I'm expecting this to be a very close series is I feel like even in that game where the Mongols set the pace, Louis was finding ways to try and get out of the hole. That game felt reasonably close for a decent margin of it, right? It came down to that sick play around the end of the game with the Kurultai pull in and the Archer Mass on top of the Manjanique. But before that, the game was kind of a tug and pull between finding the eco you can get and finding the aggression you can attack with. I think on paper, these two are like neck and neck. You know, Puppy Paw definitely has more competitive experience at this stage. But after some of the results we've seen from Louis MT, for example, the fact he was able to get a 2-1 up against Vortex, like this guy is on the rise, and he's proving why he's flexing why. In fact, if you missed that series between Louis and Vortex, be sure to check across on my YouTube channel later. I'm sure it'll eventually end up there. Or check the VODs on Twitch. Okay, so he does go for the wide deer. That's interesting. So Puppy Paw is going to be playing very aggressive feudal into another castle then, right? When you go for a wide TC like this, it means you're posturing on the map. Because if you play a little bit more condensed, you know you're being a bit more greedy. If you're going this wide, it gets more value, but it also means you have to spread wider to defend. And credit to him, the Malians aren't going to contest this early on, right? They're going to aim for a later phase of the game. The other nice thing is it could have allowed him to pull in the boar. Unfortunately, it looks like the boar got hit pretty far away. Knights are arriving in. I like this wall up actually coming out from Louis. It just means there's only one location to look at with limited Donzos, and it means he can rush towards the Fulani timing now. Triple mill coming out to get him there. If you want to know what a Castle Age rush looks like, this is it. Puppy Paw, he only has knights, right? He's not going to add in archers in a rush. That's fine on the way. But because you go second TC, you don't have the ability to spam archers out. To me, the timings aren't going to align here. Like, you've got Jeanne d'Arc in, sure. She can kind of attack Donzos. She's not great at it, though, for multiple reasons. The Javelin throws do hurt quite a bit. You only have 2 ranged armor, remember? And the Javelin throw from the Donzos counts as range damage. And on top of that, if you get, like, 8 of these Donzos together, if they ever get a chance to surround Jeanne, she's going to die quicker than she can cleave. Because the issue you run into is these Donzos, although they're more expensive, it's for good reason. Not only do they have that hybrid attack, they also have melee armor and more health than standard spears. Jeanne d'Arc going for Le Cleave. Donzo is going to be pulled back. I like that from Louis. He's just optimizing, right? He's not giving over any XP at this point. And Louis, credit to him. He almost has all the gold needed, right? With the Pit Mine and the Advanced Quarry, he should have enough gold, even if he's idled here, to get his age up, as well as get the remaining branches filled. Other side of it, Donzo's at least moving around to the gold to try and return the favor of idle time, but that does mean you're playing towards where the archers are coming from, so Puppy Paw will be able to buffer that away. We are getting the Divine Restoration coming in, so a little bit of heal here. But like, you're seeing how Jeanne is starting to get worn and torn a little here. The cleave would be good at this point, but I love that. Peel's pass goes straight after the Knight. Because with that heal already being used, the Knights are the exposed one, and I love this. Just leave the healthy Donzos to deal with Jeanne. And she's not going to get high value out of this cleave. So while Puppy Paw will not lose Jeanne, I like what Louis is doing, where he's essentially exchanging a little bit of XP to keep her busy instead of giving a lot over. And also now with this cooldown coming in, we should see a death of the Knight at the backside, right? Final hurl of jabs coming out soon.
Well, as soon as he stops charging. There we go. So Knight down. Wall's now going up. Jean's chased away. She can heal for the most, but the problem is with those javelin throws, it keeps interrupting you, right? So that's why you have to pull away a little bit earlier. Great read by Puppy Paw. And it is going to be fast castle for him, so well played. A lot of pressure put on. A lot of delay coming in for Louis' build. He is going to be better off at the beginning of this tech up, right? This is not French 2TC. This is Jeanne d'Arc 2TC. And it's not going to be an all-in in Castle Age. That's pretty interesting to me, actually, that Puppy Paw is willing to play this a lot later into the game. Typically, you see people just trying to block this out now. The meta, to me, has been shifting for Jeanne d'Arc and French. It's less about Guildhall into that Imperial with the food pull. It's more about Castle Age being an imp light, right? By going into the Royal Bloodlines and Cantal Saddles. And also, remember that that allows you to switch over into Arbre de Trier if need be, with Crossbow Stirrups and Gambesons, rather. It's interesting as well, actually, because when you get Crossbow Stirrups and Gambesons, you beat Javelins. You cost the same, you have the same range due to Pavis, but because of the extra damage reduction and your very high base damage on Arbre de Trier, you actually fare a lot better than Javs. Puppy Paw's at least going to get a little bit of torch down out here, but tech ups are going to be complete on both sides. And we have got the quadruple racks drop, so Sofa spam going to be coming in hot and quick here for Louis. Pretty logical answer, right? This gives you an ability to chase down Jeanne d'Arc because she's not level 3 yet. The Knights are not scaled to a point that they can defend it either. In fact, even though the elite status is coming in, we can see Puppy Paw is actually going across into those Arbre de Trier in anticipation of Mass Sofa. Yeah, to me, like, Jeanne d'Arc and French, this is still their ST unit. A lot of people might think that it's French Knights. It's really not. The best unit that this Civ has is Arbre de Trier. Gambesons just makes them so impervious to low melee damage units. They counter heavy cav, they counter the men-at-arms, and on top of that, they also have this Pavis that makes them pretty succulent as a solution up against practically every range unit in the game. And with this Civ especially... I don't know how else to describe Crossbow Stirrups with Inspiration, right, the attack speed buffer, than saying it basically turns you into Chuginu, it feels like. Nice raid timing here. Louis keeping the pass open. Spinner are on the way, but limited number of them. And Arbre de Trier at this count are not going to be that scary. Louis just going to pivot past it and look for easier, squishier targets. I actually like that. He could have taken out Jean, sure, but it's like, at this stage, it's 250 gold versus shutting down maybe 10 plus eco and killing a few, right? Just, you get a lot more value out of raiding out here. And you're risking the out of time coming out. Louis having to shift off the ball. Didn't spot the deer. That's fortunate for Puppy Paw because he didn't actually have enough troops to defend that yet. Now, second wave of surf is going to go in, and that's Jean going down. She dies so insanely quick to this. Remember, it's 23 damage per stab from these guys. Even more with the initial charging, right? Like, it's such a powerful tool up against Jean. Now, Puppy Paw, credit to him, because of the way this played out, because there was a second wave that had to deal with Jean, he did buy time to get Arbre de Trier together. Unfortunately, right now, with Louis leaking more and more of these sofas in, his army's starting to split up a bit. We now got 3 mines online for Louis, so plenty of gold starting to sliver in. Wouldn't be surprised if he makes a play for relics. It usually seems a bit dangerous, but consider that Puppy Paw is now switching to full infantry. You have mobility, right? Like, whenever you have mobility advantage like this, it tends to lead to map control, and you should be flexing that by going for the relics. In fact, that's exactly what Louis is going to be doing. Mosque has been dropped, so he'll be on his way towards that. Wall's still not up, by the way. Donzo's on the way to try and torch it down, so will be a reactionary force in, but there's still a gap here, right? The full wall didn't happen on the south side. It does at least funnel your opponent in, but right now the issue for Puppy Paw is that Louis still has more sofas in the back of the base, so he can't just camp here. He has to split his troops across the map. Funnily enough, these sofas could probably kill Jean again. That would be so annoying at this stage. Level 3 feels pretty crucial here to start defending adequately. Man, Lou's been on point with these raiders at the back, though. Just buying so much time. And what? Dude, this is wild. When was the last time you saw a Marleyan player fast imp?
He's going for a 16-minute imp timing. That's crazy. What a cool play by Louis. I mean, he realizes spamming Sofa non-stop doesn't work here, right? Because you're up against Mass Arbitrier. So what do? You beat him to the punchline, right? Like, you don't grind this out because you saw that this is Guildhall. That was scouted. If you grind this for several minutes and can't end the game, your opponent's going to just drop a red keep on you, right? So what do? Beat him to the punchline. Go for your castle landmark first. The timing for Puppy Ball. He's going to learn. He's going to learn too late. Army's moving in, but a great read here by Louis. 16 villages is more than enough to get this up before an army would be able to react to it. And now the long wall's coming in. What a crazy play. I was not expecting this. Kind of makes a lot of sense, though, because what he secured an 8k gold. Jean's going to go down. Divine Restoration's still going to save you. Oh, and people keep telling me she's OP. Now, that's a really interesting play, though. This map only has 2 8k golds, and you just secured one of them. It allows you to get a fat pit mine up, but more importantly, you're up against a Civ that uses a lot of gold as the game goes on, right? We're talking Knights, we're talking Arbitrier, we're talking Siege. It's all expensive, even Jean with the Consecration. So stripping this gold away is so important. And now the Relic play is coming in afterwards. Puppy Ball has started to play into himself, but with the way they've carved up the map, this still looks like a fairly easy 4 Relic game for Louis. Wall's being broke through on the south side, though. May change that. Mirrored by a move to the north from Louis. And right now, the problem is Puppy Paw is in this area with Eco, so he has to defend it, right? For Louis, this raid doesn't matter unless it hits the main base. And it only has 12 torches to do that with. We have actually got scouts scaling up. Dude, scouts and gunners. I swear, Louis has some of the wildest build orders, the wildest strategies, actually, I've seen in this tournament so far. On Saturday, we saw him with that very interested trade game on Coastal Cliffs, right? Where he went Gilded Knights, and I deluded myself into thinking it was a good idea. But then he still made it work by just having trade going. Now, in this game, to go gunners straight away, fast Im and scouts as well. This is a very affordable build, right? Like, you're just spending a lot of food, and then you spend all your gold on gunners instead. What a creative build he's come up with there. Lol's going to whiff. Obviously able to snipe that out, so still only 2 relics back for him. A lot of gold is being gathered, though, and the gunners, the warrior scouts, they're going to move in. This should be a quick, clean wipe. Provises are going to be dropped, but no Jean in the area. Start farming XP off this. A great read by Louis to just peel it in a way that Jean d'Arc cannot be part of the action. Scouts will just stick to the targets. At this point, they're just a damage soaker, right? Elited up, they last quite a while, and now, with the Arbitrator dead, that's a heavy loss for Puppy Paw, but he's getting the space he needs for this. 22 villagers rushing out, Red Palace now on the way on the other 8k gold. I mean, this pretty much defines the game, right? Like, you get one, I get the other. Heavy loss, though, for Puppy Paw. And not much really taken in return, right? Like, mostly just a bunch of scouts going down. That's affordable. Louis also does have the crossbreeding on the way, so a lot more food income coming from those ranches. Remember that the number on the ranches does upgrade when you upgrade these. Imp on Imp. Puppy Paw has a pretty big eco lead, but Louis, we knew it was coming to this, didn't we? We knew this was on the way. When we saw that long wall, when we saw an outpost, you could sense it. You could feel it. Let's go for trade. Puppy Paw has to sense this as well, right? Like, why else would you build a wall like this at the time that he did? In fairness, like, you know, Puppy Paw's done the same. It's a spread wide protection. But the difference is Louis isn't spreading wide. He's condensed with his whole economy. There's only one way, one reason rather, he'd need this much map. Army's on the way, though. Puppy Paw needs to wait for those arbitrary upgrades. Can't afford to lose an army like that. It's going to turn for a fight, though. Gunner's moving in range. Not good. Oh, my God. That's a level 2 Jean versus Gunners. Do I need to say more? Dear God. Insta-dead.
Oh, wow. Well, that's one way to deal with the Jean issue. Still only level 2.
Je mâche mon frein de partir.
This is like the latest tech timing, level 3 timing I think I've seen for Jean. Because he got sniped, right? Like, he lost Jean, and then he didn't buy it back before. It comes in, but 20.5 minutes. Oh, my God. Love the fact that scouts are just clapping down Spearman on their own. Crossbow Stirrups is at least on the way.
Soyez attentifs, Souda. Fais ici les commandements.
Chemistry coming on the other side, though. And that gunner count is actually getting pretty scary, right? Up to 18 already. Now, the problem here is if this was level 4 Jean, that attack speed inspiration you get with Crossbow Stirrups, you can actually beat gunners with Arbitrier. We're not at that stage yet. So these next few fights are going to be quite tricky for Puppy Paw. He does still have an eco lead, but that lead now needs to be put towards mass farming. That's going to take a pretty heavy hit into your income for the next 2 or 3 minutes. Could leave you a little bit dead in the water when it comes to ability to fight, right? Because Louis' army, the quality of it is already so insanely much higher than yours. So we are now getting Trebs moving out to try and deal with that red pass. Understandable, right? You can't go for a cannon due to the extra range that absurd defense has. And Jeanne d'Arc's special units are situational. We don't really see them scaled in mass. We just see them as these kind of like clutch units at specific moments. To me, one of the big problems is with these keep nerfs, spamming into Jean's elite units is just not really doable because castles are a bit too expensive to spam them up, right? It was only really doable before when you could keep the guild hall on stone and then keep drop. But that was a bit too OP for other reasons, especially with the arbalists and placements. And yes, with the sniping buff, you can kill. Here's the thing. Like, I actually think Musafadi Gunners might be one of the best units in the game to kill Jeanne d'Arc. They're even, like, I actually think they're even better than Gilded Crossbows. And Gilded Crossbows are, oh my god, effective. This is why. Chemistry just came in. Look at the first strike buff. You hit for 91 damage. Even with half of that damage, it's a murder spree. I love the fact that right now Sofas are trying to butcher Jean. They almost actually achieve it, but Spearman are going to arrive in time. But yeah, these gunners will absolutely just kill us straight away, even at level 4. It's not even close. 20 of them shooting once, right? So they'll basically hit, let's say, 40 damage each. So that's going to be 800 damage. Jeanne d'Arc, even with level 4, even with all of the tech upgrades, like she can't survive that, right? Like I think she'll have like 50 health left after that hit. It's pretty brutal. Louis trying to get ambitious with the villagers. Did he go for a second TC? No, it's just the trade is that big already. Good God. 20 and scaling. Has also got the taxation coming. Taxation's bugged right now. The toll outpost, like it doesn't reset until you come all the way back, but it's still extra coin in the pocket. This gun account. I don't feel like I've seen Warrior Scout Musafadi Gunner as a comp in well over a year and a half. It's actually really refreshing to see it come out. It's just, dude, it's just Louis and his builds though, man. They're so different to what I'm seeing almost anyone else do in the tournament right now. Like the closest person might be CSO, but that's for good reason, right? They're scrim buddies. Biology also in the way, so he's about to get a lot more chunky. Opens the way into the farms here. It's going to be Warrior Scouts on the go. I've got some keep drops down here, so Puppy Paw is not completely vulnerable on the flanks. Puppy Paw, how much gold has he got left here? 3k? And he's still got, what, the 4k at home? 2.4, and then he's got 800 here. Yeah, it's a lot of gold just being grabbed. It's like he knows this is going to turn into a meat grinder. I just don't think he's fully cognitive of how big the trade is already. It's a problem because the gunner mass just can't be answered. A lot of these scouts go down trying to break through the wall, but let's be totally honest. I'm sorry to the horse lovers amongst you, but who cares? They're so replaceable. Repass in the meantime is a problem, though. 9 villages on repair duty constantly. It's double treb.
At this stage, I'd love to see Louis just add in an extra. In fact, he has got an extra. It's just, it's breaking through the walls instead. This is interesting, actually, the way Louis is just trying to split the map. He's forcing Poppy Ball to react to a bunch of locations with economy to repair, and it's costing him resources while basically costing him his eco lead, being on repair duty. Looks like we're going to be heading towards the main engagement. Gunners are a problem, though. I really don't like this fight for Poppy Ball. This is bad. Gunners reveal themselves. This is where they can start blasting. Scouts are just going to tank for it all, and it's going to have to be a full backup. Now, of course, you're not going to chase this, right? Because it's underneath the Red Palace, but it means Poppy Pork has to just stand here and watch the palace slowly be lost. I really would just love to see all the Trebs target farthest down, though. I think it would just make it so much quicker. Love the fact we got precision training on the way. This means if you need to switch into archers or javs, if you see that as a better solution, that's a good backup option, easy to switch over into. And also just the Donzo damage from range can be pretty impactful. Scenario is not even there yet for Poppy Ball. This has to be so annoying if you're Poppy, right? Like, you just can't break it right now. You just have to sit here and watch it. And I'm sure he has to be like aware himself that there's probably been trade behind this. There's just so many gunners, like 44 at this stage. If you think about the raw cost of that, that's almost 3/4 of a 8k pit mine he's spent on gunners. Actually, I think like 44 it is. With 3 more queued up, he's basically spent 3/4 of an 8k gold vein. Poppy Ball. The one thing that's still scaring me is if he has to fight before he has level 4. I think genuinely Arbitrary could even do a lot of damage to hand cannon in mass with that buff, with that 30% increased attack speed. But it's required, right? It's not optional here to win these engagements. It is mandatory. So he needs to farm like a madman. Castle drop on the way. Gunners are going to move in. Going to be a mass scouts. Come around the back. This is also a unit that doesn't actually give over much XP to Jean, remember. It's only 9 XP per death, the equivalent of a Donzo, but just so much more impactful here. Gunners a little bit too far forward, though. Those are expensive to lose. An Arbitrary on the wall. So this is the way that Poppy Ball won't be broke. My issue right now for Louis that I don't like is I feel like he's just not got enough trebuchets. Going up to 5 makes a lot of sense here. Instead, he's just kind of meat grinding these fights, but never getting anywhere for it. John? Oh. Ooh! Now you fight! That's exactly what he needed. Talk about a gift horse. Poppy Ball. A miss micro there, overextends slightly and pays the price for it. So Jean goes down. Raw Bloodlines is on the way. She has been brought back. Turns out you can do that quite easily with 6k gold in reserve. Looks like the last of the gold down here is going to be burnt soon. So gold reserves, although they are big, although they're a surplus, they're not going to be long-lasting. Louis also starting to raid around here. I'd love if he just, I don't know, murdered the things that die easily. Poppy Ball. That's the fight. Jean's back, and here we go. Sniper again. Go for it, Louis. She dies so insanely fast to this. Gunner count is now at 50. Needs to be careful. The Arbitrary do have a little bit more reach here, right? 5 tower range versus the 4. So has to show a little bit of respect there until he has more scouts coming out. Has broken through the wall, though. Just needs to get some troops in there. I think Louis, what's missing here is probably some full production. You've got the siege workshops, but no stables ahead. Cannonball placements are now coming in, though, so he retreats into his defenses, and Poppy Ball doesn't have anything to take this down, actually. Yeah, a little bit of an overextension here. Poppy Ball doesn't actually realistically have that great of a food income, especially now that he's spamming Horsemen, so you can't really afford to lose the crossbow mass easy peasy. That might happen here. And it's getting in again. Jean cannot be brought back, remember. That's still on cooldown. Wait, has he left us? I mean, no, it doesn't matter. It's just a scout loss. He has vision in the area. I thought we had Agent Sheep for a while there. Poppy Ball, man. Does he need to get trade? I feel like you need to get trade here.
Remember when he had 6k gold? Now look at him. Down to 3k in reserve. He's got 800 left over here and only 2.4k here. So, you know, with 2 relic gameplay, he's going to need to consider his options and look for a way to pivot into trade the same way that Louis did. Press push in the meantime. Castle is going to be able to hold. Cannon has arrived to try and dent it a little, but the gunner mass is still just so big behind this. That's the real problem. Hasn't got siege works either. Mango shot comes in to bail on the Pavises. Great read there to push him back. And now Poppy Paw will have to go back behind that wall again. To double Mango here. A little backstab does come in from the Horseman at least. This is turning out to be a little bit problematic. Mango now reaching into the siege and insta snipe out by the gunners. No siege works. Equal no problem for Louis. This is turning into an awkward meat grinder. Louis, at this stage, I think the only thing that's been making him a bit weak has been the way he's been neglecting siege, right? Like, I think I mentioned earlier, the idea of 5 trebs. Funnily enough, it didn't matter. 2 actually breaks the red pass. That's a big deal. And turns out you don't need trebs to get through walls when this happens. Oh my god, he's going to try to rush it here. Are the Trebs going to head over? They are. They're on the move now. Maybe they get in range to do some damage here. It looks like the Warrior Scouts do get held back by a single Horseman, though. So, well played there. Puppy Paw will get the defense up. But still, this is now you relying on stone defenses, right? That's not going to last forever. Stone is running out quickly on this map. Jean has to be getting close to level 4, you'd think, but like, how long has she actually been present for these fights? I feel like she just dies at the very beginning and doesn't get anything, even when you are finally killing gunners. I mean, a lot of Warrior Scouts have died along the way. I imagine we're probably still like 4 minutes out from Mecha Jean. That could be the thing that could be the game breaker, right? But I am seeing a switch now from Louis. He's probably aware of this. He's switching into Sofa. Jean gone again! Every time in these fights. Good God. And Louis now just relying on the static defense of the cannon placement to assist him here. Mangonel's trying to hold him hostage. A keep drop right next to the Red Palace. Dear God, what? Okay, that is disgusting. Louis is guaranteeing the Red Palace never goes back up. Or is he? Whoops. I think someone forgot to bring more villagers. Oh, damn. Louis. This is the moment, actually. Puppy Paw, if he can get that Red Palace back up, it secures this central area. It kind of divides the map. But right now, he's not pulling villagers to do so. This game is getting kind of wild. Sofa Mass now coming in. Now, this is important. Puppy Paw, yes, he does counter these. These are heavily armored units, but think about the layerings here. The Furuma leadership allows the Musafadi gunners to gap close, and on top of that, compare the health pools. 186 versus 276, and you also have a lot more ranged armor. It's why he's going towards it. The reason why he chose scouts earlier was to prevent Jean from getting level 4. Now, with Jean being close to level 4, Louis is looking to just get more quality out of his limited population. Puppy, still no trade, right? No, dude, this is officially a problem. You can't keep scaling Arbalitrier, right? He's going to have the goal to pull once, but if he loses the fight after that, it's over. So it kind of feels like nothing but perfection from here, right? You've got 800 gold remaining down here. You're tapping the last 2k you got here. You've got basically a reboot of Arbalitrier twice at max. Especially if you're building like 50 of them, right? Puppy Paw has to know this trade, right? Because the weird part to me is like, if you knew there was trade and you're building mass horsemen, it's a bit risky, but surely you send a group down there, right? Because if you don't, like, there's a point where you send so many gunners, there has to be trade. Maybe Puppy Paw just feels like he hasn't been getting good trades in these fights, so realistically, Louis could have been scaling this many hand cannoneers with passive gold. I guess that's believable. But now that Louis is adding in sofas, maybe that's where the alarm bell should be ringing for Puppy. My question is, when is Louis going to have to worry about Mecha Jean? Is he even going to get in here in time before the game ends? Sofas. to back away from this. So outpost annoyance is at least going to get dented here. No way cannons can come out quick enough. Wood is starting to become a little bit of a problem for the players though, right? Side of their base, pretty much have lost all the big lines. Only a few trees left over here, and then straggler tree groups along the stone walls. Other side of this, Louis still has his to work with, but obviously wants to try and take away the riskier resource first. Of course, Puppy Paw, this is now no man's land, so although you got a lot of wood out of it earlier, not really something you can hold on to now. May get the speed up a little here. Louis. This game's kind of just grinding out a bit, right? Like, no one's making a move out of fear of what they lose. But I think Puppy Paw ID he has to go now. The problem is the keep is already there. This feels like a slow death to me for Puppy Paw. I mean, you're pretty handcuffed option-wise, right? Even if you now get level 4 Jean. Sofas they're raiding in. They've reached the farms. It's only this small cluster on the side, but this means Puppy Paw is going to have to waste time coming back to deal with this. And also, there's no keeps in the main base, right? So you just keep diving through. Yeah, good read there, actually, by Louis. If your opponent won't give you the meat grinder fight you're looking for, then just go wide. Some more farmers going down. Of course, you're hitting the wrong resource right now. The thing you need to go after is gold. Puppy Paw is realistically going to have a lot of food. That's the one thing he does have. And it looks like we are getting into trade now. So Puppy Paw sets up in the corner. And then as long as he pauses this, it should not be scouted. But I'm trying to think, like, what breaks this right now. I mean, Louis making some kind of weird choices. Going into Donzo's is definitely a peculiar one. I guess it's got a lot of proxy Raxes. Yeah, he's setting up proxy Raxes, so he's going to look to dive into the north side by the looks of it. Gunners, in the meantime, will be able to hold back the main army. And we have indeed got merchant guilds on the way, so that's something that makes it a little bit more spicy on the trade for you. Evens up the power of what you get from the toll outpost as the Malians. All right, guys, this is the perfect time to get predictions in because we are officially in the meat grinder late game. Ones, if you believe Puppy Paw can cinch this. Twos, if you're a Louis MT fan. Cav raid coming in. It's going to be shut down quickly. Puppy Paw, he's running out of wood, man. If the plan here is to do mass horsemen, I don't know. Like, and traders as well, like, you need wood so badly. Jeanne d'Arc, still only level 3. Soon to be level dead. Every time. Mango's getting some bloody good hits in here, though. We're going to track back. Nice dodge there as Puppy Paw returns to the fray. Gunner is going to have to reset here before more surface arrive. Those Mango hits are starting to add up. Arbitrary, a lot less health than his Musafadi Gunners as well. Not to mention that speed that's coming in. Every time a Sofa runs past, it just gives you that gap close. Mango's now starting to hit into the outpost, but Springles are at least going to be there to answer. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw giving over a lot of ground, though. It feels like he just doesn't have as much beat to front line with here. So Sofas are starting to reach in and around the back of this. But Mango's now all gone. Dude, this is getting so messy. Puppy Paw diving under the outpost may have been a mistake here. Like, he doesn't want to take a slow approach, right? But I kind of feel like you have to. These cannon emplacements are risky. You don't know if there's anything in them. You have to treat them as if they have them. You are paying a little bit of a price. Gunner count is still very healthy, but it's definitely expensive when you watch a bunch of them go down like this. Still, Arbitrary able to be the bosses of this. They will hold. Now Louis queuing up 4 Culverins. We're going pretty heavy in there. It's not a bad idea, actually, if you think about it. With the chemistry, these Culverins hit hard enough to one-hit Arbitrary. So it's pretty nice to just kind of clean them up when you don't have any C's to hit. It's basically a different form of a gunner. Arbitrary, speaking of, now pushing in again, but behind this, the trade has been blocked out. The marketplace is already being attacked. And the Rams are now moving into the farms. This game is so scrappy.
The thing I just don't like is the way that Puppy Paw is playing. You're essentially choosing to die slowly, right? Like, when was the last time you saw Puppy Paw hit any of Louis' economy, the real economy? Like, we can talk about villagers coming out to the mid-map to hit wood, sure, but when was the last time you hit the trade or the ranches or the pit mines? Like, none of it has been touched. Meanwhile, as time goes on, Louis is reaching deeper and deeper, and now going for a double keep drop on the north side. Arbitrary account also just not looking as impressive at the moment. The only upside is just how long it takes these hand cannoneers to get close kind of gives you an edge, but we're starting to see leak-throughs more and more, right? Sofas, scouts going into the back, dragging attention elsewhere, which is making him weaker elsewhere on the map, and now a keep drop right in Puppy Paw's production. There's no way you can stop this. Dude, I love this from Louis. He's using the length of the map now against Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, who's gone way too hard into crossbows, but doesn't have a way of doing anything with them. I think Puppy Paw made a fatal error here. Well, it wasn't really something he had much choice in, but going to the late game, this is the place I think you never want to be against Louis MT. I'd argue it's his strongest point in the game. And this approach to the Marlians is so bloody creative. I never would have anticipated this much gunner spam. Like, think about how many Marlian games go into Imperial Age and we see precision training, we see a priority on the crossbows, or more often it ends up being the archers. But this is the difference maker. Gunners now diving into the economy. Puppy Paw has got 10k food in reserve, but it's the trade that he's worried about here. Double keep up. He now has to address something on his north, which means he might have to give up the center. Found Louis. He's just going to dive into the north. Trying to break him from behind here. Bombard at least trying to get through the castle. And he's double Bombard, right? Has not got chemistry though, so not as quick as it could be. It should be quick enough. The trade really doesn't feel like it's safe right now. Even if you get rid of the one keep, there's still a second one behind this. Puppy Paw has got the military lead in terms of bio, but there's a lot of siege here for Louis MT. He's got 8 Culverins to work with. Just needs to start using them. Horsemen instead are going to get a freebie. Louis. What in the hell just happened here? The greed on Louis went a bit too wide. Culverins are going to be fully exposed. Siege works, makes it a bit harder to drop them down, but at the end of the day, there's just not enough to defend against this. The Royal Bloodline Horsemen should be able to take out a decent chunk of the Culverins. The clutch heals coming in, though. And for all that effort, Puppy Paw took out 2. Dude, that was sick by Louis. The fact that he was able to hold on to the siege there, that was so greedy. He should have been punished to the maximum. Instead, he can just come again. Castle's at least gone down, but Puppy Paw grinded a lot of horsemen into dust here. He does at least now have Mecha Jean online. How much of a difference can it make? That's what we're looking to see here. Whether the Valorous Inspiration is all I've been chalking it up to be. The 35% attack speed buffer with Arbitrary, in theory, breaks the game wide open. The problem in this game is going to be a limited resource count. Gold income is absolutely abysmal for Puppy Paw right now. Very much handcuffs him in the event that he loses the Arbitrary. Meanwhile, Louis, when are you ever running out of gold in this game? When is the trade ever getting intercepted? John, did she just go down again? She did. Oh, man. Yeah, interesting thing, by the way. Bombards are very good at killing Jean because Jean reduces range damage and Bombards are siege damage. So just a little fun tip for you folks. I think if Puppy Paw wants to try and win this, if you think about the way these trades have been going, Louis has been grinding away a lot more like resource in terms of what he has to build to replace. But Louis has better gold has always been this fundamental issue. Oh, wait. Pause that for. That's going to be a snipe. I just love the timing on the rock falling from the sky as she dies. Oi, oi, oi. Gunners.
standing their ground here. Arbitrary trying to do the same, but the problem is he's lost the siege war now. Mangoes are finally moving in for what could be a killing blow. Poppy Paw having to retreat away from this. The Corvorans are sniping out the loss. The anti-siege. Second wave does come in. Corvoran, somehow Poppy Paw ends up getting a better side of that on the trade. Siege going down is good. However, gold is now becoming an ever bigger issue. 1,200 gold left in reserve. It's about to reach his limits. And yes, Mecha Jean, because she counts as siege, it's kind of a weird one, right? Because like what happens here is, Corvorans actually aren't better than Bombards at killing Mecha Jean, because half of the base damage is removed due to it being ranged, and then you only get this plus 60 siege damage. So like Bombards are just kind of better. Nice snipe out there though. Bomber's going down. Poppy for 8 Springles. A reboom like this is not cheap. Does at least catch Louis off guard. It looks like he's been completely disarmed in the siege department, but we did just see Musafadi added in. And if I'm not mistaken, there's a lack of outposts out here, so you could actually just snipe these out for free with the melee units. We're back to try and hit that trade. It's what Poppy Paw lives or dies by in this game. Louis looks a bit eco-weak, but keep in mind he just queued up 20 Musafadi gunners. Is it me, or are we just playing Call of Duty right now? Everything's ranged in Poppy Paw's army. We've got Mass Arbitrier and Springolds. Pretty effective until you get touched is the problem here. He doesn't really have much of a tanky front line. I think the maximum horseman he's been getting out has maybe been 20, if that. And let's not talk about Jean as a tank. That didn't work too well the last several times we tried. I don't know, man. Have I seen more Jean deaths in this game than I've seen in any Jean game? Maybe. Kind of feels like it, especially those early game deaths. I mean, what do you expect when a Malian player goes into Imperial Age for 15 minutes and gets gunners? Once again, just trying to step up. It just feels like you're trying to headbutt a wall, right? This is like the hardest way to try and go about this. Going through the castles, going through where he has direct production. But the reason is I think Poppy Paw is just scared about losing his own trade. So he keeps posturing so he can build up behind this. It's only 4 traders, though. Not exactly the scary levels I'm looking for. If I'm not mistaken, I think he just sold a bunch of food to get some gold reserves, and that was also the Guildhall pull, right? No, he's still got that. So still 2k sitting in reserve. It's kind of crazy, really, just how long French and Jean can hold on with these Guildhall pulls in between. Arbitrary being a bit ambitious. Congratulations, you're gonna kill that outpost in like 30 seconds. Yeah, I'm starting to struggle to see a way with Poppy Paw's comp. Maybe if he at least had Jean here, but Jean is off sieging down buildings elsewhere because she doesn't want to die to gunfire again. Apparently she's okay with the idea of giant cannonballs to the face, though. I do believe that's about to be one less Jean in the world. Ooh! Pulls away just in time. The funny part is actually he could just kill all of them right now with Divine Restoration and Cleaves. Castle at least goes down. Castle? Outpost. The baby castle. And now we get the split up into the eco they go. It's not about the food though, it's about gold. Hunt the gold. The very limited gold. In fact, he's not even getting gold, he's on wood. I mean, I'm not surprised, right? Like, that's the biggest struggle right now. Oh my goodness. Main army's now marching up. Louis says it's my time to push. 60 gunners. Are you... He almost has more gunners than there are arbitrier. This is going to be big. He closes the gap. He goes in for the shots. There's no mangoes on the other side. And it means that you cannot keep back the Malians. Keeps on diving. Outpost at least has stopped the stealth, has stopped the idea of first strike here. But another Jean is going to go down. Arbor the tree account feeling almost irreplaceable at this stage. Guildhall does have what you need to reboot the army. The problem is that Louis is just never running out. He just grinded away half of his gunners and then just queues up the replacements. And Puppy Ball, oh my dear, what? Look at the eco now, he's down to 62. Massacres have been happening, folks. Louis is only down on eco because they don't really have another role for him right now. He basically just needs traders, and then he just needs the Fulani, right? So he's just trying to get a bigger military to break this. What an absurd game this is turning into. Culverins will go in for the snipes. You see to work all you want, but it's not going to be enough to protect against that. So good snipe outs there by Louis. It's going to open the way for one mango to head in, but we'll get sniped by the final Springald. Puppy Paw. Wood is a problem here, man. I mean, the trade count is now, what, 5 in grand total, and not all of them are in trading wood. Outside that, he's got a few woodworkers in the center of the map, so at least he's got that working for him, but it's not a great amount of income. Not for a guy who needs to keep spamming horsemen. Fuddigun is once again getting in. You have 90 on the tree. Oh my dear god. Dude, he's out of gold though. Has he pulled the Guildhall? He's going to have to. I mean, this is the moment, right? This is the moment where you have to yank it out. You haven't got any more time left to hold on here. You're going to have to tap the reserves. Gunners are at least going to have to retreat once more. Mangoes could turn around for a shot, but it's the horseman issue. Good strike out. Notice that he had to wait for Jean. He's not buying her back anymore. Remember, it was like, oh, Jean's OP, and then you remember 1,000 gold at this stage in the game is not cheap. Mango's doing a lot of damage as well. Puppy Paw overestimating his power point here. I don't feel like he's respecting the Mango. Sure, the gunners have been reduced, but now it's just about the siege. A siege war that you're losing. Valorous Inspiration does get activated, so now we're attacking every 1.37 seconds. That's quicker than an archer, by the way. But at the same time, you're dying quicker than flies here. Mango count. It's getting scary. Arbitrary count, not. 39 remain, and the Guildhall gold has finally been pulled. At this stage, I think Puppy Paw's at the end of his ropes. He done a really good job to actually get by without spending all that gold, but now, like, it's a siege war, right? And you didn't pick Jean de Hunter, you picked Jean de Blast, which means you do not have the range to snipe out siege, right? You've got that 1.25. If this was Jean de Hunter, you'd have, like, you could basically go 7, if it's 9 tower range, something like that you basically could reach in and snipe them out quite freely. Not freely. You still have to worry Musafadi, but it'd be a lot easier than this. Stab him. So it looks like the wood is going to be denied away from Louis. Does he have more? He does. And now we are up to 6 Mangonels, 5 Culverins. Almost half of Louis' army is siege right now. He's going to fix that though. Still got wiggle room to add in a lot more bio. Horseman. Mango shots come in. But it's going to be a grab for the Culverins. Nicely played by Puppy Paw. That's an expensive loss. These Culverins, 1,000 resources each. Just has to keep willing them away. At the end of it though, like what, 3 Culverins left over, 7 Mangonels. I actually don't think Puppy Paw got enough out of that. Osman Hartley's now trying to raid south. This is it. This is, if there's a way Puppy Paw's going to win this game, this is it. This is what needs to happen. Unfortunately, running into a group of gunners is not the best way to make it happen. You'd think Horseman would counter this unit.
not 1-1. But he needs to reach this trade, like, so bad. I think staying there and attacking the Gunners may have just made that worse. Going after the trade would at least been better. In a game where Louis just doesn't really have the ability to build up, float up a lead of, 4K gold, 4K food, that could have been the difference maker. Instead, although Puppy Paw forces the reveal of the hand cannoneers on the south side, does offer up an opening on the north. The problem is you already sent away a bunch of horsemen to their death. And the Mangoes right now are not being adequately answered. Puppy Paw posturing. Mango shots are starting to reach that backside. The count is getting a little bit too big. Oh, surely. If he just missteps once, this is the problem, right? Like, Louis, feels like it's much harder to misplay these fights now. The Sprills can't even hang around due to the Culverins, and the start step back is nice, but every time he turns around for a shot like this, he's taking a risk that the Mangoes get a volley off. Once more in the breach, folks. This game has been so non-stop. It's weird because, like, I feel like this is the type of game I was happy that we mostly got away from, right? Like, you know what I mean? There was so many games a while ago, like a year ago, where they turn into meat grinders for 30+ minutes, and I feel like we haven't been seeing much of that at the moment, but this one has most definitely been a very slow and tedious meat grinder to get to what felt like an inevitability here. Louis MT on the cusp of victory now. Puppy Paw, only 2K gold left in reserve, has to find the choke points, which means the cavalry can't get an edge, and the wallop to the back! Mango, and instantly 20 Arbitrary dead. This is it. Puppy Paw has been broken. Mango shots just scattered around, just always hitting something at this stage. Hoisted on his own petard as Louis is using Puppy Paw's own choke points against him. Mango's moving in. Looks like the Horsemen are going to be able to stab one or two things down here, but at this stage, you're forfeiting over those consecration builds. The consecration buildings that were really the only reason Puppy Paw has been able to stay in this game so long. Jean's going to go down. Culverins are going to snipe out the remaining Springles, and this should be the end of game number 2. It looks like we are going to be going to a deciding one. One more ride in by the Horsemen. Siege works, though, just makes you last that little bit longer. Mango warp to the backside. Arbitrary count now down to 23. Make that nothing, but make that 1 on the board each. Our series is going to get a decider.
Ooh, what a pretty cool series so far. Like, I really like that Mulling game. I guess, like, I don't know if that one's going to make the upload just because, like, so full disclosure, I'm realizing that uploading very long full series videos, some people I thought would like it, but, like, funnily enough, actually the videos are performing much worse compared to, like, solo upgrades. So I'm not sure if that one's going to make it up in its entirety. So we'll have to see on that one. Yeah, it's something I need to find a solution for. Basically, uploading, like, full best of threes just doesn't, like, compared to, like, the community games and everything else, let's just say the videos are not performing very well. So I need to figure that out. As I'm not sure if that one's going to make it, considering, like, 2 games in, that's, like, what, an hour and a half already. It's pretty long. So, pretty cool series nonetheless. We are now going to be deciding, do we have enough people for community games? Let me go ahead and set up a poll. What we do. Community games. Live 1v1s. So, 2 minutes to vote. If you vote for community games, make sure you're playing in them, because we need enough people. So, community games to actually get the pass. If you're voting for it, you're in. If I then start a lobby up and we don't get a full lobby, then I'm just going to shut it down and go back to 1v1. So, you know, decide quickly what you guys want. Thanks, TJ, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, for those that, like, enjoyed that, remember we're about to have a weekend of pro games. I will be casting on Sunday. I will not be casting on Saturday. There will be, I believe, about 20 games being played each day, which means 3/4 of the games going to go on cast. We will cast those games during the weekend. Weekdays, rather. So mark it in your calendar. I'm live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we'll be aiming to cast as many as possible. For those that are just tuning in and didn't realize I was doing this, literally, you can go back, check the VODs. This week, I can confirm that we cast 20 series. 21 if you count the tidbits like we done a Wham out of Town game. We done 20 series across 4 days. So definitely check out the VODs. Plenty in there. So, looks like we do not have enough people at this pacing for community games. We'd be doing our community games. Basically, we do very unique free-for-alls. We do things like the meat grinder mod, which basically eliminates people every X minutes. We also do things such as the bounty free-for-alls, where you basically get resources for things you kill and micro maps and whatnot. So that's what we do community games. For those asking. For those, well, if you're getting an ad, use Dem Prime subs. Speaking of subs, I did see while I was away, big shout out to Teach J for subbing the channel. Big shout out to Fatblop for gifting another gifted sub. You're an absolute legend. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. So, there we go, Kraken. Yeah!
Here is my prime, good sir. Thank you for the hours of entertainment.
Thank you for watching and thank you for supporting, buddy. Appreciate everyone who tunes in. So, guys, we can look to live games then. We've basically cast almost every series I think there was. There might have been like 1 or 2 series that we just didn't get around to covering. But I think mostly we've cast everything there was. I said we've done 20 series. There was... How many series we played? So there was 50 series in total. 10 were covered by the main channel. We covered 20. The first round is basically just like blocks. So there's maybe like 8 series or so that didn't get cast. I'm thinking like what we missed. I'm trying to think what it was. It might have been... I'm not sure actually. I mean, we ticked most of them. Maybe like Avali Baltoon. I think we covered that though. Yeah, it's scraps. I think if you guys remember, I said I wasn't going to do the Recon series because for those that don't know, Recon was ill. So he wasn't around in his full form. So, goal now, like, yes, community games aren't going to happen yet. We can check in a little bit later and see if people are up for it. For now, what we'll do is we will look to cast some live games to the ladders. So, it looks like, I think Anno is in private games. Who the hell was Pop-Up Pirate? I think that's just someone random. Wham's playing scrims. Let me have a quick gander. So we can look for live from the ladders. By the way, I'm drinking. Guys, check this. You want to see someone cool? Little tip. Great way to start your weekend. I recommend this. This right here is called the Alcoholics Milkshake. So what you want to do, you want to add in 2 shots of Bailey's. 2.5 if you're feeling extra milky. You want to add in a shot of Amaretto or Disaronno. You want to add in a shot of Malibu. And then you want to top with milk and ice. It's delicious. You can add in vodka if you like your drinks a little bit stronger, but basically this is going to taste like a milkshake. Second bottle of wine. Chin chin. All right, so let me have a look at what we've got on the ladder. We're going to see if there's anyone high rank playing pub games. I've got a feeling a lot of people are prepping scrims, so we might be limited on people playing live games, but there's always replays we can look at if so. So I'm going to do a quick glance through to see if we've got any high rankers who have queued in. I think we might. Might be looking at replays. Hans is playing. I don't think helping Hans is at that point yet. Bless him. He's getting to grips with the game. So I don't think it would do him a service to check in on his matches at the moment. I think he's playing like plat level matches, if I'm not mistaken. Good old Hans. Hans, yeah? The funny thing is, like, we both streamed Foxhole for a very long time, and we both went under the guise of Hans. So I roleplayed in Foxhole a lot. If you guys haven't played that, Foxhole, quite a fun game. But yeah, I would play as a Colonel Hans when I was leading the Warden forces. And then I had like a drill sergeant voice that I'd do for the other side. And people thought I was different people. It's a really good time. So, I cannot see any pros queued in right now, locked into a game. But have no fear, citizens. Da, 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 da.
Because we have got replays. Do you guys want, because you want live games, do you guys want 1v1s or 2v2s? What to watch? Do a quick poll on this. 1v1s, 2v2s. Give it a minute. Go, 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 go. Mush, mush, mush. Get those votes in. See if people actually want something different than just the 1v1 extravaganza. If they want 1v1s, I'm pretty sure maybe Don has blessed us. Let's have a look. He played like 3 days ago. So yeah, he's only been playing some team games, but there have been other people active. I believe Beastie was just playing some games. I think he's gone offline now. So we could look to catch some of the Beastie games that he played. Marine Lord hasn't been playing that much. Dumu was playing earlier, so that's also an option. We could check in on some of his replays. He did have some games versus Killjadi, so that could be quite interesting. I think Killjadi doing quite well at the moment. People want 2v2s. That's interesting. So I think Don had some 2v2s. I don't know who he's playing with. Let me have a look. He was queuing with someone. Who is this account? It's a Spanish person, so I'm not quite sure who that is. But they had some games. I don't think they were deep in. Me and Hans do look quite similar. I think you're just like white guy with bearding us into a hole, Fatplop. Yo, what's up, Killjadi? Did you really just play crazy? Okay. Did we chat? Like, vote with your comments. One's if we override the poll because Killjadi has just recommended a 1v1, and then we do the 2v2s afterwards. Choose if you still want the 2v2s. And if so, we can catch the Killjadi ones later. But Killjadi, I mean, dude, like, he doesn't steer me wrong. That's why we love the dude. It's on your Duck account, right? Alright, yeah, I did. I'm sorry. Usually I do like, you know, we are of the people. Polls are important, you know, whether you're dancing on them or using them for votes. But like, you know, I can't resist when someone comes in, one of the top players comes in and actually is like, yo, check out my games. They're pretty amazing. So both of them Killjadi or just one of them? I see 2 games. Dry Arabia. Damn, you get a lot of Dry Arabia. Let me have a look. The latest one. Okay, so Marlene versus Rus. So let me go ahead and we will just free up some of this. Let me retitle. And let me now hide that info because I don't want to ruin it for you guys. And let me open the dock. Oh, wait, the duck is private. Oh. Was the... Let me have a look. It was the El Sensei account. We might need you to open it up. Let me just confirm that, Killjadi, because Vortex might have his... No, you're good. Vortex's data is open. We are fine. God bless. Marlin's Roost. Interesting. With Killjadi co-cast and comment? Damn. We gotta get... Yeah, that's true. We gotta get Killjadi on the mic sometime. Drop him in. Get the key insights. Okay, one sec. I need to quickly send a message and then we'll hop in.
else to think on that one. All right, I'll respond to that later. I need to... 1 second. Sorry, I just sent a message, really important one. All right, there we go. All right, so, oh, I need to turn the overlay off, don't I? Yep, I think it's off. I'm just going to have to do one more small thing I remembered when we get into game. Oh, no. Sorry, got distracted. That's the thing I need to do. Tournament logo needs to be unloaded. All right, there we go. So, everything updated correctly. Just going to catch up on chat, then we'll hop in. Second bottle of wine. Damn, that's so bougie. I wish I was wine levels of rich. And cocktail levels of rich. I don't know. Is that like? I mean, we have spoons and we have woo woos. That's slumming it, right? I'm slumming it. GG. Pizza's arrived. All right. Well, let's slap some meat on that pizza because Vortex is a meat grinder, as is Killjadi. This one's going to be a bloodbath. All right, you guys ready? All right, last time we watched these two go at it, it was an absolute meat grinder on Dry Arabia. We're back, but with different civs. One and all, welcome back to the AoE4 action. We have got top of the ladder gamers here. Vortex on his Fabled Roost going up against the Duck. None other than Killjadi, the phenomenal player out of Finland, playing as the Malians. Let's check on the ladders and see how these two are doing right now. The Duck, at the time of recording, is 26th in the world. Vortex on the El Sensei account is in 10th. They are 2012 ELO and 2187 ELO respectively. So both above 2000 ELO, the absolute top of the ladders. And you know what? I've been impressed by Killjadi. I think tournament-wise, probably he'd agree there's still some work to be done there. The results, like, it's hard to argue with. It's definitely a tough tournament, but it takes time. But something that is definitely paying off and has been consistent for them has been their performances at the top of the ladder. I'm really thrilled to see what the future in 2024 is going to be holding for this guy. Because we lost a few people, right? When Wololo wasn't there for a year, when people kind of burnt out, you know, you saw people like sort of Lenok lead the game. There are gaps waiting to be filled. And I've got to say, like Killjadi, Louis, Anatan, these are all names that straight away come to mind to easily fill those gaps with what I've been seeing on the ladders. Very innovative players, very aggressive players as well. And I've got to say, the current meta favors aggression. I'd say that the days of just greedy eco-booming is kind of dead at the moment, especially with the current map rotation and that we're seeing in tournament play. Players that play to spill blood are players that are looking to take top billings. And these two are king amongst them. Vortex marks as an 11 out of 10 when it comes to aggro, but Killjadi has no chill either. This guy can be just as relentless and uncomfortable to play against. He basically built a reputation on the ladder as one of the most uncomfortable players to play against. That was straight from the lips of Krakeny, someone who tries to Barbican rush you at 4 minutes into the game. Need I say more? We are going to have a Marley and Roost matchup, which I want to say favors the Roost slightly. I feel like the timings are good enough to contest what the Malians do on the Fulani. Let's check the most recent patch. I'm curious to see if I'm on the money here. Roost versus Malians. Yes, a 59.1% win rate. Low amount of games being played so far. That's to be expected because Roost is above all the most banned Civ in competitive. I'd actually say Roost is more banned than Ottomans right now, mainly because this man on your screen is banning them ahead of banning Ottomans. I don't know if you guys have noticed this in the recent tournaments, but Vortex and Lucifron keep allowing Ottomans through, and it's starting to look like they may have found resolutions to it. The Roost, on the other hand, are an incredibly oppressive beast, especially at the top of the ladders. The question is, what has Killjadi got for us to solve for that? We're going to hit the 2 times here as we're just starting to get the build up. Looking at the spawns and looking at the deer hall, not a great deer hall actually. It looks like Killjadi denied quite a lot of food away, a lot of bounty away rather, with the double scout opening. He's even taking wolves. You can tell by the fact that we are now 3.5 minutes in, the tech up is half complete, yet look at the gold. Vortex didn't have enough to pull the trigger on Wheelbarrow. That is a bad sign. Typically you want to have Wheelbarrow researching before the Kremlin completes, and at this pacing, it's going to be afterwards. So he hasn't secured the stone on the backside. He could secure it on the forward. It depends where he wants to drop a second TC. I'm imagining we're looking at multi-TC play here, but maybe not. Maybe Vortex feels like going multi-TC isn't good enough here up against the Marlin Fulani rush. We might be seeing a 1 TC all-in type play. Nah, okay, there we go. He's going to shift across. Very delayed, though. This hurts so much, by the way, this walkout without Wheelbarrow. He's at least going to have it after he gathers the stone to shift for a TC. I'm imagining we were looking at TC over here, and you could even think about pulling the ball to about here and then dropping a Hunted Cabin right next to your TC placement. So it's not too bad of a spawn for him. Other side of this, though, what has the duck got for us? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Oh god, this is an atrocious spawn actually, isn't it? I just realized he's got double front spawn gold and 1 retracted far on the side. This is pretty rough. His wood lines are also kind of weird. In a way, you can at least create a back area that's very safe, right? You could actually maybe play deer if you want to and wall this off. I'm not expecting it. Most Malian players don't really pull their economy beyond their starting point. I'm hoping what we're going to see is some sort of aggressive play, because I just beat up Killjadi as this brawler. Surely he's not going to try to buy his way up in a castle. I think actually, like, I got excited because for a start, this game got recommended by one of the players, which is always a good sign. On top of that, my instant thought now is like thinking of a way that you could play long-term aggression against the Rus. I really like the idea of Sofa. Like, Sofa Donzo is kind of wild. You're probably going to add in Javelins, but a 1-1-1 build, I think, is a lot better for Malians. The individual Donzos are better than the enemy Spears. Their Javelins are better than the Archers. And the Sofas, although worse than the one-on-one with Knights, they're very effective at sweeping the rest. You have to remember that Sofas, they do get bonus damage up against infantry. So a pretty effective tool that also running down those archers. Second TC is on the way on the right side from Vortex. And Vortex in this game is probably just thinking this is a chill rush, right? He'll probably look to add in stables, get 1 or 2 Knights raiding. But then Vortex's mindset should be to go towards Castle Age as quickly as possible, pick the relics and play for a strong point there. We haven't got the stables added in just yet, though. Vortex is about to get the required resources. I'd be surprised if he doesn't go for a few Knights. The gold is really close to the second TC, so it's very doable to kind of hold this area. On the other side of it, though, it's going to be the pit mine to the far left. So a little bit exposed there. Scouts could be really annoying, but that's why the Donzos are here. Archer range is now being added in. The question is whether actually Killjadi is going to try to attack. That's what I'm curious about. Most Malian players in this situation, their mindset is defend, don't come out. But I know that Killjadi is a more exploitative player, and that he looks for weakness and looks to strike on it. It's just difficult against the Rus, right? With the Militia pull, with the Power Knights. Like, it's very difficult to also pull the wool over Rus's eyes. This free scout opener always gives them full vision of what you're doing. So you don't really have any hidden information. Ranch is now being dropped in, though, so it looks like Doc has made up his mind. Has actually got Donzos moving out here. Now, this is interesting because the script for this matchup is I go castle, you get ranch, I get relics. Killjadi's off script. And also, the way he's played with the scout there, he's baiting his opponent all the way back because he wants to get the snipe out here. Oh, wait, what? Oh my god, he's like, dude, he's like a crow. He saw a shiny thing there. He's like, I'm gonna kill. Ooh, wolf. 25 gold. So the scout gets away. By some miracle, Vortex doesn't lose his own. But that means that Donzo wasn't seen. However, it looks like Vortex was prepping defenses. So it has got the Wooden Fortress up. Did go for the Hunted Cabin here. That's a nice amount of gold generation via the trees. And now we should be pretty parked with the idea of going towards castle. Killjadi, on the other hand, does have an opportunity to punish this. I'm thinking the idea of like going in for Rams quite early on, while as wild as it may seem, isn't the worst of ideas here for the Malians. But it would sacrifice your optimal timing, right? You would be behind on the castle reach. But it does give you a way of shutting down your opponent before they eco-escalate with a double TC. I'm a little bit perplexed by what Killjadi's doing here. He's trading! Oh, wait, no, he's not trading. Bit of a weird spot to run to. I guess, you know, Killjadi, he understands it's all about tempo. It's all about finding a way to kill your opponent. You know, if you're going to be in a war and it's going to be a chase, you need to make sure your guys are fit and able. So this is just your daily jog with the lads. Making sure that they are good to go when they have to run across the map. You just can't get enough Donzos together, man. Like, if the scouts got caught out here, they die so quickly to these whole javelins. But instead, we're now getting the troops coming together on the second TC. Now, this is critical. You can see Archery Rangers being added in because I think what Vortex has realized is he's not going to get this for free. Double stables as well, but yet to pump a single knight. Vortex, I think he went too greedy. What did we say about Killjadi and going off script? This man is so violent, you hand him a script and he rips it into pieces and eats it. Now, he's going to be able to rip Vortex up is the question we're asking. Gold is far away, so you can't deny that. It's so bold the way he's playing up in his face. Like, you just don't do this. You don't see this with Marlian versus Roos matchup. They always sit at home, but we mentioned already, Roos has a decent win rate here. I think it's 58%, we said. So for a Marlian player, you have to think off books here. And I like that that's what we're seeing. And oh my god, what? He was waiting for it! How did this just happen? Vortex playing the Civ that has the most information at this stage in the game with triple scouts missed this. A Boeing jet flying for his face, and yet he could not see it. It's going to be a cancel and shift to the south side, but that's delayed your timing here. Killjadi, does he look to go in deeper? Archers and Knights are now being added in. Vortex, right now, he has to feel confident in the fact that his opponent has made an all-in choice here. So Vortex's goal is to tick that box of attack up and try to play this out. But the reality is the info gain you just got there is insane on both sides. You now know how far behind you are, and so does your opponent. He saw you cancel that high trade house. And with this many Donzos, we could be looking at a seat on the TC. Moving in. Little poke and prod. Killjadi behind this is not going to slow down, is he? No, he has got the Steeled Arrow and the Undermesh on the way, so here we go. This is going to be a very aggressive timing. Killjadi. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned now. Vortex doesn't actually have that scary an army. Burn's going to come in through onto the Wooden Fortress. This is smart, actually. Think about... Okay, this is really smart. TC versus Wooden Fortress, why would you do this? Wooden Fortress has less HP, but more villagers garrisoned inside. This is a more worth exchange because you take out more villagers. Javelin's now countering out the archers who are just trying to contest those Donzos. Villagers going in for some repairs, but barely able to hold on to this. Militia are going to be pulled, but Archer's already dead. And Donzos are willing to engage. Knights now arriving in this, but they're not vetted yet. There's still Feudal Age. Killjadi has more troops trickling in as well. Second wave is on the way, but the Knights are having to commit before they're ready. Archer count isn't looking that scary. It means you've still got 6 Donzos to contest with. And your veterancy only just came through. Oh man, dude, there's no way you can hold this, right? There's no way that you can break Vortex underneath this defense, and he realizes it. Starts to back away. Some eco damage has been done, but now this is Castle Age versus Feudal Age. Killjadi. I think the timing was wrong here. Like, Siege Engineering and a Ram, and I see a very different game. Instead, I'm seeing a guy that's being pushed back who is nowhere near his own Castle Age. Usually I respect Killjadi's aggression, but surely you've got to consider teching up now. I mean, damage done, right? Like, he did keep the Knight count down, he kept the Archer count down. He idled out his opponent a little, he denied some food, he slowed him down. You have got the full ranch set up, -1. This has to be the go time. Weirdly enough, no. What did I say about Killjadi? What kind of player did I label him as? You know how, like, some people just utter a single word to communicate? Right? Like Hodor? Killjadi just says kill. If I ever get him on an interview for a tournament, all you're going to hear him say is kill. So, no surprise, the guy that just sits there uttering kill, 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 kill is looking to bring the Quacken in. Marlians continue on in. Donzos this time will not be denied. Militia are being pulled again. Second wave of Knights are coming. Donzo count 7. Would be enough to hold. Javelins stand their ground. This is so hard to kill. You know what's crazy is if Vortex just got a little bit of stone and got castle turrets, this would already be over. He's going to go for the dive. Donzo stabbing against this. Javelins trading out. Not many archers remaining here. Second wave is coming in, and the Knight count. I mean, this is a throwaway. You can't be serious. Oh my god, he most definitely is. This is working. Vortex doesn't have any blacksmith techs. Wow, dude, the read by Killjadi to keep doubling down here, a lot of players would look at this right now and they say, this is a choke, this is a throw. What's Killjadi doing? He's losing the game. I don't think he is. Vortex is running out of food fast. He's now having to play under the 4 deer without great defenses. He's going to lose access to the boar. Admittedly, that's already been taken, but the villagers are not getting out of here. And now, like, the issue that I see in this game, the mistake by Vortex was playing Knights. Every time he thought that Killjadi was going to back off and stop. But every time, all you hear is kill, 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 kill. And it's working. Knight count looking abysmal. Maybe this will be enough to break him. There's only a few Donzos left over, but I think there's enough to clear you up. Another Knight goes down. Javs just trading out with the remaining archers. Killjadi, this is just not stopping. Oh my god, he's draining him. The thing about this play is, like any other Civ that doesn't have a farm transition as GG, but this is Ranches, guys. So Malians aren't running out of resources. Vortex is. Repairs are going to come through. Last of the Donzos is going to go down. It looks like you might be able to keep the castle alive. This is getting worrisome. Vortex, he can afford archers, but he can't keep affording Knights like this. You know, I think the crazy detail is, like, if Vortex had went men-at-arms, this would already be over. Killjadi wouldn't have came back. What happened, though, is Vortex saw his opponent run away after he lost the fight underneath the Wooden Fortress, and his mentality was like, okay, no, this is it. He has to go tech up, so I'm going to build Knights so that I can chase over and punish him for this. But Killjadi's choice to just double down was not something Vortex was ready for. He held well, but it came at a price. If he had the choice to rewind time and choose Knights or Men-at-Arms, I'm almost adamant that he would have just picked Men-at-Arms in the opening because it's a much better defense against Javelin Donze. This has to be the point, right? Like, there's no way you go again. You guys clearly don't know Killjadi. I'm sorry, what? He's been swatted away twice. There is no way Vortex expects him to go again, right? Well, he scouted him. He knows. Like, Vortex, this is maybe the whoopsie if Killjadi is not snooping out the scout, checking for the Fulani. So Vortex knows this is about to be another assault. Oh, no hunt cabin either. Vortex is out of food. He has berries, right? Okay, so not fully out of food, but you kind of feel depressed on the food count. This Wooden Fortress also has not been upgraded, so it's going to be attacked. Archers are arriving. Killjadi needs to get more javelins together. He may have misread this situation. Donzo count is decent for now, enough to keep Knights away. And that's really important. Like, these Knights, they are so critical to success here. But Vortex's count isn't scary. Oh my god, he's only now getting Undermesh. We are 17 minutes into the game. And he understands perfectly well. This is so well played by Killjadi. Vortex is starved on food. He can't wait. He can't walk away. He has to take the fight now. Javs trading out with the archers. Donzo's moving in again. Nice pincher there. More damage being done. I love that. He actually microed the javelin throws to be thrown on the archers. That's just free damage. Right? You don't get bonus damage with javelin throws from the Donzo against Cav. It's just better to, like, use... Oh, sorry, you do, but it's, like, low, right? It's not that high. Compared to the archers that counter you, taking them out is a little bit better because when you have, like, 15 Donzos doing 8 damage each, an archer is going to die. No, Vortex is getting all the relics, sure, you can talk about that all you want, but like the goal of the game right now isn't gold. The goal of the game is food. And that's where Vortex is struggling, man. Wooden Fortress is dying so much quicker now, this many Donzos. Night Charge, another pincher. Militia have been pulled as well. Javelins need to target that back line. Killjadi actually has the mass to win this fight. Donzos are getting picked apart right now, though. Archer count up to 15.
So it's going to be a little bit of breathing room, a little bit more food, but the night count is not really scaling at the pace that Vortex needs to break this. And look at the resources now. It's just too much to use. It's going to attack up. Oh my dear God, dude, this is actually kind of crazy. We always talk about the Mulanni. Oh my God, why have we never called it the Mulanni before? The Mulanni corral timing is just so strong. But this has milked the game in a different way. Vortex is going to have to consider a farm transition in the next few minutes. Killjoy doesn't give a crap about that. He's been playing Deer, he's been playing a little bit of berries, but he has got the Mulanni. It is going to be fully powered. Dude, this is a crazy build. I see now why this got recommended. This is actually spicy. We often see Marlins play long feudal because they're forced to. When did you last see a Marlin player do this? Allow his opponent to go fast castle and then all in with feudal force. With this comp, that just doesn't happen. Like, it doesn't ever happen anymore. And now we have a problem because Vortex, the Deer is almost drained at this stage. He fought tooth and nail for it. You're going to ask the question, did it really make him stronger for it? I don't think so. He couldn't clean this army up. It's now neck and neck on military count, but the counter is clear. Javelins for the archers, Donzo for the cav. And you have 2 Donzo for every 1 cav. That's good enough. Jav's now chasing in. Javs that do a lot of damage, by the way. This is still only the level 1 under mesh. Level 2 hasn't come in yet. Donzos get baited out of position. Javs continue to back away. Knights are going to have to commit the Donzo stabs. Vortex playing with fire. He has to commit to defend, though. Has got the Saint's Blessing coming through. Jav now targeting down those archers, though, and the Knight count is not looking great. Donzos will last just long enough here. By the time they run out, you've got, what, 5 of these Knights left over. Javs could easily snipe that down. Boys Fortitude is also not in. The extra armor is at least helping. More Donzos are on the way, but the reality is one player can afford this meat grinder, the other cannot. Can you kill enough Javelins is the real question. I gotta say, Saint's Blessing is coming in clutch. That +1 armor is doing God's work right now. It's making him so absurdly tanky. But now it's a stand ground moment. Last of the Knights going down, Archers being traded out, and this is the turning point. Food income is out of control right now for the Marlians. Vortex, just out. He's having to add in farms. Now, as the Roos, you have got this kind of powerful surge point, right? Where you get 20% extra at wood, you can easily build farms. The reality is he spent most of that extra wood on archers. The reality is, after all that hard work, that early TC timing, he's only 11 villages ahead. Arguably no villages ahead when you consider the cattle ranch effect here. Dude, what a crazy game. And the Musafadi transition afterwards. Is this about raiding? Because this like Musafadi feels weird. There's no reason to build them, right? I think it's just about throwing meat at the wall, right? He's got way too much gold, so he wants to spend it. Javelins need to be protected. Yeah, I think this is just Kiljardi reacting to the state of his economy. He's got way too much gold, so this is just extra meat for the grinder. What a meat grinder this is proving to be. The torch throws. Pushing in, Rax is being torched down. It looks like there's a... Wait, what? Vortex is building spears. For what reason? Oh my god, he's expecting a Sofa transition. One, he can't afford to pump Knights on their own. He needs extra meat in the grinder. 2, he's expecting Sofas to come over the hill any moment now. It makes sense, right? Like, Marlins always do this in Castle Age, but this wild build, this full infantry comp from Kiljardi is the golden answer. It's about to get stronger. Military Academy now on the way. Oh my god. I feel dirty watching this because it's like, it's so brain dead simple in a way, but like, it's not brain dead simple, right? Like executing this, although it may seem obvious when you see it, executing it is not easy. You have to read the game without having full info. Like, it looks easy to us because we're watching a complete picture, no info hidden. These players aren't. Kiljardi was playing this game against a Civ that has superior intel gathering with the extra scouts in the early game. And he was playing blind into these areas, anticipating on game sense when Vortex would be moving from one food source to the other. It's a fantastic read by him. And what is looking like a well-earned victory, because now, with 95 versus 58 military, I mean, Vortex just doesn't have it together anymore. And the Roofs are 2k food because they're rushing through the remains. 22 villagers out here right now. He's on the boar on the flank. That is keeping him alive for the moment, but that is about to stop. Last 200 food. So Vortex needs to get a decisive win with this army, or this is over. Javs using his own infrastructure against him. Melina's just not able to gap close, and the Jav count is out of control here. 49 Javelin throwers. You can't even get close without losing all knights. More racks is being added in. He's out of time. He's out of room. This is over. Vortex, his army is mainly archers. Like, this number is deceptive. He's hard counted by half of the army that Killjadi has. The rest is just overflow. Oh, man. What a crazy strategy. I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing more of this from the Malians. I think this might be the solution to the Roos matchup. It does play a bit gambity. It relies on the greedier opponent. But what I love is how he was able to thread that needle. The key detail that mattered here is Killjadi baiting those 2 scouts back to his base, hiding this patrol near, waiting for the high trade house. And then it was just a matter of seconds before disaster struck. That delay, that idle up, killed him in his sleep. No way to recover this. GG called. This is why Killjadi's one to watch. He just out-aggroed the most aggressive player we have in competitive AoE4. Well played, Mr. Killjadi. Mr. Killmonger. That was a well-played one. What do I call that one? Dude, I feel like it's moments before disaster? Is that actually, statistically, is that Malian's worst matchup? I think it is. Let me have a look. No, Jean's worse, right? Let me check previous patch. So, Malian's... the worst Civ to face off against is actually Ottomans. Okay. Javs counter knights? Maybe I just call it he let him tech up. Wait, no, wouldn't it be beating Roos with attritional warfare? Dude, that's the name. I think that works quite nicely. I like that. Community games? We can do a check and see if people want to play community games. Communita. Let me have a look. So let me get a poll going. I can dance up and down. What to do? Do people want 1v1s live? Or do they want community games? Remember, if you're voting for community games, I need people playing in them. That is the rule. Ja rule. So get your votes in. Let's see what you guys want to do. And I will sip on my alcoholics milkshake. Where can we join? If people vote for community games, I will set up the lobby and then people will be able to ! join to get an invite in. Do we have at least 8 people for commie games? If we don't, more 1v1s. We're at 6. It's not enough. Preferably I want like 9, so if one person just like has connection issues, we're Gucci. If not, we'll just keep polling later on and we'll just play more, we'll watch more 1v1s in the meantime. Actually, while I'm waiting for that draft to complete, I can quickly check the ladder to see if we've got any interesting gams going on. So...
Let's have a look down the list. Asebaba. Who's Asebaba? I don't think I know that person. Did I type that right? It's Asebaba, right? Alright, I'm just going to check El Sensei's account to see what rank that person is. I've got a feeling they're not high rank. You forgot you're queuing at the moment? You pleb. Oh yeah, that's... Dude, Vortex's game is not a good matchup. That's just a crotch stomping. Alright. So... Wait, do we have enough people? You're in-game? Gully, did you freaking vote for community games and then queued, you plonker? Oh, Jesus Christ. We definitely... This is why I said we need at least 9 votes for community games. Alright, we are 1 short then. Which means it's going to have to wait. Gully, you pleb. Yeah, dude. Everyone blame Gully. This is like everybody hates Chris under the Gully version. Is he doing the sacrifice? I doubt it. I will make... No, dude, I've seen your games. They're not quick. Alright, do we cast one more pro game while we wait? Wait, is this game a good one? Who's El General? Alright, I'm calling it. This is like a rank 1000 account. Okay, rank 634. Do we just take... Dude, guys. We take a dump on Gully's game. We judge... Is that the play? Let me just update my tile. Flaming Gully. Decal. There we go. That's the play, guys. We're gonna... Because Gully's gonna make us wait, we're gonna get some entertainment out of it. We're doing a toxic cast of Gully's games. I can't wait to see him. Jesus. Oh, the games have been announced for tomorrow, by the way. The schedule is going to be Louis MT versus Magic, Dimu versus Vortex, B versus Wham, BC versus Anatand, and Marine Lord versus Vortex. Ooh. Damn, that is tasty. I might have to make another one before we get the community games going. I'm not sure what Sunday is going to be. I'll be casting on Sunday. Who's Louis against? I already said who Louis is against. Why do you never listen to me? He's against Magic, which means easy 2-0. I'm sorry, Magic. I mean, dude, I think playstyle-wise, Louis is quite... Like, his playstyle works quite well against Magic. Maybe Magic can surprise me, though. It is going to be weekend Magic, after all. All right, so we got 2 minutes to wait. I'm curious, actually. Are people interested in Stormgate tournaments? Because I know there's some Stormgate tournaments on this weekend. I could cast some on Saturday, maybe. I'm weighing it up. There is some small tournaments going on, so I think... Let me check the data on it. There is... The Wild West Cup is on Sunday, so probably won't be able to do that. But the Alpha Navigators Cup, I believe, is on Saturday. Yes, it is. It's been weird. Like I haven't had enough time to do some because we're doing so many Elite Classic series. I haven't had time to do some thingies. Personally, I didn't get the feeling from Stormgate. Really? I don't know, man, dude. As like a spectator, from a spectator perspective, I've got to say, I think with the current format of AoE4 versus the current format of like Stormgate won me over there. I think AoE4 really would benefit from like a 1.25 times simulation mod. Like I've said it before, I 100% stand by it now. The first 5 minutes of gameplay in like 95% of AoE4 games is redundant. A 1.25 times simulation speed would solve a lot of that. What is my favorite drink? I'm not sure about my favorite overall drink. Like drinking wise, this is definitely the most tasty one, the Alcoholics Milkshake. I do love Porn Star Martinis if you're talking official drinks though. Properly done Porn Star Martinis are incredible. But yeah, that question would have been perfect if I was sponsored by an energy drink company and I could have just pulled up a can of them. I'm like, huh. Didn't like StarCraft? Yeah. I've been watching a lot of StarCraft. I've got to give it a lot of credit. We have Empire Wars, but no one cares. That's because Empire Wars is kind of poorly configured. It's just naturally an issue with the game. The issue is that Empire Wars skips Dark Age entirely, right? Which like kind of defeats the point in Dark Age. It's weird because I feel like the issue is like, you know, if you did actually do a 1.25x simulation, the early phase would be over with quicker. I think you do like a 12 villager start, maybe increase the cost of going feudal age to balance that out. I think that's kind of an okay idea. And then you do a like 1.25x simulation speed. That would be very interesting. Want to see your straw? It's a metal straw. There's nothing to really say. Do I like to add lime to your drinks? Some, yeah. Like there's decent ones, like Moscow Mules require it. There's a few other drinks I've been having that like it makes a lot of sense. All right, let's get ready to go. All right, we are officially a toxic streamer. That's right, we are doing a flame cast. Our goal here is to judge Gully Deckle deeply, this guy in pink. So we were about to do a bunch of community games, folks, which, by the way, if you want to be in with a chance to join those, make sure you are following me on the Twitch side so you have a chance to join them. But Gully ruined it. He voted to join the games, and then he queued into a solo. So we are solely here to spit bile and vile about every small choice he makes. Get your criticisms ready, Twitch chat. YouTube comments later as well. We are going to spot every small detail that Gully Deckle, this poor 16-year-old boy, gets wrong. Gully, for those that don't know, very capable player. I think he has a very bright future. At the time of recording, he's ranked 692nd in the world. He's been as high as like 150, 120. Very talented guy for 16 years of age. They're up against El General, who is a similar rank. So Gully at the time of recording is 1,551 elo. And then I'm checking the other side of it now. El General is 1,502 elo. It's going to be an English-Byzantine matchup. So, you know, English versus discount English quite often. A lot of Byzantine players will lean into the idea of just going for Lombos here to play defensive. I'm wondering if El General will try to get aggressive, though. I'd love to see some Javelin play. I think Javelin play is especially very effective on a map this short. Oh, Gully, come on, buddy. Like, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Twitch chat's in on it. Gully Deckle can't even keep up on score. I cannot emphasize enough how annoyed Twitch chat is at him right now because they really wanted to play community games today. Interesting you say you struggle a lot as Byzantines. I think if you can reach the later phase of the game, this is genuinely a very one-sided matchup. The spam you can get of your own English Lombos, the impact you have from having volley yourself, Nesta Bees, you know, yes, you don't have the attack speed aura, but you have a bunch of other tools at your disposal, and there's no denying Limitane Varangian proved to be quite an overwhelming force up against the English. But the early game is definitely a big question mark. Byzantines, I feel like usually your best hope is to go Hippodrome, but if you feel like you've got a good map that you can defend, Grand Winery makes a lot of sense, because when you reach that late game, you're a lot more powerful. This, to me, is a very difficult map. You know what? Like, I'm going to just slam on the table so we can judge him. If Gully loses this, absolute noob. Can't believe it. I think English is S tier on this map. There's maybe 1 or 2 civs that can match them, but I think English dominate most matchups on Cliffside due to the short distance to your opponent's base. Imperial Hippodrome coming out on the other side, though. So maybe Gully's going to have a sad, sad day. Sorry, I'm going to go really kind of cryptic mobster about this. Maybe Gully's about to have an accident. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Hippodrome is pretty nice here. With the way this spawned as well, oh my... El General, we need to talk... Wait, he's outpost rushing the English? You know what? I'm just going to say it. Gully Deckle, what's the scout doing over here, buddy? 3.5 minutes into the game and you didn't see this coming? The villagers get scared away. Oh, man. Okay, so this is now a bluff play, right? And Gully has admittedly played this right. It's like, I ain't falling for that crap. Dude, could you imagine playing the English? Your game gets cast, and in that particular game, somehow your opponent is able to outpost rush you. Poor Gully. I don't even want to flame him now. I feel like that happening is harsh enough now.
There's got to be, like, if we had a camera on Gully, he'd probably be face palming when he saw that, because this is meant to be literally the single hardest civ in the game to outpost rush. There's not a harder civ. The English have short bows, so if they see your villager, you're dead, right? El General. Did they scout this? They're like, hey, you know, I didn't need to scout. Why wouldn't you think you need to scout? I'm the general. Okay, yeah, I don't know how, El General. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I see it now. I understand, Mr. General. My mistake. No, that's not Mr. General KP. That's El General. Oof. Mr. El General. Okay. Talk about making a statement about how strong you are. They don't even queue up a horseman first. They go Expilatores, which is just really odd. Typically, you get 2 to 3 horsemen before you get Expilatores, bare minimum. Most players are aiming for like 5 to 8 before they get Expilatores. You know, it's one of those classic, like, you know how like, oh, Kurultai's really OP. Well, it turns out Kurultai actually like needs units to be OP. Same logic with Expilatores. It's similar to why you see people walk military units across the field before upgrading them at the start of an age. Like, for example, you might see Samurai spam. They'll send out several Samurai and then queue the upgrade. Because the unit isn't attacking yet, right? So you want to optimize your timing getting these techs around them being able to use it. Gully. It's like, I don't know what to do with this. I can't access gold. Wait, that's both of his gold. Oh my god. Okay, I just want to scroll up and quote Gully Deco in the chat before he hopped into this. I will make it quick, Kappa. This is not what Gully meant when he said he'd make it quick. Okay, so now, El General, all they really need to do is drop a blacksmiths, get undermesh, and then spam horsemen and archers, and they win. Like, I'm not even oversimplifying it. I also want to see a Merc House into the Javs, but wait, what? Oh my god. Dude, this guy's after my own heart. It's Hippodrome neutral trade post. Shame he didn't do the other side for the Magadai. Are you kidding me? Rural Knights and Horsemen with... No. Everyone's overcomplicating this. You don't build archers. Like, get that crap out of my chat. You just build cavalry. You literally just build cavalry. Why would I build a unit that doesn't get buffed by Triumph? Don't be a noob about this. No, just spam Knights. Wow. And dude, he's not even done! I think I'm in love. Not just because Gully Deco's losing, but because this guy is amazing. How have I never heard of this guy before? Like a rank 600 account? He went for the border settlement so he could see what his opponent was doing. So then this outpost will hit with arrow slits. Dude, that is so Gigabrain! This guy is making me so happy right now. Meanwhile, Gully Deco, what does this outpost do? Oh, the knights are coming around the back. Are you kidding me? He's going to time this for arrow slits checking in and then him charging him with knights, isn't he? And the worst part is Gully Deco doesn't know. Dude, how? How has so much of this info been hidden this entire time? Knights now going in for the charge. Gully's like, wait, what the hell? I'm playing against Byzantines. What's this? He activates it. Look at the damage. If he had a long triumph there, he'd be hitting for 26 damage with these knights. It's going to be Freako kills in a back away. Okay, but that was, I'm not going to defend that. That was a little bit newbie. El General way overstayed his welcome there. I think they didn't need Triumph, by the way. Remember, these are raw knights. They get the charge, and they hit once, you kill a villager. You don't need Triumph for that. You need Triumph afterwards. And now he's revealed the outpost, so because of those losses, he's going to have to pull away. Horseman trying to go in. Okay, El General looks like he's panicking right now. He's like, oh god, activate Triumph. 1 second. Oh god, activate Triumph again. 2 seconds. I've almost got it. 3 seconds. The guy, if we had his APM, I imagine it's over 250, and half of that is selecting Hippodrome and then mashing V. These are the shortest Hippodrome charges I've seen. Gully Deco being 16-year-olds is probably 4 foot tall.
These triumph charges are shorter than him. Oh my god. Alright, El General has lost my heart now. I'm sorry. We're seeing different people. You're dumped. You weren't... Turns out you were not El General. You were actually El Lieutenant. You lied to me. Actually, El Corporal. Soon to be corporeal. Spamming also gonna beat 2 horsemen, please. No. Please. Okay, Gully's recovered this game. You know, I'm just gonna say it though, Gully, how did you even let it get to this stage, alright? You let him Yu-Gi-Oh! Transform, not Yu-Gi-Oh! Digimon transform into French? Bruh. Okay, so I can tell you what's happened here to El General. El General is one of those players who, like, he opens a document and starts writing out, like, build orders. And he, you know, he basically has, like, a giant chalkboard behind his PC. And he's, like, he's standing up, he's writing on it, sitting down again, and then, like, crafting it, and all the numbers are coming. And he's like, this is great. Yeah, we're going to go, like, horsemen. We're going to sneak French knights. And the English aren't going to know. There's going to be this amazing play with the border settlements and the outpost to spam. He's not going to know what hit him, man. I've got it all. And then Gully Deckle, like, steps him off the path by 1 step. And El General looks up at his chalkboard. It just looks like gibberish. It just looks like a spell for summoning Gilgamesh. Like, it doesn't... He's confused now. He's like, I'm not sure what any of this that I wrote means. I think he's dead. Which is sad, because I really, really, A, wanted to watch Gully Deckle lose, and B, wanted to see French Knight Hippodromes win in Feudal Age. But I think it's undeniable at this stage, when you have a grand total of 5 archers and 2 horsemen, you are about as screwed. Oh, as they come. Well, all I'm going to say is, Gully, these walls are necessary. I mean, he has 2 horsemen. There we go. We're back to Flaming Gully. That's all that matters. And, you know, Gully, I'm just going to say that he snuck an outpost up on you once. Can't believe you fell for the same trick twice, my friend. Shame on you. Okay. We've got to flame him now. We've got to give... El General needs every small victory he can get, because right now, he's getting spanked. Guys, this is exactly why, by the way, I think we need VoIP in-game, where you can talk to your opponents. I don't know what Gully Deckle's voice sounds like, but I like to imagine it's incredibly high-pitched. Could you imagine being El General, this guy who can afford a chalkboard? Like, dude, those aren't cheap. So he's clearly got a good paying job. He's probably in his mid-20s to 30s. He can afford a giant chalkboard, and he can afford all the chalk to keep writing down these new build orders. He's a good businessman. He does well in life. But this game is going bad right now, and then all he hears over the mic from Gully Deckle is, I just wrecked your ass, bro. Sorry, I don't know why I went tally there. And now there's no way back. Like, at this point, El General, I think you just, I don't know, put the chalkboard up on Etsy. Maybe take up Company of Heroes free. Go for a simpler RTS, because this is now beyond you, my friend. Gully Deckle, the 16-year-old who's come to wreck, is here to Shrek. Spamming in on the outpost. General. Okay, this is a please don't hurt me play. He's moved out onto the wide flanks. He's legit going for stone, and he's still trying to outpost rush. I love this guy so much. El General really is like El General. When I hear the name El General, I kind of picture this South American nation where you've got like a despot government system, right? You've got like these dictatorial level guys with these generals that throw coups. El General is the general that's now locked in his office, about to lose the entire war, right? Like they're backing down the door right now, and he's just on a little walkie-talkie, giving orders to the final few men who follow him to, like, firebomb the local barista store. And he's like, they're like, affirmative, general. And I don't know why I went Russian there. They do it. They blow it up. And then he realizes that he really, really liked the coffees they served. Now the
Gully Deckel's like, you want a race, bro? You ain't burning my barista. I like Starbucks. Die! Men at arms now to clear up the outposts. Golden Horn Tower, by some miracle, is on the way for El General. Yeah, so this is the equivalent of that general locked in the room. The door's being knocked down. They're about to break in any second, and he's just clicking the final details to move all of his savings to an offshore account without really giving any forethought to the fact that he's not going to be alive to spend the money. But he's like, you know what? If I have enough time before they knock down that door, I could probably just like draw up a little treasure map. We could turn this into like an Uncharted game story, right? When Nate will just try to discover all my clues to figure out where I left all of the Peruvian gold. All right, Lombo's now moving in. Some serious damage being done. 5 more villages to go down. El General still has his ragtag group of militia policemen loyal to him, oppressing the yokels. But turns out the locals all have firearms here. Lombos, short bows can even join in. Backside of the base, he still has no answer. We're now going to see Varangian coming out from El General. They aren't going to lose too many more villages because all their people have split out across the map. They've become sleeper agents at this stage. Damn, can you imagine actually if that worked? Imagine if we just had a civ that like could arm all of their villages. Doesn't Age of Empires 3 have that? I think they have like, it's called the Revolution, right? I think like Sweden has it or most countries have it. That's what we're missing here. If El General could just arm the peasantry. Not in crappy form like Akratoy, like real form here. You know, like all of a sudden you press a button, these villagers just pull out shotguns and they just go, you up. We got you now. I think you need a shotgun in feudal time to win this now. Gully Deckel, I mean, you just don't age up, right? You've got 34 longbows. I'm pretty sure you just kill Varangians before they touch you. Okay, so this is the equivalent now of the dictator revealing his final plan, his final solution, right? He's like, oh no, I'm boxed in. You think that you've got me, that I'm trapped in here. And then he just reveals, you know the villain from Iron Man, the first one? He just reveals, like, the really crappy scrap imitation. No, dude, he's not even that villain. El General is Justin Hammer from the Marvel Universe. He reveals his Iron Man suit, and it just ends up killing the guy inside. Oh, poor El General. Well, Gully Deckel, there we go. We get to criticize him again. Attacking a fortified outpost with villagers, Gully? That's not very good torch damage, my friend. That's not very efficient. No textiles either, Gully. I don't know why my voice went so high-pitched there. Not exactly the most optimal way of dealing with this, but Gully is somehow still ahead after that. All right, Justin Hammer's Iron Men. Can they do this? I mean, he's got Undermesh, but he needs level 2, and that requires gold that it turns out El General does not have. What he thought was lost Peruvian gold actually turned out to just be, you know, those chocolate coins covered in gold foil. So, turns out now all of his people are turning against him. El General cannot get the trust of the South American people back on side. For once, the invading English colonials are doing a good thing. Can't believe I said that. Any final plays, Mr. General? El General's like, well, no, this game doesn't have tactical nukes, so I can't just press the red button. But don't worry, folks. He did at least take away half of the wood from this small cluster for Gully Deckel. Gully Deckel should be flamed for giving away resources on his side of the map. El General does now have longbows, but they are still feudal age. He like saw gullies. He's like, these look pretty good. It's time to import some weapons. All right, this is the moment, guys. Gully Deckel is about to lose the game. The Mangonel is going to destroy him. Right? If this game did have nukes, which Civ would have them? You know, if I was the devs and I was to add an extra agent and give certain civs nukes, I'd give it to the civs that, like, say they don't have nukes.
but we suspect have nukes. You know what I mean? Like the ones with like, definitely don't have those. And then you just like stick it in there as a subtle commentary on politics. Boom. El General. It's okay. This is his comeback. Notice that Gully Deckle is running scared. He turned and ran when he saw that the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th iterations of Justin Hammer's Iron Man suits didn't actually kill the Occupier. Now he's scared. Gully Deckle even building houses out here because his people don't want to be at home. Remember, these are English citizens. We hate living in England. This is basically Spain we've moved to over here. But turns out Spain's not going to be very occupiable for us. This right here is the passport guard checking if we're Brexited. So double house going down. Has got extra behind this, so isn't going to get like housed. Mangonel is a problem, right? No, don't discount Chuganu him. Don't do that to my general. Do not do that to El General. For God's sake. Well, it's not a quick death, but it's a depressing one. Go! Go, Justin Hammer, Iron Man suits, go! I don't think that... Like, why did he even age up? He literally hasn't even upgraded them. This is just PMing now. There you go, guys. Gully Deckle, most toxic gamer we cast. Not only does he vote to do community games and then abandon us, but then he toxically ages up and kills his opponent like this. Disgusting, Gully. Absolutely shameful. I upgrade the men-at-arms, but not the 40 Lombos? Alright, I don't even know, what do we even call that one? I'm trying to think what we call... Dude, do we just full YouTuber at it? Byzantine Royal Knights, the new meta? Hmm. 16-year-old squeaky voice. BM's opponent. Oh, Gully came in too late. He didn't hear our imitations of him. Oh dear. I don't know, like, what I'm gonna put for a thumbnail on that one. Like, what do we put for a thumbnail? I'm trying to think, dude. Like, what? Wait, what? Yeah. So, Gully, there's a moment in that game where we're like, this is. I said this is why the game needs VoIP to talk to your opponents. Could you imagine just being like El Presidente, having all these strategies written on your blackboard, and then this just happens, and then you just hear over the mic, "Get wrecked, bro." Oh dear. That's the crap I need. I don't know what to call this one, man. It's like it's a good game for the entertainment value. I just don't know what we call it. Crap. Any ideas, chat? What do we call that one? I'm really not sure. All right. Let's do the poll again, see if enough people hung around or if they abandoned ship when Gully let us down. What to do? Let's just do the same poll again. What to do? 1v1s, community games. 2 minutes, go. Have you cast the game I suggested in Discord one day? No, Gully, because unfortunately, the streams weren't quite long enough, right? Because we were covering the Elite Classic. I wish we could have caught that one, but I think it was too long ago. We did catch your one a while back against Dumu, so that's good. Like, that one was good.
But yeah, that one 6 days ago is going to be too late. It's one of those unfortunate things at the moment. There was also a suggestion made by, I think, someone else made a suggestion, but like we just didn't have time, unfortunately. Because like at the moment, Elite Classic is super busy. We got 8? Dude, we got 11. Look at us go. I still don't know what to call that game. Do you guys think if you saw 16-year-old Squeaky Voice BM's opponent, would you click it? Like, what would it even mean? Like, the thing is, like, if you put Squeaky Voice, people are going to want to hear Squeaky Voice, aren't they? 16-year-old kid BM's opponent? I don't know. Like, the English getting Outpost Rush is quite memeful, right? Attracts old viewers but new ones. Like, what's going to attract new ones, though? Age of Empires 5? Oh, I think I know. Getting Outpost Rushed as the English. We had to flame him. There we go, dude. That's the title. So yeah. We had to flame him as on the thumbnail, and getting Outpost Rushed as the English is 100% the title for the video. We figured it out. Boom. All right, so we have enough people, right? 14 people for community games. Bloody hell! Everyone is ready to rock and roll. I love to see it. That's what I was looking for. Community games. So, let me figure out what we're going to do. So, Rasselbach, you're here. I saw you talking earlier. Did you resolve the crash issues? With the meat grinder mod. Is it Gucci now? Are we Gucci, Dolce & Gabbana? Is Rassel still here? Pretty much. Pretty sure of it. Yeah, okay. In Rasselbach we trust. Do you guys want to do some of the meat grinder straight away? Or do you want something else? Because, wait, where is it? Am I blind? I still need a simulation mod, by the way. I want a mod that increases the simulation speed. I just don't know if that's feasible because of the speed cap that exists at 2. I don't know if it's possible to bypass that. I really want a mod that's able to do that, like 1.25 to 1.5 times speed. Am I blind? I must be blind. There it is, meat grinder. Oh, do we not have extra... Wait, what? Oh, dude, look. Oh, look, guys, look at that. I mean, don't mind me. Just doing my part for the scene. He put thanks for me in the... I also love how originally I just read that, not as Woproc. I just literally read it as prick. It's like, thanks to prick. I was like, what? You bypass the 2 speed in your mod? Oh, okay, nice. So it is doable. Basically, what I want is because unofficial AGS has a speed option, it just doesn't work. They literally said, like, I'll quickly show you what I'm talking about. In unofficial AGS, if you go down, there's a simulation speed thing, and they say this option cannot be used in multiplayer and will be disabled. I want that for multiplayer because I would love to do 1.25, 1.5, 2 times speed. I legit think if that I think you could get an entire new audience of RTS gamers in if the speed of the game was quicker. I'm not even, like, no cap. I really do believe that. Micro too intense? I mean, dude, StarCraft dying. You wanna inherit those players? Let's go. That can cause desync. That's why. Fudge nuggets. That's unfortunate. All right. So we will do... Oh, there is... Oh, nice. There is extra options. Okay, sick. Let me sort this and then we'll get people in lobby. So time to first elimination. Dude, that's kind of baiting. I'm not going to lie, by the way. Like, I didn't even notice these down here. So time to first elimination. Should we do the 15 minutes and then 4 minutes afterwards?
Ratsobok, you legend. He's got unit population value in. So we can do unit costs, population value, or number of kills. We'll do unit costs. Buildings count, legend. Oh, wait. Ratsobok, does building count work with unit cost? Or does it only work with kills? And we can reset points at each elimination. Spicy. Do we do conquest stuff? Nah, we'll leave that. Eliminate or tie players? You bet your damn ass off I will. Double villager start. I think I like that. I like double village start. Building cost bit should work. We'll keep building cost off for now. Like, we can add it in afterwards. Actually, because it's a faster start, I'm going to make it 10 for the first elim, and then every... Do we do 5 minutes afterwards, I guess? Maybe... Dude, 4 is, like, intense. It resets each time. 4 or 5, chat. Do you want more blood or more breathe room? Dude, Gully wants 4. Do I need to put a poll up? 4 or 5. 1 minute. All right. Get the votes in quick, and then we'll open up. I felt like we were pretty tight there. 5? Okay. And I think everything else. I need to get some good tuning packs to combo with this type of stuff. So no delay. Oh, we need a map. I think we stick to what we've been doing, which is we've been using the maps that we had created for us down here. We'll do minimap Dry Arabia or Chaos Random. Let's just do Chaos Random, screw it. So really big shout out to the guy that actually created this map. These ones here, I'm keeping an eye out for more Caillou maps. I really love what they've done. I'm hoping they're going to create more of these. I'd love to see like different ones, like a mini Baltic or some crap like that would be quite cool. Is micromap possible? Micromap will only be possible, and I can't remember if I asked Rasselbok to do this, if there's a nomad condition. I don't know if you're looking into that, Rasselbok, is creating a nomad version, like a nomad toggle, because until we have a nomad toggle, we can't do the micromaps, because the way the micromaps spawn, just to clarify for people, for example, if I go down to Merlin's micromap, where is it? Am I blind? Yeah, here. It does this. It's not designed to have people spawn outside of Nomad. Okay, no problem. Appreciate Rasselbok. Big shout out to Rasselbok in the chat. He's the guy who created this. So we'll stick to Dry Arabia for now. The mini Dry Arabia. I'll put it on this. Let me double check. Did they do the resource spawn the way they usually do? Teams together for players spawn with standard. Random locations for limited. Do you guys want limited resources or standard amounts? Yo, what's up, Faplop? Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for adding another to the swarm. I just realized my alerts are up there. Oops. Maybe I need to move that. Weak. Oh, wait, I haven't said exclamation mark join yet. Should we do standard? Dude, Gully's on standby. He's so excited for this. Let's do... We'll do teams together, which I think is standard. Dude, I love that he pre-typed it and we baited him. All right, guys, you ready? We're going to get ready to kick this off. Don't know why people are leaving. They're about to miss out on the opportunity if they leave. So, everything correct. Exclamation mark join with your in-game name if you want to be in on the action. All right, let's check. How are we looking? Let me dust it off to see if we've... Wait. Okay, guys. Wait, what? My exclamation mark join's not working. Uh-oh. 1 second. I'm going to refresh, and we're going to have to do this again. Okay, when I say try and do it, because for some reason it didn't work. If you want to join, exclamation mark join space your in-game now. Your in-game name. Dude, I read Gullies. So, exclamation mark join. There we go. Now we've got the entries. Good, good. So let's start getting him in. We've got Fablop. Get your big ass booty in it. Don't know why I've butt shamed you like that. We've got Nicholas Papsab. Ash in gear. We've got Gully. I think I've got Gully added, haven't I? It's important to have Gully added so that I can judge his gameplay. Let's get... Have we got Hussein? Hussein 81. Julie Beck 2505. Get them in. But Krent. Leave. Let's get you in. And then final person who entered was Grim. There's a few players with the same name. We'll just quickly look for the one that's online. Oh, wait. No, ignore the ad group. Oh, wait. No, you can't join yet. Sorry. Don't worry about that. Okay. So, to get Grim in, someone's going to have to, like, just look for the online person called Grim and add them. By the way, just going to highlight, this lobby, there are 2 people who are conking it. Gully Deckle and Hussein. So, you guys do with that info what you will. There is literally no rules against teaming. Sorry. Alright, so I'm going to leave, and then someone can invite Grim in. Yeah, Johnny, someone will invite you after I leave. I'm just double checking everything is correct. It should be. So, unit cost. The UI should now show for me as well, which is cool. Let me just quickly... So, let me note the full changes we're doing. We're doing double Vil, unit costs, and then every 5 mins starting at... Did we say 15 or 10? 10. We said 10, yeah. And that should be everything. Alright. Sick. I'm going to leave now. Oh, and it resets... By the way, it's going to reset points after eliminations. Who has the lowest elo? There's some golds in. Alright, I'm going to leave. Someone please invite Grim. I think they're the only Grim who's online. So just search Grim, Grim, and send them an invite. Let's get their ashes in. Unit costs, so who spends the most on units? Order the Dragon. If you can kill Order the Dragon villagers, you're going to get payday. And remember, the point system is going to reset every elimination, which means you can't just bank a bunch of points early on and be like, I'm a chill now. Your ass has to keep grinding. This is good. I should drink more while casting. Puts me in a nice mindset. I really like that Gully Deckle cast. It's like, that's the kind of thing that I want out of, weirdly enough, out of like low elo Legends games. Yeah, we're flaming Gully. Is the pacing felt good to have that interesting commentary, right? It's quite nice. Alright, have we got Grim in? Have we got Mr. Grim Fandango? We loading. Big Pog, we bussin'. Let me get the overlay ready then. So I'm going to need chat. And I'm going to need... Wait, where is it? It's this one? Bingo. Alright. Let's load in. Have fun, people. Whew. All this crap I was getting earlier. Oh yeah, like why don't you get the replays screen stuff that Drongo has? Pass. We'll just run some community games instead. You hear that? That's the sound of me enjoying my alcoholic milkshake. Y'all ready for this? Do, 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 do. All right. Moment of truth. Who's going to crash? You can't put exclamation mark joins in now. You have to wait until we're done with this one. That's the way it works. Wink, wink. I mean, it didn't even work that way because you put next game afterwards, so it would register as that doesn't exist. My system knows I'm on to you. Dude, what? Okay, that was a long way. Are we good? Oh, it's beautiful. Let's go. You asked, we heard. It is back. It is time for more of every X minutes someone dies. That's right. Meat Grinder mod has returned. Big shout out to Rasselbot, the creator of this mod, who heard the feedback. He worked with us. He has implemented a bunch of things. You're already seeing one thing over here. We have got a scoreboard in the Observer UI. We can keep track of who's got kills. What is this game mode? What is happening? One and all, welcome back to community action. This is the Meat Grinder mod. The way it works is that players' kills are collected, and every X minutes, the lowest count gets eliminated. That means if all these players in 9 minutes have no kills, they're all going out. This one is going to be a fun one. You don't want to miss a moment of it. We've got some interesting implementations as well. It says kills, but do not be deceived. We've changed it. Rasselbach heard the feedback. He worked with me. He implemented a bunch of things. One of those things is instead of it now just being kills, it's going to correlate the value of your kills. So, for example, if this scout went down, that would be 70 resources going the way of Nicola over here. Very important difference, because what we were noticing is when we were playing this with unit kill count, Night Civs were dominating quite convincingly. The interesting thing, by the way, in this game, is also that we've put it on so that it resets the kill count every elimination. So you can't just build a boatload of kills up in the first 10 minutes and then sit back for half the game. This is going to require you to be consistently present and accounted for. So, I think we had a little bit of lag starter there. We're good now. You can already see the effect here. 70. That's not Faplop killing 70 units. That's just 70 resources worth. Let's intro the players. We already mentioned Faplop. We're going to start with hosting one of our other mod creators up here. Faplop is down here in the blue playing as the French. The side of them we have Leaf in the red playing as the Japanese. We have got Grim in the purple playing as the Delhi. Over here, it's the return of Gully Deckle in the pink as the Marlians. You filthy Marlian pit, he keeps doing this. I have already alerted everyone that the two highest ranked people are Gully Deckle and Hosin in that order. They're both conk rank. And I told each of the players to do with that what they will. Over here, we've got Julie Beck in the orange as the Juji. Up here, we're going to have Nicola playing as the Ambassadors. And finally, it's going to be our mad gold lad, Kren, in the green as the Japanese. And for those wondering how the hell has Fatlop already killed something, one of his neighbors basically ran in range of the TC. You can tell by it being a scout kill. I'm going to keep an eye on this. I think, yeah, we've got a little bit of stutter. So what I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to restart the game. I'm going to have to edit this in the recording. I'm going to restart my game entirely to get rid of the stutter so that we have smooth sailing. And then I'll just have to edit this down and upload a video. Give me a sec, those watching live. It's just because otherwise that stutter is going to keep happening throughout the game. And it's going to get very annoying when it kind of desyncs and then speeds up. So just give me like 30 seconds and we should be able to get back in. It's better this way opposed to the alternative. I've literally left it running before and it's just tilted me. I'm like, I'll sort it afterwards. I regretted not sorting it sooner. Love that little overlay though. It's quite basic, but I'm fine with being basic. It has the info it needs, which is what matters to me. Okay, why is my game being really slow? There we go. So we'll load in. We came out at 3 minutes, right? Let's try this again. Have to wait a moment for the mods. Come on. If this runs smoothly, I might try and get Crackety to come play. Okay. So we'll speed through on maximum speed to 3 minutes, and then we'll resume from there. And I'll just edit that down for the YouTube upload later.
Double Deli, though. Double Jap. Interesting. Deli on this map, there's only one sacred site, right? It's kind of funky. We'll fix it in post. It's the worst. I hate that. Dude, I'm one of those people that loves doing live, everything live. No time to adapt. No time to think, you just do. Because I'm a perfectionist. It's the worst thing for me. So, we'll speed this up to 3 minutes, and then we'll come back in. Yeah, there you go. There's the death. Leave went down. And the sheep, dude, that is so cursed. Oh. All right, and we're coming back in. I just had to do a quick restart there because I did notice it was stuttering a bit. It's smooth now. So, just to also confirm, we have gone for a double villager start. Rasselbach added so many options to this, man. So, now instead of it being a 6 villager start, it's a 12 villager start, unless you're playing as the OTD, in which case it's going to be 10. Makes a lot of sense because it means that we can play with a 10-minute first elim, and it doesn't feel too punishing because you have a lot more early game economy. That's why you're seeing a lot of people already reaching up in the feudal age before 4 minutes like this, and they aren't even playing the Rus. So we did go for the random spawn. This is actually I think it's the mini-maps Chaos we went for here. It's creation by Kayu, one of the map creators. This map in particular, if you set it to random spawns instead of team together, random spawns should give limited resources. Team together will give a flurry of resources. You can see how stockpiled this map is. So plenty of options for people to work with, plenty of options to exploit, and Faplop is looking to do exactly that. He's raiding the villages. Well played. Pretty good choice here, right? Going to the Knights early on. Have to be a little bit careful because remember, this is not your typical kill count game like we played before with this mod. This version is every X minutes, the person with the least amount of value killed will be out. So these Knights, for example, if Leaf is able to kill a Knight with the TC, he'll go into first place with 240 resources. All right. Spinman, wait, what? Oh, Nicola getting a little stab in here. Julie Beck wasn't paying attention. You need to be careful as well. These Imperial officials are incredibly expensive, but funnily enough, this dive is a little bit troublesome. Nicola fed back just as much, so pretty safe on both sides right now. Ooh, you know what's interesting is before we had to kind of anticipate or guess, this is interesting. Guys, put your predictions in now. We're 5 minutes away. Flex it. Who is going to be the first to be eliminated? Gully Deckle and Hosen are 2 conk level players, have yet to kill a single unit. Remember, all these players can see the scores of each other, so they know who's facing elimination. I'm curious, if you know that these 2 are conk, how about you just dodge them? Right? Like, you know what I'd love to see? This would be so disgusting but amazing, is if Faplop, the moment he sees Gully Deckle run after him, you just move away. Like, you don't even let him get the kill. That would be genius. North side, we have got a little bit of raid coming in. Hosen. Oh my god. Please, please, this would be so incredible. And I just realized, apologies, the overlay has broken a little. 1 second, that's because I reloaded the game. Let's just turn the trim off. Let's turn the map off. That wasn't like that long, right? I think that just happened. I've got to figure out what's going on there. There's some weird stuff with OBS. I might have to do a full reinstall. But please, please, dude, I need it. I need to see Gully Deckle go out in last. Because I remember one of the previous uploads we done, people liked the game mode, but they were like, oh, Gully Deckle's OP. Why would you allow that? And oh my god, dude, he's getting denied! Fablop! He killed off Leaves Shinobis! Oh my god. Gully's running out of time, and he's being a greedy mother ducker about this. He's trying to go for the ranch spam. Knights, meanwhile, continue to raid in. Fablop is safe. Well and truly here. Hosen, meanwhile, did choose to go for archers. Problem with archers is it's kind of a fail against Japanese outpost spam, right? And the Japanese, funnily enough, are actually adding in samurai. These units are expensive, but they don't die as easily as things like Onabagisha. And funnily enough, Kren isn't looking to fight with his Conqueror next door neighbor. He wants to fight with Nicola, a lower rank player. Hosen! Oh! Okay, dude, this is getting nail biting right now. He didn't get the kill. He's still not safe. Meanwhile, Kren is fine. He finds the kills in on yellow. So Nicola feeds over a few eco kills. And that is now Kren safe. Gully Deckle and Hosin are two conk level players, are the only two who face elimination. Reminder that in the event that they both remain at the same score, when the timer goes off, they will both be eliminated. Hosin, he's actually switching to the south side. Grim, please. Grim, don't. No, don't let him have... Grim, just stay underneath the TC. You're safe, mate. You got 150 resources worth of kills. You're safe as a bank. Oh my god. Dude, say it isn't so. Wait, does Gully have any military? Okay, he has 10 Gonzos. Fablop just needs to not fight. Like, literally, if Fablop just stays away from him, if he walks away, he's fine. Like, he cannot be touched. So I think we turned building... So there is an option to turn building kills counting on. I think we kept it off for this one. We will try it on in the future. Oh my god, dude. No! Hosin got kills! Oh my god, Gully. One isn't enough. He needs more. You need more! This is a rank 600 player in the world. He's been as high as 150. He is by far expected to win. I've literally had flaming comments on my YouTube section about how it's predictable Gully's in the game. He's clearly gonna win. Not today, he ain't. I cannot believe this. Look at the gap now. Grim, second from last, has 270 resources and kills. He fought with Hosin, they both saved themselves, and Gully is now on the chopping block. We're 40 seconds away. You know what? I forgot to turn predictions on. I bet a lot of people are happy I didn't right now, because how many people would have put a bunch of their points on Gully to win? Oh my god. I just want to remind people of some of the ranks in here. We mentioned the conk levels. Nicola is gold. Fablop is diamond. Juliebeck is plat. Kren is diamond. Leave is gold. And Grim is plat. Right? This is not a conk stacked lobby. But these conks in free-for-alls always want their eco. They want their greed. And it's gonna kill him! Gully out in last. Restart the clock. We're not done yet. More heads for the chopping block. I just realized we're a minute or two out from live, so we're going to speed up a little bit as we just had a new elimination. 5 minutes until the next person's gone. Notice the scores reset here. This is now an opportunity to stockpile more and go again. Oh my god, Gully out. I did not expect that. So first strike is going to go to Leave, already killing the villager off. Fablop looks pretty safe though. Leave, they've got a few spearmen, but this is a pretty pitiful force. It's not going to protect you. North side, we actually have got Nicola playing into archers, getting ready to ram in. So we're just going to keep the fast forward for the moment. We're keeping an eye on the minimap to see if there's any aggro play, but there's none right now. So the reason we're doing this is so we can catch up live, so when plebs like Gully Deck will lose and they come in and make a comment, they can't spoil that they just got their ass whooped. I'm sorry. So we'll speed up towards live. Everyone's just carving out a little slab, a little area. Leave and Grim have started to fight. So they're pretty safe. I don't think Leave is going to survive too much longer, though. They don't have much of a base, much of an army, much of an existence right now. But bloody hell, they're getting a lot of resources. This dive underneath the TC is bold coming out from Grim. So I think we're about a minute out from live. We're going to keep speeding this up a bit. Whose position do I like the most, actually? I'm happy to be a minute out from live. It is what it is. Juliebeck! Well, of course, Mas Chiginu was going to farm up a storm, wasn't it? Oh my god! Nicola just got clapped! Nicola must be called Tesla because this was shocking. I cannot believe what just happened here. They decided to go Castle Age and got completely spanked by this Chiganu timing. In fact, the Chiganu are breaking outpost now. Well played. Well and truly safe. Archer's going to come out to their death. No veterancy either. Nicola Are they trying... Dude, they're playing mass archers. I'm a bit shocked by this compared to going into, like, lancers or going into golems. Feels a bit weird. They're pretty dented, but they do at least have the second TC, so although they've taken some damage, they're pretty safe. Oh, wait, no. I might... No, that is second TC. I was about to say, I think I'm being an idiot here. No, we've got double TC. They have at least cancelled the archer ranges. Golems make a lot more sense. They're a very tanky unit here. One thing that is interesting is, like, archers are going to be very valuable in the early phases of this game mode, because archers kind of... Like, archers and knights, right? Because knights obviously trade. Archers can trade more easily with melee units. Speaking of melee units, that's going to be mass melee. It looks like there was a dive in the base from Hosin. Hosin, who, by the way, needs to get points right now. Gully Deckel's already eliminated, so Hosin is on the chopping block. Fablop. Oh my god, Fablop, no! He's gone! Red doesn't have enough for him to kill. Meanwhile, the meat grinder north side has just saved Hosin's life. Kren will definitely be feeling confident about this. An absolute massacre. Look at the butchering going on here. Very strong point in the game for Kren. But Fablop, pour one out for our boy. I feel so bad, actually, because, like, Fablop, the weird part is I think if this was, like, a collective tracker instead of a reset, he would have been okay because of the early raids. This is brutal, though. He's so far behind in his army. The issue he now has, this is something I think, like, I have a feeling I'm going to prefer the no reset mode for this reason. Reset can lead to snowball, but what's happened here for poor Fablop is because he's situated next to one of the eliminated players, his only other option is a guy who literally has nothing to kill. So Fablop, I feel bad for him because I think he could have actually had a, like, top 3 placement with his early performance. He's capable of it. The reality, however, is because his neighbor got eliminated, he didn't have any good options. Yeah, unfortunate. I think next time we do this, we'll do it without the reset. I am aware that can lead to snowballs, but that snowball factor was more an issue when we had night spamming. Now that the unit cost is the way you track scores, I think it's going to be less painful. We'll try both and see how it works. Yeah, dynamic point reset or partial reset would be an interesting experiment with. Shout out to Rasselbach in the chat. You guys see him there. He's the guy who actually created the mod. Appreciate his reception to feedback and how quickly it's been implemented. It's definitely something I want to explore because I think, like, looking at this spawn, I can see a fundamental issue. Like, Leave is next to be eliminated. You can guarantee that. Juliebeck, if they take out Yellow next, if, like, Yellow's base gets mostly destroyed, Juliebeck is also going to be in chopping block because, like, you can't move an army quick enough, right? It is a bit of a conundrum. I do feel like you should probably be rewarded for killing your opponent more in the early game. We'll have to look into that. Raid coming in from Kren. Looking mighty strong. Juliebeck has struck early, but no Kren. Oh no! Nicola! Oh my god, dude, they have been bad. Well, guys, here's the good news. Remember what we say in this game mode. If you're dying, you're living. Right? Because your TC's going to kill something. So funnily enough right now, Hosin is the one at threat of elimination. He hasn't killed a single soul because that fight he took drained him. He's got 32 minute arms again, so he should be ready to rock and roll. And I feel like he's targeting Grim down here. Castle's reach for Julie. She's going to march north side. Kren needs to be careful not to throw away too many troops here. He's got enough to be safe. I don't think you need to overcommit here. You're 2.5 minutes away from the next elimination. Just find a little bit of kill. Don't just overextend. Like, realistically right now, Nicola doesn't have great capabilities to contest. And oh my god. Yeah, that's death. Oh, that is brutal. No textiles, right? Textiles in this game mode is very high value because of the fact that, like, you will add 50% more health to your units, but they won't give more resources when killed, right? It's very powerful. All right. Leave. Buddy, I think it might just be time to leave here. This is looking pretty bad. They're trying to burn into neutral territory, which is not really an ideal way of winning here. Villages are being raided, though. Well played. Grim finds Hosin in the wrong position. Now, Hosin will be safe, right? Because this fight is going to generate more than Leave's got. Oh my god! Watch that number bump up.
Grim needs to get back in the base. Unfortunately, they're playing a Feudal Age army still. Are you kidding me? No way. Veterancy only just came in. That's Messmen at Arms. I believe it's House of Learning as well. Surely it has to be. Yes, it is. House of Learning TOV. This is scary, man. Grim can't fight Hosin. Hosin could actually just kill him off. He's likely to just take a little bit of time with this, right? He's got enough to be safe. So now you should be looking to back up, wait for the next round, ding ding, and then go in for the kill. What I want people to be aware of, though, is we can see God Vision here. Like, you know, we can give the correct read that Hosin shouldn't overextend right now. Remember, for these players in-game, they're only seeing the score. 1,000 resources, as we're seeing at this stage, isn't exactly a lot. You can lose that quickly. So Hosin wants to keep fighting to be confident about their safety here. Leave, in the meantime. We're approaching the point where I make the pun for the last time. Don't worry. This is... I mean, wait. No! Oh, Leave. They don't know! They didn't know! You can't get points for attacking eliminated players. That has been removed. Rasselbach already considered that. Unfortunately, this would have saved him. But unfortunately, it's not going to work here. So it looks like Leave is going to be going out in 6. Meanwhile, I think Fifth will be Grim. Good God. Oh my God. Dude, wait, did they just... Grim! Dude, don't leave! What? You're not dead! Not yet, anyway. Alright, so Leave is gone as well. I guess Red just looked across at his teammate, dying, his enemy dying, and said, just leave. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay, so Leave, he would have actually survived another 5 minutes. I don't really know if I would have called it survival, though. We are now down to just 4. This is where I encourage people to get their bets in. Who's going to win it? If you're watching this later on YouTube, comment now before it's over. If you're watching this live, this is where you flex live in the replay, in the chat comments there. Who's going to win? Teal, green, yellow, or orange? Dude, Julie's looking pretty good here. They're very safe. They're well insulated. There is a risk of not much to kill nearby. But we're reaching that stage where the eco is bussing, right? 91 eco, 84 military. I feel like most other players have taken some sort of hit. Yeah, Hosin's at 62. Kren obviously had raids into his base at 78. And we don't talk about Nicola. We really never talk about Nicola. Poor Nicola. The Grand Army of the Abbasids, all 9 of them. And yes, Double Villager does escalate this very fast. I like it. It's so much better. The idea is to give people options in the early game. Funnily enough, some players take that option and say more greed. I'm not going to specify a person that chose to be greedy. I think you guys are very smart. You can figure out who was being too greedy in this game by yourself. Like, you're those kind of smart cookies. But, you know, the whole idea is with the Double Villager, it gives you more pump potential for early raids. And also, it's more villagers for you to target out in the early game. Hosin, very safe with his eco over here. Sacred Site also... What? That doesn't tick down. So there is now win condition options. You can trigger, like, you can turn on the ability to eliminate players by landmark sniping. You can turn on Sacred Sites. Pretty sure this one isn't on. Sacred Sites aren't on, so this is gold for Hosin, but it's not going to be a win condition. He can't try to cheat the system here. Now, nobody... Wait, guys, if someone doesn't kill something soon, you're all going to die. And who snagged the relics? I believe the relic haul was kind of split. We did get 2 on Hosin. I think there's some for an eliminated player, maybe. The Kren's moving in. Oh, no, dude, most of them have Hosin. He got 5. Warlord's going to come out. That's going to be a big fat nope. Hosin has got the army here. Leading with a War Elephant. Bold. Very bold. Mangoes. Not really ideal here against mass men-at-arms. There is Forced March. So keep an eye on this, because if you overextend, you could easily lose the Mangoes. Shots coming in. Crossbows on the backside. There's at least 19 of them. So maybe I discredited the Mangoes too quickly. Springles are going to be there to counter that. And Hosin willing to commit to the fight. Right now, it looks like he's getting the better side of it. But Krent now spreading out. He picks up the relic while alone the panic. Hosin, no!
Oh my god, he barely gets out, but it costs him the siege! Giga Chad Kren with the Wololo. That's right, flaunt it, flex it, show it off. You earned it. Maybe he's worth it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe it's just Krent crashing into the Delhi base and peeling them piece to piece here. Big hit, you can see it. The beautiful thing I love about this is this kill count. The score essentially allows you to see who's getting the better trades very clearly in team games. That's crazy. I want to give a shout out to Rasselbot. Like, that actually, now that I think about it, showing like this, it needs to be called score, really. But what it's showing you is it's giving you a very clear idea every 5 minutes of who's doing better, who's getting better trades. No denying it, Kren with his power spike, even up against Honeblade's entire victory, was able to destroy Hosen in that engagement. And now he takes the goodies home. You keep what you kill. Julie, meanwhile, is scrambling. They need some kills. Oh my god, wait, Nicola got more kills. Oh no! Wait, it's only villagers. No way, Julie, not like this. There wasn't enough to kill in Yellow's base. If Kren just pulls away, he'll get rid of one of the stronger players. Kren? No way, Julie! She's going to survive. Kren, that was a grandpa reaction speed. If he pulled away straight away, she'd be dead right now. Like, if he just ran off into the distance, this would be over. Big shout out to Helping Hands for the raid, by the way. Absolute legend. Came across on the company hero scene. Has been enjoying Age of Empires 4. He's just started his rank journey. You should definitely check him out when you get a chance. Hoping it's going well, my friend. You just walked into an absolute massacre. Another player out. Pour one out for poor Nicola. Never truly dead until this moment. They just miss out on a podium finish. So, 5 minutes to go until the next elimination. Julie has a fairly strong army, but Julie has a problem. That's 3 Mangonels, and that is a high score that Kren is looking to habada into. I don't know why that's the way I decided to describe that, but we're going to go over. Mango shot comes in big. Julie, there's only so far you can run here. Mango's, he just needs to pull them further forward. Kren, Mango shot's in the back! Oh my god! Julie has now just fed a guaranteed other 5 minutes to Kren. Wow. And that's going to be clean up. Julie is going to lose everything on the backside of this. And what scares me most of all in this game now is Julie losing that much military. She has nothing in position. If Kren now triggers a fight with Hosen, I have no doubt that Julie will be going out in bronze. Dude, this is crazy. I want to remind people of Kren's rank. Are you ready for this? Diamond. He used to be gold. He's moved up to diamond. Could we get a big shout out for Kren? I just want to take credit. Clearly, all these community games, this practice, honing his skills against some of the best in the game, has allowed him to come through and shine now out of gold and into a very strong-looking diamond player. Whew. He's not my Goldie Oldie anymore, though, and that makes me a bit bummed out. All right. It comes down to 3. Hosen needs to fight. He needs a bloody good fight as well, actually, because although Julie Beck threw away a lot, they still have 2,000 more in eliminations. Mango's here, it could be good. If he takes a fight with an army this small against Trip Mango and this many troops, I think he actually just dies. Remember, Kren is actually up in Imperial, folks. So, of the players remaining, we've got 2 in Imperial, Julie Beck and Kren. Hosen has a big problem. Like, legit, Kren doesn't have to move, right? This is what I love about this game mode. After you take a fight like this, you just go and camp. And it's like, I don't think it's lame, because what it does is it then forces the other person who was camping to stop, right? Like, after that last fight, Hosen didn't want to fight anymore. Now he's going to be punished for it. Kren, just stay here. Like, buddy, don't move. Like, the only way you make this game difficult for yourself now is you move. You countered Julie's army pretty well. Julie hasn't really found a golden solution yet. Julie, in fairness, like, of these 2 remaining players, Julie is a low rank. She'll admit, like, you know, Hosen's a bit, like, quicker on the rescale. Julie is plat. She's been improving. I love to see it. But we have noticed that Julie tends to do the eco right, but then the military rescaling can be a little bit slow at times. They also haven't secured more gold, so like they are pretty starved off in the corner. But here we go, forced margin. Tell me you're desperate without saying you're desperate. Oh my god. Dude, that's forced march already used. And you're about to fight with the player in second place, and they have an army that can beat yours. Oh, Hosen. Not like this. He goes for the villagers. He's trying for scraps. Clash is going to come in. Kren is probably seeing these numbers moving right now, and he's sweating a little. He's like, oh no. Should I be worried? Should I be worried? And then in a moment, he's going to see the numbers pause and be like, I'm fine. He's just seeing one number move now. He's like, oh, thank God. I was a bit worried about the deli. Oh my god, dude. This is a brutal way to go out. Hosen, there's no way now. Julie, Beck, and Kren are going to be well and truly safe. And Hosen, he's got nothing left. 43 military. I love how Kren panics a little and goes again. He's like, oh wait, no. I just saw your score. It's like when you're worried about that person, you see a picture of them, they've got like noodle arms and a bit of personality, you're like, ooh, I'm safe. So Hosen, out in third. It comes down to these two. Julie Beck needs a lot more gold to feel content with the meat grinder that's about to occur. I do love that. Rasselbot, did you get the meat grinder? Like, where did that name come from? Was it because I say it a lot? Like, I'm not trying to like, don't flatter me. I'm curious if it was because I say meat grinder a lot, or if it was just like you felt it was the right name. I'm curious because I do know that I say it a lot in casts when we get late game, right? Oh, okay. So I called it. Interesting. Thank you, Rasselbach. And shout out to Drando. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, I do. Well, I think it's the best way to describe the late game. Like, late game really is a meat grinder, right? Like, you just throw units, but like it kind of fits the game mode. Kill to survive could work as well, but I think meat grind. Like, I don't know if meat grind is like the perfect name. I'm trying to think now. Maybe we work on the branding. I mean, it's up to you, obviously. I'm wondering if like there's a way that its name gets clearer, like marketing. But don't worry, I'm gonna market the crap out of this game mode. This is what free for all should be. This is so much better. Games aren't insanely long for no good reason, and people actually have to do things. No, we've got a villager rush. I need gold. No, I need gold. Wait, Julie's backing away. Oh my god, they're freaking out because of the army. The best part is if they just fought right there, they could have had shivs out advantage, but the sad reality is you can't actually fight Japanese villagers. Look at the melee attack. Oh. So Julie, right now, that's a huge chunk of your economy. 34 eco just not gathering for you. Dude, is she trying to avoid him? Okay, guys, hear me out. Like, hear me. Dude, you delete everything. Do you not just delete everything and then you can't... Okay, I should be telling them this, and that's why I'm going to be turning buildings on to give points, but you just delete everything and you can't die. Clash coming in, though. And Kren immediately takes the lead. Julie Beck, wave one has failed her. Building Palace Guard and fighting into Samurai, a quick way to lose. Nestby's now here, though. Mangonels and Springles are playing. Julie Beck and Kren both have the shot trigger range. Castle is going to be a cancel and a pullback here. A few villagers are going to be sacrificed, but dude, Kren's just going to run. He's legit just going to run away. Oh, come on. You're really going to do Julie like that? Well, Castle's going up. This is Snuck. This could be big. Mango shots. Partially dodged. Nesta spread is annoying. Not going to be good enough, though. Shot trigger. Springles are tugging that out, so it looks like Nesta are going to be gone. And Julie Beck, that's going to be a loss. Kren rushing in. Just too many troops flooding through here. And this is the problem, right? You're playing into incendiary crossbows, but on the other side, Elite Army Tactics is adding more health in. Julie, she just doesn't have the dent potential here. I mean, this is kind of expected, right? Like, this matchup's usually versus Japanese, heavily favors Japanese in the late game. You have the ability to go into Ozutsu, Samurai will beat Palace Guard out, Onubigisha can mirror the movement of Palace Guard, and crossbows, as we highlight, just they don't feel as punchy in Imperial Age, in my opinion, because the issue they have is they increase their damage, but their health doesn't increase, right? Meanwhile, you increase damage and health with melee units, so pretty tough one there. And now it is going to be a castle up. Make it a second castle. Yeah, shout out to neither of them taking the obvious loophole there, where, like, realistically, Julibet could have pulled every single living unit to the south side of the map and hidden, and then got a win with, like, 210 resources. So I appreciate them for actually trying to take the fight. But, yeah, kind of a brutal reality check here. Japan does not mess around. We're now 50 seconds away from crowning our victor. Julie desperately trying to get some gold together to scrape together one more army. But I think it's going to be too late. They actually deleted a bunch of their villages just to have less liabilities. But now they're going to have to dive the defenses. Last stand of Julie, 30 seconds away. There's simply not a big enough army to do this. So she's going to get second place. Kren, our gold improved all the way to diamond. And in fact, improved so much that he's able to destroy Conqueror level players. Both Hosin and Gully Deck falling victim to him. If there's any other example of reason why you need to come into our community games, you want a reason why you should be playing in them, tell me it doesn't make players better. This guy started off gold when we started casting him. Now we're here. Whew. Well played. Shout out to Kren. Good win there. And appreciate the raid again, helping hands. And also, I saw that from Durando. You seem to enjoy more of these community low ladder games rather than tournament pros. It's sort of like tournament pros are most of the time doing what you've seen, and they don't tend to reveal anything until tournament games, so it's kind of different. I think I've said this already, like, pub 1v1s versus doing tournament games, like, yeah, tournaments are just better because the drafting philosophy is much more interesting, and the way it gets played is much more interesting. So, definitely, these type of games are more enjoyable. It's also just action-packed, non-stop, start to finish. Like, you have to remember, I've cast thousands of 1v1s at this stage. This is keeping it fresh, always keeping it new. All right, so let's see. Do I try and get Crackety in? Do you guys want more pros in, or do you like the mixture of players we have right now? I'm wondering if I try and get Crackety to come play, because I know he's doing 2v2s right now. So I don't know if he'll come yet. Maybe a little bit later. So let me set the lobby up. And we'll do more of these. How was your ninja opening? You almost kept Gully in the game. I was screaming, die quick. Those two ninjas almost saved Gully Deckle. If Fablop hadn't been quick to intercept them, you would have kept the pro in the game. Or the aspiring pro in the game. So yeah, you almost actually gave Gully Deckle what he needed to get away with his greedy as fudge build there. Luckily, Faplop saved the day by getting in there just in time. I like this, though. Like, dude, Gully, like, he's got swag glasses on. He's like, I get the wins easily. When the rest of the map is dodging you like the plague, it gets a bit more tricky. So, we can do another Dry Arabia. And we want to do Let me find it. Am I blind? Do I feel like I'm blind every time I'm getting in here? It was here before. It keeps moving. Why does it keep moving? There it is. It's there now. What? That's weird. Okay, so let's do Meat Grinder again. I think we'll stick with the 15 minutes, 5-minute elims. That was really good. Do you guys want to keep going with the reset points, or should we mix it up? Because my only concern with reset points is we saw how it kind of screwed Fatlop over when Leave was basically dead and Gully died first next to him. Maybe we keep building count on. What? Rasselbach, did you say you think this does work correctly? Because it says 1 point per building. Does it work correctly? What's the game called? This is called Meat Grinder. I like resetting. Okay, we'll keep resetting on. It should. Okay. I don't think we're going to... Like, we'll keep it here. I bet Hostin's like, screw you, because I didn't put religious on. And we'll do the double villager start, which is really good. Okay.
what I'm going to do, I'm going to need to quickly go refill my drink. Do we default Gully in? I mean, let's be real. He's waiting to press it, isn't he? Actually, I don't know. He might be gone. Exclamation joins in chat if you want in. And I'll get one person in who can invite everyone because I want to go refill my drink and get another drink. So exclamation mark joins. Go, 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 go. With your name. You have to put your name in, otherwise you can't get in. You need your name as well. Not exclamation mark join space your in-game name. Otherwise, you will not register in the system. It's very important that you do that correctly. Oh, wait, I just realized. One sec. No, 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 no. Pause that. Because I didn't refresh before, I'm a pleb. In fairness, it's going to make it fair now. Exclamation mark join when I say with your in-game name, not before. I forgot to refresh, so the previous names wouldn't show up. Exclamation mark join with your in-game name now. Go, 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 go. Let's get the people in. People, people, people. Gimme, gimme, gimme. All right, so bring them in, bring them in. We've got 4 so far. Keep going. Come on, guys. I saw loads of names before, so clearly we've got a bunch of people waiting in the woodworks to get in on this. Brett Boy, your name wasn't found. Maybe try it without... Okay. I'm going to need someone to come in and invite. We've still got room for one extra person. I'm going to get Eisenstange. All right, there we go. We have a full lobby, so we have our full as long as they come. Eisenstange, I am going to need you to start inviting those players. Can you do me a favor and start inviting those players? I'm going to quickly go make a drink, and I'll come back and fill in the gaps afterwards, okay? Appreciate you, buddy. Back in 1 second. Oh. Let me make it bigger. There we go. I've made it bigger. There you go. All right, you can get inviting. I'll be back in a sec.
Attack the pink player. Attack the yellow player.
Thank you very much for sorting that, Eisenstanch. Who's the final person I'm missing? Was it LOTR, man? It can't have been. Who... Got Hosen, Eisenstanch, Julie Beck's in. Yep. Krent's in, MSN's in, QPix is in, Britboy's in, so it's Madskill, right? Madskill's the final one. Okay, guys, so I'm going to drop out. Yeah, get Madskill in when I drop out. Just double checking, we've got no delay. Everything's correct here. Everything's fandappy-dozy. We did change one thing, right? We changed it so now that buildings give kills. My advice, don't kill landmarks, because landmarks technically, like, in bounty everything, they'll give nothing, so they'll give nothing here. All right, I'm going to leave now. Get them in. Fatblop. Wait, what? Fatblop, you weren't on the list. You didn't show up on the list. Did you not put in again after we done the reset? Remember, I said after the reset, put exclamation mark join again. Yeah, I'm looking. You done it before, remember? I think you done it and then walked away. Sorry, it's because, like, we still had the previous entries, so I said do it again. No problem, buddy. There's going to be more games. We're doing a long stream today. So it's all good. We'll be doing at least, like, 2 more games after this, I think. So we're going to be doing, like, what? 10 and a half, 11-hour stream, something like that. Madskill not accepting? Madskill, you still not here? Just doing a double check. If you're not, people exclamation mark join to get in. Oh, did LOTR man do it too early? Oh, rip. Oh, no, Don. Dude, Don almost got in. Oof. Don, we'll get you on the next one, buddy. No conk? Guys, I don't know what you're on about. We've got 2 conks, 3 conks in this lobby. So the whole no conk thing's a lie. Yeah, we'll get Faplop in. Hang around, though, Don. We'll get you in the next one. This game mode runs... So we said first elim at 15, right? Did we do first elim at 15 or 10? Can we change it to 10 if it's 15? Do you guys like 10? I think 10's good. 10 in there every 5. So game length is going to be... Is that 40 minutes cap? Last game is 10. Okay, yeah, put it 10. Put it 10. So 15 is not needed. Double veal start, 15 is not needed. If you put 15 on, that filthy little boomer Gully Deckle gets away with his Fulani. Can you do a no-conk game? No, because, like, we just... I mean, dude, like, leave what you're asking. We literally just watched a conk level player get eliminated first in that previous game. It's like, free-for-alls are not as orderly as you think. That rank helps, but it's not everything. Don't shoot me out. I'm 14-10. Nah, dude, got you. Conk is only a number? Exactly. Dude, all these conk players are trash. Don agrees with me. Don slaps them all around. All right, we got Fablop in. I've got someone in lobby, right? I've got Fablop in lobby now. So when you guys are ready, kick it off. I'll reset the exclamation mark join now. So when I set up the next lobby, we can just do it straight away. Perfect. I know one very trash conk player. Is it Merlin? Oh, Merlin asked earlier. Merlin, did you figure it out? I think you... Is he still here? The rule set for this is very interesting. I love it. I just saw him in the mirror. Bare hands, Don. Not like this. Someone in chat told you. Okay, got it. Yeah, we create something pretty special here. Dude, I legit think this is the next iteration of free-for-alls. I think this is so much better. It's so much better. No one's going to convince me otherwise. Even like the Outback Octagon and stuff like that, I think this is much more entertaining. Because people can't just boom. And the snowball is more handcuffed, I'd say. It's not going to be about its nuances. Free-for-alls never are, but this is really cool. Not allowed to trade villagers to kill them. I mean, like, all I'm going to say is if you coerce like that, people are probably going to target you out. It's like Surgeon BRs. I haven't played that. All right, should we get ready to go? Oh, the community fun never stops. One and all, welcome back to A4 Action. Every X minutes, someone's going to die. Will it be you? You.
or maybe you who's watching this, who I hope to see in the next one of these. We're doing more community games. It's time for more of the Meat Grinder mod, the mod where every X minutes, someone gets eliminated. In this case, it's going to be every 5 minutes after the first 10 minutes, a player is eliminated, starting at 10 minutes in. How do we decide that? Kills here, baby. But it's not going to be kills, it's going to be the score value. So kills is how you're going to get score. But for example, if you kill a villager, you get 50 points. If you kill a scout, you get 70. If you burn a house, you're going to get 50 points. We've turned on building scoring as well to make sure that there's more options here. The person with the lowest score, if it's one or many, I don't care, they will be eliminated at every clock tick down here. This is going to be a fun one. Let's intro the players because we've got a mixture of conk and lower. Juliebeck is returning again, once again with their Juji. So north we're going to have Cuddle Rabbit. This is Sir Eisenstein. They are a fairly high-ranked player. I think they were around like Diamond, if I remember correctly. I think they're conk maybe in team games. Trent has improved. Our Goldie Oldie has become a Diamond player more recently, playing French instead of Japanese this time. Hosin is one of our conk players. They are going to be playing as Order of the Dented. First time seeing them in this game mode. Qpix is going to be picking up the English. I think Qpix was a Plat or Diamond level player. Faplarp is a Diamond level player. They're going to be playing as the Mongols in the red. And then down here, we have got Britboy, who I believe was our regular Frenchie who was gold. And then finally, MSN DK is going to be conk. So if I remember correctly, there's 3 conker players when I looked at the lobby. Pretty decent balance here. We are going to be using Caillou shorter map, and oh my god. Britboy already in with the early kill points. And oh, wait. Is that correct? Okay, so that's interesting. That's going to be an update change that needs to happen then. Turns out buildings do not count the cost. They're counting the kills. Oh, wait. Is it on population? Oh, I guess we forgot to change the... Okay, no, I'm fine with that, because we just done... For those that didn't catch it, it'll be on YouTube later. It's probably already there if you're watching this now on YouTube. We done a version where you get the resources worth for your kills. This one is going to be population-based. So that's interesting because it keeps balance. I was worried this was going to be bad because we've got Order of the Dragon in, but if it's population balanced, it means Order of the Dragon losing, say, a Guild of Swordsmen, a Guild of Men-at-Arms, rather, will give 2 points instead of 1. So this is going to be different, actually. You think Knights might just be the go-to, but I'm not entirely convinced. Oh, wait. So, wait. Do we have confirmation if it's just the builders? I guess we'll find out in a second. We'll get 100% confirmation. Sometimes these options get altered in lobby. It happens. Either way, dude, I think we've got a lot of interesting mutations we've been exploring this game mode. This stuff is hype. I love it. I love the fact that Britboy has literally just ruined MSN DK's early game eco while guaranteeing he's not going to get eliminated first. Are you kidding me? You literally had 3 gold options. Did I really just watch Britboy spend the first 3 minutes of this game with a double villager start burning down the enemy pit mine? Oh my god. Absolutely fantastic. Outpost rush coming in from 2 players here. English versus Mongols. Bold from Faplarp to contest this. But they do get the outpost up. They both really want it. Wait, this is confirmation. Here we go, here we go. Okay, so it's population. We have confirmation. It is not... We've done value already. We've done kills before. This one is population-based. Is how you get points. And big shout out to Rasselbot for adding all these options, including the option to have buildings give something. It's a very big difference because now outpost rushing is a little bit less powerful. I freaking love Britboy so much. Britboy, if you remember, is kind of like our resident corner boy from the micro maps. He's the guy who would like cockroach. And, you know, I'm not surprised Don says he loves him. Because Don has that cockroach reputation in free-for-alls, right? Spreading out his landmarks across the map. Don, you'll like this guy. When we play micro map free-for-alls, he's the guy that does that. He manages to build his landmarks in each corner of the map. A man after your own heart. Okay, so we're 5 minutes away from the first elim. MSN, Cuddle Rabbit, and Juliebeck need to get a move on. Juliebeck and MSN could try and duke it out, but that would favor the Marlene player. Typically, you're going to build Chuganu into javelins, right? So that's kind of dicey. I think the better option for Juliebeck is to go north side and deal with Cuddle Rabbit. Cuddle Rabbit is already under fire from the French and is playing the English. Okay, wait, no, dude, I'm not going to lie, actually. I just said that out loud. Both of these options are really bad for Juliebeck. I'm just going to take a stronger shot of my alcoholic milkshake because I want to be drunk for this, because this is like the hardest corner for a Chuk and new spammer to spawn in. I'm sorry, dude, does BritBoy just like... Oh my god, dude, BritBoy's one of those players that sends all of his eco onto one task at a time. I love this. He's like, oh no, we don't have gold. Gathers enough gold for Castle Age. Oh no, we don't have food. Gathers enough food now. I love it. All right, so we've got a draw right now, guys. If this remains with 4 players having 1 kill, they're all going out. He's gonna burn more out. Okay, BritBoy. MSN just deleted them. Oh my god. He's like, the MSN right now is the bartender. BritBoy is stumbling around after like 15 mojitos. He's just like, I'm cutting you off. What on earth happened to these sheep? Oh my god, this game. I don't care about anyone else. Like, I'm so invested, I do not care about anyone else in this game. I'm sorry to everyone who's going to watch this back who was in this game is like, yo, I wonder what KP has to say about my opening 10 minutes. I think I have a really optimal strategy for Meat Grinder. I'm all eyes on BritBoy right now. This guy is blowing my mind. All right. We still have 2 players facing elimination. Hosin has decided to greedily go for the Burgrave Order the Dragon build. Why? And then on the other side of it, we've got Cupix, who I believe is up here and struggling. They've got Lombos on the way towards Teal's base. Hosin might be a problem here. Good, a village is being sniped. Oh my god, Hosin's facing elimination right now. 2.5 minutes to go. He could be first out. Okay, now that we're done updating what's happening on the map, back to watching what BritBoy's doing. How we... Oh my god. I love him so much. No one tell BritBoy what he's doing is not correct to how you play the game. This is the type of life we need to preserve, okay? You know, like that whole story about, you guys know the island off the coast in Southeast Asia where there's primitives that live there that like attack anyone who come abroad, come on board to the land, and they are now protected. Like you're not allowed to travel there. It's illegal to do so, right? You're not allowed to interrupt them. They're kind of like preserved, like some sort of, you know, like little safari. This is BritBoy right now. All right, when he comes in after the game, no one tell him. We must protect him from these meta gamers. This is beautiful. Hosin. This is about to get ugly, man. Dude, he's actually going to go out. Is this going to be the 2nd time in a row where a Conqueror level player goes out first? He's not the highest Conk level, right? I think he's like 2nd or 3rd highest. But it's looking pretty grim right now. Oh my god, dude, no. Cupix is deleting the buildings. Oh no. Okay, Rasabok, we're going to have to find a way to mark buildings like Mongols, you know what I mean? Where like the bounty system, so that if you hit a building or hit a unit, people can't delete it, because I want it as a toggleable. Don't make it like a default. I want it as a toggleable because I think it's an incredible micro feat to just delete your units one by one as you fight. Oh my god, this looks so bad. He's going to lose another one. That's going to be worth 2. So Cupix is safe right now. Wait, if Hosin gets another kill, 3 of them are going to die. Oh my god, please, 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 please. Yes, 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 yes! Oh my god, they're all on 4! No! Not like this! Don't let him get that kill! Don't let him get it! He doesn't get it! Faplop and Juliebeck. They're behind though. We're gonna get 2 elims. We are 10 seconds away. Faplop, he's trying to burn a building, but he gets pushed away by Cupix. So Faplop and Juliebeck at opposite ends of the map are out in joint 8th. 7th if you want to be more positive. Wow, okay, we trimmed the fat a lot quicker than expected. Back to watching BritBoy. Do I need to go get the whiskey? I feel like I'm just gonna have to go get the whiskey, and every time I make a comment about BritBoy, just one resourcing his economy, I have to take a shot. I can't believe this. BritBoy, wait, did he burn more buildings? No! Wait, do cow count? Hold on, he must have hit Eco, right? I think he killed some villagers on the tree line. Dude, BritBoy is a Chad. He protects himself in level 1. He's already ahead in level 2. This guy is incredible. I want to remind people that BritBoy is one of, if not our lowest ranked player in this entire lobby. And you all thought you knew how to play AoE4. Amateurs. Let's check on the left side, because things have been happening elsewhere on the map. Cuddle Rabbit, this is Eisenstein, one of our high-ranked players. They're usually around Diamond rank. They're going to protect themselves, so Kren actually taking some heavy hits there. Ooh, Kren is in danger here. This many knights against this many longbows and spears is a problem. Meanwhile, clash in the base. Looks like MSN's wait, I heard it. He's deleting them. He's legitimately deleting them one by one. Oh my god. How do you have only 29 economy 12 minutes into a double villager start? Let me double, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, you're behind. MSN has, what, 40? 37. Dude, these guys have been tearing chunks out of each other. This is so fantastic. Krent has struck back, by the way. Oh, and he's striking for more. He finds the villagers. Well played to Krent, so he's back up in first. Bloodthirsty for it as well. And unfortunately, Cuddle Rabbit, he wants a cuddle, but he can't find one. Remember, these players with 0 been eliminated. We've got Husin and Cupix facing elimination. Cupix is now on his own. He needs to find some kills on the north. Fortunately, he's up against this. Guys, have you been keeping, like last time on the count, he was getting double, right? For a kill. He was getting 2 pop. No. I think it cost him too much though. Cupix is still stuck in Feudal Age. I think they're a bit ducked here. Oh my god, the Langsneck. Oh my god. Alright, I think that's decided. Cupix looking like they're going to be going out. BritBoy just needs to find 2 things to torch. Wait, please. You have to fight the Donzos, Cube. Like BritBoy, I don't want you to go out like this, my friend. You may need to actually get your shivs out and fight the Donzos. He's deleted the building. Dude, it's like playing against Mongols. I love this so much. Villagers are going to get found, though. Knights need to get a trade. BritBoy is likely to go out next, but what's important is that you can grief someone on the way out. Take Cupix with you. Pick him to die. You like what I done there, right? Yeah, because Cupix... Come on, BritBoy. This is it. Find him. Destroy him. Wait, he's going for the ranches. Donzos, there we go. That's what he needs. BritBoy! Dun 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 dun. And it's like, I'm going to freaking die, but I'm taking you with me. Unless he can sneak this ranch. BritBoy's going to survive another round. Unfortunately, I don't think Cupix has anything left to fight with. He's next to an Order of the Dragon player. Worst case scenario now for the English. BritBoy, survive just a little bit longer. He got the kill, and he got a bonus on top of it. BritBoy sees another round. Now, he got 2 on the board there, but I'm pretty sure what happened is he killed a unit alongside it. In fact, been butchering a bunch more elsewhere. Wait. Oh my god! Freaking love this game so much. He's down to 20 eco, though. This should be the end of the road for him. Well played. BritBoy does survive another round. Cupix, the English player, will be eliminated. It's important because you're playing French. English need to go out first. And BritBoy's like, I'm the only English guy. So GG. Cupix is gone. Just as he's building a white tower. 5 more minutes until we lose another. All right, get your bets in. I like to do this midway through these games. You have a painted picture now you should be able to make a prediction. Chat, people watching YouTube, wherever you're watching, get your bets in. Teal, green, yellow, blue, or pink to win this. Now, our hearts are saying pink, but this is why I'm going to drink more, because what I want is my brain to stop working so that I have to go with my heart. That's refreshing. This is so much more fun when I drink when I cast. When I say it like that, it's like the beginning of an alcoholic issue, but we'll just not focus on that. So, a lot of pinks in there. Everyone wants pink. I noticed one teal coming in. Hosin, actually in a pretty good position. He's got Langsnecked in, he's got Spears mixed in, Men-at-Arms as well. He's going in for the clash, and Kren, standing your ground may be the single worst thing you could do here. Clash coming in, and both of them are already getting a lick of it. Kren is getting double points. Remember, it's population-based, not kill-based, so Order of the Dragon are not truly OP. But right now, Hosin's getting more than enough to secure himself, and it's looking bad right now for BritBoy, who has nothing. And who else has... Wait, MSN has nothing as well, right? Oh my god, I think... Are they both going to go out? No, they've got 3 minutes. They're going to be fine. Kren... This is like one of those moments where it's like, what's death, mummy? It's like, oh, we should have bought you a hamster. You shouldn't see this. This is... Oh, this is brutal! Cuddle Rabbit comes in with a backstab. Kren getting sandwiched. You know, this is Battle Royale logic. I always say in Battle Royales, you never want to be the meat in the sandwich. It's true here as well. Usually you end up with a little bit too much bread, not enough ham. You know, like when you get one of those sandwiches, you go around mums, they're like, oh yeah, you want a ham sandwich? Like, yeah, great, mum, I love the ham sandwich. And a plate shows up in front of you, the most depressing looking sandwich, where it's like, you know, the big beefy chunks, slices of bread, and then there's like a single slice of ham there. That's how Krent feels right now. If you bit into that sandwich, it'd be overpowering. You just taste the bread, you wouldn't taste the meaty Krent. God. Poor guy. What's BritBoy doing? Wait, is BritBoy still deleting buildings? Oh my... Dude. Please, sing I Will Go Down with the ship and take him with you. BritBoy goes north! Wait, no. No, the kills! BritBoy, no! He deletes them too late. He needs more kills. I don't think he's going to find them either. BritBoy. The TC is also not Garrison. Like, he needs to find some easy peasy kills. Like, charge in. Krent can keep him alive. Dude, this is it. One more BritBoy. Take him with you. Be that guy. Grab a hold of his ankle. Get dragged into the meat grinder. But don't get dragged in alone. Funnily enough, if BritBoy just goes to the gold, he'll have what he needs. MSN did just find another kill. Buildings need to be cancelled. Oh, BritBoy, come on. Come on, you dirty deleter. Oh. MSN has a 3-point lead now. Just something that's never been uttered since like 2004. I'm pretty sure they have a -1,000 lead over WhatsApp and Facebook now. But MSN's found more. He's found the villages. This is it. BritBoy, he can't hit the delete key quick enough. MSN can. Oh my god, this is so hilarious. This Southside fight has literally just been how many times can you click and delete? Who can delete quicker? But it has finally come to an end. MSN literally has blocked BritBoy out. Pink is going out. 30 seconds left. Not enough time. Cuddle Rabbit. Garrison gathering in the center. I'm wondering if there's a way to disable deleting. I don't know if there's a way to do that with a mod. That would be intriguing to me. Like the disable deleting units, maybe buildings are still allowed, but like units specifically would be intriguing. I can't believe BritBoy's still alive at 20 minutes in with 310 score, but that's meat grinder. But their journey has come to an end. Just like Trump, they can't complete their ambitions. Okay, well, all the people who thought BritBoy was going to win
We knew we were delusional, but we let our hearts do the thinking, not our heads. 4 left. MSN has got a very strong army. These north side players have been tearing each other apart. So although he has to run a long way to fight, he does have an ability to win those fights. I know, that's why I'm saying you disable delete on buildings. Sorry, on units, not buildings. Because units, you can like throw them away by fighting, right? Like there's always another way of getting rid of them. Oh my dear God, MSN. Wait, what's the noise MSN makes when alerts go off? It's been too many years. Ding ding. Like, I don't think mine made a noise. Is it weird that the only alert noise I can think of now in my brain as I watch this massacre is the Discord noise? Wow, Discord's done something to me. Cuddle Rabbit is having a bloody good fight. Are you kidding me? That was crazy. Cuddle Rabbit safe. Posen, how the hell did he trade worse in that engagement? That's wild. What a great hold from my Cuddle Rabbit here. This is tough, by the way, because Kren is diamond level now, and all the remaining players around him are conk. Kren hasn't killed a single unit. Oh no. Oh no, our gold turned diamond. I think he's about to look like a Goldie again. If MSN somehow wins this after the weird clownery that he experienced in the south side, I am going to be impressed. Well, MSN may be good, but like the position is the issue, right? Like moving this far out to meat grind is pretty difficult when you're producing all the way back in your home. He has got Fulani, right? Fully fledged, pretty strong. Close to pop, so like if he survives the next round, which he will at this pace, he could easily make it to Imperial in the next stage, in the next 5 minutes. Pretty strong position to be in. Cuddle Rabbit needs to get a lot more together, right? That did exhaust him. His eco is not really impressive at 57 economy here. They've been having a hard time of it. Not as hard as Kren. Nice. Raiding in. Kren's like, please, please. I just need 30 kills. Just, shh, no, stop running. Don't ask. Don't call for daddy. Don't ask him to come defend you. Just let me kill you. Kren sighs deeply. 4 kills is not enough. He needs to do that 5 times over still. MSN, bloody hell, this army's scary. Moving in, Yellow's gonna dodge him out. MSN, like this is unnecessary right now, but they're a little bit paranoid when they see only like a 25 difference, right? It's not a strong point to be in. Poor Kren, not like this. He's already dead, leaving me. Cuddle Rabbit's like, I want a high score, Papa. Knight's going again. Dude, I've said this before, like, Textiles is S tier in this game mode. Textiles may be the sole single most important thing you can get in this entire game mode because it increases the health on your most vulnerable unit by 50%. That's bonkers. This Knight Raid would have done a lot more damage. It would have had Kren at least like 13, 14 kills otherwise. Now he's in a desperate position with a minute to go. I don't think these Knights can kill quick enough for that. The Huntress is on the way. We talked about Imperial Age. MSN's content with it. They're going to have a phenomenal advantage over everyone remaining in the field now. The spread here. Playing Deer is quite interesting as well. Like, you know, he's just doing everything he can to avoid having to go into farms. Makes sense here. Funnily enough, like, his army could be better at this stage now that he's going up in age. He could think about deleting some to get into Gunners, but not necessary either. That is the most Don-arty thing I'm going to read all day. And the funny part is I'm agreeing with it. Textiles is the best tech in any game mode. It's 50% HP on your military. Well, folks, he ain't wrong. Oh, God. So that is it. Kren is out. All serious contenders remain. They all have
a slice of something, an ability to fight, an ability to win this. But the first fight is going to be critical. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to engage with who? It's weird because here's the interesting thing. Whoever engages with who first, whoever loses that engagement is likely to get pounced on for the scraps, which is going to save someone in second place. The danger is if you're involved in that first fight, you're going to be crippled and weak compared to the player that comes in to clean up the weaker of the two remaining, right? Like, it's a very weird dynamic you now face here. All of them have their own slice of it. An interesting play would be if both of these players dove towards blue, knowing he has Imperial Age. I feel like right now you're just setting up for second place. MSN looks pretty bloody strong in this one. March forward here. Hosen actually has a decent number of Gilded Knights in here. Interesting choice. But not many spears here to contest him. Wait, like, is Hosen about to be the meat and the sandwich? By God, I actually think he's about to be the meat and sandwich. This is bad. This is really bad positioning. The punch is coming in. Hosen, he tries to shift south to bait the engagement. And it's going to begin here. Cuddle, he goes in for it. A vicious werewolf rabbit has emerged, but is it going to be good enough? Castle versus Imperial Age. Mangonel hitting to the backside. Screams to counter that out. In the meantime, look on the side of this. Hosen getting a little lick of it and waiting like a parasite to pounce. He's going to look to do that now. MSN. Oh, God. Lion Sticker in. That is going to be a massacre. Hosen should clear up the gap quickly here. He needs to be fast about it. As the buff coming through, does not have the inspiration buff coming out, though. Not quick enough. Landstek in, and MSN is the one getting wiped. Has to shift away. He now trails by 30 population of kills. And Hosen is going to throw it all away to guarantee that no one can come close. Just needs to get out with the Landstek. This is critical right now. The strongest economy of the three is definitely MSN, but that fight was absolutely atrocious. The micro, not on point. He stayed too close against Mass Landsnek. He paid a price. And now, with just over 2 minutes to go, he now needs to bleed them back. Oh my goodness, dude, this is that. Tell me that is not better than a final free-for-all in anything else you've watched right now. I will laugh you out of the room. That was insane. The dance that went on there, you first, no, you first. It was like watching two British people at a door say after you. Oh, in this case, it was 3 British people at a door, each saying after you, and all of them just encouraging the other to go first. MSN's now being dodged like the plague. Remember, they can see each other's scores, so they know MSN's up for elimination. So, realistically, Cuddle Rabbit might just idle his farms for a bit to back away from this. I mean, funnily enough, I actually think with Lombos, the attack speed aura, like, you just defend this. MSN is truly desperate now. He's going to march in. We'll find a few eco kills, but Longbows now going to push him away, and that's exactly what MSN can't afford. A fight like this. He's coming from both angles. Longbows are just going to stand their ground, and the meat grinder needs more food. Javelin's now trading out the backside. MSN is gap closing, but the men-at-arms are now in, and that is exactly what he needs. Cuddle Rabbit is going to keep the lead. Hosen needs to get more of this, though. He goes in with a raid. He finds a few eco units. This is going to be tight. But MSN is just short. 50 seconds out now, and he needs to strike something, but he's running out of targets. The castle is trading out just as quickly as the Javs. It's not going to be enough. Hosen, with the static defenses and the raid of the Landsnek, is going to ensure the Marlians will not rise for another 5. Wow. What an insane engagement there. You can see the desperation now as MSN is cycling, looking for economy. He's not going to find it quick enough, though. Wait, Cuddle Rabbit? No. No, not like... Is that enough? I don't think he can kill it quick enough. No, it's not going to be quick enough here. Textiles guaranteeing it. So MSN is going out in third. We are down to 2, and this is interesting, actually, because I'd say these two are a little bit weaker than what MSN was in terms of where they're at in their game. Hosen looking like he has an uphill battle, though. MSN removed. It's now between the Order of the Dragon
and the English. Both of them still in Castle Age, but Cuddle Rabbit, with this level of economy, has the potential to go Imperial first. All right, Hosen, show me what you got, buddy. All right, yeah, that's pretty impressive. 27 land snacked. If Cuddle Rabbit A-clicks this fight, I think he's going to lose. You can't A-click it. You have to micro it pretty intensely. For Hosen, he just needs to headbutt the fight. Dude, this is crazy. 3 mangoes as well. Cuddle doesn't have a counter. Oh my god. I mean, Hosen's score is higher, right? But like, his eco is weaker, his military force quantity is kind of like weird, right? Realistically, Cuddle Rabbit should be favored here, but no, Hosen, he's going to rescale up to max pop. His army is just better. Relic-wise, he did actually grab, I think, 3 in total in this game, which isn't too bad. That's giving him some extra gold trickle to get in the Langstack. Dude, this is going to be wild. The hesitation from Cuddle Rabbit. He's trying to get to Imp, isn't he? Yeah. Okay, if he drops a Berkshire here, it changes everything. Because you're able to start diving into the enemy base. Dude, he's going even deeper. Here we go. It is seen. Hosen knows this is going to trigger him to engage. Horsemen lead the charge. Villagers already being sniped out. Mango shots coming in, but the last deck are going to lead the way. Here we go. Pulls away. Villagers trying to rush it up. Mangoes need to just target them down right now, but they want the big clump. Walloping. Heavy hit here. And the meat grinder needs more food. Hosen. Landsnet clear up the front line. Mango's going to chase through. Splintering here, and it looks like he's damn well done it. Hosen. He denies the win away. Cuddle Rabbit gets the Berkshire. But at what cost? Hosen, he realizes, okay, now just back away. That's good damage. Last net cost is pretty heavy. He just needs to get out of range here. He has got the lead with the mangoes. This is a problem. You've got 2 minutes to solve for this. Hosen leans towards the bombards. Now, as far as I'm aware, landmarks give nothing. So killing this Berkshire is worthless. He just needs to avoid it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Hosen just moves completely away. Need to be careful. Remember, these buildings are going to give points. And they are neck and neck right now. Cuddle Rabbit has 2 minutes to find 9 with no return. Make that 10. This spring was actually killing me. E-repairs! E-repairs! Come on! No! Oh my... If he just E-repaired there, he would have killed. Mango's moving in though. Cuddle Rabbit! A 25-point lead. Hosen content to move further away. Cuddle Rabbit is going to need someone to cuddle him. He dives the keep. He's in desperation mode right now. Hosen smells the weakness. Bombard. Can't even one-hit a Lang's neck, for God's sake. Building's being deleted. Oh my god. Hosen's done it. He just needs to avoid a fight for a little bit longer. The Master Lead and the full retreat. 50 seconds. Hosen backing up a bit more here. Has got the mango still. This is desperation mode. Cuddle Rabbit. What? no. Cuddle Rabbit. Hosen, just keep running. Turn with the mangoes. Go for the wallop. That has to be it. There's no way now. Hosen. It would take a miracle for Cuddle Rabbit here. Mango shots don't even need a good one. They don't even need a golden. But they might get one here. One last wallop. An underwhelming wallop. 10 seconds out, and that is going to be it. Hosen. Role-playing the French in World War II while playing Order of the Dragon was not something I was signed up for here, but I will take it.
I like how we've just got like an evolving meta here as people are like, I should delete this crap. Oh my god. So, we might have to look into the deleting issue, that's for sure. We need gentleman's honor rule, no deleting of buildings or units. It doesn't need to be programmed. I don't know. It's one of those weird things. It does need to be programmed. You need to set conditions. I always hate anytime someone has to use the word gentleman's agreement. I've already clocked out of your competitive scene, right? So there is going to have to be something. I think like what it should be. It should legit be. Scorched earth strategy, dude. It should be what it should be is like the Mongols, where if you touch the building, you get the kill. If you touch the unit, you get the kill. Like, dude, anytime I hear gentleman's agreement come up, I'm always reminded like the fact that Call of Duty has a bunch of gentleman's agreements, and it's kind of like my brain is like, it sucks that we're even in a stage where players have to come up with gentleman's agreements, and the guns just aren't balanced for it, right? Oh man, dude, that was crazy. Okay, so what do I call that one? Let me go ahead and I just need to quickly name these. Meat grinder. Sorry, I just need to quickly like name them, and then we can set up another lobby. And then okay. No, don't put exclamation mark joins yet. I needed to quickly update that stuff. And now I'm going to refresh it and I'll tell people when they can set up to join. Let me quickly set up the lobby. Oh man, dude, that was crazy. What an insane game. You know what, Rasselbach, I'm thinking about this. Make deleting a strategic choice. Maybe the way is if you... I don't know if it's doable, let me know. Where every time you delete something, there's a negative point escalation down to 0. You can't go below 0, but like you will lose... Let's say, like in the pop situation, -1, right? Or whatever it's going to be. I don't know if that's doable. Maybe that, like... I think it's good to have these options, and then we can kind of like config them. It could be interesting. Okay. So... Let me have a look here. Lose point, yeah. Lose point seems fair. Because then it's like, you can do Scorched Earth, but like what I like about that is it becomes strategic. And no, landmark win condition is not on, Don. We have that off. Realistically, we should probably just turn it on. Like, if someone's that dead, they're dead, right? So maybe it's good to have that on. Let me have a look here. Time to first elim. We'll put that down to 10. So we want to go with unit population value. I don't know why that wasn't working before. I'm pretty sure I chose that last time. Did anyone in the lobby, did you double check this? Like, was this accidentally set to... oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Yes, unit cost I want, not population value. There we go. So now we do unit costs, and then buildings count. We'll see if that actually counts the full cost. We will do the reset per kill. Double villager start. We'll put conquest on realistically because like I think the only reason I like it is like if someone thinks they're dead, it gives someone a way of like getting rid of them quicker. So might lead to some crazy like, oh, this person should have been eliminated, but the fight with X kept him alive. We'll do the rich spawns again. All right. On my mark, when I say you need to put exclamation mark join, space your in-game username. Only when I say. So I'm going to refresh it now. Go. Go, 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 go. Get those names in. Let's get people in. Bloody hell, that filled up quick. Oh, poor Don. Hey, I thought you were going to be ready. We've got to get you a high APM. All right. So let's get ready to invite people. Let me check the list. Went on my go? Oh. Is your stream lagging behind, maybe? Maybe it's lagging behind by the sounds of it. Oh, one sec. I need to update the YouTube stream name. Oh, Johnny gonna give up his spot? Okay. Johnny... Yeah, so we'll take Grim out. We'll get Donster in. We have to have Donald. Don's gonna love this game mode. I'm pretty sure of it. Let's get Don in. Let's get Blue Goose in. Who else we got? Cuddle Rabbit. Hunter. It's going to be a lot of hunters. Dude, there's 50 hunters. Jesus Christ. You sure, Gento? You don't save the live in YouTube? I do. I just need to. I keep forgetting. I need to every once in a while. I have to go and manually public the live streams, because like if you don't want them to mess with your algorithm, like your rankings, the idea is you want to put them in a playlist. So I'll do that after this stream. I think this is the hunter that I'm looking for. Hopefully, we got Gaga Binks. Who's that Jar Jar Binks? We'll get Julian. Are you sure, Krent? So we've got MSN DK underscore TTV. We've got Panic Sort. Don't even focus on what it looked like I was writing there. Shut up. We've got Hussein 81. Oopsie. 90. And then I guess we'll have Easy J as the final. If you're certain you want to sit this one out, just give me a confirmation, a little wink, mate. And if so, we'll get Easy J in. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Don's not in. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, what? What happened? Okay, I'm going to leave. Sorry, Easy J. I'm sure we'll be able to get you in the next one, buddy. Because Don was given the prior slot. So I'm going to leave this. Let's make sure that you've got the mod. No delay, blah, blah, blah. Everything's good. I think we're looking Gucci. So I'm going to leave this. When I leave, someone needs to invite Donati. Wait, let me just make sure he's got that, because it's going to be weird. There we go. All right, get Don in. Because I didn't realize we didn't have Don yet. Thanks for reminding me, Don. Let's get his AS in. Who are? God damn, I love this drink. All right, let me know when we're rocking and rolling. Wait, do I not have Don added? I thought I did. Oh, there he is. He's showing now. Yeah, yeah. Could have sworn when I scrolled originally it wasn't there. All right. So we should be ready to rock and roll soon. Dude, I love this game mode so much. It's too fun. Oh. We'll maybe do this one, maybe one more afterwards. We'll see how it goes. Because I know after this one's done, we would have been live for 10 hours. So we'll see how I'm feeling after this one. Has been a fun stream, though. If you guys are watching, I know there's a bunch of people still watching YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you want to join in on these lobbies, remember you need to join the Twitch for !join. Sorry, it's just the way the tool is configured. It's the only way you can get in. It is what it is, I'm afraid.
So we have got... Was Hosen in again? I think Hosen was, right? So there's 4 conks in the lobby. We've got 2 diamonds. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2 diamonds, 2 plats, I think. That sounds about right. Well, like, I'm putting Cuddle Rabbit in diamond because he's conk in team and he's, like, plat in solo. Pretty interesting. Isn't much happening in the YouTube chat. I mean, I'm just not a big YouTuber, right? I mean, I'm not really a big Twitch streamer either. I remember, like, I think someone asked earlier, do I make a living off casting? I do. Realistically, right now, at like our current size, I don't really make anywhere near enough to sustain my living via this channel. So my reliance on money comes from other things I do, other tournaments I do. Which is not a good sign that for the 2nd year in the row, basically, the gaming industry is on fire, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I try to keep an eye on it, EasyJ, but sadly, like, the reality is with the way... I check the YouTube chat occasionally, but I can't combine the 2 chats because that's against the rules set by Twitch. You can multi-stream now, but you can't show another platform's chat windows because they're weird. That was their decision. It was a very weird decision. Let me just double check. I think everything's correct, though. So we should be ready to roll in a second. Damn, I love these. This much milk kind of makes your mouth dry, though. Damn, it's tasty. All right. Oh, Dom picked HRE. I thought he was going to go English. I'm disappointed. All right, let's get ready. It's time for more community action. Welcome back to every 5 minutes, someone dies. Will it be Donai? Let's find out. We're back for the commie action. We have got 4 conks in this lobby, 2 diamonds and 2 plats. So this is a pretty high rank lobby overall. Some of the faces will be familiar. Donai, key amongst them. MSNDK is starting to appear. Really talented player up in conk. We also, the other conks, we've got Cuddle Rabbit, who is a team conk player. And we've got Hosin, one of our mod creators, who's also conk ranked. Juliebeck, pretty decent. I think they were the plat ranker. Panic Sword, I believe, was another plat ranker. And then rounding us out, Blue Goose and Gaga Binks, I believe, were diamonds. So pretty high rank lobby. Just to remind people of how this match works, it's the meat grinder mod, aka every X minutes someone dies. The way it works is the person with the least kills after the timer runs out is going to be removed from the game. And we continue on like that with the timer resetting each time. Big shout out to Rasselbot who created this mod. I've been working closely with them to just iterate it, get it where it needs to be. Because I'm going to make a statement here, and I hold it true. I believe in it wholeheartedly. This is the next evolution of free-for-alls. The only thing that is missing from this right now is the ability to play Nomad. That's something I'm going to try to work with Rasselbot to get added in. Because then I think like you've got no reason to play anything but this. This is incredible. For the time being, we don't have Nomad, but what we do have is a map that functions very well for this. Big shout out to Caillou, who created the mini-map Dry Arabia for us, so that we have a map designed to have 4 people on it, but we've slapped 8 people in. How do you achieve that type of feat in the map design tools? It takes incredible elegance and unique evolution, the kind that only the greatest map creators can come up. You have to put a giant cliff in. That's pretty much the only way you can do it. So we have got 7.5 minutes to go until the first elimination. After that, every 5 minutes, someone is going to be taken out. Big shout out. There he is. Cavario coming in. They're the person who created the map. They can be found on the mod section under Caillou. But they've created this as well as a mini-map Chaos, which is one that kind of spawns random resources around. I still want to see a Baltic. Am I weird for that? I kind of want to see a mini-map Baltic. I just realized we have... Oh my god, we have 3 Shishi players. No. No. I don't want to see this many Chuganu. Oh, I'm gonna go get the shot glass. Many gardens basically right next to each other. At this point, it's just an eco-flexing tournament. Looks like Gaga Binks has won that, though. They're going to get their hands on the 36 food, 50 gold, and about 20 wood. This one is a little bit more underwhelming, just to the south side coming out from Panic Sort. They don't get the wood included. All right, guys. We are getting closer to that point where we want to ask the question. Juliebeck is actually going on the stone. They're going to need to find some stones in the form of aggression. Some stones to throw at their neighbors. Who's going out first, do we think? Blue Goose. Ooh, dude, we've got a Jeanne d'Arc pick for the first time. That's interesting. I'm wondering, Rasselbach, I don't know if you had a chance to test this. Does Jeanne d'Arc give anything when she dies? My instincts are saying no. I've got a feeling the answer is going to be no there. So Jeanne d'Arc might be a problem for this game mode. Maybe, okay, I think I know how you solve that, actually. She should give the buyback price. It's probably going to require some custom coding. But, like, you override the quantity. Because, like, the way this works, like, you can already see how it's going to function based, by default, on a Jeanne versus Jeanne matchup. A Jeanne versus Jeanne matchup, Jeanne d'Arc will give no XP to the other Jeanne. So that's probably something we're going to have to fix. I wonder if Blue Goose is going to be able to go deep enough, though. Blue Goose was our gold level player, actually. Sorry, we did have one gold. My mistake. I think it was 2 diamonds, a plat, and a gold, and the rest were conch. So Blue Goose going to have to pull some miracles. What is this meditation garden? What happened here? Oh my god, Julie, no. Julie, no. Did they lose out? Hosin, I think he killed 2 villagers with that play. Southside Chuganu are already arriving, so the blood spilling begins. 3 players have yet to kill anything, and I am shocked and appalled and disgusted to say that I'm 5 minutes into a Donati game, and he hasn't killed anything. This isn't Donati. This is someone pretending to be Donati. I can't believe someone would try to imitate my beautiful Donster. Is he legit? He's going for a burger. Do you have enough sheep for that? Is 9 sheep good? No. So this isn't going to be Burgrave, right? This has to be Regnitz and a rush towards the central relics. But it's going to be Knights. I kind of like what Don's cooking with here. The logic being that you get all these cheap range tech upgrades so you can dive the enemy base and get enough to survive. Well, it's going to have a small window to do this, but it's going to be a long enough one. Regnitz is going to be on the way. 11 villages onto it. North side. Julie, please. Julie. She's still in the Dark Age. Well, she's safe from elimination. For now. There's still 4 minutes to go. Cuddle Rabbit is yet to strike, but I think that's going to be changing soon. They're playing as the Malians, full of Lalu effect. Probably going to be going... Wait, Stables. Wow. So, not Donzos, not Javs against the Roos. A little bit surprising there. They're just going to try to go for Sofas to presumably dive the economy. I believe Militia still give the cheap resource, right? Like, Militia dying is worth 10 resources each, if I'm not mistaken. So you do get a little bit of something out of that. McDonald. 3.5 minutes to work with. Tech up complete. Does need to get a little bit of food gathering going, but then we can see the Night Pump coming out. Other side of this. Dives coming in from Blue Goose. They did actually find enough. Well played. So 170 worth of value killed. Remember, the way this mode works, you can set a few different versions. You can set kill count. You can set population quantity. So, for example, if you take out a Mango, it's worth 3 points. Or you can do the value of the units. I think the best form of balance is going to be values of units. Obviously, the one exception right now is the Jeanne issue. A Jeanne issue that's going to be quite problematic for MSN that is just playing worse fronts right now. Oh, no. Well, they are at least safe, right? But these are fights that they simply do not want. Wallow's going to be coming out. That will protect against the rotation of Cuddle Rabbit. Second Wallow being primed, but he's not able to heal while holding the relic. Okay, that was a cool idea. Do you see what Don done there? He pulled the other prelate nearby to try and switch aggro to buy time. Unfortunately, it did not work here. Knights are now on the way. He can pump additional prelates to pick up these relics. And is making decent progress, but the interesting part is... Wait, has he already garrisoned? Okay, he's already got 1 home. 2 are in reach. Photo over here. Who else is in Castle Age? Because I think a relic is missing, if I'm not mistaken. Did it just spawn with only 4? That's really surprising if so. I feel like it's usually 5. In fact, that's kind of interesting overall, Caillou, right? Like, it doesn't spawn the full amount of relics compared to the counter players, which is a little bit surprising.
Because it's typically, the behavior is meant to be free by default, +1 per player, right? But we have, I think, 4 relics in total. Unless he's got another one smuggled somewhere. He's got 1 here, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 4 relics in total for 8 players. So that is actually 7 less than it's meant to be. Ah, there's not enough room in the center. Got you. Interesting. Maybe like 1 relic in each corner could be kind of intriguing, right? Most relics in center, then 1 in each corner could be maybe an interesting iteration for this type of map. Don. Well, people were worried. I don't know why, mate. It's Castle's timing. You think... Wait. Hold up. Let me just square that one up. You think Don Artista, the most aggressive player on the ladder next to Killjadi and Vortex, only he is more monkey noises and more all-in 10 minutes, is going to go out first in a game mode that relies on you killing? Dog, we got to talk. Julie Beck is now the one threatened with elimination. They did finally get up into Field H, but this is looking dicey. They don't have any units to fight with. Well, LoL's going to be a deny. This is so much nicer than what I remember Gully doing, where Gully, like, he kind of tried to go for the Fulani and panicked. I think the Fulani spam just doesn't work for Malians with 10 minutes on the clock. But the HRE build does, because you're going to be Castle Age by like 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes, right? So it gives you 2 minutes to get Knights out and find some kills. So just well played by Dom to play into that. Panic Sort should be in a panic of sorts here. They don't have a great solution. Chuganu, not really gonna work. Luckily for them, they've had enough brawling that they're gonna survive, right? Them and Gaga Binks, and now them with Donai is gonna keep them alive. You know what I say in this game mode, guys? If you're dying, you're kind of living. It's weird. Sadly, Julie's only dying in this one. First player out, and reset that clock. Reset that score count. We start again from 0, 5 minutes to go. It's not about just all-inning and finding some big damage at the start. You need to be consistent as this game goes on. There is an art to it as well, right? Like, I don't think you want to be #1 on this scoreboard. Not in the first 3 eliminations. Like, if you're #1 in the first 3 eliminations, you basically burnt yourself pretty hard. These people that are getting a few kills and staying alive are putting more into economy. The thing that I love about this game mode compared to free-for-alls are often just, as long as you have the space for yourself, rush to Imperial Age. The thing I really like about this game mode is you have to balance your approach. You can't just do all of one. You have to do both. And yeah, that's why I don't think I'd add the Bounty Everything to this. Bounty Everything is its own special little surprise. I don't think this game mode would necessarily benefit from Bounty Everything. That would be too much of a snowball, in my opinion. I like that there's this interesting methodology behind how you eco and how you attack. Whereas like Bounty Everything is pedal to the metal. I think it's kind of all in. I would love to host tournaments in both, actually. I'd love to actually be able to, after the ST tournament's done, get some sponsorship for a tournament format for both of those. Because I think both of them are intriguing in free-for-all formats. I'd probably put like 70% of the funding into participation rewards. And the rest would go into like point placement. Something like that. I think free-for-alls overall should be heavily weighed towards participation instead of overall placement. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe 50% is enough. You have to have something to make it worth fighting seriously for first. I think the interesting, like maybe you could just have full placement. Actually, I probably want like 25 to 35% just participation, rest placement in the tournament on this mod. Simply because sometimes you are going to get screwed. You're going to spawn between 2 civs that counter you. Like we had a game earlier where an English player spawned between Malians. Oh, sorry, no, it was a Juji player. Juji player spawned between Malians and English. That's like the hardest position to spawn in. You can't fight either of those. Oh my god. He's up to 13 knights now. Panic. This is a problem. The good news is at least they're finding a little bit of kill damage in return, so they're safe. The bad news is I don't think they're going to survive much longer past the next rotation. Blue Goose is definitely also having problems. Blue Goose, who right now is boxed in playing as Jean. I can't believe they're playing as Jean, but they're not able to get any kills. Then again, we have to be fair to Blue Goose. Blue Goose, we said, was a gold level player. That's a conk. MSN
had the correct reaction. They have a good enough defense line here. And behind this, they have a very safe TC in the corner that's giving them a fast eco escalation. Oh, sorry, Judabek. Was it English? I think it was maybe, there's a different game, right? Where I think down here, we had like one player around this area that there's Malians one side and English the other, and they're playing Juji. I think, yes, you also had a game where you had French next to you. I think that was the Faplop game. I might be mistaken. You were up here in one of these. Dude, they're all squishing together. I need to get more maps so I can keep them fresh in my mind. Good God. How do you say Rohirrim in African? I know that, okay, that like I'm trying to think like what is the modern country from Malian territory? Whatever that language is, how do I say Rohirrim in it? It's probably Rohirrim, isn't it? Raid through into Hostin's base. Wait, I just realized he's still feudal. It's feudal Rohirrim. Well, it's gonna keep them alive. Hostin, funnily enough, actually gets a good lick of this, though, because these guys drop like flies. 155 HP for 180 resource unit is not great. Don, very content that he's safe in this game. Pass the Swabber in the way. Dude, I really like the way Don's playing this. He still has these knights to just actively raid with. And I like that he's not all in Panic Sort. The reason is that he just wants to use Panic Sort as like a blood farm. Like right now, Don is a vampire, right? He gets a little bit thirsty. He comes in. Blood. He's sucking blood there, just to clarify. And all of a sudden, Panic Sort is just pretty much on life support. You know that scene in Blade? I think it's Trinity. I know that map. I know that movie was terrible. You remember the scene where they just reveal the blood bank and everyone's just kind of frozen in giant plastic bags? That. But this plastic bag is off life support. So Panic Sort is going to be out. We are now down to 6. Question is, who you backing? Who has the stones? Who has the capability going all the way? Don, first one to reach an Imperial Age at 15 minutes. This is impressive. Timings do look really good. And right now you might be like, how has Don done this? How has he managed to get this many knights and getting to Imperial Age at 15 minutes? Remember, we've done a 12 villager start. So the timings you're going to see here will not be representative of what you'll be doing in your own pub games. They're slightly skewed. So for raiding in. Well, they are vetted now, but this is also knights you're facing off against. He does at least deny the keep for the time being. But Don, I love how little Reginald here never stopped building. He always believed. Sofas are leaking through. Don's getting a decent fight here, right? Like, he has enough eco to keep going with this build. It's not going to be fast enough to stop him. The textiles... Remember, we had Don in here saying, textiles is OP. It gives 50% more health to your military units. He wasn't kidding. Not in melee form, but more in their build capacity here. A raid comes in from behind. Hostin right now trying to turn Cuddle Rabbit into the meat in this sandwich. And this is a phenomenal fight. Cuddle Rabbit just completed the age up. They don't have javelins. The crossbows could easily cut this down. The knights do need to hold, though. With Boy's Fortitude, they might be able to just about do it. Cuddle Rabbit is, however, securing himself through to the next round. And behind this, we have to remember that Hostin, he's playing 1 TC, right? He's not playing in Damas Farms yet. This is a heavy loss of food for him. But it's still going to be enough crossbows to clear up practical little sofas. Yeah, I think Hostin may have like overextended slightly. If the timing came in a little bit like earlier, him and Don could have just pied that together. And although Cuddle Rabbit has been reset, remember, it is going to be Fulani, so his ability to reboom that sofa count, much more doable than the night losses for Hostin are to replace. I would love to see him go back for like a second TC type play here. I think you've got the space now, right? You've got 3 minutes of safety. Nobody should be catching up to this. Blue Goose did survive for a while, but I think we're going to be saying farewell to them now. Gaga Binks has arrived. Wait, this is... I mean, this army is feudal. He's got Vet Spearman, but feudal age Chukanu. Blue Goose is age 3, but not level 3. So Jean is going to go down. Blue Goose is going to survive, funnily enough, because MSNDK hasn't been fighting. He now needs to come for a fight. And, well, Pink doesn't have much left to give. Is it me, or is MSN at risk of elimination? He needs to find a way into Hosen's base. I don't think... Okay, look, okay, he did. Well played. So he's got a little bit of gap still to close, but like the risk right now is if he chooses to dive into Blue Goose's base, Blue Goose doesn't have much economy. He has a castle. He can basically fit his entire population into his garrison, right? He has 33 units in total. He has 15 garrison slots here and another 10 over here. He can just slot it all in. Don has gone for the premium knights. Okay, so we're getting an Imperial Cavalry army. Men-at-Arms also added in. This is a very strong point in the game for Donster. Nobody else is really competing, right? Like, the closest is going to be MSN, who went for the 2 TC, so he's been booming. He needs to survive this round, though. And it's going to be tight, but Dive's coming in. Okay, that's not ideal. It's going to be sprinkled to the fan. All right, that's kind of cursed. Kaka Binks does need to come back, though. He needs to get the army in quick. He doesn't realize... He didn't realize what's happening here. Oh, my God. MSN. Finish the margins here. Gaga Binks needs to go. Army is going to reset and move away. If he can't find something, anything to kill here, he's going to be facing elimination. Even the buildings right now. Remember, we did turn that on, so torching buildings. We haven't tested this, but I'm pretty sure it gives the cost of the buildings. Moves in for the villagers instead. Gaga Binks. That's going to secure it. 10 points ahead. But throwing away some troops may be a critical blunder there. Oh, wow. Guys, I'm getting a bad feeling. Gaga. No way. Not like this. He can't find anything to kill. Well, that's going to be farewell, Miss Sunshine there. Goodbye to Gaga Binks. They are going to be going out in sick fear. So 5 remain. MSN, dude, that was nail-biting. Just about survived. The hilarity I said before, right? Like, if you're dying, you're surviving. Blue Goose stays alive. And yeah, if he'd just gone for some buildings, I don't think that Gaga Binks realized buildings can give points here. That would have been the way they could have saved their game. I haven't, like, we need to keep an eye on this because I haven't seen anyone actively kill a building. So I can't confirm 100% whether you get the full cost, but you should be getting the full cost with this mod of the building kills. So this outpost is worth 100 wood, right? This mining camp is worth 50 wood. So you get 100 points and 50 points respectively. And thank you, Julie Beck. Yeah, so it does. So Gaga, I think they're going to be face palming. I imagine they're back in chat right now hearing this like, okay. Something to know for next time, right? Something to remember. So we get deeper into the game now. Don's in a really confident position here. Weak walls, but it doesn't matter. He's got strong point defenses. Would benefit from having a few relics dropped in the keeps, but he has got the cannons there at least. And now the clash coming in. Okay, this is just not a fight you can win. Cut a rabbit. Like, this is the worst way to engage this. It's even worse than it appears, remember. Don, he can get additional upgrades. I don't think he's gone for it yet. In fact, no, he has. He's got the +2 melee armor on the Spearman. So much more tanky. Donald, look at the kills. He took 4 times the value away from Cutter Rabbit. And the difference is that Cutter Rabbit has nothing left. He's out. Wait, did he just surrender? He did. Okay, so he just called GG early. It's always interesting, because I find like this happens at least once, and it accelerates the game. Hosen right now is being griefed. Are you kidding me? MSN? Really? Okay, Scorched Earth strategy is in effect. For those who don't know, if you delete buildings, you can't give value over. We're going to have to review that. I think Rasselbach and Neil tried like to figure out some between them. I think the thing that we're looking to cook, Rasselbach, maybe like changing it so that deleted buildings either... I don't know if I want to have it be 100% of the value is minus from your score. Maybe 50%. But if you have no score, it has no effect, because I like the idea of it allowing weird kind of comebacks, right? It's what I call a positive, a negative feedback loop. Right? No, sorry, it's positive feedback loop. Dude, I haven't talked about game design this way in a while. There's 2 types of feedback loops you can have in game design. One basically escalates the lead when you do something right. The other gives recovery mechanisms to the other side. So, for example, in like an RPG, when a higher level, like in a MOBA as a perfect example, if you kill a higher level player, your comeback mechanism there, your positive feedback loop, is you've killed a player that's higher level, you'll get more XP. Whereas they kill you and you being a lower level gets them less XP. It's that type of thing. I quite like that idea. I think that would solve the Scorched Earth strategy. So that, like, what MSN's doing right now, I kind of like it from a save yourself to come back perspective and instead of landing Snowball. But there's a cost in that you've deleted buildings. And if you, for example, were cheesing because you had Donati's score, you would now be punished. But because he's on low score, this is keeping the game closer. MSN now diving in. Hosin should be safe here, right? Like, Blue Goose doesn't have a leg to stand on, doesn't have an army to rely on here. This is going to hurt, though, man. This raid to the backside. Hosin playing on 1 TC in this game, still in Castle Age, and getting out-rotated. That's going to ride round. Wood of Fortress is going to be burnt down. So this will be the show of what we talked about, right? Like, if he stays here and actually kills this, watch what happens. We're looking at MSN DK score right now. Don't fight it! Host is going to try to defend it, but here we go. He's going to die. Boom. Gets the full value of the Wood of Fortress. So it does work as intended. Appreciate you, Rasselbot. Oh, this is a butcher house right now, though. Blue Goose. Bless him. He just got, what, up an extra 100 resources of kills? There's no denying it. Poor Blue Goose, kind of out of his element here, right? Like, this typically happens, like, when you're looking at lower ranked players. They can actually surprise you in the late game. Usually where it goes wrong is when you get hit. The biggest difference between low rank and high rank players isn't just like, you know, if you get up to 150 pop, what can you do? The bigger difference is actually what happens when the game strategy goes awry. What happens when you hit a speed bump in the road? Because as we know, RTSs, they aren't about, oh, perfect situation, this happens. It's like, oh, how did you get to your game plan? How did you stop mine? Don right now, the game plan is clear. Murder on the dance floor. It kills a bunch of MSN's villagers. Okay, this is sick. I love this. MSN, he understands, like, MSN's furthest away from him. He's already seen Hosin clash underneath the base of Cuddle Rabbit. MSN's the biggest threat to him. Also by rank as well. Don's playing this very crafty. And you know what I respect about this is you remember Don actually played the early game. He done things in the early game. It's not like he just boomed up and cheesed his way to a victory. This is very methodical by him. And I love that Don is proving that he has a keen eye for aggressive game modes. This is the first time we've had Donati play this game mode, but I loved his execution. I do think more players should probably have been trying to target him. This is kind of like the Gully Deckle effect. If you give him space, he will do this with it. But props to him for actually finding the way. Playing into the corner, playing away from threats, and then coming to be present. Hosin looking like he's done. I mean, where is his army right now? Wait, where is Hosin's army? Is he just given up? Kind of feels like it. Okay, he's going into Imperial Age. Yep, wait, but Hosin... Okay, that's bold, man. That is actually incredibly bold. So he's banking on both of these guys burning each other out, and then he can come in for the scraps to get enough to score. He might be right for this, though, because if you're looking at what's happening right now, MSN is getting deleted. And if Don doesn't continue the all-in, there's going to be enough scraps left to keep Hosin in. But what I like about Donati's strategy is, and this basically, by the way, is how free falls usually function, like in the meta at highest level. When you have 3 players left over, the first place player wants to kill the second place player. The third place player, at least in tournaments, will usually assist the first place player to kill the second, so he guarantees second. Because like the alternative is the third and second take on the first, and you might still lose, and then you finish third, right? And what happens if you win? Well, what happens if you win is second place becomes first, you become second. But if you work with the first place player, you guarantee second place easier. And the first place player doesn't care about you because the second place player is the bigger threat. So this actually makes a lot of sense in a tournament. It's kind of irrelevant in a game like this. Funnily enough, the way this is going to play out at this pace, Hosin might just die to the trigger, and then MSN might just die due to landmarks afterwards. We did turn Conquest on, by the way. We figured it made sense. Like, if you're at a point where where you've conquested your opponent, where you've deleted all the landmarks, they're probably dead anyway. So it seemed reasonable to just kind of like give them a way of closing it out. This time by Don is at dominance, man. There's no way back. We're 2 minutes away from an elimination. Final landmarks now being targeted. Wait, no, he's got Red Pass up here. Okay, so MSN does still have a lifeline. If it doesn't get scouted, he will get second. If it does, he's getting third, and Hosen is immediately getting eliminated afterwards. I don't know how you stop Don here. This is just a stomp now. Early game, mid game was quite interesting, but the late game speaks for itself. I need to get more conks for these games, don't I? I like the idea of layering in like a little bit lower ranked players. I think you usually want 2 or 3 conks of similar skill levels to balance things out. We did have that here with MSN and Don. I think Don's game strat was maybe a little bit cleaner. And MSN did have to contest with a little bit of aggro early on. Whereas, I'd say Don had a chiller start. He had, I think this was Julie back next to him, right? Oh no, sorry, this was Panic Sort. Panic Sort was pretty chill. They didn't try to dive, so they gave Don the space. Cuddle Rabbit did try to deny, but because Hosen is fighting him as well, options were limited, right? And Hosen kind of had to fight there because Julie Beck was eliminated early in the north as well. All right, here we go. Hosen. Dude, if it wasn't for the Red Palace, he might have been able to dive this, but now it's impossible. Hosen, he's looking for anything he can fight. He's finally going to find something. It's just, there's not enough men at arms here to make up a 3,000 score difference. Emerson's not even going to let him. Oh, Jesus. Well, poor Hosen now diving into the base of Dom, but it's just too little too late. GG, Hosen is out. We are down to 2, and I can't help but feel this has already been decided. MSN has 94 eco. Don has the same, but he has 100 military. He just needs to find it. And actually, MSN doesn't waste our time. GG gets called. Don with a well-earned victory. And notice that even when you throw the pros in, they can't just sit on their ass doing nothing. This guy was responsible for a lot of bloodshed. He took out Panic Sort. He participated in the downfall of Cuddle Rabbit. He chased across onto MSN. There was multiple targets for him in this game. Well played. Don Hardy able to get a win in his first round of the Butcher mod. Wow. Dude, I can't ever decide what. Let me know what. I keep calling it, it's Meat Grinder, right? Like, I wonder, do you guys think, I was just talking to Rasselbach about this. I'm curious. Let me know in the comments. Let me down below. Do you think Meat Grinder makes it clear to you? Or is there a better name that would give clarity to guys? Let us know. Rasselbach is amazing. He's always listening to feedback. Big shout out to him. Hopefully, I will see you all in the next chapter. Should be grind meter. I feel like that's just going to, like, I mean, dude, at that point, people are going to come in thinking it's going to be basically a P-Hub alternative. Meat Grinder is my favorite app. Jesus Christ. Meat Grinder fits it? Okay, yeah. I just got to get used to saying. It's because, like, from a clarity perspective, the way I, like, for example, I always call these things every 5 minutes someone dies. That's very clear. But it's just marketing ploy, right? The goal is to get people aware of what that means. Oh, well played, everyone, though. GG Blue Goose. Unfortunately, you kind of got pinched by 2. Well played hanging in there, though, buddy. All right. Trying to think if I do another or if I call it. We have been going for 10 hours. So maybe it's a good time to call it? That's been a fun stream. We can do more of these next week. I think I might call it. Just because I know I've got a bunch of things to catch up on in the background. Are you not tired? No, I love doing this. I just I want to temper it. I think what we do now is I'll find someone to raid.
We'll do more of these next week, so make sure you follow the channel if you are not already. The goal is going to be, of course, to lead with the Elite Classic recaps, but we'll look to squeeze in some community games on certain days. Maybe it'll be early in the week. I usually am going to try to aim for Friday to do a longer stream. It obviously depends if we're doing Saturday. Those relics were nicely put together. Yeah, Don, we were just talking about maybe having one in each corner and maybe having like 3 or 4 in the center would be nice. But well played there, Mr. Artista. That was well played. Hopefully you'll join us for more of those. I have a feeling you enjoyed that game mode. We need to get some more maps that make sense for it. Rasselbach, I think like the #1 feedback points were maybe if we can get a nomad mode, if that's feasible, would be cool. The other thing was around maybe some sort of delete toggle option where you can have basically people lose score for deleting. I think those might be the next iterations. You're doing a phenomenal job with that mod, by the way, my friend. Really entertaining stuff. But I think we'll get raided around it. I saw one Blue Knight, a relic, and just took the other 3. That's the strategy. What we'll do, I'll find someone to raid. I'll be back on this channel Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So be sure to mark it in your calendar and be sure to be here watching. I appreciate the support everyone's bringing in. I will be casting on EGC on Sunday. The goal next week will be, of course, to catch up on more of the group stage games that aren't cast. We will try to have 1 or 2 longer days where we do over 6 hours, more towards like the 8 or 9 hour mark, where we'll be able to do a few more of these community games. Probably do a lot more of Meat Grinder because I think it's just incredible. And I think after next week, we should have less Elite Classic games to recap because at that point, next weekend past that, like they'll be playoff games. They'll all be marked. They'll all be casted. So we'll have more time to squeeze in 1v1s live from the ladder for those that don't just want games that already been cast, and also more time to squeeze in a bunch of community games. So hopefully you'll join me for that. Be sure to tell your friends. Be sure to invite people along. Goal here is to keep growing this to a point where I'm able to make a living off of it. Right now, size we're at, state of like, you know, the gaming industry and sponsorships and whatever, we don't really have money that is able to fund the time I put in here. My hope is we're going to be able to grow it to that point. But appreciate all the support everyone's given. I am now going to raid through. Let's have a look. I think we're going to go ahead and raid good old Corvinus. Let's do that. Let's give a raid to Corvinus. So looks like he's playing 1v1s right now. He's up against Thanos, and I don't see the Gauntlet in sight, but I also don't see the Avengers coming, so he's going to have to assemble them himself. Go spam Avengers Assemble in the chat. Make sure you use the pigeon emotes as well as if you got them, because, you know, it's a fellow Bird Bro channel. Have some fun with Corvinus, and I will see you all on either Sunday or Monday when the fun continues with me live. I'll see you then. Toodaloo.